Chapter 1: Unlock the Indulgence System and Enjoy College Life. Jiangcheng University, Room 510, Building 7, Male Dormitory. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning and many classes had already started. However, the 4 boys in the dormitory were all sleeping soundly on their beds, with no intention of getting up to go to class. Perhaps this is a must-have program for every college student, skipping the early morning classes. After all, you have just suffered 3 years of hardship in high school, and if you can resist indulging yourself in the relaxed environment of university, you are simply a god. Suddenly, one of the boys opened his eyes suddenly and sat up straight on the bed. The sudden voice in his head and the light screen in front of him woke Subai up instantly. The indulgent godly rich system has been bound. This system is designed to help the host enjoy a life as he pleases. Any indulgent behavior will be rewarded by the system. In addition, all consumption behaviors related to indulgence will receive a random cashback ranging from 2 to 10 times. Note, the system is operated for your conscience, and all income is from legal sources. Oh my god, is this the legendary Brother Tonzi? Subai was pleasantly surprised. Then I thought, now that he has overslept and skipped classes, does that count as indulging himself? At the same time as this idea was born, the system prompted again. Ding! The host is detected to be sleeping late and skipping classes, reward cash plus 1,000 yuan. Subai quickly looked at the text message alert on his phone. China Construction Bank 1000 yuan has been deposited into your account with the last digit 8577, and the balance is 2,200 yuan. Please click for details of popular financial products. There was only 1,200 yuan in the account for living expenses, which his aunt had just transferred to him yesterday. He was a typical poor college student. Now, 1,000 yuan has been deposited into the account out of thin air, and the assets have doubled. In an instant, Subai came up with an indulgent idea, and by the way, he wanted to verify the value of the system. He quickly got out of bed, got dressed, and ran to the cafeteria to order a table of breakfast. Spicy hot pot, fried chicken steak, braised duck legs, snail rice noodle. Eating something this greasy so early in the morning must be considered an indulgence, right? Ding! The host was detected to have overeaten for breakfast, spending 43 yuan, triggering 10 times cashback, plus 430 yuan. The SMS notification of bank account arrival will also light up on the mobile phone at the same time. Subai? Come and have breakfast. Hearing someone talking to him, Subai looked in the direction of the voice. It was his counselor, Charlene. She is called a counselor, but in fact she is a senior who just graduated from her senior year and is studying for a master's degree in the same major, and works as a part-time counselor. Subai greeted politely, "Hello, Director Xia. It's so early in the morning, eat such a rich meal, be careful about indigestion." Charlene reminded kindly. "It's okay. I'm going to go to the gym later. I'll eat more so I can have more strength." "Is that so? Then have a good meal. I'm going to be busy now. Bye." "Goodbye, Director Xia." Charlene didn't stay for long. After a brief greeting, she went about her own business. She remembered that Subai's class had an ideological and political class this morning, which meant that Subai skipped class. I was aware of this, but didn't mention it. It's very normal for college students to skip classes these days, as long as they can handle the final exams and their grades aren't too bad. If you really want to be picky, Charlene also cheated many times in her past. Her style of managing students is relatively relaxed, and she is a beautiful and generous senior student. Over the past month since the start of school, she has been well received by students. As for Subai, when he said he wanted to exercise, it was of course just a polite remark. Things like fitness require too much self-discipline and are totally incompatible with the indulgence system. After a delicious meal, Subai returned to the dormitory and turned on the computer. My roommates are still fast asleep. Playing games at this time might disturb others, so I'd better watch some online dramas. I have recently stockpiled a lot of dramas that I want to watch, both domestic and foreign, but I haven't had time to watch them yet, so this is a good time to arrange for them. After watching for a while, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! It was detected that the host was watching dramas during the good time when he should have been studying. How indulgent. Reward plus 2,000 yuan. Pay to watch drama, right? Not bad. Subai was immersed in the plot. Time passed quietly, and soon it was past 9 in the morning. The roommates then woke up one after another, and some prepared to go to the second class in the morning. It has just been a short while since the first year of college began, and most students still have some shamelessness in mind so as not to skip classes that are scheduled during more formal times. Of course, some people come to class because they can see the goddess they dream of in class. Wang Haoren, who was sitting in the bed next to Subai, had no classes, so he got up, turned on his laptop, and started a 2D game. Yes, Wang Haoren is a veteran anime fan, but he is much more low-key than those exaggerated anime fans who wear t-shirts with anime character patterns, use strange pillows, and speak Japanese lines. He looks like an ordinary college boy. When I have nothing to do, I like to watch anime and play games quietly by myself. I never spend money on them. He has a good personality and is harmless to people and animals. In the past month since school started, the person who has the best relationship with Subai in the dormitory is Wang Haoren. The main thing is that the other two people have personalities that are hard to describe. Relying on their family's wealth, they often do some outrageous things, which makes the two normal people speechless. Seeing that his roommates had all gotten up, Subai turned off the online drama. When I get tired of watching TV series, I play some games. When I logged into League of Legends and opened the interface, I was bombarded with advertisements for skin promotions. If it were normal times, Subai would simply close the ad without any fluctuations. Skins and the like have nothing to do with a poor guy like him, and they don't increase his attack power. Just use the free skin given. Now that he has unlocked the indulgence system, Subai has changed his mind. If you buy a lot of game skins at one time, that would be considered indulgence, right? After getting confirmation from the system, Subai selected a lot of skins that he had liked for a long time but had suppressed his desire to buy in order to save money. There is a total of 4,630 yuan in the bank card now. Try to spend as much as possible. After all, the system gives you cash back on the spot, and the more you spend, the more you get back. Supreme Fist, Soul Blossom, and the limited time champion skins. In short, buy whatever you like. The final total price was 4,396 yuan. You know what, this number is quite auspicious. Ding! Excessive consumption of game skins by the host is detected, triggering 5 times cashback, plus 21,980 yuan. The balance of the bank card has reached more than 22,000 yuan. This speed of making money is too incredible, Subai thought. Jiangcheng University, where Subai studies, is a national key 985 university, and he studies computer science, which is a popular major currently. The graduate students in their major found high-paying jobs in the internet industry after graduation, but they may not even earn 22,000 yuan a month. Not to mention that this was just Subai's income for the morning. As the principal increases, Subai can choose to indulge in more luxurious consumption, and his wealth will snowball, earning more and more quickly. Needless to say, the system indicates that with more in-depth indulgence, the rewards given are not just cash, but also luxury cars, famous watches, villas, and even more magical hidden functions. Is this the life of a super rich man? It's really super rich. Subai was excited for a while, but soon calmed down. He was a man with strong psychological qualities. Let us not talk about the money, let us play the game first and experience the newly bought skin. The dormitory had a bed above and a desk below. Wang Haoren stood up to stretch his muscles while browsing the game. He accidentally saw Subai's game interface next to him and was immediately shocked. Fuck, brother Bai, when did you buy so many skins? This must add up to thousands, right? Well, I just spent a total of more than 4,000. Wang Haoren had a dazed look on his face. What was going on? You know, Subai had always been a zero-paying player, a freeloader just like him. How come he suddenly started spending money like crazy? Subai smiled and said, "Let me show you my cards. Actually, I am also a rich second generation." Wait, why did you say that? Wang Haoren suddenly realized, damn, I'm the only poor guy in our dormitory. Without waiting for Subai to say anything, Wang Haoren scratched his head and said with a smile, "Okay, that's good. It turns out that you are so capable, brother Bai. That's normal. Otherwise, the two people in our dormitory are so outstanding that they have distorted my impression of rich people." Subai just smiled and said nothing. It was normal to meet idiots in university dormitory. This was a big country with a population of 1.4 billion. How could the diversity of human genes be reflected without meeting a few idiots? Brother Bai, you don't know that when you were away last night, Shumingzhi and Xue Tao started arguing again. Shumingzhi and Xue Tao are the names of the other two roommates. Why? It's because of a woman. Shuetao said that the girl Chu Mingzhi liked was a hypocrite and was no different from other girls behind her back, so they had a quarrel. But I remember that girl ignored Chu Mingzhi at all, right? Su Bai recalled. Yes, it's just unrequited love. He is unbeatable even if he can quarrel over her. Creatures like liquors are not uncommon in any era and any place. Su Bai just treated it as a joke. However, the dormitory where the girl Chu Mingzhi is pursuing lives is quite interesting. Among the 4 girls, 3 have outstanding looks and each has their own unique style. It is called the Goddess Dormitory by classmates. The girl Chu Mingzhi likes is named Chen Yusheng, and she is the type of cool and domineering lady. Like them, they are all freshmen. She is over 1.7 meters tall and has a pair of long legs with graceful curves. The cool and beautiful face is more beautiful than any celebrity. She studied computer science like Su Bai. It is said that she published her own open source project on the internet when she was in high school. Just after the start of the school year, a professor invited her to join the laboratory. She is definitely a top student. Since the military training, it has attracted the attention of countless teachers and students. Although he usually has an expressionless face, there are always people who try to please him. However, she rejected any flatterers without any hesitation, declaring that I don't want to fall in love and will not accept other people's kindness in vain. Perhaps, that is why Chu Mingzhi thinks she is special. Shuetao thought Chen Yusheng was pretending. This kind of thinking is actually very normal. Everyone has a side that is unknown to others. Su Bai didn't care about the conflicts between his roommates, he just listened for fun. Quickly return your attention to the game. I played VN in the top lane and Yasuo in the mid lane. The combined score for the 2 games was 117. Oh no, the silver division of this game is too cruel. I can't stand it. I want someone to play with me. Su Bai did it right away and opened an app for playing games with others. Select the League of Legends item and sort directly by price, from high to low. Paying a sky-high price for playing with others is also a form of indulgence. As a result, Su Bai looked carefully and found that those with the highest prices were basically professional players or former professional players. Just skip it, they are all men, not interesting. What's the point of spending a lot of money to invite a man to play games with him? It would be better to just ask Wang Haoren to play duo with them, and have 2 silver players bravely travel the world. Su Bai decisively selected only female companions in the filtering conditions. Now all that comes out are a wide variety of photos of beauties in the style of internet celebrities. Comfortable. After browsing around, Su Bai picked out a female companion with the ID Yuxia. Compared with other playmates, she didn't even post her own photos. I just left an audio clip of myself introducing myself. Her voice is very nice. She sounds young, but she has the aura of a cool and arrogant lady, which makes people imagine a lot. Unfortunately, the young lady made it clear in the introduction that she doesn't do anything sexy and only plays games. The price is 200 yuan per hour. It is already close to the fees charged by ordinary professional players. So the question is, what is the confidence of this playmate girl to charge such a sky-high price? The answer is simple, her rank is the 1000-point king in the Korean server. Chapter 2, Monthly subscription of beautiful girls to play with you, huge cash back. As we all know, highly skilled female companions are the most scarce resource in the companionship industry. The comments at the bottom of the page were also very positive. They all said that the young lady had unrivaled skills and could lead the team steadily. Except that her personality was indeed a bit cold, she didn't even call him boss and only communicated with basic courtesy. Overall, this price is reasonable. Su Bai didn't care. Anyway, as long as the voice sounds good and can carry people, that's enough. Su Bai only has this requirement. His ultimate goal is to make money. Yuxia happened to be online. Su Bai clicked on the private chat and asked a very mysterious question right away. Soupy White Goose, hello, can you provide a monthly subscription for your companionship service? Rain stop? Sup White Goose, it's like this, I plan to find a long-term and stable companion, with a nice voice and the ability to lead the team. I think your information fully meets my needs. Yushi, oh. Yuxia, what are the specific details? Supply White Goose, monthly fee, no more than 2 hours per day, the specific game time can be negotiated. Yushi, yes. Done. Su Bai smiled slightly. Before the private chat, he studied Yuxia's order record. An average of 2 hours a day should be no problem for her. The charge is 200 per hour, 400 for 2 hours a day, and 12,000 per month. Puff pastry white goose, transfer. Rain stop? Yeah, what is this? Puff pastry white goose, payment for the next month. Yeah, shouldn't we try it first? Puff pastry white goose, I won't try it anymore. I believe you. Yeah, I'd better play a game with you first, just in case you don't like it. Yeah, it's a large sum of money, so be careful. Puff pastry white goose, you will like it. Don't worry. I will not refund you no matter what. This amount of money is nothing to me. Oh. Accept transfer. At the same time, Subai's system also started to move. Ding. It is detected that the host has subscribed to a beautiful girl to play with him for a month, and the consumption is 12,000 yuan, which triggers a triple cashback, and the reward is plus 36,000 yuan. Excluding the payment costs, that means I made 24,000 yuan in this wave. Subai happily logged into the game and added Yuxia as his in-game friend. Both parties opened the voice chat through the game companion software. Hello. The cold and royal voice is exactly the same as the one on the companion player display page. Hello, let's start the ranked game. Subai said. It's really cool. It's okay, as long as you can fly. This cold little voice sounds quite attractive, Subai thought. Then, go to the ranking page. Found a very embarrassing problem. The rank of Yusheng's game account is Platinum 2. According to the rules, in single and double ranking, players in the silver rank can team up with players in the iron, bronze, silver, and gold ranks. Platinum is one level higher than gold, which means it is obvious that the account Yusheng has become a secondary account used for playing games together. However, he still couldn't rank together with Subai. I hate you, how can this world be better? Bai's life is also life. Perhaps because the situation was too awkward, the conversation fell into silence. After more than 10 seconds, Yuxia suddenly said, I remembered that I have another gold trumpet. Wait for me to change it. Go ahead. 2 minutes later, Subai added her golden trumpet. We can queue together. I didn't expect your rank to be so low. Ahahaha. Sorry, did I irritate you? I'm not very good at talking. If I irritate you, just scold me. It's okay. I have a good attitude. Oh. A silent smile appeared on Subai's lips. It seems that this young lady is not only aloof, but also a little cute at heart. However, once he entered the game, Yuxia no longer looked cute at all. She chose the jungler Nidalee, a classic fish-blasting hero. Capture people, counter jungle, and control the map. One leads 4 and kills the opponents indiscriminately. Subai felt that he could win just by fooling around. TSK, no gaming experience at all, bad review. Dog head. Please give me a few more easy victories like this. For the next 2 hours, Yuxia and the crispy white goose continued to advance at a high speed. When the last game started, there were actually only 5 minutes left in 2 hours, but Yuxia still finished the game, which can be said to be a perfect display of professional ethics. Overall, Subai felt very good about the experience. Although Yuxia's voice was very plain, without any of the usual tricks used by female companions, her voice was pleasant to hear, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Coupled with the rare super strength among the female companions, it is generally worth it. Time's up. Yuxia reminded after the last game. Okay, we had a great time today, let's continue tomorrow, I'll contact you then. Add WeChat so we can get in touch easily. I don't add clients on WeChat. But I'm a long-term customer. I added you so that we can keep in touch. I can transfer money to you directly through WeChat in the future, saving you the commission from the platform. After hesitating for a moment, perhaps under the temptation of saving handling fees and the influence of Subai's high-quality customer attributes, the other party agreed to add AV. Yuxia's WeChat avatar is a purple-haired anime girl with a cool and cute temperament, which is very similar to the personality reflected in her voice. Subai keeps it simple, just draw a simple white goose emotic and pack. Both parties checked each other's circle of friends at the same time. It's all a horizontal line. The classic is only available for 3 days. Neither of them is the type who likes to post updates. Also at Indulgent University, a girls' dormitory. Chen Yusheng took off his headphones and closed his laptop. The graceful long legs wrapped in black stockings exude an alluring luster. Chapter 3: The Holy Body of Black Silk Stockings. Chen Yusheng basically wears black stockings all year round. Her blood circulation is not very good, she is afraid of cold, and her legs and feet are especially susceptible to getting cold, so wearing pantyhose is very comfortable. As for why we wear black stockings, it is of course because black is the most resistant to stains. It's an outrageous reason, but for Chen Yusheng, a straight girl majoring in science and engineering with an unusual way of thinking, it's fine. The actual effect in the eyes of others is that Chen Yusheng is born to wear black stockings. It is natural and extremely harmonious, beautiful without being gaudy, charming without being vulgar. After closing the computer, Chen Yusheng prepared to go out for dinner. When she passed by the mirror at the door of the dormitory, she saw the reflection of the girl's face that made countless men's hearts beat faster. His face looked a little haggard. My mother's condition worsened, and the hospital bills became higher and higher. The savings had long been spent, and now Chen Yusheng was the only one supporting his mother's medical expenses. In order to make money, she worked in the laboratory on commercial projects that the professor helped to bring in and received a salary. But the income was still a little insufficient to make ends meet, so Chen Yusheng used his advantage of being a good gamer to play with them. The income from playing games with others is unstable, and you may not be able to receive orders at any time. Sometimes an order would suddenly come in the middle of the night, and even though Chen Yusheng was already sleepy, he would still endure the sleepiness and finish the job. After all, you never know when the next order will come, so you have to seize every opportunity to make money. She was extremely lucky today, as a rich guy kept her for a month. Well, this statement is a bit strange. In short, you will have a long-term and stable income. Chen Yusheng was very happy, but felt vaguely strange. That crispy white goose, without even playing games with her, just directly transferred the monthly fee to her. At first she suspected that the other party had other intentions towards her. As a result, after playing the game for more than 2 hours, the crispy white goose did not make any inappropriate behavior. There was no polite questioning about her personal privacy. I didn't ask her to post a picture to show her legs. Not even the verbal teasing during the game. It's a green, healthy, and pure way to play games. Follow her to kill people and shout Big Boss 666. The overall impression is that of a sunny and cheerful male college student. So, why did you spend more than 10,000 yuan on her at once? Is it really like he said, that all he requires is good sound and strong gaming skills? After thinking for a long time, Chen Yusheng still couldn't figure it out, so he simply shook his head and gave up thinking. Anyway, since she has received the monthly fee, she can just help him to improve his points. As long as he maintains this state, it is a good thing. After all, she can make money steadily. After deducting the platform's commission, she can make more than 10,000 yuan a month. Which companion player doesn't like such high-quality customers? Let us go eat. We have classes in the afternoon. Alas, this non-stop life, when will it end? In fact, Chen Yusheng knew that as long as she let go of her bottom line, she could easily make quick money. Good looks, good figure, a clean body, plus the gimmick of being a top student from a 985 university, there are many rich people willing to pay for it. But she didn't want to fall to that point. As long as he can make money through his own efforts, Chen Yusheng will never degenerate. Unless, well, there is no unless. Men's dormitory, room 510, building 7. Subai turned off the computer and said to Wang Haoran, "Let's go eat." Go, go, go. It's only 12 o'clock now, and those who have morning classes haven't come out yet, which means there are not many people in the cafeteria. In half an hour, it will be crowded with people and you will have to queue up even to buy a cup of Coke. The closest to men's dormitory building 7 is the number 3 canteen. Walking into the cafeteria door, Subai moved in a coquettish manner. Instead of going to the first floor where we usually dine, we took the escalator and went straight to the second floor for the gourmet stir-fry. Although I have indulged in breakfast, it is now lunch and the food I ate in the morning has long been digested. As we all know, male college students can eat more than the New Year pig. Not to mention that Subai is tall and strong, and his appetite is bigger than that of other students. Really, the second floor? I feel like the things on the second floor have no value for money, they're too businesslike. Wang Haoran felt a little uneasy. His family background was similar to Subai's before the showdown. Don't be ridiculous. Daddy treats you today. Let's have 4 dishes and a soup and enjoy the meal. Subai waved his hand with great enthusiasm. Oh my god, so generous. Neither Chu Mingjie nor Shui Tao has ever treated us to a meal. That's because they are too stingy. they pretend to be rich every day. They can't even afford to hire a third-floor cafeteria, right? It's true. Wang Haoran deeply agreed with this. It turned out that Su Bai's personality was completely different from those two. But there was one thing that Wang Haoran felt was a bit strange. Since Su Bai is a rich second generation, why has he been so low-key from the time he entered school until now? The daily necessities and clothes we wear are all very simple. It was today that I suddenly started spending money. Facing Wang Haoran's doubts, Su Bai said, I remember telling you that I was adopted, right? Yes, I did. Recently, a wealthy family from abroad approached me and said that I was their young master who was stranded abroad, and then, Su Bai stretched out his hand and made a gesture of counting money. Wang Haoran's pupils trembled. No, buddy, are you serious? Are you shooting a short Douyin drama here? I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. Of course, please don't spread it around. I still want to keep a low profile. Yes. Wang Haoran was envious for a while, but soon he came to terms with it. This kind of good thing that falls from the sky depends purely on fate. Brother Bai is lucky, and as a friend, he can also benefit from it. It's a good thing. Dining table. The two of them ordered 4 dishes. Braised fish, cumin lamb, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and shrimp with leeks. Another carrot, corn and pork ribs soup. They are all very homely dishes, but they are much better than the indescribable taste on the first floor of the cafeteria. There is naturally a difference in price. The total cost for 4 dishes and 1 soup was almost 200. My luck was not very good this time. I only got double cashback and made a net profit of 200. It's not bad, mainly because Su Bai had good luck with the cashbacks in the previous few times, which made his appetite picky. Let's see if there are any suitable indulgences in the afternoon. Su Bai and Wang Haoran showed off wildly. I returned to the dormitory with a full stomach. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Chu Mingzhi and Shui Tao debating. The facts are in front of us. Everyone in the computer science department knows that Professor Luo personally brought in a business project and gave it to Chen Yusheng to be in charge of. He earns at least several thousand yuan a month. He is not short of money at all, and he supports himself with his own ability. Chu Mingzhi is defending his goddess again. When talking about Chen Yusheng's glorious deeds, his face lit up and he was so damn proud. I don't know why he is so proud, he is not the one that the professor values. Shui Tao retorted, oh, that's hard to say. Girls have high material pursuits. How can they be satisfied with a few thousand yuan a month? Clothes, bags, cosmetics, which one doesn't cost money? Do you really think you are as frugal as the boys in our dormitory who don't even charge money to play mobile games? Wang Haoran protested, no, buddy, what's wrong with us zero-paying players? Do I have to pay for this game? I'm not talking about you. I'm just giving an example. Shui Tao paused. Chu Mingzhi, don't have too many filters for Chen Yusheng. What's wrong with the goddess dormitory? My new girlfriend is also their roommate, and she's no worse than Chen Yusheng. I don't care. In my eyes, Chen Yusheng is the best goddess. If I can't pursue her, I would rather stay single for 4 years in college. Chu Mingzhi made some remarks that were against the will of heaven and he looked like a dog licking his boots, with a holy glow on his face. Shui Tao was shocked. Fuck, you really hanged yourself on a tree? No one cares about you, and you are just standing here guarding your chastity? Ha, the rejection I've encountered so far is just a small setback on the road to success. A man with real taste should like Chen Yusheng. Only a man who is not strong enough will settle for second best. Who the hell are you mad at? Shui Tao was furious. Indeed, the one he really liked was another girl in the goddess dormitory, but she had many suitors. Shui Tao knew that he was not capable enough, so he had to settle for the second best and pursued the only ordinary-looking girl in the goddess dormitory, Lu Yuan. But the so-called ordinary is only compared with her roommates. Among the entire group of girls, she is definitely a little beauty. It's also very impressive. It's only been a month since school started, and there are already a few students who are still single. Shui Tao's charm is absolutely unique. How could Chu Mingzhi from the ditch have the turn to mock? He also talks about taste. He keeps saying taste every time. He relies on the fact that he is from Shanghai and looks down on people from other places. Shui Tao is a native of Jiangcheng and a relocated household. There are 4 houses in the family, and the rent collected every month is a huge sum of money. The minimum pocket money he gets every month is 10,000 yuan. Moreover, I bought him a Magotan right after the school started, a joint venture B-class car worth 200,000 yuan. How many people can drive a Magotan in their freshman year? About the quarrel with roommates. Subai looked on coldly, just watching the show. I imagined the classic movements and magical voice of a certain abstract anchor on TikTok. Huyi versus locals, do you know? Seeing that Xu Mingzhi and Xue Tao were arguing endlessly, Subai quickly said, "That's enough. If you want to argue, go to the corridor. I want to take a nap." Subai, please give us your opinion. What kind of person do you think Chen Yusheng is? Xue Tao persisted. That's right, let Subai speak. Xu Mingzhi was also competing. Subai yawned and said, "I'm too lazy to talk. I ate too much at noon and I feel dizzy. Cover yourself with the quilt and fall asleep." He was too lazy to get involved in these boring disputes. It was more important for him to conserve his energy and think about how to indulge himself in the afternoon. Chapter 4, Apple Store, a holy place for cashback. Seeing that Subai refused to give a sharp review, Xue Tao and Xu Mingzhi had to stop their attack temporarily. The reason they asked Subai for evaluation was simply to save face. After all, the two of them think they are the best in the dormitory and even in the class, so naturally they have to compare who is better. As for why I care about Subai's opinion. Although Subai's family was very poor and all the clothes he wore were bought from Taobao, the shoes on his feet were domestically made Hongqingtu shoes, which probably cost only over 100 yuan, not as expensive as a pair of Xu Mingzhi's underwear. But Subai is 1.85 meters tall, strong, and has a handsome face. Even the two rich guys who thought highly of themselves had to admit that Subai was the undisputed class idol. However, this guy seems to be too indifferent and usually has little presence in the class. Sometimes he seems too unsociable, like just now, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Stop pretending. When you want to have a girlfriend, you may not be able to find anyone better than Lu Yuan. After all, girls these days are very realistic. They not only look at looks, but also financial strength. For example, Xue Tao, a native of Jiangchang, has 4 houses in his family and drove a Mazda 3 in his freshman year, so he was able to quickly find his place in the single life. It is said that Subai's family is extremely poor. Can he afford a Magotan in this lifetime? I don't have the ability to know. Xue Tao complained inwardly for a while, then picked up his phone and happily chatted with his girlfriend. I am no longer single, unlike you bunch of single dogs. Afternoon. Subai woke up feeling refreshed. I looked at the time and there was still more than half an hour left before the afternoon class, college physics experiment. Go out for a walk first, then go to class when the time comes. Jiangcheng University is very large, with several campuses occupying a large area in the city. Some people jokingly say that Jiangcheng is a city built within Jiangcheng University. There are naturally many commercial facilities on campus, including supermarkets, snack streets, cafes, and even script-killing shops. Subai was strolling along the roadside when he suddenly saw an Apple store. Apple is good, but what is so good about it? Fortunately, mobile phones are expensive. Subai's eyes lit up. He walked into the store, picked up the latest flagship mobile phone on the counter and started playing with it. iPhone 16 Pro Max, 1TB storage version, official price is 13,299. I called up the system to confirm, and sure enough, such an expensive phone was clearly an indulgence for a college student. Now that domestic mobile phones are on the rise, phones that cost more than 2,000 yuan can be used smoothly in daily life and are also good for playing games. But sorry, Subai wants to get the reward, so he can only bear the pain and exchange the cost-effective Redmi mobile phone in his hand for the top-spec Fruit mobile phone with no cost-effectiveness at all. The color scheme is the original color of titanium, which feels quite textured. Subai paid the money happily, then held his breath and waited for the cashback. Ding! The host's excessive consumption was detected, 13,299 yuan, triggering 6 times cashback, plus 79,794 yuan. European energy is coming. Subai secretly clenched his fists. This cashback directly increased his savings to over 100,000. It's not enough. Subai's eyes swept over the other products in the store. You know, Apple's high premium products are not just mobile phones. Tablets and laptops aren't bad either. iPad Pro 2T, the version with SIM card, 21,299 yuan. MacBook Pro, Chip Max version, storage configuration up to 128GB plus 8T, 54,749 yuan. To be honest, it was the first time that Subai knew that Guozi's laptop had a configuration of more than 50,000 yuan. This kind of configuration is really not useful for normal people, right? But it doesn't matter. He can use it. After all, the system gives cashback, and the more you indulge, the richer you will be. Subai said nothing and just kept paying. I was unlucky with the tablet. I only got double the reward and earned 20,000. 3 times the reward for laptops, earning 110,000. After all the operations, the deposit exceeded 200,000. This Apple Store is really a great place to earn rewards, Subai said with emotion. Not only are the items expensive, but they are also things that college students can use, which meets the definition of indulgence in the system rules. After using this system, Subai roughly figured out its routine. The so-called indulgence means enjoying material life to the fullest and doing whatever you want, rather than simply extravagance and waste. The store clerks were very happy to sell nearly 100,000 yuan worth of goods in one go. Several people surrounded Subai to help him activate the equipment. While waiting, Subai suddenly thought of a question. System, let me ask you, the consequences of my indulgent behavior are all borne by me, right? My lord, this is not your responsibility. The system will automatically eliminate the negative effects of indulgence for you. For example, if you indulge yourself in sleeping in and skipping exercise, your body won't get any worse, you'll just get the energetic effect of being well rested. For example, if you overeat, it won't be bad for your body. The system will help you promote digestion, absorb nutrients, and eliminate toxins. Hearing this, Subai was delighted and asked, "What if I skip class?" "My lord host, you will automatically gain the knowledge taught in that class." "I go, this is also possible?" "That means I skipped all the required courses, so I will be sluggish on the final exam, right?" Brother Tonzi is really awesome. Subai's thoughts immediately started racing. Recalling the ideological and political class in the morning. The teacher's voice, appearance, and smile are still in front of my eyes. The content of the story includes bragging about the latest political hotspots and telling about the adventures of his daughter when she was studying in the United States. Well, it's better to skip this class. Useless knowledge, get out of my head. At this time, the shopping guide in the store interrupted Subai's thoughts. "My dear customer, your device has been fully activated. Do you still need to purchase extended warranty service?" "No, thank you." Subai refused decisively. "If it breaks, of course you should buy a new one. How can you be a human if you don't use the reward?" "Okay, then please add my WeChat and contact me directly if you have any problems in the future. By the way, you are a student of Jiangcheng University, right?" "Yes." Subai felt a little strange, and turned his attention away from the system and onto the shop assistant in front of him. She is a young girl who looks like she just graduated. Being looked at by Subai, she suddenly looked shy. I added him on WeChat in the name of after-sales service, but it's hard to say that there were no other intentions. Working as a shopping guide in an Apple store, I have seen a lot of wealthy people, but it is rare to see someone like Subai who spends money without blinking an eye. He directly buys the top-of-the-line 3-piece suit and spends 100,000 yuan in minutes. Coupled with Subai's height and good looks, the shopping guide was really attracted to him. "Since you are a student of Jiangcheng University, there will definitely be a chance for us to meet again in the future." The shopping guide's eyes were filled with smiles as she watched Subai leave. Subai immediately set the shopping guide's WeChat to Do Not Disturb. Although the young lady is good-looking, in Subai's eyes, she is still a little lacking. He is also very picky about food, and now with the super-rich system, he has the capital to be picky about food. After a quick shopping spree, I walked to the laboratory building, just in time for class. To be honest, why does the computer science department offer a physics experiment course? It seems completely irrelevant. Forget it, I won't go into it further. Logically speaking, the American adventures of the ideological and political teacher's daughter have nothing to do with the course, but he still talked about it. What does this prove? When you go to college, the most important thing is the experience. In fact, Subai was quite curious about the equipment used in physics experiments. The middle school he attended in his hometown was relatively poor, and the laboratory was almost non-existent, and he could not touch any proper experimental equipment. Sign in with the substitute teacher and then sit down in your assigned seat. I have to go to class later, so I'll play with the tablet first. I have to say that the display effect of Apple devices is really good. Subai logged into a certain JD shopping mall to check out the latest hot-selling desktop computer configurations. Just now he had a new idea. Although Apple laptops are high-end, they are not suitable for playing games. So if I buy a desktop computer to play games, it will be a reasonable indulgence. I directly chose a high-end gaming brand, ROG, commonly known as the Eye of the Loser, the white moonlight in the minds of countless computer players. After selecting all the options, I took a look at the price, which was over 80,000 yuan. Not bad, I can earn 80,000 yuan from this order. After all, there is a double cashback at the lowest. Just as Subai was about to place an order, a familiar and cold voice suddenly sounded beside him. Don't buy this one, it's a rip-off. Chapter 5 The Black Stockings Female Academic Master Secretly. Subai looked up and was stunned. A cool and beautiful girl with long black straight hair. She is tall and slim. She is wearing a simple t-shirt and a chiffon long skirt, with a piece of black stockings and small leather shoes showing under the skirt. In mid-September, it is still the tail end of summer in Jiangcheng. Girls who dare to wear black stockings and leather shoes in this weather are all tough guys. The result is that it will start to smell after wearing it for half a day. However, the girl did not emit a bad smell. Instead, there was a faint fragrance that came to the face. In short, it was a feeling of deep elegance of a flower from a high mountain. What did you say just now? Subai asked. There's nothing I can do. The girl is so pretty that my brain temporarily short-circuited. I said, this computer you want to buy is not okay. The girl pointed at the screen on the tablet and said, the brand premium is too high. I suggest buying the parts and assembling it yourself. You can save about 30%. No, ladies. I wish I could get 30% more. I want the brand premium. You just met a stranger by chance, why do you want to destroy his financial resources right away? Subai complained in his heart and smiled faintly. It's okay, I just like this brand, it's sentimental. But thank you for the reminder. Okay. Then you can wait for the government subsidy to buy it. It should be available soon. You can save a few $1,000s. No, do we know each other? Why do you always advise me to save money? You are Subai, in the same class as me. Ah ha ha. Subai slapped his forehead. After a moment of silence, he asked, what's your name, classmate? It's been a month since school started, and the pretty girl in your class remembers your name, but you don't know her. Embarrassing, so embarrassing. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to be the type of Japanese anime lady who gets furious when her name is forgotten. She said calmly, Chen Yusheng. You as in rain, Sheng as in bamboo. I remember. We are in the same group for the physics experiment. We need to work together to write a lab report. Let's add each other on WeChat. Okay. A few days ago, Shumingzhi was still racking his brains to think of how to add Chen Yusheng's WeChat, in a fresh, natural and unpretentious way. Who would have thought that the first person in Dormitory 510 to make a V would be Subai? It's so hilarious. In fact, it's really nothing. It's 2020, and adding each other on WeChat has become a very common thing, especially among college classmates. It's easy to add each other for many matters such as group cooperation, club socializing, event collection, etc. The truth is that Shumingzhi has an unrealistic romantic fantasy about girls, as if every step from the beginning of their acquaintance must be decorated with pink bubbles. Kind of funny. No wonder his classmates all jokingly call him Huyi, it really has an inexplicable sense of humor. Subai was thinking about the interesting things in the dormitory. He casually opened his WeChat code and gave it to Chen Yusheng to scan. Hey, did I add you? Really? I don't remember what your profile picture looks like. A purple-haired anime girl. Ah, let me look for it, M. They both fell silent. Chen Yusheng held the phone in her hand, her long, fine eyelashes trembling. Look at the big white goose avatar that I just added this morning, and then look at Subai in front of me. Even though she was born with a cold and expressionless face, she couldn't hold it anymore. Her cheeks turned red and she dug her toes into the ground. It should be said that Subai was in a good mood indeed. Even in such a difficult situation, he was the first to speak and break the deadlock. No, sister, why do you use your real name to surf the internet? It's postmodern now, can you be more aware of the box? How can you use a big account to play with others? I've already told you that I never add clients on WeChat. You're the first one. Chen Yusheng's tone was somewhat resentful. How could I have known that I would be subscribed monthly by a classmate? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole atmosphere was off. It became inexplicably ambiguous. Subai quickly changed the subject. Hurry up and create a small account. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, remember to use the small account. Which part of the experiment will you be responsible for? Doing it yourself or recording the data? Remembering data, my hands-on ability is average. Aren't you working for Professor Luo? How come you have average hands-on skills? Computer-related research generally does not require hands-on skills. I see. Then it became silent again. Subai thought he had high emotional intelligence and the problem lay with Chen Yusheng. Apparently, her original personality was reflected when she was playing with him. He appears to be cool on the surface, but actually he is a simpleton. This can be seen from the fact that she persisted in persuading Subai not to buy the Eye of Prodigal Son. Fortunately, the teacher at the podium announced the start of the experiment class in a timely manner. The classroom became quiet. Then I started to read the PPT and repeat the experimental precautions, which was boring. As we all know, the lectures given by old professors in universities are the most difficult to swallow. No emotion, just technique. He spoke with a strong, strange accent from some county near Jiangcheng, reciting some difficult-to-pronounce physics terms as if he was being summoned by some evil god. Chen Yusheng was originally in a state of shame, but after listening to the old professor's PPT recitation for a while, he suddenly felt sleepy. She has been severely sleep-deprived lately. Then Subai saw Chen Yusheng nodding his head, and then he lowered his head and fell asleep. The old professor, who was reading a PPT, looked up and scanned the classroom. His sharp eyes fell on the table of Subai and Chen Yusheng. Girl in the second to last row, please stand up and answer the question. The old professor threw a piece of chalk over, and it landed on the table in front of Chen Yusheng with a crisp sound. Chen Yusheng woke up and stood up, staring blankly at the blackboard. Briefly describe this, the precautions for measuring XX constant. Subai poked Chen Yusheng's black silk thigh with a pen under the table, turned to a certain page in the experiment manual, and moved it on the table to show her inconspicuously. Chen Yusheng understood what he meant, glanced at the content, cleared his throat and replied, "There are 3 main points to pay attention to. The first is..." The old professor nodded, "Very good, the foundation is good, please sit down, this course is counted as compulsory credits, everyone should try to pay attention to it." Then he continued to chant. After the experiment introduction is over and the actual operation begins, students are allowed to communicate out loud. Chen Yusheng took the opportunity to say to Subai, "Thank you. It's just a small matter. You're amazing. You can even listen to such a boring class." Actually, I didn't listen either. I just happened to know what the teacher asked. Oh. While the old professor was reciting scriptures, Subai was distracted. The system judged him to be indulgent and awarded him 1,000 yuan. By the way, he also activated the function of eliminating the negative effects of indulgence and stuffed the relevant knowledge of this physics experiment into Subai's head. Not bad. At least now I won't be at a loss when doing experiments. While other students were still scratching their heads in a panic, Subai had already finished the experiment. The data was recorded by Chen Yusheng, and then the two of them went back to collaborate on completing the experimental report. It's quite troublesome. No wonder every class of seniors would complain about this crappy university physics experiment. But it doesn't matter to Subai. As long as he leaves it alone, the power of the system will make the experimental report grow on its own. Ah, brother Tongzi. Dad loves you. Therefore, Subai and Chen Yusheng's group can get out of class early. Chen Yusheng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Subai with gratitude in his eyes. Not only did it prevent her from embarrassing herself in class, but the experiment was also done so quickly, saving her time. This way she can go to work in Professor Luo's laboratory immediately. But there is one more thing that Chen Yusheng is a little confused about. In the corridor, Subai was about to slip away when Chen Yusheng called him from behind. Etc. What's wrong? Chen Yusheng hesitated for a long time and whispered hesitantly, "My job as a playmate." Subai couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. No, sister, you don't think I'm the kind of person who says you don't want your classmates to know that you're a playmate, do you, Miss Chen? Don't worry, I'm not the kind of gossiper who likes to gossip everywhere. I will definitely keep your secret. This is also the ethics I should have as a client. Thanks. After a pause, Chen Yusheng asked worriedly, really? Subai complained helplessly, do you have to kneel down and beg me to be at ease? Ah. Please don't tell anyone, I will do anything. Perhaps amused by Subai's exaggerated tone, Chen Yusheng rarely revealed a smile from the heart. At this moment, Subai finally understood why his classmates said that Chen Yusheng had an expressionless face and never smiled. It's right not to laugh. If you don't laugh, she's not messing around. Let me tell you, this girl is so charming when she laughs. However, when Subai was temporarily unable to move because of her charm that was like a flash bomb, Chen Yusheng keenly caught a hint of something from Subai. Same taste. Chen Yusheng was not very sure, but, after interacting with Subai both online and offline, she had a very good impression of Subai. So, she decided to give it a try. After a little hesitation, he said. What did you just say? I'll keep it a secret for you. Later. Subai was confused. Chen Yusheng was a little anxious. His ability to express himself was not very good to begin with, so he suddenly became incoherent. The joke you mentioned later, is it from that anime, Subai's eyes lit up and he blurted out, Onagai, Watashi? That's right. Fuck, you too? Aha. Chapter 6, Mobile Game Krypton Gold is fully maxed out, the deposit exceeds 1 million. Coffee shop. Subai looked at the girl opposite him who was holding a cup of iced latte and chattering, and fell into self-doubt. Who said Chen Yusheng is aloof? She is not aloof at all, look at her little mouth, she keeps talking. He is completely different from the image that classmates usually think of him as. Just now, Chen Yusheng took the initiative to exchange secret codes with him, and then Subai discovered that they were actually loyal fans of a certain girl band anime. Then Chen Yusheng burst into expression as if he had met a soulmate. It was not convenient to chat in the corridor of the laboratory building, so the two went to a nearby cafe. Just some random chat. I was shocked to find that we both liked more than just the same anime. Their common hobbies have a very high degree of overlap. For example, favorite animations and movies, favorite music, and favorite books. For example, in my daily entertainment activities, I like playing games, watching abstract videos, cooking food, and reviewing various electronic products. It's like another me in the world. This shocked Subai greatly. Logically speaking, shouldn't the hobbies of a cool and arrogant female academic be as elegant as those of a rich lady? Or, as people stereotype, chasing stars, reading entertainment gossip, shopping with girlfriends and knowing everything about luxury brands. As a result, Subai actually saw his own shadow in Chen Yusheng. This is really hilarious. But it also makes people feel excited and full of anticipation. After all, someone understands me is a higher-level spiritual need, especially when the person who understands you is a beautiful girl with long black straight hair and a royal sister style. As they chatted, they coincidentally took a sip of coffee at the same time. The air suddenly fell silent, and the coffee shop was filled with the leisurely atmosphere of the afternoon. Her eyes accidentally met his, but they awkwardly looked away. Well, I have to go work in Professor Luo's lab. Go ahead, business is more important. Chen Yusheng looked at Subai with a bit of lingering feeling, moved his lips, but still didn't speak. He grabbed his school bag and left. In fact, Subai also had something to say but didn't have time to say it. He wanted to know, since Chen Yusheng had an income from working in the laboratory, why did she want to be a playmate? I don't mean to discriminate against those who play with others, but it's just that ordinary female college students don't need to be so tired. It seems that Chen Yusheng is short of money. Forget it, I'll ask again when I have a chance. Maybe it's someone's privacy and it's not convenient to disclose. After drinking coffee, Subai bought some desserts in the cafe and took them away. This cafe features an exquisite style and can be considered a popular check-in shop on the campus of Jiangcheng University. The desserts sold here are not cheap, which is just right for Subai to get his rewards. I took it back to the dormitory and shared it with Wang Haoren. Brother Bai, do you want me to help you write your lab report? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I feel bad for following you around and eating and drinking for free, so I'll help you with some odd jobs. Oh, and if you play 2D games in the future, I can also help you with the work. Wang Haoren looked sincere. I have to say that this guy does have a good character. Many people like to take advantage of others and then have no gratitude towards you at all after taking advantage of them. However, when talking about Uryo, Subai had new inspiration. Playing 2D card drawing mobile games is also a great way to indulge yourself. For example, for the most typical source code, if you open a new card pool and draw all the possible items, the mathematical expectation of the cost is about 25,000 yuan. If you are unlucky, you may spend more than 30,000 yuan. If there are 2 new characters in the current issue, that would be super double the bonus. Subai turned on the computer and logged into his Yuanshan account. When this thing was first released a few years ago, Subai tried it out and felt that he didn't like the game itself very much. The characters were pretty, but the problem was that he couldn't afford them because they were too expensive. Even if you throw in 648 yuan of Krypton gold, not a single splash can be seen. However, in high school, 600 yuan was enough for Subai to eat frugally in the school cafeteria for a month. Things are different now. Since the system has determined that spending money on mobile games is indulgence, then beat me hard. Subai was seen spending money like water, making 10 consecutive draws and directly drawing all the cards in the card pool. The total consumption is more than 50,000. Subai didn't even know who this game character was or what his background story was. It doesn't matter, he just needs to know that the system triggers 8 times cash back, 400,000. Wang Haoren next to him was stunned. I've heard a long time ago that for rich people playing mobile games, spending money is as natural as breathing. As a result, he really saw it in reality. This feels like playing 2 completely different games from those players who complete tasks every day and calculate and accumulate resources for drawing cards. Blue-green modifier, so scary. Brother Bai, is the wealthy overseas family that is looking for you to recognize your relatives still in need of a young master? How about adding me as one? God damn it, I'll add you in. Where's the CPDD in this King's Hall? Subai logged out of his account and sent his password to Wang Haoren. I'm done with the draw. Please help me. I haven't played for a long time and I don't know where the main storyline is. No, Brother Bai, don't you want to experience the character you just drew yourself? What's the point of experiencing it? I quit the game a long time ago. I'm too lazy to study this new mechanism now. I just want to watch you play. Brother Bai, if you don't mind, I would like to take you as my foster father. Go away, go away. I don't want a stupid son like you. Subai cursed and laughed, then returned to his computer. Then I suddenly remembered something. Wait, something seems to have 2 other card drawing mobile games, right? Wang Haoren's eyes lit up. Yes, brother, yes. Half an hour later. There were 2 windows hanging on Wang Haoren's computer screen, operating Yuanshan and Jutsuling at the same time. Bengti is also running on the phone. 3-line operation, very smooth. Subai was amazed by what he saw. Oh my god, you were born to do this. Not bad, not bad. Wang Haoren said modestly, I'm just more familiar with the mechanics of these brush games. It's not difficult. I worked as a proxy for a while during the summer vacation. The computer I use now was bought with the money I earned from proxying. Awesome. Subai thought about it. If he opened an online game studio and let Wang Haoren run it, and then registered all the accounts he had recharged money into the studio, wouldn't that meet the conditions for indulgence? After all, you are finding someone to play the game for you, rather than just paying money without playing the game. It does not constitute waste. But that is a matter for the future. At this stage, let Wang Haoren help him with the Mi Family 3-piece set. It's a matter of mutual help among roommates. Anyway, he also loves to play, and it's a pleasure for Wang Haoren to have a top-level account to play. Thanks to the maximum cashback from spending money on 3 games, Subai's savings have exceeded 1 million. Now in Subai's mind, Apple's status as the holy land of cashback has been replaced by Xiaomi. After all, if you buy a set of mobile phones and tablets, you can use them for a long time. The card pool of the card drawing mobile game changes in less than a month. For Subai, it means stable cash flow. And it is very simple and easy. He doesn't even have to go out. He just needs to pay the money and his roommate can do it for him. After reciting it several times, Subai told Wang Haoren, remember to remind me when the card pool is updated, and I will top it up then. Do I have to max out every card pool? Pull it full, it must be full. This is what a real rich person is like, spending money casually. The key is that Subai is low-key, doesn't like to show off, and doesn't have the airs of a rich man at all. In comparison, the other 2 in the dormitory, local and Shanghai master, are far inferior. Wang Haoren felt deeply moved. Ding! It is detected that the host's deposit has exceeded 1 million, and a luxury car lottery ticket is awarded. Please continue to work hard and indulge yourself. Luxury car raffle ticket? Not bad. Zhangcheng City is very large and public transportation is not as convenient as in first-tier cities. It is good to have a car, but taking a taxi is not so free. Subai called out the system to check the details of the lottery ticket. Chapter 7, Driving a Mercedes-Benz GLE in my freshman year, my senior is jealous. As the name suggests, after using the luxury car lottery ticket, the system will randomly draw a luxury car between 300,000 and 3 million yuan, and send the car to Subai in a legal and compliant manner. The more expensive the car, the lower the probability of winning it, which is the same as drawing cards in mobile games. For limited edition sports cars with limited quantities, the chance of winning one is extremely small. Subai doesn't know much about cars. After all, ordinary people only know of luxury brands like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. On the worst-case scenario, at worst you can win a car worth $300,000, which is considered a good car by the general public. It's definitely fine for daily use, and since you're a freshman, there's no need to make it too extravagant. Lottery. The colorful turntable spun rapidly before my eyes, gradually slowing down, and finally, the pointer stopped in a relatively narrow area. Subai was immediately delighted, because this meant that at least he didn't draw the worst one. Congratulations to the host, you won the Mercedes-Benz GLE 454 Matic Luxury Model Black, official guide price, 880,000. Looking at the holographic projection of the vehicle on the interface, Subai was very satisfied. A black mid to large SUV with a businesslike, steady and domineering appearance, full of luxury. It adopts a 2.5T high-power engine and a 48V mild hybrid system. It is comfortable for daily driving and has sufficient power for extreme working conditions. The most important thing is that there is plenty of space, which is suitable for taking girls out to play. Alas, Mercedes-Benz has also improved, and it can even be bought by my rich man Subai. Soon, a person with a suit ID photo as his profile picture added Subai as a friend on WeChat. Manager Gui, hello, Mr. Su. I am Gui Yuanhang, the sales manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Xuefu District, Zhangcheng. You can just call me Xiaogua. Puff Pastry White Goose, hello. Manager Gui, the car you ordered is ready. You can come to check and pick it up at any time. We will designate a celebrity sales lady in the store to serve you throughout the process. When is convenient for you? Let's make an appointment? Sup White Goose, tomorrow morning, around 9:30, I'll go after class. Tomorrow it will still be 8 a.m. Theoretically, Subai could skip class and sleep in the dormitory, gaining the systems plus 1,000 yuan in knowledge infusion. However, this is not feasible in practice, because the class tomorrow morning is C++, and the teacher is an extremely serious middle-aged female teacher, known as Nun Miju, who is one of the 4 famous tutors in the computer department. This means that it is very easy to fail the course and have to retake the exam after taking classes from these 4 teachers. Not only that, the sign-in is very strict, even the break between 2 sections requires punching in. It's really perverted. The good news is that in a week's courses, the only time I need to be tortured by Nun Miju is Thursday morning. The other mornings I either don't have classes or I can skip them. Ever since he knew that the system would eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, Subai established a strategy for his 4 years of study at university. You can choose to skip required courses, but you must skip elective courses. Chat on the other side. Manager Gui was stunned when he saw the message sent by the other party. Attend class? It turns out that Mr. Su, who ordered the top-of-the-line GLE, is a student? Manager Gui didn't notice it when he was helping the customer with the procedures before, but he just realized it now and couldn't help but be shocked. He should be a college student. He can drive such an expensive car before he even graduated. He must be someone's son. Although it is still not very common to see college students driving to school, it is not as rare as before. After all, for young people who like to travel, having a car and not having a car are 2 different concepts. You don't need a very good car, but as long as it is a car that can carry your luggage and take your friends or girlfriend to the high-speed rail station, it is much better than taking a taxi or subway with your luggage. When it rains or snows, the benefits of having a car become even more apparent. On a muddy rainy day, when the goddess is invited to a date, would she prefer to get on the bus downstairs of the dormitory and go directly to the destination, feeling refreshed, or to squeeze into the subway with you in the puddles, looking embarrassed? The results speak for themselves. As for Mr. Su, who was about to receive a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz GLE worth 880,000 renminbi. As long as his conditions and other aspects are not too bad, he will definitely be a big shot in school. Manager Guo couldn't help but feel envious. As a sales manager of a 4S store, he was considered to be doing well. But when he was in school, he was a poor and stupid boy who didn't even dare to talk to pretty girls. Having the capital to enjoy life in the best years of youth is the greatest happiness in life. After being envious for a while, Manager Guo put away his mood and went to arrange tomorrow's reception tasks. Xiao Zhou, come here for a moment. The girl he called was leaning against a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan, shooting promotional materials for a short video platform. The girl is not tall, but her figure is extremely plump and sexy. She wears a white shirt and a black hip skirt. Every inch of her curves seems to be about to burst the clothes. The breathtaking wine glass legs are a real killer compared to those boring chopstick legs. Her breasts are full and at a glance they are at least D-cup. Her charming appearance is as alluring as a vixen. Her name is Zhou Jialu. She has only been interning at this 4S store for a few months and has become the most popular salesperson. Her baby-faced, big-breasted looks are the basis for her popularity. But she does not simply rely on selling her body to gain performance. On the contrary, Zhou Jialu, as a graduate of Jiangcheng University majoring in marketing, has a good professional foundation, a cheerful and generous personality, and can even be said to be a bit aggressive. The business ability itself is extremely strong. In Manager Guo's opinion, this girl is very interesting. She likes to dress herself up beautifully and is also keen on shooting short videos to attract traffic. But keep yourself clean and refuse to let any customer touch you. To use her own blunt words, she likes the feeling of others looking at her with envy but not being able to eat her. What a little slut. As for boyfriend, I have never talked about it. I don't have any feelings for any man I've met. I have to be attracted to him. She said that if she really met someone she liked, there would be no need for the boy to take the initiative. She would just pounce on him like a hungry tiger and eat him up completely. She's also a girl with a strong personality. Since Zhou Jialu came here for internship, his performance has been very good every month. Worthy of being a star salesperson. Manager Guo, you're looking for me? After shooting a short video, Zhou Jialu walked towards Manager Guo with her fat buttocks twisted and asked casually. Well, there is a client. You are requested to meet him at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Male or female? He's a young man, probably still in school. He might be your schoolmate. Zhou Jialu immediately became interested when he heard this. Do you have any photos? Without. Then you should at least know the exact age, right? Let me see, the customer information says that I'm 18 years old. 18? Manager Guo originally thought that he was about to graduate and his family bought him the car, but it turns out that he is just a freshman in college. Oh my, he's actually a freshman. We have to treat him well. Zhou Jialu licked her lips, her charming eyes gleaming with anticipation. As an elder sister, I love teasing innocent little brothers the most. Chapter 8. There is no future in dating a poor handsome guy. In the evening, Men's Dormitory 7, room 510. After class, Xu Mingzhi and Xue Tao returned to the dormitory. Fuck, Wang Haoren, why are you still in Yuanshan? I saw you started fighting since you got up in the morning. Xue Tao said in surprise. Oh, I took a liver transplant job. Wang Haoren said casually. Since Brother Bai said he wanted to keep a low profile, he certainly wouldn't take the initiative to publicize Su Bai's strength. I see, liver transplant is good, work-study program is good. In fact, it is a good idea to try part-time job during college, so that you can experience the hardship of society in advance. Xue Tao inexplicably began to put on a mature face, as if he really had rich social experience. These days, money is hard to make. We who graduated from 985 universities all thought we were the chosen ones, but after graduation we found out that even for highly educated people, the income from part-time jobs is just so-so, far less than income from assets. Indeed, it's not as good as the 4 houses you have locally. Xu Mingzhi suddenly said sarcastically. You fucking. Xu Mingzhi curled his lips and said, actually, a truly high-quality woman will not only consider a man's assets when choosing a mate, but also his own abilities. If a man only has wealth but is too unsophisticated, he will be despised by the goddess. Anyway, I'm no longer single, unlike someone who has such high tastes. Xue Tao complained, old Chu is talking about girls in school, who have little experience but high aspirations. When you really get into society, who cares if you are incompetent at work? You work hard to get promoted and get a raise, but is that more than what someone else earns from renting out a house? On the contrary, the more girls enter society, the more they Similar debate sessions take place almost every day in Dormitory 510. Shumingzhi versus Xuetao, love and hate each other in daily life. It's so exciting, even more exciting than Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. Wang Haoren had already gotten used to it, and just listened to it as a crosstalk, while the process of liver replacement did not stop. You know what, it's really fun to play this character with 6+5 max draws. The two rich guys were tired of debating and took a break. Suddenly, they heard a hearty laugh coming from Subai's side. When I looked up, I saw Subai lazily lying on the bed, with his legs crossed, looking at his phone and laughing like a fool. Xuetao asked, "What are you looking at? Why are you so happy?" "Nothing, just a stupid video from Station B." "Fuck, wait, Subai, why did you change your phone?" The two of them were so engrossed in the debate just now that no one noticed. Only then did I realize something was wrong. Originally, Subai used a cheap domestic mobile phone, but now he's suddenly changed to an Apple one. Shumingzhi took a closer look and said in surprise, "It's actually the latest Pro Max. That would be nearly 10,000 yuan. Given Subai's family conditions, it's a stretch for them to use such a good phone, right?" Xuetao spoke in a way that defied expectations. "Yes, but I made a small fortune recently, so I can satisfy myself." Subai explained casually, then continued to look at his phone, too lazy to pay attention to them. Subai had long been accustomed to Xuetao's outrageous remarks, and he felt nothing about it. "For example, do you care what a monkey on the street thinks of you?" So Subai didn't care about Xuetao's opinion. Xuetao, however, continued to chatter on and on to show off his understanding, saying that Apple was not as good as Huawei, and that if one had money, it would be more prestigious to buy a tri-fold phone. Shumingzhi is a die-hard fan of Apple. The two started a new round of debate on this issue. He soon forgot about Subai's change of phone. Nowadays, it is normal for children from poor families to save money to buy apples. Changing Apple cannot change the fact that Subai is a poor guy. As for Subai, he continued chatting with Chen Yusheng. Just now, Chen Yusheng shared an interesting video with him on WeChat. After watching it, Subai expressed his desire to complain to her. We started chatting naturally and it became very lively. People with similar interests and hobbies can start a conversation so smoothly. If he is bored, Subai might join the battle between Shanghai Master versus locals to act as a supporting role and amuse them. But now he is busy chatting with Chen Yusheng. To be honest, Subai has always had a very negative view on chatting with girls. Driven by sexual desires, many boys take the initiative to approach girls, cater to their preferences, and talk about topics that interest them. This is true in most situations, from dating to blind dates. But have they ever thought about whether they really enjoy the process of interacting with girls? Finding topics, emotions, and rhythm all need to be provided by boys. Most of the time, girls stand in the position of judges, scoring the boys' immature and poor performances. If the girl is experienced, she might even sneer with disdain when giving the scores. "Look at that clown, he looks so much like a dog." Take blind dating as an example. What do they talk about? Original family, ex-boyfriend, entertainment gossip, the classic three-piece set of blind date girls. If a man is not eager to be a licker, which man cares about these things? Can't girls take the initiative to talk to boys about graphics cards, games, basketball, online novels, and the wooden cabinet band? I'm so angry. What did the boy do wrong? Can this world ever be a better place? So Subai is usually too lazy to chat with girls. It's better to chat nonsense with Wang Haoren. Even watching Shanghai guys versus locals is more interesting than flirting with girls. Chen Yusheng broke Subai's preconceived impression. The two of them seemed like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, and they quickly entered a state of perfect spiritual harmony. This made Subai sigh. In fact, what Xuetao, the funny guy, said was not wrong in a sense. Money is the core item for modern boys. If he had not been bound to the indulgence system, Subai would not have spent 12,000 yuan on a monthly subscription to play with Chen Yusheng, and he would not have been able to reveal the hidden side of Chen Yusheng, let alone the current subtle bond. Say thank you to brother Tongzi quickly. Subai was immersed in the chat, and when he looked up he found that it was dark. My stomach is growling. Let us eat. Anyway, eating doesn't interfere with chatting. 510 people went out for dinner as a group. In fact, Subai just wanted to call Wang Haoren, but Xuetao and Shumingzhi always followed them out of habit. Maybe their War of the Rich Brothers also needs an audience. Subai and Wang Haoren are very good audiences. They look poor at first glance, have good personalities and never quarrel with each other. They are top audiences. At the entrance of the cafeteria, they came across two beautiful figures, Chen Yusheng and Lu Yuan. The former is a well-known beauty and academic genius, while the latter is also a beautiful girl from a small family. The two girls walked side by side, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Yuan. What a coincidence, you guys are here to eat too. Shuetao forced a smile on his face that he thought was awesome, and wrinkles appeared on the side of his face. No one knew if something went wrong with this unlucky child when his mother gave birth to him, as he already had wrinkles just after he became an adult. Xu Mingzhi privately called him a Shar-Pei mixed breed. Yeah, we just got out of class. Yeah, we just got out of class too, hee. Shuetao smiled foolishly and scratched his head. He always gets nervous around girls. In particular, in addition to his girlfriend Lu Yuan, there is also Chen Yusheng. Shuetao knew clearly that compared with Chen Yusheng, Lu Yuan was nothing. But this girl was too aloof, and she was also a top student. She looked at other people as if they were trash. Actually, she had no ill intentions, she just had an expressionless face, and Shuetao felt that he had no chance of winning over her. Shuetao couldn't help but glance at Chen Yusheng. She was so beautiful, like a lotus hidden in a deep valley. If his family had 8 houses instead of 4, perhaps Shuetao would have the courage to give it a try. But the reality is cold and I can only admire you secretly. Lu Yuan maintained a reserved smile, but her eyes were rolling to the sky in her heart. Of course she noticed Shuetao's eyes. Shuetao glanced at Chen Yusheng awkwardly, as if worshipping a god. This philandering bastard, all men are really bad. Forget it. I'm single until my sophomore year. If I don't find a boyfriend, I feel like my college years will be wasted. Although Shuetao is not a good person, she is willing to spend money on Lu Yuan. She is still very satisfied with this. But, for her to really express her physical affection for Shuetao, it's absolutely impossible. Speaking of physical love, Lu Yuan couldn't help but secretly glance at Subai. So handsome. If Subai came from a family as diverse as Shuetao's, Lu Yuan felt that she would have been unable to resist having sex with him right after the military training. It's a pity that I'm a poor guy. There is no future in dating a poor handsome guy. But it's okay to satisfy your eyes occasionally. While Subai was concentrating on playing with his phone with his head down, Lu Yuan looked at him a few more times. His tall and straight figure made Lu Yuan breathe faster and her cheeks flushed slightly. Shuetao's face turned green when he saw this, and he said, "Then let's go in and eat first." Ah, well, we eat too. Chapter 9. The best friend Chen Yusheng has never had. Since I met my girlfriend at the entrance of the cafeteria, we must share a table and eat together. The purpose is of course to show affection. Some people say that those who show off their affection will die sooner. However, Shuetao doesn't think so. Isn't the purpose of finding a girlfriend in college to enjoy the feeling of being cool and to enjoy the envious looks of other single guys? Shuetao approached Lu Yuan with a shameless face and tried to pull her hand, but she avoided him in disgust. Yuan. Don't be so aggressive. We've only been together for a few days. Do you like me as a person, or do you just want to take advantage of me? Of course I like you, Lu Yuan. I held a grand confession ceremony for you. The venue is Hongyun State Banquet, a Michelin-starred restaurant. The venue fee for the private room alone is several thousand yuan. This is the negotiated price I got with the help of my uncle. Most people have no way to make a reservation, but as a local, I have some connections. Whenever Shuetao got the chance, he would start showing off. Xu Mingzhi next to him had a look of disdain on his face. Lu Yuan kept smiling on her face but cursed in her heart. Nobody, who asked you? Booking a Michelin box has to do with connections. Isn't it just a matter of paying money? She had seen relevant information on Xia Hongshu several times, and actually knew everything in her mind, but in order to cater to Shuetao's desire to show off, she still smiled and said, "Shuetao, you know a lot. I don't know these things." "Yeah, I will unlock more new knowledge for you in the future." Shuetao made a face. Wang Haoran's iron collapse started, and he did not forget his liver responsibilities while queuing up to buy food. He was the second immortal. Chen Yusheng had a blank expression on her face as she secretly chatted with Subai. "Yuxia, your roommate is so annoying." "Sup white goose, a little bit, but I think it's more fun than annoying. Don't you think such an interesting pair of, rivals, is rare?" "Yuxia, it's true." Dong Shuelian, it's rare to scold someone. Yuxia, can we ignore them and find a place to eat together alone? Yuxia withdrew a message. Oops, I seem to have gotten a little too proud of myself. Chen Yusheng looked around guiltily, the fair skin around her ears turning red. If you eat with Subai in front of Subai's roommates, all kinds of strange rumors will definitely spread. Although, I don't hate it. But I'm still shy for now. So Chen Yusheng had to secretly chat with Subai on the phone. In order to prevent Lu Yuan from being infatuated with Subai again, Xuetao took Lu Yuan to sit at the edge of the long table, away from Subai. Wang Haoren is a pure bot, he just finds a place to eat and play games. The remaining three are Chu Mingzhi, Subai, and Chen Yusheng. To be honest, Chu Mingzhi wanted to sit opposite Chen Yusheng, or next to her, but he was too embarrassed to do so, so he sat diagonally opposite her. So Subai and Chen Yusheng faced each other. But because Chen Yusheng was shy, she had to communicate by typing on her mobile phone under the table. Puff pastry white goose, sweating soybeans. Sugar skin goose, why do we feel like we are meeting with the underground party? It's so abstract. Yushi, my social fear. Yushi, cat peeking out. Supped white goose, social phobia is normal. Most geniuses have social phobia. I don't have social phobia, so I don't study well. The rain stops. Yuxia, you are confusing cause and effect. Yuxia, besides, we all got into the same school, so how can we not study well? Supped white goose, don't mention it. I got here by sheer luck. I'm not the same as you, a big shot who started your own project in high school. I feel like I just got a degree and graduated, but you have a bright future. Yushi, Yuxia, it doesn't matter, you have money anyway. Puff pastry white goose, who told you? Yuxia, you use such expensive electronic products and spend more than 10,000 yuan to play with them. Do you dare to say that you don't have money? Puff pastry white goose, really? Yuxia, it's great to have money. If you have money, you don't have to work hard for a living. Puff pastry white goose days. Crispy white goose, you seem to be very short of money. Supped white goose, how about this, if you really need to make money, I will give you more play orders. Puff pastry white goose, League of Legends is fine, other games are fine too. Yuxia, I don't need pity. Supped white goose, on the contrary, it's not pity. I really feel happy playing with you, and I paid for the emotional value. Yushi, oh. Chen Yusheng on the opposite side had a somewhat conflicted expression on his face. I secretly glanced at Subai and was immediately convinced by his innocent and sunny boy temperament. Well, he really doesn't have any dirty thoughts about me. And he is really rich. A beautiful girl like Chen Yusheng has encountered many men who showed off their wealth and power in front of her and tried to seduce her. She saw through it easily. The elders in the family said that she was dull and stupid when it came to dealing with human relationships, but in fact, she was not stupid at all, she was very smart. A little logical analysis will reveal this. People like Subai are truly rich. He spends money casually on his hobbies, but does not show off his expenses on food and clothing, nor does he show off in front of his classmates. He has a very clear-headed personality and lives life to the fullest. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Chen Yusheng really needs to make money from Subai. Even she herself did not realize the subtle affection that was sprouting in her heart for Subai. The main reason was that she felt particularly relaxed when chatting with Subai. After all, Subai even knew her little secret about being a playmate, and his interests and hobbies overlapped with hers, so she felt comfortable talking to him without any scruples. Before Subai, Chen Yusheng had never made any close friends. Never. When the two were communicating face-to-face on the phone like underground party members. Chu Mingzhi, who was sitting diagonally opposite Chen Yusheng, kept his head down and hesitated for a long time, and didn't even eat the plate of rice in front of him. Suddenly he stood up. Student Chen. Chen Yusheng looked up from her phone in confusion. It's all right. Chu Mingzhi sat down again. I was still timid. I prepared a speech for the whole meal but didn't dare to speak. Subai was watching from the side and wanted to laugh. If he wasn't a buddy, why was he just pulling the air? Act like a master, brother. Yuxia, Subai, your roommates are all so weird. Sugar skin goose, not bad, only those two are weird. Wang Haoren is pretty normal. Yuxia, who is Wang Haoren? Crispy white goose, the one who plays mobile games. Yuxia, does he like mobile games very much? Supped white goose, I gave him my account to play with, and in exchange he helped me play. Yusia, oh, your account must have been recharged a lot, right? Supped white goose, I spent more than 50,000 on the card pool this time. Yusia, does that mean I will try to get another 50,000 in the next draw? Yushi, cat is frightened. Yusia, I don't understand you rich people. Chen Yusheng looked at Subai meaningfully. It took me a long time to finally muster up the courage to send it on my phone. Yusia, to be honest, I really need money recently. Yusia, so, please don't show any pity, just use me as much as you want. Yusia withdrew a message. In fact, once something is sent out and has been seen by the other party, it becomes meaningless to withdraw it. On the contrary, it will increase the shame. Chen Yusheng's pair of beautiful dark eyes dodged around, and her elegant neck, which easily reminded people of a white swan, was bright red at this moment. It seems that her neck is very sensitive. Kissing there at any time will definitely have a very good effect. This bad idea popped up in Subai's head for no reason. After swallowing a bit, my face turned a little red and warm. Oh, bad thoughts, you really are bad. Chapter 10, High Attack, Low Imitation Senior. Although it was awkward, Subai still understood Chen Yusheng's meaning tacitly. After all, it is another me in the world. Chen Yusheng is a girl with strong self-esteem. But she really lacked money, so she hoped that Subai would use her companionship service more often so that she could earn more on top of the 12,000 yuan. It's really touching. In this era where pretty girls ask you for red envelopes and you'll be banned from Zaya Hongshu if you send too little, Chen Yusheng's equivalent exchange style of doing things is truly a breath of fresh air. Then let's play with her more tomorrow. After all, the course has only been in place for less than 2 weeks, so there won't be much to do. Additional playtime expenses will also be rebated. This wave is not a loss. No words were spoken that night, and the next day. At 7:30, Subai's alarm clock rang on time, but was turned off by Subai in less than 2 seconds. Then I climbed out of bed quietly, washed up, picked up the school bag I had packed before going to bed last night, and went out to class. The whole process did not wake up any roommates. Unfortunately, the 3 roommates did not choose the same teacher as Subai for their C++ course. In other words, Subai was slow in grabbing the class, which led to him taking Nun Miju's class. This is the difference between college life and high school life. Even if all students in the dormitory are in the same class, there are still differences in class times. Some dormitories are mixed with students of different grades and majors, and the differences in their work and rest schedules are even greater. For example, in the famous Goddess dormitory, there are 4 girls, 2 freshmen, a sophomore, and a senior, and they are studying 4 different majors. The diversification index is fully maximized. At least Subai is well-mannered. He gets up early to go to class without disturbing his roommates. No, this is not indulgent enough, let us rent a house off campus. Subai had this thought on his way to the classroom. In principle, the computer science department of Jiangcheng University does not allow first-year students to rent housing outside the campus. But as we all know, in principle not allowed equals allowed. I went to the counselor to smooth things over and everything was resolved. Director Xia was very easy to talk to. Of course, Subai would still go back to the dormitory to play during the day. Whether it was Wang Haoren, the second traveler immortal, or Mr. Shanghai versus the locals, they were all rare fun and must not be missed. When you need to relax outside of school, you can go to a rented house. The main point is to do whatever you want. Subai currently has no experience in renting a house, so he plans to do some research first, or ask someone with experience. Attend class. Nothing happened. After class, Subai took an online taxi and went straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. As soon as he got off the car, Subai recognized Manager Guo, who had sent him a WeChat message last night. Wearing a suit and tie, with a neatly slicked back hair, he looks like someone who can sell cars. Hello, Manager Gui. I'm Subai, here to pick up the car. Hello, Mr. Su. Manager Gui shook hands warmly. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Not only is he young, he is also tall, handsome, and has a sunny temperament. If the race of tall, rich and handsome men has bloodlines, then this boy is definitely a pureblood. As for his Taobao purchased clothes and the frayed old canvas bag on his back, Manager Guo automatically ignored them. Freshmen who can afford a GLE no longer need to prove themselves with expensive outfits. Maybe they just like to be low-key, or maybe their parents asked them to do so. As I walked into the high-end decorated 4S store, I was immediately greeted by a graceful and charming female salesperson. But Subai was a little surprised when he spoke. Junior, I never thought that the second time I saw you would be in a place like this. Zhou Jialu approached Subai with a smile on her face. The ambiguous distance between them was enough for Subai to have a clear view of the full curve of her chest. Moreover, the perfect smell of perfume mixed with the hint of female hormones immediately made Subai a little intoxicated. Even though Subai is not easily distracted by women, there was a moment when his eyes were a little dazed. What a sexy stunner. Do we know each other? Subai looked at her, wondering. Looks familiar, but I can't remember who it is. I handed you a flyer when you were reporting as a freshman, but you actually forgot about me. That's too much. Ha, I'm face blind. Meet Zhou Jialu, a senior in the marketing department, graduating next year. Subai, freshman in computer science. When shaking hands, Subai felt the other person's soft touch, as well as the ambiguous numbness of his palm being scratched by her fingertips twice. What a classic seduction. When Manager Guo told him about the beautiful saleswoman yesterday, Subai was mentally prepared. I just didn't expect that the other person was actually a senior from the same school. Out of curiosity, Subai called out the system to check Zhou Jialu's information. Name, Zhou Jialu. Age, 22. Body size, 165 centimeters, D+. Number of romances, 0. First kiss, alive. First leaf, alive. Several question marks popped up in Subai's mind. No, ladies. Does the legendary pure and innocent female salesperson really exist? Manager Gui introduced, Xiao Zhou is currently the best performer in our store. She is also responsible for the new media publicity and promotion of the store. The short videos shot by her as a model have received a good response on Douyin. Her personal account also has a lot of followers. Although she is not as good as a big blogger, she is still a small internet celebrity. Being reminded like this, Subai remembered, Senior sister, you are the one, Lulu can't wake up? Oh. Could it be that you, my junior, are my old fan? Zhou Jialu smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. Of course I have. I have been following you since high school. No wonder it looked familiar, but I didn't recognize it at first glance. Subai suddenly realized. After all, when we see a beautiful woman in real life, we often don't associate her with internet celebrities at first. In fact, he can't be considered an internet celebrity. The account Lulu Can't Sleep is not very popular. Because she neither promotes products nor does she engage in any other activities, the extent to which she does this is very low. Just simply sharing life. But this blogger's appearance and figure are particularly to Subai's liking. It can be said that they are the first group of beauties that Subai followed on Douyin. It's a bit hard to say. Zhou Jialu's videos accompanied Subai through countless lonely nights during his difficult high school career. Cough cough. It's human nature. At this moment, standing in front of the master, Subai felt a little embarrassed, but fortunately he had a good psychological quality and did not show it. He still looks relaxed and calm on the outside. Manager Guo smiled and said, this proves that you two are destined to be together. In this case, Xiao Zhou will be responsible for the entire delivery of Mr. Su's car. Guarantee to complete the task. The vehicle delivery process is actually very simple, after all, it has been debugged by professional engineers. Subai checked and found everything was correct, so he tried to drive on the road. The luxurious brown interior is calm and solemn, which may be difficult for impetuous young people to control. However, Subai's temperament is sunny and gentle. He sat in the driver's seat and drove the car steadily. The charm he exuded made Zhou Jialu's eyes light up in the passenger seat. Are you a native of Zhangcheng? No, I'm from Engxi, my hometown. It's also in the province, not far away. If you encounter any difficulties in school in the future, you can always look for me. I know a lot of life tips, if not anything else. Thank you very much, senior. Yeah, I should. Subai tilted his head to take a look. At this time, Zhou Jialu just leaned slightly towards Subai, with her legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings pressed together, without any special movements. However, because she had so much capital, just by fastening her seatbelt according to the rules, she created an extremely exciting visual effect. What are you looking at, little brother? Senior sister has a great figure. She looks even better in real life than in the videos. You said that. It seems like you have done a lot of research on my short videos. It's true. I watched those Korean dancers many times. Tell me the truth, Have you ever done anything bad in front of your sister's video, huh? Zhou Jialu stretched out a finger and poked Su Bai's face. Just as she was about to greet the young man, she was at a loss. Unexpectedly, Su Bai admitted openly, "Of course, I have done it many times, I can't count. My health has deteriorated now, and you have to take responsibility, senior sister." They were waiting for the red light at that time. Su Bai stared at Zhou Jialu. His sincere and eager eyes, coupled with his handsome face, made Zhou Jialu's face hot. Why doesn't this junior student play by the rules? Chapter 11, there is no place to put your right hand when driving, so use the senior sister. Ding! You admitted your mistake frankly in the face of the senior's teasing. It's human nature. Who hasn't made mistakes? Reward cash plus 10,000 yuan. Trigger special reward, Sigma Aura. Sigma Aura, when facing the temptations of women, your mentality is as steady as an old dog, and you can easily control your primitive desires. Conversely, women who try to disturb your Tao heart will be more easily aroused by you. Not bad. Su Bai nodded secretly. Brother Tongzi really understood him. You know, Su Bai never liked being led by women. This Sigma halo just happened to fit his personality very well. I just don't know how effective the other special effect of the halo will be on senior sister Zhou. Zhou Jialu hit Su Bai's arm with a coquettish look. Oh, that's annoying. How can you say such things in front of girls? Only I, your senior, am magnanimous, otherwise. What else? Will Xia Hongxue hang me up? That's not the case. Yeah, I'm so handsome, how could any girl be willing to post me on Xia Hongxue? Su Bai said confidently, "Don't worry, senior sister, I know how to joke, and girls are generally very tolerant of me." Junior, has anyone ever told you that you are narcissistic? I've always known I'm narcissistic without anyone telling me. Haha, you little guy, are so interesting. Before meeting Su Bai, Zhou Jialu guessed that he was the type of innocent little boy. But after the initial contact, it turned out that it was not the case at all. With great self-control, natural and relaxed speech and behavior, and strong financial strength, Zhou Jialu immediately felt that this junior fellow student was extraordinary. And when Su Bai stared at her, Zhou Jialu's heart was rarely touched. How is it possible? You know, Zhou Jialu has never met a man who could make her heart beat. She is often calm and composed, yet she can still charm the men around her to their core. She also enjoyed the process. Some people in the circle say that she is a slut, but Zhou Jialu disagrees. She has never taken advantage of men, and she has never done anything promiscuous, so she has kept her body pure. Why do people say she is cheap? She just likes to tease. If you are single, it is not illegal to flirt with others. It's just that ordinary men are boring to tease. Su Bai gave her a surprise. I am so happy about you, my junior. You are only a freshman, but you drive a 880,000 yuan car, you are handsome and have an interesting personality. You are no longer an ordinary junior, I must give you a good beating. Zhou Jialu's intuition told her that Su Bai had no feelings for her. Although he admitted that he had made a mistake with the senior's video, Zhou Jialu felt that it was just empty talk. Who knew the actual situation? Senior, please introduce this car to me. I don't really know much about it. No problem, I'm very familiar with this. Zhou Jialu readily agreed and began to introduce the relevant features of this top-of-the-line four-wheel drive version of the Mercedes-Benz GLE, as well as some precautions in daily use. The explanations were very clear, easy to understand and well organized. The most touching thing was that there was no element of promoting various strange maintenance packages in the store. It seems that this senior student's ability to become the star salesperson in this 4S store is not just due to her pretty face and figure, but also due to her strong professional qualities. Come to think of it, after all, the system scan revealed that Zhou Jialu's first kiss and first leaf were both kept, which meant she definitely had not slept with any clients. Of course, if there is an opportunity, Su Bai wouldn't mind being the first customer to achieve this achievement. He really did make a mistake with the Lulu Can't Wake Up video. Su Bai's main focus is sincerity. The biggest feature of this car is that, while the size of the car is not too bulky, the interior space is designed to be as comfortable as possible. For example, if my junior has a girlfriend in the future, there will be plenty of space for them to interact in the car. Having said that, Zhou Jialu paused for a moment and cast a suggestive look towards Su Bai with his eyes moving. Su Bai asked, for example, what kind of interaction? Zhou Jialu smiled without saying a word, kicked off her high heels, and placed her legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings across Su Bai's thighs. Look, This car has an electronic gearshift design, which means there is no traditional gear lever on the center console, which saves space and makes it convenient for various interesting interactions. Subai glanced down. Different from those who only pursue slender legs like chopsticks, the senior sister's legs can be described as full and well proportioned, and every round curve makes people want to explore. The car has excellent sound insulation. In the quiet space, the sound of the stockings rubbing against each other can be clearly heard. Zhou Jialu's heart was pounding. Really, this was her first time to have such close contact with a man, and she had never done anything so bold before. It was really Subai's charm that made her so overwhelmed that Zhou Jialu was eager to see her junior brother being shy. And when she really put her legs up, the nervousness in her heart was even stronger than when she took the college entrance examination. Zhou Jialu was looking forward to Subai getting embarrassed. The fact is just the opposite. Subai was not moved at all, instead he held Zhou Jialu's calf with his right hand. Junior, you? Senior sister's calves are very cute, full but not redundant. Subai looked at her with a half smile. I learned to drive a manual transmission in the driving school, so I'm used to the gear lever. This car doesn't have one, so you can fill in the gap. Alas, Subai's big hands. The electric shock-like throbbing immediately spread throughout his body, making Zhou Jialu feel strange. She tried to pull her legs away, but Subai held them tightly. So strong. That coquettish face revealed panic and shyness. I wanted to arouse the heartstrings of my junior, but unexpectedly I was outmaneuvered. Senior, don't move. The red light is about to end. If you move around and interfere with my driving, it will be bad. You guy, it's obviously you. Safety is the most important thing, senior sister, be good. Seeing that Subai refused to let go, Zhou Jialu, knowing that he could not escape, had no choice but to obey. So Subai unlocked the skill of driving with one hand. By the way, I took a good look at the top-notch beautiful legs modeling. The luxury car raffle ticket comes with expert driving skills, and the expert level corresponds to the level of a veteran driver who has driven for the boss for 10 years. So, he is no longer the novice who just got his driver's license during the summer vacation. Ding! The host seizes the opportunity to savor the top three-dimensional beautiful leg modeling, comprehend the beauty of human body curves, and be rewarded with cash plus 20,000. While holding the senior sister in a rage, he drove around the 4S store and deliberately made a few more laps. At first Zhou Jialu could still hold on, but as time went on, the feeling in his body became stranger and stranger. When he tried to pull himself away, he found that his legs were so weak that he had lost all his strength. Damn you, my junior, for making me do this. Senior sister, your reaction is so big. You're shaking all the time. Could it be that you've never been touched by a man before? Subai said playfully. Ha, how is that possible? I am very experienced. I am just not in good condition today. Yeah, I am not in good condition. Are you still being stubborn? Subai thinks Zhou Jialu is quite cute. Other girls are eager to pretend to be pure and innocent, but she is different. In order to appear mature in front of Subai, she claims to be experienced. She's clearly an innocent little girl. All right, no more jokes. Senior, please sit down. We're almost back to the store. The GLE drove back to the parking space in front of the 4S store. The master in charge of maintenance was already waiting there. He greeted Subai warmly and asked if he encountered any problems during the test drive. No problem, we can sign the contract. Zhou Jialu went to the bathroom. The strange state, coupled with the fact that she had just gone for a test drive with Subai, caused the store staff to gossip. Could it be that Zhou Jialu, who never does anything with clients, was taken away by this young man? It's quite normal. He's young, handsome, and rich. He's the prince that many salespeople dream of. When Zhou Jialu came back, Subai invited her. Senior, are you free at noon? Would you please come and have a meal together? Chapter 12, The Wealthy Junior is a Special Person. Originally, Zhou Jialu failed to tease the younger student and was seen through by him, which made him feel full of resentment. Suddenly I received an invitation from Subai to have lunch together, and my mood suddenly changed. Humph, little guy, you are pretending to be the modern Lu Xiaohui, and suddenly you want to treat your sister to a meal. Aren't you interested in your sister? It's noon. I don't know if there's anything going on. I'll have to ask the manager. Zhou Jialu hesitated for a moment and pretended to ask Manager Guai, and the answer he got was of course yes. It is normal to have a meal with such a high-quality customer who can afford a car worth less than 1 million yuan. Besides, Subai is so young and may have the potential to buy a car in the future. This kind of customer must be well maintained. Not to mention that they are in a senior-junior relationship. Look at Zhou Jialu's beaming expression. It seems like she has taken a liking to her junior. Manager Guo saw through the situation but did not say anything and approved Zhou Jialu to leave work early. Just consider it as a way of helping others achieve their goals. Subai took her to the vehicle management office to get a license plate. Some 4S stores will charge an extra license plate fee, which is a rip-off. This store doesn't seem to have this problem. They can handle the matter on Subai's behalf and only charge the official handling fee, with no additional fees. Subai chose to go alone, mainly because he had never done business at the vehicle management office before and wanted to just watch the fun. During the process, Subai and Zhou Jialu chatted about some interesting things in school and the 4S store, and there was no ambiguous plot. The two of them tacitly pretended that what happened during the test drive had never happened. In fact, Subai doesn't care if Zhou Jialu wants to continue to be ambiguous with him. After all, she is a charming and sexy beauty, and she is an authentic product, so it's fun to play with her. But it was obvious that the senior student didn't want to do that because she was afraid of appearing weak. Subai discovered that Zhou Jialu seemed to care very much about her vixen persona and insisted on maintaining the attitude of an experienced older sister in front of Subai. It's really high and mighty. I don't know what the meaning of this kind of superior is. Forget it. Everyone has their own aspirations and unique interests. Subai respects the hobbies of his senior sister. We drove to IKC Plaza, not far from the 4S store. This is one of the top luxury business districts in Jiangcheng, with many international luxury brands and a number of high-end restaurants. Has the senior been here before? I've been here a few times, but not often. The food here is expensive, and it's not something an intern like me can afford. Aren't you a star salesperson? That's also an intern contract, with little commission, pure slavery. Sigh, now I'm just looking forward to graduating and becoming a full-time employee. Senior, please recommend one. Don't worry about the price, as long as you think it tastes good. Oh, since you said so, I won't be polite, right? Zhou Jialu selected a Japanese buffet restaurant and opened the page on his phone to show Subai. Can you accept Japanese food, Junior? Sure, I'll eat anything. I have a good appetite. I can see. How can you grow so tall if you don't have a good appetite? Zhou Jialu took the opportunity to pinch Subai's arm. Subai still didn't respond. Oh, really, it seems that this junior brother is not at the same level as ordinary male college students. I'm afraid he has already tortured many girls. Zhou Jialu had all sorts of messy thoughts in his mind as he led the way to this high-end Japanese all-you-can-eat restaurant a la carte buffet. She had only been here once, as part of a company team building trip, and had eaten at a restaurant that cost 300 yuan per person, with fresh salmon, Arctic sweet shrimp, and various Japanese-style snacks as its selling points. It tastes good and, most importantly, is very delicate. The photos taken with it are particularly beautiful and it fits the aesthetic taste of many girls. In the private room, Subai simply flipped through the menu and said to the waiter, I want this one for $12.99 per person. Are you sure you want this top-notch meal? Right. Zhou Jialu quickly said, oh, there's no need to eat something so expensive. In fact, $299 per person is quite filling. The $299 set meal is the lowest price at this buffet. The next tiers are $599 and $899, which add some expensive ingredients and premium dishes, such as New Zealand lobsters, fresh sea urchins, and foie gras. As for the most expensive $12.99, you can eat unlimited French oyster sashimi, bluefin tuna, black abalone, extra-large conch, M9 wagyu, and other top-quality ingredients. It looks very awesome. Subai has never eaten any of them, so he wants to give it a try. Anyway, there is an indulgence system to reimburse you. Facing the advice of the senior sister, Subai said, It's okay, senior sister, I said I'll treat you, so it will definitely be a good meal. Don't worry, this level is no pressure for me. The waiter next to him took a look at the Uniqlo t-shirt on Subai and found it a bit difficult to stretch. I'm afraid that these college students must have saved up their living expenses for several months to afford this meal? Zhou Jialu knew very well that Subai was not showing off. More than 1,000 yuan per person was not a big deal for him. GLE is a very good car for young people, and he bought the top configuration. In fact, when buying a car, the configuration you choose can largely reflect the buyer's cash flow scale. After all, some comfort configurations cannot be seen from the outside, and the effect of supporting the appearance is not obvious, so many people do not like to have them. Many times, even if you remove the small letters on the tail label, change the paint or apply a car film, the core power configuration will not be able to tell the difference between the low-end and high-end versions. Therefore, the tycoons who just want to show off their wealth tend to buy low-end products of high-end product lines. Only those who are truly not short of money will mindlessly purchase the highest configuration. For example, Subai SGLE can be purchased for around 500,000 yuan if you are willing to put up with the entry-level version. But not only did he buy the top model, he also looked nonchalant and careless when inspecting the car. Many times, the attitude towards consumption can reflect hidden information better than the specific price of consumption. Other details also reflect Subai's considerable strength. For example, the latest Apple mobile phone also has the highest configuration. When Zhou Jielu was putting the contract in the 4S store, an Apple notebook appeared in his bag. He asked about it and found out that it cost 50,000 yuan. A boy from an ordinary family can spend 50,000 yuan to buy a computer that is not even convenient for playing games, drive a car worth 880,000 yuan, and not feel bad about eating out at a casual cost of 1,000 yuan per person? By the way, why didn't Zhou Jielu hear about such a big fat fish joining the computer science department when he attended the freshman orientation? Maybe I'm more low-key at school. Suddenly, Zhou Jielu no longer felt so resentful about Subai bullying her in the car. It is normal for a real rich man to have a calmer mentality than an ordinary man. Such a high-quality junior is more worthy of Zhou Jielu's careful seduction. Junior, I didn't do anything for you, but you suddenly treated me to such an expensive meal. I feel a little guilty. Zhou Jielu started to have a fever again and stretched his feet under the table towards Subai. The Japanese restaurant is decorated in authentic Japanese style, with tatami floors, and customers are required to take off their shoes before entering. At this moment, under the soft and warm light of the private room, the jade feet covered with flesh-colored stockings appeared in front of Subai. There was no peculiar smell at all, and it seemed that they were well maintained. Her toes are also round and plump. At this time, the flexible toes coordinated with the swing of the arch of the foot, and the toes scraped Subai's legs. This senior sister is really invincible. She didn't forget to show off even before the food was served. She is really naive but loves to play. Subai lowered his head and stared at her for a while, then murmured, "Does senior treat other customers like this?" "No, just to you." "Is it true?" "Believe it or not, hee. I believe in you, senior." Subai stared straight at Zhou Jielu, with a playful smile on his lips. He suddenly reached out and pinched the sole of her foot, hooking his fingers on the side of her toes. Zhou Jielu immediately shuddered all over and shrank back suddenly, his face panicked. Although Subai did not say it explicitly, Zhou Jielu knew exactly what he meant. "Oh, I'm so angry, why does this junior have such a sharp eye? Why did the whole world think that Zhou Jielu was a loser who burned the Lang sword, but only Subai saw through her innocent nature?" But Subai is the only person that Zhou Jielu particularly wants to flirt with, even at the cost of creating physical contact with him. A subtle mood is spreading. Chapter 13 Envious Lu Yuan, the cute and naive student who misses Subai. Soon, the food began to be served. The super-large sashimi platter has a great visual effect. Fresh sea urchins are neatly stacked together with caviar next to them, which looks very appetizing. As for the expensive conch, it is cut into slices and cooked using the bridging method. The chef pushes the pot into the private room, boils the broth, cuts the snails into slices for the customers on the spot, and dips them in the broth for a few seconds to cook them just right, so as to retain the freshness and sweetness to the greatest extent. The conch shell from which the meat had been extracted was also kept. A conch shell as big as a basketball was placed on a plate with dry ice underneath to create a smoky visual effect. Zhou Jielu has been taking pictures. This scene is not common for her. Subai was too lazy to take pictures and just drank the matsutake soup by himself. The soup was served in a delicate little teapot. He squeezed a little lemon into it before drinking it. It tasted great and was refreshing. Eating Japanese food buffet is a must, because for Subai, what he is interested in this restaurant is all kinds of seafood sashimi, all kinds of high-quality beef and mutton grilled. For Zhou Jielu, the ingredients themselves are not the most important thing. Instead, she spends her energy on editing photos and posting them on WeChat Moments. "Senior, are your posts on WeChat Moments always this exquisite? Of course you like to be more refined." Who doesn't like to show off their glamorous side in social situations? Zhou Jialu sighed. After all, for most people, it takes a long time to encounter a commendable scene, but for you, it's just an everyday occurrence. That's not the case. If you eat this much every day, your cholesterol will probably explode. It's okay. We are still young. We won't be afraid if we exercise more. How about I find a way to help you exercise and consume the extra nutrients? Zhou Jialu blinked. Subai said helplessly, "Senior sister, I find that you don't seem to have a long memory. Wasn't your feet itchy enough in the car just now?" He pretended to grab Zhou Jialu's legs. The latter begged for mercy. No, we are eating. You can't mess around while eating. It will affect your digestion." After playing around for a while, Zhou Jialu finally finished taking the photos needed to post on WeChat Moments. The standard 9-grid format received many comments soon after it was posted. Wow, what a big conch, it must be very expensive, right? Is this the Japanese restaurant in IKC Plaza? I'm so envious. I can have such a good lunch on a weekday. Wow, I was eating a steamed bun in the cafeteria, and tears were streaming down my face. Why order this highest-priced set meal? It feels totally not worth it. Another banquet for clients. Senior sister is different after working in sales. She lives a life of luxury every day. Zhou Jialu responded one by one. Some people are obviously looking for trouble, so I just don't bother to pay attention to them, or send them a smiling emoticon with a sarcastic tone. Zhou Jialu has long been accustomed to bad reviews or foul language attacks, and this has even been the case since she was in high school. After all, her figure was already very attractive at that time. She did not shrink back because of the rumors, but dressed up beautifully. Spread rumors if you want, no matter how much you slander me, there are still a lot of men who admire me. At this time, roommate Lu Yuan also commented on Zhou Jialu's circle of friends. Sister Lu is so cool today, did she place a big order? Zhou Jialu smiled slightly and did not continue to interact in the circle of friends. Instead, he chose to chat privately with Lu Yuan. In their dormitory, 2 beautiful freshmen joined just a month ago. Before that, Zhou Jialu and Lu Yuan lived together. Now that they have been formed into a mixed dormitory, Zhou Jialu and Lu Yuan are relatively closer. If there is anything worth complaining about in daily life, they usually chat privately instead of in the small dormitory group. It's not that there is something wrong with those 2 girls, they're nice people, but it just takes some time to get familiar with each other. Miss Joe from AAA Shuefu District Mercedes-Benz, I flirted with a very handsome little brother, and he treated me to a Japanese buffet worth more than 1,000 yuan. Yuan, huh? Yuan, he treated you. Don't you usually split the bill with your clients? Ms. Zhou, Mercedes-Benz in AAA Shuefu District, this one is different, he is very, very rich. Ms. Zhou from AAA Shuefu District Mercedes-Benz, to be honest, I am moved. Yuan, huh? Is Sister Lu finally going to sacrifice herself to join the game? I'm so excited. There's actually a man who's going to taste Sister Lu's deliciousness. Who is so lucky? Ms. Zhou from AAA University District Mercedes-Benz, I wouldn't risk my life to get involved. Oh, it's hard to say. Who knows if she's interested in me? To be honest. Zhou Jialu was sure that he liked Subai very much. Whether it is liking someone in the physiological sense or rational consideration based on economic strength. A truly wise woman should remain chaste and then take decisive action when she meets her true love. The point is, she seems to be lower than Subai. When someone pinched my calf, my whole body went limp, and I even had to go to the bathroom to clean up. Zhou Jialu didn't even know that he was so sensitive. On the other hand, Subai seemed to have never been attracted by her since they met. Well, take it slow, and always think positively. Maybe Subai is just being pretentious because they just met. Who knows, you might even fall in love with her after getting to know her better. There is ample time. At the same time, in the cafeteria of Jianqing University, Lu Yuan looked at the message sent by her roommate with mixed feelings. She knew what Zhou Jialu wanted from her boyfriend. I like younger ones. You also need money. It's better to be more handsome. To be honest, it is indeed difficult to find. After all, those who can meet all these conditions at the same time are in high demand, and there is no shortage of women. Finally, she found it. Lu Yuan was 3 parts happy for her, 3 parts secretly jealous, and 4 parts unspeakable melancholy. She also wanted to eat Japanese food that cost more than 1,000 yuan, but Shui Tao was only willing to take her to eat food that cost 300 yuan. He always brags about how great his local people are, but when he actually starts dating, he realizes that he doesn't have that much money. Forget it, at least Shui Tao's conditions are pretty good in the circle, and she is willing to spend money on him. Nowadays, the cunning Xin men will be desperate to buy you a cup of milk tea. After all, Lu Yuanyuan achieved milk tea freedom after she started dating Shui Tao. Moreover, Shui Tao would continue to spend money on her, and as long as she kept Shui Tao hanging, she could get benefits continuously. On the other hand, who knows if Zhou Jialu's so-called rich little brother just wants to play with her. At this time, at the cafeteria dining table, Shui Tao was next to Lu Yuanyuan, talking about some little car knowledge with saliva flying. Mainly around his Magotan. After all, young and promising driving a Magotan is one of Shui Tao's main personal labels. The first one is the mechanical quality of German-made cars, and the second one is nowadays domestic cars are cutting corners. Lu Yuanyuan's head was buzzing after hearing this. She interrupted irritably, Shui Tao, let's go out and have some Japanese food this weekend. Japanese food? Japanese food is flashy and just for show. How about some homemade chicken? Shui Tao's smile was a little weak. The budget had been tight recently, and Japanese food and the like would easily cost hundreds of dollars, which was really too much to bear. My roommates all went to eat today. Look at this. It looks delicious. Ah. Shui Tao glanced at the photo and began to sweat. Damn, this set of expenses will cost more than 1,000 per person. No, sister, can you be a little more sensible? Your 3 roommates are all so beautiful, are you trying to compare yourself with them? That's enough. However, Lu Yuanyuan refused to give in. Shui Tao had no choice but to rack his brains to find a way to prevaricate. This lunch in the cafeteria, like yesterday, was also a chance encounter between the 2 dormitories. Wang Haoren was still a robot, quietly playing the second game, isolated from the rest of the world. The 6+5 main see that Brother Baidru is really good. He can fight in the abyss without hands. Xu Mingjie was pulling himself apart. Chen Yusheng sat alone in the corner, with a hint of resentment on his expressionless face. She was wondering, why didn't Su Bai reply to my message? Chapter 14 Impossible, she can't have a boyfriend. Chen Yusheng started sending messages to Su Bai since the first class in the morning. Funny pictures, interesting videos, the latest game information. In the end, Su Bai didn't reply to any of them, and no one knew what he was busy with. Then Chen Yusheng suddenly realized that he had sent many messages in a row in the private chat. Doesn't it look very abnormal? I don't dare to send it. But I also want to chat with Su Bai. It feels like a very relaxing and stress-relieving thing. He was obviously her employer, which was strange. Chen Yusheng had never had this kind of experience when she was working on a contract before. Until lunchtime, Su Bai still didn't respond. In fact, Su Bai's roommates were at the dinner table, and Chen Yusheng could just ask them what Su Bai was doing. But she is socially anxious. Yes, a lot of the time it's just social phobia, not deliberately being cool as many girls speculate. Chen Yusheng struggled for a long time, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Well, since I can't figure it out myself and I don't dare to ask Su Bai's roommate, I might as well ask the invincible AI. As a talented girl in the computer department, Chen Yusheng is very familiar with the concept of AI big models. Many small problems encountered in life can get detailed intelligence from AI. So Chen Yusheng opened a recently popular AI question and answer website. Input command. I am a companion player and I have a crush on a companion player. He ignored me all morning. What could be the possible reason? After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the answer began to scroll on the screen. If the other party did not contact you all morning, there may be many reasons. Here are some common possibilities and suggestions. 1. Objective reasons, temporary busyness, technical problems. Chen Yusheng widened his eyes and looked at it very seriously. When I saw one of them, my heart suddenly tightened. Difference in relationship positioning. He may only regard you as an ordinary playmate and is not aware of your affection for him, so he does not have the habit of maintaining frequent contact. Hiss. I see. Maybe in Su Bai's eyes, chatting is not that important, it's just that Chen Yusheng likes it very much. To put it bluntly, this is just a business. Su Bai also said that he had no other intentions, he just wanted to buy emotional value from Chen Yusheng, meaning playing games with her. In fact, this is a very normal situation. If it were in other playmate lists, Chen Yusheng would really appreciate this attitude with a strong sense of boundaries. Each code is a code, don't make it unclear. But why do I feel so lost? In fact, she hopes to be friends with Subai. She just wants to have nothing unclear with Subai. Although there is a big gap between the objective conditions of the two people, the distance between their souls is very close. Subai, what exactly does he think of her? They were having such a happy chat in the coffee shop yesterday and after returning to the dormitory at night. With his mind stuck in a rut, Chen Yusheng exuded a strong aura of resentment. Her roommate Lu Yuanyuan looked at her strangely but didn't think much about it, thinking that she might be reading a novel. She remembered that this aloof freshman girl sometimes read some novels. It was normal to read a novel to immerse herself in the world these days, such as the story of a tragic love between a CEO and a domineering prince falling in love with me. Lu Yuanyuan also read novels occasionally. Wang Haoren said nothing, just kept working on his liver. Only Chu Mingzhi paid special attention to Chen Yusheng's unusual condition and made extremely rich imagination. When the meal was over and the three people from 510 were returning to the dormitory, Chu Mingzhi, who had been silent on the way, suddenly said, "Everyone, do you think Chen Yusheng is weird today? I didn't notice it. Why is it so strange?" Wang Haoren temporarily quit the second tour, charged his mobile phone, and asked casually. "I'm not sure either, but based on my years of studying love psychology, Chen Yusheng was probably ignored by someone she particularly cared about." Wang Haoren. Shui Tao was surprised. "No, your high school also teaches love psychology?" Chu Mingzhi shook his head. "No. I learned it in my spare time." Wang Haoren, who came from a province with a hellish difficulty in the college entrance examination, was also surprised. "No, your high school has spare time? And the kind that has the energy to learn extra knowledge? Fuck you, that's not the point." Chu Mingzhi waved his hands, his face filled with annoyance and pain. "The point is, who is that person?" "It's her boyfriend. She had a fight with her boyfriend." Shui Tao guessed. "No." Chu Mingzhi covered his face. "Impossible, this is impossible. How could a goddess as noble and flawless as Chen Yusheng be in love with a man?" In Greek mythology, goddesses not only fall in love but also give birth to children. "What's so strange about that?" Shui Tao gloated. "I've said it before, don't think too highly of the goddess dormitory. Chen Yusheng is also a human being. Isn't it normal for her to have emotional needs and fall in love? The locals are fair." Wang Haoren agreed. It was a rare moment for Shui Tao to speak human words. However, it was obvious that Chu Mingzhi could not accept this answer at all. Holding a copy of the Encyclopedia of Love Psychology English edition, he ran to the bed, closed the curtains, and began to read furtively. This kid is crazy. Alas, he has high expectations but poor skills. He should be like me and pursue the right person within his ability. I'm going to drive Yuanyuan out to play again this weekend. Can I hold her hand this time? When Shui Tao saw Chu Mingzhi acting silly, her annoyance caused by the insufficient budget for Japanese food seemed to be alleviated a little. In a high-end Japanese restaurant in IKC Plaza. Subai is delicious. I have to say that this high-end seafood sashimi tastes great. That special sweet and fresh taste is indeed incomparable to cheap ingredients. It has high nutritional value and is good for health. It can be used as a staple food for fitness athletes. Of course, cost may be a problem, but the last thing Subai needs to worry about is cost. While Senior Zhou Jialu went to the bathroom, Subai played with his phone for a while, and then he saw the string of messages that Chen Yusheng sent in the morning. Hiss. My schedule was tight in the morning and I didn't have time to check my phone. Well, I did check it a few times, but at that time, Chen Yusheng's message might have been overshadowed by other things. It's human nature. Although he got along very well with Chen Yusheng yesterday, Subai is not the type of person who would be obsessed with a pretty girl's personality when chatting with her. He has always been of a rather dull temperament. In everything, the main goal is to do as one pleases and leave everything to fate. Puff pastry big white goose scratching head. Puff pastry white goose, I was busy this morning and didn't see it. As soon as I sent it, Chen Yusheng replied almost immediately. Yuxia, what are you busy with? Yuxia withdrew a message. Puff pastry white goose picked up a car. Yushi, cat is frightened. Yuxia, it must be a very expensive car, right? Puff pastry white goose, not bad, more than 800,000. Yuxia, sure enough. Supai de by goose, I will read the things you posted before when I have time. Yeah, there's no rush. It's not a serious matter. Yeah, are you still playing games today? Crispy White Goose, let us play, probably in the afternoon or evening, I'll let you know in advance. Yushi, good. Hey, Junior, who are you chatting with so enthusiastically? Joe Jialu came back from the bathroom and saw Subai typing on his phone and asked. A roommate. It seems like you have a very good relationship with the people in the dormitory. TSK, this is not easy. Why is it difficult? Dormitory relations are not international relations, so there's nothing complicated about it. It's hard to say. Especially with someone like you who has such good conditions, there will always be people who are jealous. Let them be jealous, they are jealous of their own, I live mine, we each go our separate ways on the broad road. So, what if someone does something bad to you behind your back? Zhou Jialu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she seemed to be lost in some unbearable memories. Subai said indifferently, then find a way to retaliate. I am not a magnanimous person. Yeah, that's right. You have the money anyway. Zhou Jialu nodded slightly, and the look in her eyes upon him became more and more obsessed. Even Subai's personality is very much to her liking. Oh my, how can I make my junior shy? Subai didn't have so many complicated thoughts. Seeing that the two were almost full, he said seriously. Senior, are you familiar with the market conditions related to renting a house? Chapter 15, Senior wants to take a shortcut in life. Rent a house? Yeah, the dormitory is a bit inconvenient, so I plan to rent a house near the school. Zhou Jialu expressed her understanding that the overall management of Jiangcheng University is relatively relaxed and many students rent housing. As a senior student, she is very familiar with this area. I'm a senior now, and almost half of my classmates rent houses off campus. After all, they have internships, and some of them work far away or even out of town, so renting a house is much more convenient. Of course, there are also some who rent houses in the school staff quarters, and those are usually for postgraduate entrance exams. I see. Junior, let me ask you a question first. Is renting a house the same as what most people think of renting a house? Zhou Jialu felt that since his junior was so rich, his demand for rent must be higher than that of ordinary people. Ordinary students rent a house for the sake of quietness and freedom. Apart from that, I don't really care about decoration, space, living conditions, etc. Or even if you care, you don't have the extra budget to be picky. But Subai is different. He is so rich. It is indeed a little different. Subai admitted frankly, my need is to live in the best possible house, preferably with someone to take care of it so I don't have to do too much cleaning myself. It is too troublesome to rent a model house or even one that is almost unfinished, and then decorate it by yourself like renting a normal house. If he really wants to decorate it himself, Subai would rather wait until his wealth accumulates to tens of millions, then buy a mansion directly, and then slowly build it up. Rent a good house now and get cash back on the rent. After all, we have to indulge ourselves, and indulgence means enjoying the present moment. Zhou Jialu said, then you can just stay in a hotel. Hotel rooms are booked on a monthly basis, and there are discounts. Generally, you can negotiate a 20% or even 30% discount. It varies slightly depending on the operating conditions and location of each hotel brand. The hotel is not bad. Subai pondered and thought. I've read some news online and found that many people who have become rich overnight like to stay in 5-star hotels. Subai hasn't experienced it yet, but feels like it's worth a try. Book a few days' worth of rooms first, stay there for a few consecutive nights, and see how it feels. He opened Meituan on his mobile phone and searched for luxury hotels near the school. After looking around, I feel that JW Marriott looks very good. Subai scrolled directly to the bottom of the room types sorted by price to look at the most expensive ones. Executive Suite with River View. The space is a total of 94 square meters, and the living room, bedroom and bathroom are all very grand. Includes access to the hotel's swimming pool, gymnasium and executive lounge. 1,678 yuan per night. It is considered the off-season for tourism recently, and the price will increase during the National Day holiday. This price already exceeds the monthly living expenses of a large number of students. Subai placed the order directly and booked it for a week. The reason why it is 1 week is that if you spend more than that, you won't be able to trigger the indulgence cashback. Based on the current system's assessment of Subai, the maximum booking period is 1 week. As Subai's life becomes more and more luxurious, the system will be upgraded and the cashback amount will also increase. Ding! It was detected that the host booked a luxury hotel and spent 11,746 yuan, triggering a tenfold cashback, reward plus 117,460 yuan. Subai paid the money in front of his senior schoolmate, openly and without hiding anything. Zhou Jialu was frightened by what he saw. My junior just said that he would try staying in a hotel first and then decide whether to rent it for a long time. In other words, he plans to stay in the Riverview Executive Suite for a long time? This is too exaggerated. Even if we follow the off-season price and negotiate a 30% discount, it would still cost around 35,000 a month. Zhou Jialu used his clever brain to quickly calculate the approximate number. Breathing became rapid. This guy really spends money like water. He is simply the perfect boyfriend in my dreams. Many second-generation rich people who claim that their family assets amount to hundreds of millions do not spend money so lavishly. When you go to college, you are essentially still a student, and your parents often don't give you too much money. Not to mention that the economic situation has been a bit sluggish in the past 2 years, and many rich guys have had their budgets reduced. Take renting an apartment for example. Spending several thousand yuan a month to rent a 3-bedroom apartment of about 100 square meters in a good residential area near the school is already top-notch accommodation among students. Some girls who love to enjoy life will move in with you. Subai directly increased the budget several times. There is a kind of beauty in numbers. Imagine being his girlfriend, you can stay with him in Marriott's Riverview Suite every night, and you can shake a glass of red wine in the executive lounge and overlook the night view of the river city. Then go to the swimming pool to play for a while, and go back to the room to take a nice bath in the big bathtub. The price was just being slept with by Subai. No, it couldn't even be called a price. After all, Subai's looks and figure were both good. Although he wasn't as good as a male star or idol, he was still a handsome boy in the class. Usually, rich people of this level either have a hard-to-describe appearance or have a greasy beer belly in middle age, which makes people feel sick just thinking about it. When I was in a relationship with Subai, I had no such concerns at all. For a moment, Zhou Jialu almost fell and decided to just give in. However, she was still a little reserved in her heart. It's not that she doesn't want to give her body, but she hopes that Subai can feel her charm, be unable to bear her arousal, and take the initiative. In fact, she has already determined in her heart that Subai is the man she has remained chaste and waited for so many years. From now on, she no longer needs to use her natural charm on anyone else. She only needs to concentrate her firepower on seducing Subai. Senior, are you free after dinner? Why, you don't want to let your sister go? Zhou Jialu licked his lips and blinked. Come with me to see the hotel. To be honest, this is my first time staying in such a nice hotel. Subai said honestly. The first time? Zhou Jialu was very surprised. Yes. Because of my family's reasons, I was raised in poverty. I lived a hard life and worked hard to make progress. Now that I'm in college, I can enjoy myself to my heart's content. So that's how it is, no wonder. Zhou Jialu suddenly understood. No wonder the little brother looked so low-key. It turned out that he had received a good education at home. The kind of young man who has been extravagant since childhood will most likely be a good-for-nothing when he grows up and will not be able to take over the family business. Only those who have experienced the life of an ordinary person and endured hardships can more easily empathize with grassroots employees and be reliable when formulating corporate policies. Well, that's how it's written in domineering CEO novels. In an instant, Zhou Jialu had a magnificent imagination about Subai's life experience. The emotions surging in my heart became even more intense. She is already a senior in college and has been doing internship for quite a long time. She has already left behind the immature and ignorant student state and has a basic understanding of society. Girls at this stage tend to become realistic quickly. Money can really change your destiny, but it is also really hard to earn. If I could become Subai's girlfriend, it would definitely be a shortcut in life. Who doesn't want to take shortcuts? We are all lazy. Chapter 16, Senior Sister's First Man, and the Last. Sir, how was your meal? Were you satisfied with the food and service? When Subai was about to leave, the restaurant manager walked in with a smile and asked in a soft voice. Satisfied, the seafood is delicious, the beef is a little greasy, but it shouldn't be the meat's fault, maybe the wagyu is just greasy. Then you can try our Sonite lamb chops next time. They are lighter than the M9 wagyu beef. Okay, come back later. It was only when Subai walked to the counter that he saw that the Japanese restaurant had a recharge activity. Recharge 5,000 and get 600, recharge 10,000 and get 1,500, and recharge 20,000 and get 4,000. I asked the system and found out that I can get cash back. I just recharged 20,000 yuan and the system gave me a cashback of 60,000 yuan. Subai loves to eat meat. This restaurant has a variety of high-quality meats, and there are many types that we haven't ordered yet. I can come here often in the future. You are addicted, Junior. I didn't expect you to recharge your card. Zhou Jialu said. It's okay. Actually, it won't be used for many times. If you bring a few more people to eat. Subai glanced at the senior. I'll call you next time. It's a bit boring to eat alone. How can that be possible? If I keep following you around to eat and drink for free, I'll just be taking advantage of you for nothing. This is easy to solve. Just give me some rewards, senior. Oh, what kind of reward do you want, Junior? At this time, the two were in the elevator. It was the shopping mall's peak hour at noon, and there were a lot of people in the elevator. Subai and Zhou Jialu were standing in the corner, and just then a group of people got on. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Jialu hugged Subai's arms. The two big, soft arms made Subai experience the generosity of wealth. Feeling the beauty of the senior, Subai's hands were not idle either. The texture of the stockings, combined with the senior sister's plump figure, is simply amazing. Zhou Jialu's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with tears. I didn't expect that my junior would actually take the initiative, and secretly in front of so many people. Get off the elevator and go to the underground parking lot. Zhou Jialu continued to walk holding Subai's arm. In a place where no one was around, she suddenly reached out and felt it, then covered her mouth and laughed. Junior, you are not completely heartless. Indeed. Subai was a little helpless. Senior sister, you are already like this. If I don't give you some feedback, wouldn't it be too disrespectful? Sigma Aura can give Subai an advantage when facing the senior who is both novice and playful. But he couldn't pretend to be deep all the time. After all, Subai was essentially happy to have something happen with his senior. Just like playing a game, the ultimate goal of pulling is to achieve a kill. Subai felt that the fight was almost over and he could start attacking. Then he put his arms around Zhou Jialu's waist from behind. Her waist is very thin, which forms a sharp contrast with her plump figure. Zhou Jialu was obviously a little embarrassed, but she did not resist. Although her body was a little stiff, she still obediently stayed in Subai's arms. Pretending to be calm, he raised his head and asked Subai in a protest. Junior, how is my waist? That's great. Subai looked into her eyes. But the waist still needs to exert force. I want to experience how it feels like to exert force. Smooth talk. Zhou Jialu hurriedly moved his eyes away. Alas, there was no way he could seduce him. It was really that his junior was too charming. Subai laughed secretly. What a contrast, senior sister, so adorable. After getting on the bus, Subai drove with one hand along the way, and his right hand was always interacting with the senior student. Zhou Jialu couldn't bear it any longer, so he just held Subai's hand to stop him from moving. This is also good. The senior sister's hands are soft. It's better to say that her whole body seems to be soft. JW Marriott Hotel. As soon as the two entered the lobby, they attracted the attention of people around them. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women always catches people's attention. Moreover, the man looked younger than the woman, which was very rare in this hotel where an ordinary double room starts at over 900 yuan. After completing the check-in formalities, I took the elevator to the 27th floor. As soon as Zhou Jialu opened the door of the Sea View Executive Suite, the luxurious and elegant decoration inside made her eyes light up. She quickly walked in her high heels. When she came to the floor-to-ceiling window, the vast scenery came into view, making her a little dazed for a moment. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Well, it is indeed very enjoyable. Look at this luxurious room again. If she works normally, she will probably have to wait many years until she is old and ugly to have the money to live in it. This is even a very optimistic idea. In the current market situation, it is considered very good if you can get a full-time job after graduation and keep your job instead of being unemployed. Just as Zhou Jialu was lost in thought, Subai closed the door. The sound of the door closing made Zhou Jialu realize something. She suddenly blushed and said, "Well, Junior, I I will accompany you to visit the room for a while. I have to go back to work in the afternoon. Okay, please feel free to do as you please, senior sister. Subai smiled and didn't say much. Many girls actually have no resistance to high-end luxury things, especially those who have entered society, whose material desires will be even greater than when they were in school. Subai noticed that his senior was wavering. It's human nature. It would be better to say that Zhou Jialu was already a god for being able to stay clean until now. Logically, such a top-notch vixen should have no shortage of pursuers, especially rich people. So, there was some kind of fate between him and the senior sister, and their chemistry was right. Otherwise, with the senior sister's emotional intelligence, she would definitely not agree to come to the hotel with Subai. They are all adults, and it is impossible for them not to understand what it means for a man and a woman to come to a hotel alone. Zhou Jialu excitedly walked around the room, touching and looking at things, and took many photos. Senior, it shouldn't be that serious. Subai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As for that, how can I bear to stay in such an expensive room? I have finally come here, so of course I have to savor it carefully. That's not the way it is. Actually, if you like, you can come here often. Subai approached Zhou Jialu from behind, put his arms around her, and placed his hands on her belly. The abdomen is flat without a trace of fat. He lowered his head and took a deep breath through her hair. The sweet fragrance is mixed with the senior's unique hormonal body fragrance that makes your blood boil. Junior, what are you doing, ugh? Zhou Jialu's heart was pounding and she turned to look at him in panic, but Subai took advantage of the situation and raised his hand to pinch her charming face. Kissed. In an instant, Zhou Jialu's mind went blank. When she came to her senses, the two of them had moved to the large and soft sofa. Falling softly in the arms of his junior, Zhou Jialu bit her lip and hummed with mixed emotions. Junior, you may not believe it, but this is my first kiss. I believe it, why don't you believe it anymore? Didn't you follow me on TikTok before? Didn't you read the comments? They all said that I was the one that thousands of people did that to. And there were rumors at school, and there wasn't anything good to say about me. That's what others think. I have my own judgment. Subai stretched out his hand and pinched her. Senior sister is so shy. She must have never touched any man. Snort. A joy that came from the bottom of his heart poured into Zhou Jialu's heart like sweet syrup. She buried her face in Subai's chest. That's right, Junior, you are my first man and my last. Chapter 17, The Innocent Senior Who Just Fell in Love and Learned to Protect Food. No, ladies. This is just the beginning. How can it be considered the first man, the last man? It happened just after the kiss. If something else happens, will it be fast-forwarded to a lifetime? Subai couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at, you naughty junior? Zhou Jialu pouted and hit him. Her movements were so gentle that they could not cause any kind of harm at all. Senior is so innocent. As expected, you have absolutely no experience at all. Snort. At this point, Zhou Jialu was no longer ashamed to admit it. After all, this is a very serious issue. Many men care a lot about their partner's past. Zhou Jialu doesn't know whether Subai will care, but to be on the safe side, he can't lie for the sake of his boring self-esteem. I like this kind of senior. After saying that, Subai held Zhou Jialu's face again. Senior, let's go out for a walk. We have nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. Okay. After being affectionate for a long time, both of them felt bored in the hotel room, so they went to the nearby street. Compared to IKC Square where we had lunch, this place is not as prosperous, but it also has several unique shops. Subai was interested in a newly opened Chinese bakery. The shop sign described its specialties. Its products were moderately sweet and not greasy, and they also incorporated enzymes to promote digestion. I ate too much meat at noon, so I really need to digest it properly. Zhou Jialu was holding his hand, her face filled with happiness and a little shyness. These emotions, appearing on the extremely seductive face of a vixen, would make passers-by envious to death. If I had a girlfriend this sexy, I would be willing to trade 10 years of my life for her. Really? Don't do that. Dating with a succubus like this will already shorten your lifespan. If it continues to shorten, you'll probably just die right here on the spot. Yeah, it's better to be single. Being single will help you live longer. Listening to the neurotic discussions of passers-by, Zhou Jialu felt very wronged. What about shortening lifespan? Is she that scary? It's obviously his junior classmate who is more terrifying. Just now in the hotel room, Zhou Jielu was so excited that he was almost out of breath and dazed just by hugging and kissing him. The whole process was just Su Bai bullying her. But I like being bullied by my junior classmates, hee hee. And I was bullied in a JW Marriott hotel, which was a special feeling. Su Bai's hands are big and a little rough. I feel safe when held in his big hands. It was the first time for Zhou Jielu to experience the girlfriend's perspective. Every time she turned her head to look at Su Bai, there was a look of surprise in her eyes. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? I just realized you're so tall. You're 1.85 meters tall, right? Yeah, that's right. I feel like those 1.85m celebrities on TV or in short videos are okay, but when they stand next to you, they feel like a towering tower. It's normal. This is based on scientific research. It is said that girls' visual systems have a smaller FOV. When looking at distant scenes, they tend to underestimate the size of the target and overestimate their own height. In other words, girls' psychological height is relatively high, but when they look at others, they will feel short. There is such research? Junior, you know a lot. Zhou Jielu listened carefully, with a look of admiration on his face. Su Bai wanted to laugh when he saw it. Alas, maybe this is the magic of money. He used to talk about this with the girls in his class when he was in high school. As a result, the other party became furious and questioned Su Bai whether he discriminated against women. After a series of random punches, Su Bai was stunned. Sure enough, the difference between a lousy guy and a high-quality guy can be made up for by numbers. Oh yeah, God's how. While sitting in the store eating snacks, Su Bai looked at what Chen Yusheng sent him in the morning and gave a sharp review. Zhou Jielu took the opportunity to ask for leave from Manager Gui of the 4S store. Manager Gui expressed his understanding and said that if Mr. Su had plans to buy a car in the future, he would ask Xiao Zhou to persuade him to continue to consider the Mercedes-Benz brand. What kind of pillow talk is this? Really, we haven't even started yet. Hey, it's only a matter of time. Our Xiao Zhou is very charming, and your junior will definitely be satisfied with you. Zhou Jielu put down his phone and asked Su Bai, Junior, are you satisfied with me? Of course, otherwise why would I bring you to see the hotel room with me? Hey! I've asked for leave from the company, so I can spend the whole afternoon with you. Me too, there was no roll call in the afternoon classes, so I just skipped it. Zhou Jielu said with a sly smile, you are not a good boy. It has only been a few days since the start of school and you are so good at skipping classes. How can you graduate successfully? It doesn't matter. If I can't keep up with the lessons, I'll trouble you to tutor me. As he spoke, Su Bai reached his hand under the table. Zhou Jielu's body trembled, but he had adapted much better than at the beginning. She whispered coquettishly, Junior seems to like stockings very much. Yes, I like it very much. No wonder, he's always making moves. Actually, I prefer to attack another place, but it's not convenient in public. Hate. Following Su Bai's gaze, Zhou Jielu immediately understood what he meant. He lowered his head and his face turned red. I feel quite proud. After all, that was her proudest asset. She has developed better than girls of the same age since she was young, and has a perfect shape and uprightness when she grows up. Ding! It was detected that the S-level goddess Zhou Jielu's favorability towards Su Bai exceeded 80 points, and the intimate relationship was successfully bound. 1 bonus draw. Now, if you spend money on Zhou Jielu and satisfy her indulgent thoughts, you can also get 10 times the cash back for the host. Oh? Su Bai called out the system interface. According to the system's definition of favorability, 20 points means ordinary friends, 40 points means important friends, 60 points means you can fall in love, and over 80 points means you are in an unforgettable passionate love. As for 90 points, it is the point of loyalty until death. Su Bai scanned Zhou Jielu and found that her favorability had soared to 85. In fact, we are not far from being loyal until death. However, they had only known each other for a few hours. I can only say that it was love at first sight. Therefore, senior sister is not the Xiaolangjian that everyone generally thinks. Behind the lively and enthusiastic personality is the courage to love and hate. Once you identify someone you like, you will devote yourself to them without regard for the consequences. To be honest, Zhou Jielu's vision is indeed good. He immediately fell in love with Su Bai, who has a system. Su Bai will definitely not let her down. The Chinese baked goods were really good. Su Bai bought some extra and asked Zhou Jielu to take some back for his roommates. At this time, Subai didn't know that Zhou Jialu's dormitory was the famous goddess dormitory. Of the 4 members, he only knew Lu Yuan and Chen Yusheng. After all, Lu Yuan is Xue Tao's girlfriend, and Chu Mingzhi talks about Chen Yusheng all the time. Zhou Jialu didn't mention this either. She knew that her roommate was as beautiful as her, so let alone talk about it, she tried not to let Subai appear in front of her roommate. Although they have just started dating, Zhou Jialu is already protective of her food. Chapter 18, I want all these limited editions. After walking a few steps along the street, Subai suddenly saw the LV store. As for the Donkey brand, I have heard of its great name for a long time. It should be a very good luxury brand in the eyes of girls. Subai knew nothing about luxury goods. After all, before going to college, he only knew how to study, play games, and watch stupid videos. In fact, most boys in this era are like this, right? This is also the basic element of the masses who work hard. But in the eyes of girls, such men are boring, even useless. So cold. The reason why Subai knew a little about the LV brand was that he was bored at school in junior high school and read Guo Jingming's novels brought by his deskmate. The young mind was shocked by the luxurious dishes listed. Since the name and logo of the brand LV are the simplest, I remembered it. In addition, where Subai lives in his hometown, there is a girl of the same age living next door to him. She has been attending the same school as Subai since kindergarten. We can be considered as childhood sweethearts. During the summer vacation, I talked to Subai for a long time, saying that I wanted to work part-time to save money to buy an LV bag. As for the result, it is unknown. The girl broke up with Subai as early as August because of an inexplicable relationship, and they severed their friendship. Subai remained unmoved by this. It was not until this moment, when I saw the LV store, that I remembered this matter. Subai thought again of the new function that the system had just unlocked. I have tried it when buying snacks for my senior. I spent more than 100 yuan and got 500 yuan in cash back. It really works. He noticed that Zhou Jialu was also looking over there, his eyes shining at the things on the mannequin in the window. Senior, let's go in and take a look. Subai put his arm around the slender waist of the senior and said frankly, I'll buy you a bag. Ah. Zhou Jialu was stunned for a moment, then waved her hands repeatedly, no need, my current bag is good enough, and I don't have to carry an LV bag for the time being. If there is no demand, create it. Come on. Subai temporarily ignored the senior's opinion. Pulled her in. Welcome to LV, sir, is this gentleman buying something for your girlfriend? The salesgirl came up to me with a polite smile. There was no classic scene of a dog looking down on others. The main reason is that Subai's temperament is casual and calm, and he is completely unlike those poor students who come to watch the fun and don't buy anything. Although his outfit is simple, it is no longer possible to judge a person's economic status based solely on his clothes these days. All factors need to be considered comprehensively. Besides, the woman next to him was young, beautiful, and sexy, and even the shopping guide, who had seen many beautiful women, was dazzled by her. She is much better than those female internet celebrities with tech-like faces. She is simply a natural fairy. To be able to make such a beauty cling to him so affectionately, logically speaking, the man must be quite capable. Yes, pick a bag for her. Subai said generously. Okay sir, what do you need? It would be best if you could tell me your budget. We are the LV store with the most complete stock in Jiangcheng. We can find suitable styles for young ladies at all price points. What do you mean? Subai asked Zhou Jialu. The latter thought about it and said in a low voice, if you want to buy it, it's best to buy one with a high value retention rate, such as a monogram pattern. It's also convenient to sell it second hand. Ha, of course, junior brother should not need to consider this. Really? Also, if there happens to be a rare limited edition, you can buy it. Then it should be a limited edition. I think it can satisfy my collecting addiction. Subai had an idea and turned to the shopping guide. Take us to see the limited editions that are in stock in the store and not in high stock in the market. As for the budget, it's fine if it's within 1 million. Yes, sir. The shopping guide didn't take the $1 million budget seriously. But he didn't show any contempt. He just put on a professional smile and took them to see some rare styles that had recently arrived. The prices range from 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. Provide customers with a wide range of choices. Even if the customer ultimately chooses the cheapest option and claims that he or she has a large budget just to show off, you still have to satisfy the customer's desire to show off. The shopping guide thought so considerately. After all, the money is paid by men. If you don't let him pretend to be happy and turn around to go to other luxury brands, wouldn't it be a loss of a business in vain? This is the ninja way of our store's gold medal shopping guide. The shopping guide estimated that this young man would probably buy something worth tens of thousands of dollars for his girlfriend. Being so young, he must be the second or even third generation of rich people. The money he spends is given by his parents, so it can't be too much. Jiangcheng is a standard second-tier city. It's not like the imperial capital or the magic capital where there are rich people everywhere. The so-called rich young man, if his average monthly cash flow is actually 50,000 yuan, is considered to be from a strong family. Moreover, this 50,000 yuan is the total expense, and only a part of it is spent on women. The shopping guide's understanding is based on her years of experience as a salesgirl. However, Subai must be in existence beyond ordinary experience. He leaned close to Zhou Jialu's ear and said, "Senior sister, listen to me. Don't worry about the price. Just pick what you like. Junior, I know you are very satisfied with me and very generous, but what they showed us was a rare limited edition that arrived by chance. It's not something you can get for 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. The good ones cost 200,000 yuan. 200,000 is 200,000, as long as you like it. You know, in addition to restricting me to live in poverty before going to college, my family also has another requirement: I can't treat my women badly, otherwise it would be a humiliation to the family's honor." Subai looked very serious. Zhou Jialu was stunned when he heard this. I couldn't help but start imagining it again. My God, it seems that this junior is even more unfathomable than I thought before. To be honest, the rare and limited edition products that the salesgirl brought out were all ones that Zhou Jialu had seen on Zaya Hongshu, and she loved them very much. Clothes, bags, jewelry, these are things that Zhou Jialu likes very much. She admitted that she was a vain, superficial, and materialistic girl. There is nothing wrong with just admitting it honestly. Aren't most people in this world like this in their bones? The reason why they usually don't admit it is just because they are stubborn. How many people are truly spiritually rich and profound? Material desire itself is not scary as long as you can control it. As long as you keep yourself clean and don't do anything stupid, have self-respect and don't keep fish, there will be no problem. Zhou Jialu's values are roughly the same. Now, she has already decided on Subai, so when Subai told her to be picky, even though she thought it was outrageous, she still decided to listen to Subai. This, and this. Well, you can just pick one of these three. You choose. The bag is for you to use, not for me to carry. Hey, I have to watch it even if I carry you on my back. I have to let my junior brother enjoy the view, right? Zhou Jialu took Subai's hand and said in a coquettish tone. Subai enjoyed the girl's demeanor very much. He immediately waved his hand and said, I want all three. Swipe the card. Chapter 19, from now on, the love belongs only to you. I want all of these. The salesgirl had only seen similar lines when she got home from get off work at night and had nothing to do but read novels about domineering CEOs. In reality, I have never encountered this before. There are not so many rich people in the world who spend money without blinking an eye. In fact, the richer they are, the stingier they are. Those old men who bring their mistresses to buy LV would like to secretly give the fake goods to the shopping guide and sell them to the mistresses at the original price of the genuine product so that they can share the kickbacks. Of course, the above things are actually impossible to happen. After all, the beautiful girls who live on old men have developed a pair of sharp eyes. If nothing else, they can still tell the authenticity of common luxury goods. But Subai really did it. Not only did he make big promises, but he also took out his card to pay. Guest, are you sure? Sure. Okay, sir, these three models are rare models that have been discontinued and out of stock. They are hard to find on the market. They are all first-hand goods, and the inventory is transferred from special channels. But don't worry, all the certificates are authentic and can be checked. According to the current price in the secondary market, they are about 160,000 yuan, 200,000 yuan, and 180,000 yuan respectively. The total price you need to pay is about 540,000 yuan. Clear. While Zhou Jialu was still in a daze, Subai had quickly completed the payment. Looking forward to checking the system's cashback. Ding! You bought a rare LV bag for Zhou Jialu. You actually bought 3 bags that she had been eyeing for a long time. These were the benchmarks she set as her goals before she turned 30. I didn't expect that they would be achieved so soon. Trigger 6 times cash back, reward 3.24 million yuan. Nice. Subai discovered that his senior was his lucky star. It seemed that when he was with her, the cashback multiples he drew were quite large. Junior, this is too. Zhou Jialu said in disbelief, you really bought them all? I've already told you that. Believe in my ability. I won't do anything that overdraws myself, nor will I mistreat my own people. Our own people? Zhou Jialu looked at Subai again, his eyes actually showing some emotion. They had only known each other for such a short time, but for some reason, Subai had a special trust in her, and this trust touched the depths of her soul. She hugged Subai ecstatically for a while, and then began to try the bags with the help of the clerk. A little timid. After all, it was the first time I used such an expensive item. Subai didn't understand it at all, but the system had the function of scanning items. According to the system's appraisal, these 3 are indeed rare items with extremely high prices in the secondary market. The first one is a handbag from Takashi Murakami's co-branded series. Based on the classic monogram pattern, it is infused with bright colors and artistic design. It comes with a detachable shoulder strap, a gold padlock and a bow key case, combining classic and playful style. Since Takashi Murakami has ended his cooperation with LV, this series is a limited edition and out-of-print product. It is rare in the second-hand market and has the potential to appreciate in value. The second one is a custom-made LV Capucine's rare leather model, nothing much to say about it. The third one is a hard luggage bag, the same style as Guai Ling, which became popular on the catwalk. These 3 women's bags correspond to 3 styles, lively and casual, elegant, and retro, and are suitable for going out with clothes of corresponding styles. As for which one is the best, it's hard to say. Zhou Jialu really had a hard time making a decision, so she asked Subai to help her choose. She never thought that Subai would choose to buy them all. Spending $500,000 to buy her a bag all at once, this sounds a bit too abstract. But Subai really did the abstract thing with an indifferent look on his face. In fact, Subai was not really calm. He was still a little excited inside. It was the first time in my life that I spent 500,000 yuan in one go. More importantly, this order helped him earn nearly 3 million. Junior, do you know, this bag, when I saw it online, I thought that if I become successful in my career, I must find a way to buy one to reward myself. Zhou Jialu, who was carrying a bag and admiring herself in the mirror, muttered with a dazed look in her eyes. Then, he looked at Subai with some embarrassment and said, Are you a loser, senior? What's so useless about this? People always have to have a goal to strive for. No matter what it is, as long as it doesn't break the law, it's good. You are so sweet. As she spoke, Zhou Jialu stood on tiptoe, hooked her arms around Subai's neck, and kissed her tenderly. The interweaving of gentleness and charm made Subai extremely happy. The shop assistants politely avoided looking at him, but they couldn't help but feel envious. Where can I find such a rich and inhumane boyfriend who is also young and handsome? May I ask? If Zhou Jialu's looks and figure weren't so intimidating, several of the young ladies in the store would probably be considering poaching her. 500,000 in cash, anyone who claims to be rich can come up with it. But spending 500,000 to buy 3 bags is outrageous. It is a scene that most people will never see in their lifetime. Zhou Jialu flirted with Subai for a while before finally realizing that he was shy in front of so many people. So he packed his things and quickly fled the store. Just as the two were about to leave, Subai suddenly said something that once again shattered the shop assistant's views. Since you're here, why not buy a few watches? They'll go perfectly with the bag you just bought. No, man. Are you speaking Chinese? What the fuck does buy a few watches mean? Are you buying Casio electronic watches here? But the shop assistants thought that based on the spending habits shown by the bag just bought, the budget might be over $1 million. Where did this guy come from? He must be a money printing machine. I don't know, but he looks very handsome and speaks very politely. He might be the young master of a prominent family. It's so terrifying. Master, is your family still in need of a maid? I can do it. You can't be a fool. They want maids who can smile nicely. Why don't you look in the mirror? Although my smile doesn't look pretty, I look funny. Outside. Zhou Jialu advised, don't buy anything else. I am already very satisfied with these. After all, we just got together, and I didn't pay anything for my junior brother. Okay, let's talk about it another day. After strolling around for a while, the two returned to the hotel. Zhou Jialu took out her bag again and looked at herself in the mirror to admire her beauty. Put aside the retro and elegant style bags for now, the brightly colored ones are best for daily use. After all, she is still a female college student in her early 20s. She doesn't need to try hard to look like a rich lady like those celebrities on Zaya Hongshu. Subai probably doesn't like that either, so it's better to be more natural. My junior, now that you have bought my dream, my life is going to lose its purpose. How are you going to take responsibility? Putting the bag aside, Zhou Jialu faced Subai and sat on his lap. Then Subai's eyes were filled with a broad mind. Well, then don't limit your goal to making money. Find something you want to do. I support you. Subai said this, picked up his phone, and immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to her. 100,000 pocket money a month should be enough for me, right? It's enough, definitely enough, he. Although he knew that he should remain reserved at this time, Zhou Jialu couldn't help but smile foolishly. Oh, it seems like life has entered a relaxing mode. I don't have to worry about finding a job or saving money anymore. But she also knew that as Subai's woman, she had obligations to fulfill. Then I will tell the 4S store tomorrow that I'm quitting my job. By the way, I don't plan to keep a TikTok account either. I will delete all the videos as soon as possible. Subai was a little surprised. Senior sister, you are so decisive. You have arranged everything so quickly. Yes, my junior fellow students are so kind to me, so of course I have to be more courageous. After all. Zhou Jialu leaned close to Subai's ear, kissed him lightly, and said charmingly. From now on, I will only burn it for you. Hiss. This time, the lethality was so great that even Subai, who possessed the Sigma Halo, could hardly withstand it. Senior. I'm sorry, I'm going to make a mistake with you. Chapter 20, Playing with Friends Online and Offline, Couples Private Room. You 1T have to wait that long. The male protagonist is steadily picking up the girl, and soon we'll get to the part that everyone wants to see. Don't be impatient, dear readers. It's a pity that I couldn't win over the senior today. Zhou Jialu felt that they had just met and it happened too fast. The first time should be more solemn. Maybe this is the sense of ritual for girls. Subai agreed, after all, it was his first time too. I agreed with my mouth, but I had another idea in my heart. You can skip the last step for now, but you must not let little Subai suffer any of the other marginal enjoyments. The panel shows that Zhou Jialu has a strong desire in that aspect, probably because he was pent up in his first 3 years of college. Subai planned to proceed step by step, using various intimate methods to eat out his senior sister step by step. She verbally agreed with Zhou Jialu that more than a month later, which was Zhou Jialu's birthday, she would give herself to Subai. In fact, it will take a few days, depending on Subai's method. Good food should be eaten bite by bite, don't rush. Subai decided that when the time comes, he would make his senior sister beg him to complete the last step ahead of time. An evil and pleasant plan had already emerged in his mind. Subai's fire had been aroused by her. He was really envious of this senior sister who looked fickle on the outside but pure on the inside. Zhou Jialu was also very considerate, considering that little Subai should not suffer. So she used her dexterous hands to realize her dream. Originally, Subai wanted to use her strong capital, but the senior was too shy and said she would try something new next time. Anyway, after a while, Subai collapsed on the sofa and let out a sigh of anger. Refreshed. My head feels a bit empty. I have entered a period of time when I think about the universe, life, and entropy increase in heat death. Zhou Jialu returned to school and said he had an appointment with his roommates to have dinner together. Well, after dinner, Subai plans to explore other ways to get cash back. Some methods are really not suitable to be done with senior students. I bought 3 bags for Zhou Jialu, and temporarily left 2 of them with Subai. I always felt unsafe taking them to the dormitory. The only thing Zhou Jialu carried was the bright style suitable for daily use. She said that by carrying such an expensive bag, other men would know that she was taken and would not harass her. What if others think you are being kept by someone? Subai asked. It's okay. Anyway, there have been people spreading rumors that I was abused by a rich old man. I'm not afraid of being slandered. Zhou Jialu rubbed against Subai with a happy face. It's my luck to be supported by my junior. Thinking back to the happy little woman's expression on Zhou Jialu's face when she said those words, Subai was very satisfied. Just as Subai was thinking about life, the system rang again. Ding! Zhou Jialu's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 90. Detection of favorability exceeding 90, reward 1 chance to draw a lottery. Currently there are 2 chances in total. No, ladies. Is this till death? I don't know if it's because Subai spent enough money on her, or if Zhou Jialu was just very innocent. Or is it some mysterious love at first sight? Maybe there are various factors involved. Feelings are inherently complicated. It doesn't matter, let us draw the lottery anyway. 2 consecutive chances to draw the lottery made Subai eager to try. Etc. It's better to take a shower first, change clothes and then smoke. In fact, generally speaking, non-chain hotels in the suburbs of slightly larger cities are also likely to be equipped with usable bathtubs. But the hygiene of the bathtub is not satisfactory. In a hotel of Marriott's level, at least the bathtubs are well maintained. Subai took a bath happily, and while wearing a bathrobe, he bowed to the god of wealth in the direction of the river. After completing the ritual, he clicked on the lottery button on the system interface. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won 1 million yuan in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have won the primary body strengthening liquid. Description: primary body strengthening fluid will adjust the host's body to a completely healthy state. All physical fitness indicators will reach the excellent level of adult males, and the original strengths will be additionally strengthened. This is good. The past year of high school life has left Subai somewhat in a sub-healthy state. Chronic gastritis, cervical spondylosis, and lumbar disc herniation are very common conditions among high school students these days. There is no way. The competition in the college entrance examination is too fierce and studying is too hard. Otherwise, why do people say that all the students studying in universities nowadays are fragile students? With the kind of structure you have in high school, it's impossible for your body not to be fragile. With this strengthening liquid, you can improve your health problems. As for the improvement of physical fitness, Subai is also looking forward to it. Which man doesn't want to have a strong physique? Subai glanced at the detailed instructions for the strengthening liquid and summoned it immediately. A small Coke-sized glass bottle containing a clear, colorless liquid. Drink it all in one gulp. It has a sweet and refreshing taste that seems to be absorbed as soon as it enters your mouth. Then Subai lay on the bed. There are no side effects such as fever all over the body, discharge of black mud, crackling of muscles and bones. After just a nap for about an hour, Subai opened his eyes and the whole world seemed to have undergone subtle changes. First of all, vision and hearing have become sharper. The second is the feeling of being full of energy in my body. The last time I experienced this was before I entered high school. Ever since I started studying and doing exercises day and night, my health has been getting worse day by day. But now I am back to my peak. No, I am much stronger than before. Looking in the mirror, at his much improved body, Subai struck several bodybuilders' poses. Very satisfied. In terms of physical fitness indicators, there is definitely a gap compared to real bodybuilders, but it's not good to have muscles that are too exaggerated. It's better to be more coordinated like now. Subai doesn't want to train his physical fitness to be like Arnold with a pointed head. It's better to be more handsome. At this time, the sky outside was getting darker and it was evening. Subai was also hungry. I ordered a Western dinner from room service directly. I haven't eaten it yet, let me try it to see how it tastes. Since he wanted to go out for a drive in the evening, Subai did not order any red wine. The classic 3-course Western meal, appetizer, soup and steak, served with bread. The combination of precious ingredients and mild seasoning is not that delicious. Before I finished my meal, Chen Yusheng sent another message. Yuxia, do you want to play games at night? Puff pastry white goose, hit me, I'll call you when I'm done. Yuxia, yes. Yuxia, then I'll go out and find a place. My roommate is in the dormitory, so it's not convenient. Puff pastry white goose okay? Rain break, cat rolling. Subai thought about it and decided to stay at. I'm in the hotel. The laptop I use for playing games is still in the dormitory, but I'm too lazy to go back and get it. You can't use an Apple laptop to play LOL, it feels so weird. There is a sense of incongruity in reading tomato fast food web articles on a high-end ink screen e-reader. So Subai searched the map and found that there was an internet cafe downstairs of the hotel. It is an internet cafe with a very good environment. Reviews generally say that there is no smoke, the computers are very new, and there are many seats, so there are always vacancies even during peak hours. Subai thought about it and thought that it might be because this place is a little far from the main campus of Jiangnan University, and the tuition is high, so students basically don't come here to surf the internet. The nearby residential area is also a high-end community, and people in high-end communities have an even lower demand for using internet cafes. Great, let's spend a night here. I don't know if there is any recharge activity in the internet cafe, at least give Subai a few thousand yuan back. Nowadays, Subai has become accustomed to the thinking of the indulgent rich man and takes advantage of others in various ways. Only after Chen Yusheng said she was ready did Subai go downstairs and find the internet cafe according to the house number on the map. As soon as I entered, I saw a familiar figure paying at the counter. The two sides looked at each other for a moment. Subai spoke first. No, sister, you came all the way here to place an order? It's because it's far from school that I can't run into anyone I know. Chen Yusheng blushed and said, you are the one. How come you're here? Oh, I'm staying in the hotel upstairs tonight, so I'm playing games here. The hotel upstairs seems very high-end. I'm afraid it would cost thousands to stay for one night? Chen Yusheng didn't quite understand this, but considering Subai's wealth, it wasn't surprising that he lived in a 5-star hotel. Suddenly, she thought of something and said happily, since we met by chance, why not open a couple's room? This internet cafe has couple's rooms. Only after I said it did I realize that this was not a very appropriate thing to say. Then she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Subai. Chapter 21, You are already rich, why do you still need traditional love? The couple's room is good, what is good about it? The good thing is that the two computers are placed side by side, a small room but a great deal of ambiguity. Once the door is closed, no one will love you. Subai knew that some of his classmates who were addicted to the internet liked to find an internet cafe to date and have a sweet couple date. The brave ones even save the money for hotel rooms. This kind of thing has evolved into a more high-end form, which is the esports hotel, and of course the price will also be higher. Subai is not bothered by the price issue now, but with Chen Yusheng's socially anxious personality, she might find it difficult to accept the esports hotel. However, as for the couple's room, after a little hesitation, she still followed Subai into it. The main reason was that Subai directly recharged 5,000 yuan at the front desk. The store was having an event where you could get 5,000 yuan for every 5,000 yuan you recharged. Then Subai said that when he came here to play games next time, he could just spend the money in this card. At first Chen Yusheng refused, but Subai persuaded her and said that since I hired you, I have to provide you with good working conditions. You spend my money in the internet cafe, just like a boss has to pay rent for an office space when he opens a company. It is only natural. Do employees have to pay the rent for the office building? Chen Yusheng thought about it and thought, well, there seems to be no problem. As a straight girl majoring in science and engineering, she was very logical. Since Subai convinced her with logic, she had no choice but to follow Subai into the couple's room. Turn on the computer. Get on the clock. No, get on the plane. Did you pick up the car this morning? Right. So what are you doing this afternoon? Chen Yusheng looked at Subai with a puzzled expression, and added with a slightly blushing face, I don't mean to ask too many questions, I'm just curious. Well, just chat casually, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. It's okay. We're all friends, so it's normal to share our daily lives. I was shopping this afternoon and bought some snacks. I brought them here. You can eat them when you get hungry after playing games later. Subai placed the snacks from the Chinese bakery on the table, between his and Chen Yusheng's monitors. This internet-famous snack, apart from anything else, does look delicious. Chen Yusheng clearly made a sound of swallowing saliva, but his face remained expressionless. I'm not hungry. Oh. I'm on the number. I'm fine too, come on. Happy hour has begun. Time in an intense game always passes quickly. By the time Subai came to his senses, the 2-hour agreed playtime was almost over. The room service we ordered for dinner was not very filling. It was only a little after 9 o'clock in the evening and we were already hungry. Subai reached out to touch the box of snacks, but found an empty box. No, ladies. When did you eat? Subai didn't notice it at all. Good job, Chen Yusheng. You have the skills. When his eyes fell on Chen Yusheng, the latter acted dumb. Feeling embarrassed by Subai's gaze, he murmured quietly, sorry, I ate it all by accident. Oh, what's there to be embarrassed about? You came here without having dinner? Have eaten. That means eating too little. Um, are you really that short of money? It's not that I'm so short of money that I can't afford to eat, it's just that I've been busy lately and have no appetite. Your snack is so delicious. Chen Yusheng licked his lips, looking unsatisfied, like a greedy cat that had been hungry for several days. The cute look forms a sharp contrast with the cold appearance. Subai thought to himself and said, "Then I'll help you whet your appetite. Let's go have a midnight snack together." Chen Yusheng originally wanted to refuse, as Subai wanted to treat her to a midnight snack and it would cost her extra money. Although Subai doesn't lack this little money. It's simply because Chen Yusheng has a strong sense of self-esteem. Ever since her mother fell ill, Chen Yusheng has experienced a lot of social malice, but on the contrary, Subai has given her too much kindness. Good people shouldn't be held at gunpoint, and good men shouldn't be treated as ATMs. Facing Chen Yusheng's hesitation, Subai's solution was, I opened WeChat and transferred 400 yuan to her. Chen Yusheng? I'll send you an order. Please accompany me to eat hot pot. It will be charged for 2 hours. It's the same price as playing games. This is not good. What's wrong with that? I won't eat you. Not to worry about that, okay? Chen Yusheng expressed his obedience. Subai said he wanted to eat hot pot, so hot pot probably isn't that expensive. Come to the underground parking lot of this building. The sound of unlocking the Mercedes-Benz GLE, coupled with the flashing headlights and the majestic and domineering black outline, emerged as an oppressive figure in the darkness of the underground parking lot. Luxury cars, especially SUVs with a relatively high body posture, do give people an inexplicable sense of oppression for those who have rarely seen them. Is this the car you picked up this morning? So beautiful. Chen Yusheng suddenly thought of something, stood beside the car and thought for a while, then asked, "Can I sit in the passenger seat?" "Why can't I sit here?" Subai laughed. "I heard that the front passenger seat is for a girlfriend or wife, and can't be given to other girls casually." "So what? I don't have a girlfriend." When saying this, the figure of Senior Zhou Jialu inexplicably emerged in Subai's mind. Let us be honest. He didn't seem to have said that the senior was his girlfriend. You are so rich now, why bother with traditional love? Wouldn't it be nice to have a few more female confidants? Chen Yusheng is cute and adorable, and plays games with him. Zhou Jialu is a contrast, and accompanies him shopping. You have long legs, she has big bears. Each occupies a different track and does not interfere with each other. Beautiful, beautiful. When it comes to love, Subai is a staunch reformist. You don't have a girlfriend? Well, that's okay. Only then did Chen Yusheng get into the car with peace of mind. If Subai had a girlfriend, she would definitely keep her distance. But Subai said no. Chen Yusheng couldn't help but have some unnecessary thoughts in his mind. While I was daydreaming, the car soon arrived at the hot pot place. Looking at the imposing restaurant entrance in front of him, Chen Yusheng complained, "Is this place really a hot pot place? It doesn't look like it." "What does it look like?" "Like that expensive and unpalatable Western food." "Ha ha ha ha, indeed." Subai laughed, "But I asked my friend, this restaurant is delicious. It provides a special sour soup hot pot, a special flavor of the southwest region, which can help improve your appetite." Oh. As he walked into the store, Chen Yusheng immediately smelled the aroma of sour soup hot pot. My stomach suddenly groaned, longing to be filled. She was a little embarrassed, and it was her first time in such a high-end restaurant, so she kept her head down and didn't say anything. This is what social phobia is like. It doesn't matter. Subai has arranged everything anyway. Just order whatever looks good on the menu. It's a whole table of luxurious set meals. High-end hot pot is basically a trend brought about by the Villa Hot Pot in Shanghai. This trend has now spread to Zhangcheng. The form may have changed, such as the sour soup feature, but the core elements that support the price have not changed. Upper-class dining environment, upper-class service, and upper-class ingredients. Chapter 22, 8,000 yuan for a working meal. When Subai was ordering food, Chen Yusheng was still cowering in social phobia. It was not until several plates of expensive-looking seafood were served that Chen Yusheng realized that this hot pot was completely different from what she had imagined. There's no need to be so extravagant. How can this be considered extravagance and waste? Besides, I want to eat, and you are just accompanying me to eat. Why do you care what I eat? Put yourself in your proper place, classmate Chen. Looking at Subai's pretending to be serious face, Chen Yusheng knew that he didn't want her to worry about the price. She had no choice but to swallow her saliva and eat with Subai. Soon the soup came up, and the orange-red sour soup looked particularly bright under the warm light. After heating, the sour and spicy smell with a hint of ginger gradually wafts into the nose. This is really making me drool. Seeing Chen Yusheng's appetite twitching but unable to let go, Subai picked up a plate of snacks and placed it in front of her. Eat something first. You eat too. I've had this kind of seafood for lunch, so I don't really need it now. Just eat it. Oh. Chen Yusheng looked down at the elegant tableware in blue and white porcelain color. The plate was large, but there was not much on it. The golden fried food was piled up in a small pile. Is it seafood? Yes, it's got king crab legs in it, cooked tempura style. I thought it was crispy pork. She tasted it, her eyes sparkled and her little mouth moved. Subai looked at her with a smile on his face, until Chen Yusheng realized her mistake and became shy. The boy still had a gentle smile on his face. Don't act like a lady in front of me, okay? Eat if you want. Only when you're full will you have the energy to play with me. Thank you. With the addition of hot pot meat and vegetables, Chen Yusheng gradually relaxed, and he also had a bit of a broken jar mentality. After all, he had already finished Subai's box of snacks, and his foodie nature had been exposed. There is no need to pretend anymore. To put it another way, she and Subai had the same niche hobbies that they rarely showed off to others, so having a hot pot meal with him didn't seem like something that was difficult to accept. After all, he is really rich, so taking advantage of him will make Chen Yusheng feel less psychologically burdened. Girls are creatures with a strong sense of morality. They are extremely reluctant to live in a state of guilt. Even if they cannot repay the other person's kindness, they will often find a psychologically acceptable excuse to numb themselves. Not criticizing, that's human nature. The meal lasted an hour and a half, during which the two men filled their stomachs and had a heated discussion about a recently published niche detective comic. When the waiter was serving the dishes, he heard the two handsome men and beautiful women discussing crime scene, hiding shit and running away. An expression of awe appeared on his face and he quietly stepped away. Good job. I thought they were two rich student lovers, but I didn't expect them to be a gold medal thug and a princess of the underworld. I'm so sorry. Let me take you back to school. After dinner, Subai took Chen Yusheng to the Mercedes-Benz GLE and offered to take her home. Without caring whether she agreed or not, he went straight into the driver's seat and motioned for her to get in. Chen Yusheng bit her lip and agreed. She had a very satisfying meal. Her stomach was full and she began to feel sleepy. The thought of having to squeeze into the subway and walk back to school filled her whole body with a strong sense of laziness. At this time, there was a spacious, comfortable and luxurious Mercedes in front of her, and Subai, whose gentle smile gave her a strong sense of security. It didn't take much struggle for the balance of thought to tip. Tomorrow is Friday, I have a lot of classes to sign in during the day, so I will probably play games at night. Subai said. Okay, I'll come over in the evening. Chen Yusheng nodded. What do you want to eat for supper? Don't worry, just send me a WeChat message when you've made your choice, and I'll make a reservation in advance. On the bright side, according to Subai's definition, this midnight snack can be considered a working meal. Alas, this work experience is so great, Chen Yusheng sighed silently. The computer in the internet cafe couples room has a very high configuration, with a graphics card of 4070s, which is much more powerful than Chen Yusheng's own laptop 3060. Not to mention the ultimate late-night snack. She saw the bill. The meal, including service charge, cost more than 8,000. It's just outrageous. Of course, considering that the minimum consumption for this box is 3,800, it seems to be nothing wrong. Given Subai's consumption level, it is definitely impossible for him to spend money close to the minimum consumption limit. Speaking of which, Subai's consumption habits are really mysterious. He wears shoes that cost more than 100 yuan and eats hot pot that costs more than 8,000 yuan. He gives people a very casual feeling. I do whatever I want in Egypt. This casualness infected Chen Yusheng to a certain extent, making her feel comfortable staying with Subai. This is a rare and enjoyable time in recent times. Subai drove the car to a small gate west of Jiangcheng University. This place is sparsely populated, so it is reasonable to put the socially anxious Chen Yusheng down here, and the small door is not far from the girls' dormitory. When leaving, Chen Yusheng looked a little reluctant and looked back. The car remained parked there until her figure was completely inside the school, then it started again and left. The corners of the girl's lips curled up into a rare smile. At this time, on the plastic sidewalk near Xiaoximen, a boy in sportswear was staring at the Mercedes-Benz GLE going away with a look of horror on his face. Rub your eyes hard. If he was not mistaken, the girl he saw getting off the car just now was Chen Yusheng from the Goddess Dormitory? This isn't right, so late at night. The boy immediately came up with many topics that the crowd liked to hear. But it's just imagination. I didn't publicize it on any public platform. There was nothing to publicize. In that Goddess Dormitory, except for the average-looking Lou's name? The boy forgot his name. All the other 3 goddesses had all kinds of bad rumors circulated. After all, there are many girls who are jealous of them. When everyone sees the rumor, they automatically turn on the artificial iframe staring mode and identify it as fake. Besides, even if the goddesses are taken by rich men, it is not something unacceptable. This is the way the world is. At most, you can just wail a few times to vent your emotions. What really concerned the boy was that one of his high school classmates, who was also studying at Jiangcheng University like him, was extremely obsessed with Chen Yusheng. So the boy found his classmate's WeChat. Brother, I was running outside and just saw Chen Yusheng getting out of a luxury car. He seemed quite happy. Fuck, how come you replied so quickly? So fast. Ha, you didn't expect that. I installed a plug-in on my phone, and whenever I receive a message that involves Chen Yusheng, a special reminder tone will sound. Is this the strength of the computer science department? It's so terrifying. The boy was stunned. Then his classmate quickly replied. You must have read it wrong. How could Chen Yusheng come back to school so late? She must be working in the laboratory during this time. No, buddy, I didn't see it wrong. Did you take a photo? I didn't make it in time. What the hell are you talking about if there's no picture? I'm going to study now, stop slandering my goddess. Seeing this, the boy smiled helplessly and shook his head. Alas, you are a dog licker. There is no cure. Chapter 23 How Rich is the Senior's Boyfriend? Some time ago, in the school cafeteria. Senior, here. Lu Yuan, who had secured a seat in advance, waved and greeted Zhou Jialu. Her graceful figure as she walked slowly attracted countless people's attention. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Oh, if only she were as pretty as Zhou Jialu. If so, there would definitely be a lot of good boys surrounding her in school. She can then take her time to choose and find her ideal husband before graduation. It's not like now. I met so many boys in my freshman year, and they were all ugly. Either their families were too poor, or their looks were really unacceptable. Well, actually Shui Tao is not very easy to swallow either. But we can still make do with it by holding our noses. Mainly because there is no better choice for the time being. Lu Yuan believes that girls' youth is short, so they should seize the time to enjoy it and look for another job while enjoying it, which is the best solution. Shui Tao was the one she chose as a temporary stepping stone. However, it seems that Senior Zhou doesn't even want a springboard. It can be said that from the beginning to the end, I have never met anyone I truly like. Alas, it turns out that all beautiful women are very proud. Just as Lu Yuan was sighing, Zhou Jialu gradually approached. Only then did Lu Yuan see the bag she was carrying. Colorful, bright but not gaudy, instead has a unique artistic feel. It matches Zhou Jialu's lively and enthusiastic temperament very well. Wow, Senior, is this your new bag? It looks so nice. Zhou Jialu became shy when she heard that. My boyfriend gave it to me. Lu Yuan's eyes widened and she was completely shocked. No, ladies. Just now she was still talking about how Zhou Jialu didn't have a boyfriend, but right away she was told that her senior was in a relationship? It turned out that what the elders in my family said was right. Jiangcheng is a place with an evil spirit. No way, is that true? Senior, when did you get a boyfriend? It feels so sudden. Oh, I think this is a bit abrupt too. Sit down first and talk while you eat. I'll go get the food first. Yeah, okay, I'll wait for Senior to report to me. Lu Yuan nodded obediently, sat down, and had a gossipy expression on her face. What an outstanding man he must be to be favored by Senior Zhou and to develop a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with him so quickly. Soon, Sister Zhou returned with a plate of vegetables. Didn't even buy rice. I ate too much seafood with Subai at noon, so I just had a casual dinner, otherwise I would gain weight. Although she has always been proud of her voluptuous figure, she cannot become bloated. She needs to lose weight where she needs to. Senior, let me ask you something first. This boyfriend you found should be very rich, right? The question Lu Yuanyuan asked at the beginning was very consistent with her personality. She had mentioned many times when she and Zhou Jielu were chatting at night in the dormitory that she would definitely find a rich boyfriend in the future. In her opinion, economic strength is the core value of a man. As long as he has enough money, he can tolerate any problems such as appearance, personality, and education. Zhou Jielu nodded shyly. It seemed that she was a bit materialistic to admit it like this, but since she came back with this Takashi Murakami co-branded handbag, she actually wanted to show off. I know, your bag is LV, and it doesn't look cheap. I remember buying it somewhere. Wait, let me look for it. Lu Yuanyuan was operating on her mobile phone. Suddenly, his whole body shook violently, and he covered his mouth and screamed. Oh my god, senior, this bag of yours is not that one of those super expensive co-branded bags that has been discontinued and is sold for over 150,000 yuan in the secondary market. My god, this is the first time I've seen such an expensive bag in real life. Yuan, you are too excited. Don't scare the students passing by. Zhou Jielu had a look of don't do basic exercises on his face, and he felt secretly happy about pretending to be cool. He said nonchalantly. He does have some financial strength. We confirmed our relationship today, and then he said he wanted to buy me something. I actually didn't want it, but he said that if I carried this bag, I would naturally scare off other suitors, hee. Hiss, that seems to be the truth. As Lu Yuanyuan dreamed of marrying a rich man, she quickly understood what Zhou Jielu meant. The value of a bag at this price range is totally incompatible with the price. It is a pure toy for the rich. However, Zhou Jielu's spending habits have always been that of an ordinary girl. Suddenly, she started carrying a bag worth 160,000 renminbi. In the eyes of others, it must have meant that she had a boyfriend who was extremely powerful. Yeah, but, since you were so frank, won't those people with ulterior motives say something bad about you, for example, saying that you found a rich old man? Lu Yuanyuan's concerns are actually in line with the views of the general public. In today's society, it is becoming increasingly difficult for young people to succeed. There are rich second generations, but their number is limited. Generally speaking, his moves are not that bold. In everyone's impression, those who sponsor female college students are mostly middle-aged or even elderly local bosses with bald heads and big bellies. Zhou Jielu smiled carefreely and said, "Don't worry, let others be jealous, I just want to enjoy my own life." Lu Yuanyuan suddenly understood something and became even more excited. Senior sister, from what you said, your boyfriend should be good in other aspects as well? Yeah. He's, well, pretty handsome. Zhou Jielu was a bit conservative. I was afraid that Lu Yuanyuan would suffer a heart attack in the cafeteria. Are you kidding? Yuanyuan is her only best friend in school. If she had a heart attack, she would be heartbroken. After Lu Yuanyuan calmed down a bit, Zhou Jielu continued, and he's younger than me. Now Lu Yuanyuan was really upset. After finding out the price of the bag, she already had a preconceived notion that the senior's boyfriend must be at least a working man in his 20s or almost 30. Most likely he is in his 30s or 40s. One investment was 160,000, which meant that the money spent every month was at least several hundred thousand. Lu Yuanyuan guessed that he should be the boss of a powerful company. The kind that also has a background at home. However, the answer given by the senior student surprised her. She's younger than my senior? Doesn't that mean that the other person is still a college student? No, that's a bit against the will of heaven. Lu Yuanyuan knows exactly how much pocket money the rich second generation in the school can get every month, as well as the family assets corresponding to this amount. She discussed this with some senior classmates who worked in finance, and also researched relevant information on Zaya Hongshu. For high net worth families, it is common to have basic living expenses exceeding 10,000 yuan. However, if the amount is too much, it will not be given casually. Parents will usually ask about the purpose of the money, or simply let the children use the credit card in the name of the parents, so that every expenditure is clear. Perhaps the amount of discretionary funds will expand to 50,000 or even 100,000. The corresponding family income must be higher. But, do you want a rich second generation to spend 160,000 to buy a bag for his girlfriend? That's enough. Even his mother might not be willing to use such a good bag. Being able to afford it is one thing, but whether you can bear to spend so lavishly is another. Besides, it's just a gift. To put it in a nutshell, the senior student's boyfriend's monthly pocket money is at least 1 million. After sorting out her thoughts, Lu Yuan had an epiphany. No wonder Zhou Jialu's face has been filled with a sweet smile since they met. This day is indeed going to be sweet. Chapter 24. Lu Yuan scolds her boyfriend. Senior, can you tell me that your boyfriend is also a college student? Is he from our school? Or from another school? Lu Yuan asked curiously. Zhou Jialu had long thought about what kind of answer she should give to her best friend. Judging from Su Bai's style, it is obvious that he likes to keep a low profile. If he wanted to, he could easily dress up in an extravagant manner, the kind that even people who didn't know much about luxury brands could tell at a glance that he was wealthy. But he didn't. Instead, like most college students, he wore cheap fast-moving consumer brands such as Uniqlo and H&M, or products from Taobao. Therefore, Zhou Jialu planned not to introduce Su Bai to people in the school for the time being. There are some little tricks hidden in this. After all, Su Bai is too outstanding, so it is better to keep him hidden so as not to attract other girls to do bad things to him. I'm sorry, Yuan. My boyfriend is a low-key person. He doesn't show off his wealth. I won't tell you his details. I can only tell you, well, the school he attends isn't very good, but he has a very good personality. We get along very well. Is that so? It's okay, I understand. Lu Yuan giggled. If I had a boyfriend who was super outstanding, I would probably keep him secret and not want him to meet my girlfriends. Well. Hey, eat a few bites of rice first, the food is getting cold. Ah. Really, I was so engrossed in chatting with my senior that I forgot to eat. At this time, Lu Yuan suddenly felt hungry, but she didn't say anything and ate quickly. Zhou Jialu also took out the internet-famous snack to share. While eating, Lu Yuan did not forget to take a photo of the ridiculously expensive bag and sent it to her boyfriend Shuetao. My senior in the dormitory is in love, and her boyfriend gave her a very beautiful bag. Oh, when can I use a bag of this grade? Although Zhou Jialu said that she would not introduce her boyfriend to them, what she meant was that she wanted to take the initiative to send the signal that she was already taken. So, what Lu Yuan said to her boyfriend completely met the requirements of her senior. At this moment, room 510, building 7, men's dormitory. Xu Mingzhi connected his mobile phone to his computer and fiddled with it. No, buddy, you are still so diligent after the get out of class, what code are you writing? Shuetao couldn't help but ask. Damn, it's just the beginning of the freshman year, is there already a group of involutionaries born in the dormitory? Xu Mingzhi smiled slightly. I made a small plug-in to remind me to pay attention to Chen Yusheng. Aren't you paying attention to your goddess every moment? Do you still need to be reminded of this? If someone mentions Chen Yusheng in a group chat or private chat I join, or if there is relevant content in the circle of friends, the plugin will trigger a special prompt sound. Xu Mingzhi said seriously, the timeliness of information is very important. Sometimes, if you find the right entry point, you can seize the fleeting opportunity and enter the heart of the goddess. Shelter from the sand and wind. Shuetao rolled her eyes. Hu Yi is too perverted. Other dogs are just a little more seriously ill, but Xu Mingzhi already has the flavor of a performance artist. He said disdainfully, what fleeting opportunity? That's all nonsense. If you ask me, it's easy to pick up girls in college. As long as you are willing to spend money and provide some convenient conditions, for example, you have to have a car. It's so convenient to drive a girl out to play. It instantly sets you apart from other suitors. For example, I drive a Magotan, a joint venture B-class car, which is spacious and comfortable. Wang Haoren, who was practicing the liver source god on his desk, moved his shoulders. He was holding back his laughter. When Shuetao started talking about his experience in picking up girls, Wang Haoren had already predicted his next smooth little combo. Within 3 sentences, he would inevitably turn to his beloved Magotan. Facts have proved that Wang Haoren has already figured out the personalities of his 2 roommates. In addition to local, another obvious label on Shuetao is Magotan. He loved to show off. Sometimes he would drive his beloved car from the dormitory to the other side of the school to participate in ideological education activities. Therefore, in addition to the nickname local, his classmates sometimes call him Brother Magotan. But then again, for a college student to drive a car worth nearly 200,000 yuan is indeed quite good. After all, using a car, maintaining a car, and parking fees in the city are all considerable expenses. Ordinary families really can't afford it. This car did bring advantages to Xue Tao. As soon as the military training ended, girls from other majors asked others to ask about Xue Tao's situation. All I can say is that Xue Tao's exaggerated style also has its audience. A pin goes with a plug, as a turtle goes with a mung bean. Not surprising. Wang Haoren remembered that Su Bai said he was going upstairs to pick up a car. I don't know what grade it is. But considering Su Bai's current wealth, it is definitely better than Magotan. Just as Xue Tao was talking non-stop, a message came from his girlfriend Lu Yuan. This made Xue Tao frown and her expression changed. Why did the locals stop? Please continue. Wang Haoren asked. He hadn't heard enough fun. What the hell? Do you still remember the senior girl in my girlfriend's dormitory? Remember, Zhou Jielu, one of the three goddesses, should be a senior this year, known as the sexiest campus beauty in the history of Jiangcheng University. Xu Mingzhi knew everything about the goddess dormitory. Why? Senior Zhou is in love. Oh no. After hearing this, Xu Mingzhi and Wang Haoren were both a little surprised. It is said that the senior student has very high standards. She has been in Jiangcheng University for 3 years and has had countless suitors, but she has never been single. Now, unexpectedly, she has a boyfriend. I haven't heard any news before. She must be dating a very rich guy. Today, Senior Zhou came back with an LV bag. This brand seems very expensive, right? Wang Haoren said. Even though he knew nothing about luxury goods, he had heard of the famous LV. It's expensive. The basic models cost thousands or even tens of thousands. If there's a slightly unique design, it'll cost tens of thousands. After Xue Tao finished speaking, he sighed. When Lu Yuan sent this to him, the meaning couldn't be clearer. I just want it myself. When it comes to basic LV items, Xue Tao can find excuses to ask her parents for some extra pocket money, as she is not unable to afford them. The question is, does Lu Yuan deserve it? How much money did I spend on confessing my love to her and taking her out to play, plus the Japanese food we arranged for this weekend? Still want a bag? Xue Tao was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to lose his temper with Lu Yuan. After all, she was his girlfriend, whom he had worked so hard to get. Although she was far inferior to his 3 goddess roommates, she was still a little beauty, which made Xue Tao hold his head high in front of his classmates. I had to send her a message to coax her. Really? This bag is pretty. Right? This one is a collaboration with the famous designer Takashi Murakami, and uses. Lu Yuan talked a lot about design language, artistic colors, and so on. Xue Tao didn't understand a word of what Lu Yuan said. After she finished speaking, she said. It's pretty good, but it's really too extravagant for students to use LV. I think Miniso is also good. Yuan? Yuan, the shabby bags in Miniso are only used by middle school girls with less than 50 yuan in pocket money. How come you don't know anything? I'm so angry. Sigh, we really can't expect straight men to have even the slightest bit of aesthetic taste. Yuan, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to study. Xue Tao was stunned for a moment, and then felt angry and aggrieved. Damn, is this a question of aesthetics? It's money. Compared with other internet celebrities, Zhou is outstanding and has been spotted by scouts. She seems to be a perfect match for LV. Who the hell are you, Lu Yuan? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Well. Chapter 25, The God's Dormitory, I have to ask Hakigo. Looking at Xue Tao's helpless and angry face. Xu Mingzhi came over to watch the fun. What's wrong? Did you have a fight with your girlfriend? Xue Tao exaggerated the story of how Lu Yuan used rhetoric to ask him for the bag. At the end, he said indignantly, nowadays, female college students generally use Zara and CK, which is about the same level. At most, they use Coach and other light luxury brands, which cost thousands of dollars. What about LV? Her uncle. That makes sense. Wang Haoren agreed. Lu Yuan is really too proud to ask a local to buy her LV. Can a local afford this? You know they don't. Although Xue Tao is the distinguished owner of a Magotan 330, when it comes to liquid funds, Huyi still has more. Xu Mingzhi expressed his opinion. Indeed, LV's entry-level models are too vulgar and are everywhere. They look like they belong to a special industry and have no taste. The nice models are too expensive. Oh my god, master, it's rare that you and I agree on this. Shuetao slapped her thigh vigorously, as if she had found a soulmate. He quickly enlarged the picture of the bag and held up his phone to show Chumingzhi. However, Shuetao did not continue to gain Huye's recognition. Chumingzhi pushed his glasses and looked at the picture carefully, eyes gleaming with brilliance. The voice trembled. This is Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami Joint Series Speedy Bandolier 25. What the hell? Shuetao was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense did you just say? This bag is a limited edition. You can't buy it even if you take your money to a store. You can only wait for it to be released in the secondary market, or for it to be picked up by a store manager by chance. Chumingzhi looked like an understanding man. Locals, do you know what its recent transaction price is? No, buddy, your expression is too exaggerated. Even if it's a limited edition, how expensive can it be? It's just a bag. Shuetao said disdainfully. Ha, you know nothing about the power of these wealthy ladies. Chumingzhi shook his finger. As far as I know, the transaction price of this bag last month was 157,800. It may have risen a little recently. Conservatively speaking, it starts at 160,000. Master Duo? 160,000. What a shit. Shuetao really refreshed my worldview. To be honest, his relatives would occasionally buy luxury goods to show off, and a bag could cost thousands or even tens of thousands, which was still within Shuetao's understanding. However, such a fancy handbag actually costs 160,000 yuan, which really opened Shuetao's eyes. No, damn it, do these rich guys get their money from the wind? Shuetao complained. I guess Senior Joe's boyfriend is a top-tier second-generation rich man in Jiangcheng. Even in Shanghai, he is very powerful. Chumingzhi analyzed, not forgetting to add a sarcastic remark. After all, a gift of a bag is more expensive than the car you drive. Bullshit. I'm driving a Magotan 330 TSI Premium Edition, with an official guide price of 179,900 yuan. How is it cheaper than a bag? Shuetao's voice suddenly became louder, his face flushed and his neck thickened, as if he had been hurt. In fact, what Mr. Hu said was right. The official guide price is 179,900 yuan. In fact, under the impact of domestic new energy vehicles in the past 2 years, car prices have generally dropped. During the summer vacation, Shuetao's parents took him to pick up the car, and they happened to see a discount. After some negotiation with the salesperson, I got a 35,000 yuan discount, and the final price for the bear car was 144,900 yuan. Don't say that. Really don't say that. It's not even as expensive as Senior Joe's LV bag. Of course, if purchase tax and insurance are taken into account, Shuetao's Magotan 330 still wins by a narrow margin. But what's the point of this? Can't change the bloody facts. Zhou Jialu's boyfriend is much wealthier and of a higher social class than Shuetao. Alas, compared to that man, I am just a poor bastard. What's the difference between me and Wang Haoren? Shuetao sighed. Wang Haoren, sweating soybeans. Chumingzhi snorted coldly and said complacently, sure enough, as I expected, Senior Sister Zhou is the kind of girl with high material desires, which ordinary rich people can't satisfy at all. Ha, it just so happens that I don't like her either. What difference does it make whether you like her or not? She doesn't like you anyway. Shuetao complained. You're being long-winded. Chumingzhi said in a deep voice, is this the point? The point is that Chen Yusheng is definitely not such a materialistic girl. He. Shuetao was too lazy to criticize him. He had discovered that Lao Chu was a pure bootlicker and could not be persuaded. He was wise enough to use his advantages to win the beautiful girl Lu Yuanyuan just 1 month after the start of school. Thinking of this, Shuetao couldn't help feeling depressed again. While he was chatting with his roommate, he did not forget to send messages to coax Lu Yuanyuan. As a result, Lu Yuanyuan ignored him completely. It seems that he is really angry. If you want to please her, you must give something. You can't really buy her an LV, right? But girls are like this most of the time. They want to match up with the material conditions that their close friends get. So annoying. Shuetao couldn't think of any solution for the time being, so he had to turn on the computer and play Aram in frustration. Fortunately, Shuetao's boredom did not last long. Because Chumingzhi also met with an accident soon. Around 10 o'clock. Xu Mingzhi's phone rang with a special alert tone. After chatting for a few sentences, Xu Mingzhi threw his phone aside, sat cross-legged on the bed, staring blankly at the big white wall of the dormitory. When Wang Haoren went to the toilet, Xu Mingzhi suddenly stopped him. "Brother Haoren. What's wrong? Tell me, if Chen Yusheng returns from outside the school in a luxury car at this time, what does it mean?" "Ha!" Wang Haoren was stunned. Shuaitao became excited when he heard this. "Ha ha ha, what else could it mean? They're in love, just like senior sister Zhou." "Oh no!" Xu Mingzhi held his head and wailed in pain. "That's not the case, that's not the case." "That's right, in fact, we need to analyze the specific situation, and it mainly depends on how luxurious the so-called luxury car is." Is there any explanation for this?" Wang Haoren was puzzled. If it was just an entry-level luxury car of the 34C class, then it might just be a ride-hailing service. "Fuck, Master Hu, how can you comfort yourself so well?" Shuaitao laughed. "Do you believe what you said?" Xu Mingzhi said coldly, "It's not that I don't believe in myself, but I believe in classmate Chen's noble and proud character." Shuaitao was speechless. "Kid, you are invincible. You are so noble and arrogant. Are you doing reading comprehension of ancient poetry here? Wake up, senior year of high school is over." Wang Haoren held back his laughter with an expressionless face and ate melons crazily. How could our dormitory 510 have the talented pair of Hakichu and Hakichu at the same time? Really need to ask Hakigo. If the female dormitory room 321, building 2 where senior sister Zhou lives is the goddess dormitory, then our menace dormitory room 510, building 7 is definitely a god-like dormitory. I want to ask if there is such a god in your dormitory? It's really a god in a person. Boom boom boom. Suddenly someone knocked on the dormitory door. Wang Haoren went to open the door, and what came into his sight was a well-proportioned woman in sportswear. "It's the counselor, Charlene." "Hello, Director Xia." "Good evening, classmates." Xia Lin smiled generously. "I just ran on the playground and happened to be close to the boys' dormitory, so I came to see you. Where's Subai?" "Is he not here?" Chapter 26. Xia Lin loses sleep after seeing Subai's figure. Subai hasn't come back yet. Maybe he went to play basketball. Let me ask him." Wang Haoren responded with one sentence and then sent a message to Subai. "Tell him that the counselor is here to check the dormitory." Wang Haoren's intuition told him that Brother Bai would probably not return home tonight, and normally he didn't need to report to the counselor. Unfortunately, Brother Bai was unlucky and happened to run into Director Xia, who was patrolling the boys' dormitory. Charlene walked into the room and sniffed subconsciously. The dormitory exudes the unique smell of a boys' dormitory. It can't be said to be very bad, but it is definitely not pleasant. The overall look was a bit messy, with a lot of personal belongings scattered around. Underwear and socks were hung on the bed rails. As a graduate student, I have checked dormitories with the student union when I was an undergraduate, and I have seen this kind of situation many times, so I am not embarrassed. Shuaitao and Xu Mingzhi, on the other hand, were extremely shy. After all, Xia Lin is also very beautiful, even prettier than Shuaitao's girlfriend Lu Yuan. She is not at the top level, but she is also beautiful enough to be called a goddess. Wearing a slim-fitting sportswear, with a thin layer of sweat from running. Her hair was dyed dark brown and tied into a high ponytail at the back of her head, revealing her slender white neck and pretty ears with a slightly pink tint. Shuaitao and Xu Mingzhi were even a little afraid to look at her. On the contrary, Wang Haoren, who is usually introverted, didn't feel anything. In his eyes, all three-dimensional women are the same, not as good as the source god. Your hygiene situation is okay, Shuaitao and Xu Mingzhi, remember to clean up frequently, especially take out the garbage every day, otherwise it will easily breed bacteria and cause illness. Xia Lin advised. I got it, Director Xia. Both of them felt ashamed. They felt a bit socially frustrated that the beautiful counselor had seen them looking sloppy. Wang Haoren is good, Subai. Hey, Subai's bunk is so tidy. Director Xia, he's not tidy, he just has few things. Xu Mingzhi couldn't help but say, defending himself, my place looks messy, but it's just because I have a lot of things, men's skincare products, original English books, capsule coffee machines, and a ukulele. Oh, by the way, Director Xia, can you play the ukulele? I don't play. Xia Lin looked at Xu Mingzhi in confusion. Why did this kid suddenly start naming dishes to her? Like the kind of person who is not good at socializing but forcibly shows off his rich hobbies at the blind date. Director Xia, don't underestimate Subai because his desk is clean. In fact, he is usually pretty much the same as ours. Perhaps inspired by Chu Mingzhi's speech, Xuetao also said, I take all my dirty clothes home to wash on weekends. The washing machine at home washes them clean. After all, I have a car, a Magotan 330. It's very convenient for locals to drive home. Oh. Charlene said perfunctorily, complaining madly in her heart. Who asked you? Xia Lin couldn't help but secretly sigh that Xuetao and Chu Mingzhi were just as their classmates usually complained about, too fond of showing off. It cannot be denied that their family background is indeed very good among the students of Jiangcheng University. The problem is, how old is he? He's always showing off and doesn't look like a student at all. He's not the kind of rich young man who spends money like water. Okay, there's nothing else to do. When Subai comes back, tell him not to come back too late. After saying that, Charlene left dormitory 510. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, this counselor was quite oppressive. Although he had a good temper, he always gave people a feeling of being shrewd and capable. Chu Mingzhi said thoughtfully, I heard that when Director Xia was an undergraduate, he participated in a lot of student work and achieved remarkable results. He really has the temperament of a leader. Xuetao suddenly had an idea, it would be very prestigious if I could date Director Xia. After all, she is only a senior student 4 years older than me. She is quite suitable. Is it suitable? Chu Mingzhi sneered, she is an outstanding strong woman, how could she possibly date a nouveau riche from demolition work? Fuck, who are you Yin and Yang to? Just as a new round of Shanghai Master vs. Locals begins. After checking several other dormitories, Charlene walked out of the dormitory building. After thinking about it, I decided to give Subai a call and give him a heads up. After all, I met Subai in the cafeteria before, and this guy said he wanted to skip class to work out. Now I'm back late again. He doesn't look very honest, and has a prickly vibe. In fact, it is easy to identify the troublemakers among students. For example, in dormitory 510, other students feel more or less afraid when facing the counselor. Only Subai was neither humble nor arrogant. Of course, Xia Lin didn't really want to punish Subai. Even if he really didn't come home at night, it wouldn't be serious. Just give him a warning to remind him to take it easy and not cause trouble. Xia Lin found Subai's WeChat and made a video call to him. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the call was finally connected. The picture shook for a moment, and then a swimming pool scene appeared on the screen. Judging from the decoration, it seemed very high-end and looked like a swimming pool in a luxury hotel. Then, the screen flashed and switched to the front camera. Subai, wearing only swimming trunks, showed his tall and muscular figure in front of Director Xia. Director Xia, do you have something to talk to me about? Nothing much actually. I just went to the boys' dormitory to check on you and saw that you weren't there, so I asked about your situation. Oh, I'm staying in a hotel tonight, come and see me, I was swimming just now and didn't check WeChat, sorry. Subai smiled, I was thinking of telling you, but I was having so much fun that I forgot. As he spoke, Subai picked up the room card and waved it in front of the camera. It's okay, just be aware of it and be safe. Charlene quickly hung up the video call. He put his hand on his chest, breathing rapidly, and the considerable amount of capital on his chest rose and fell. This guy has such a great figure. Xia Lin was caught off guard and saw Subai swimming, which gave her a great visual impact. Charlene likes sports, so she pays special attention to a man's figure. Subai's figure was definitely the best she had ever seen in her 4 years at Jiangcheng University. Over 1.80 meters tall. Very well proportioned and appropriately strong. He is neither a skinny dog nor as uncoordinated as those muscular guys who work out. What is even more commendable is that Subai not only has a good figure, but also a handsome face. Recalling the stunning scene in the video just now, Charlene swallowed hard. Fortunately, I hung up the video call in time, otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. I was so embarrassed that I almost did that in front of my own students. Well, according to Jiangnan University's tradition, the relationship between counselors and students is actually that of seniors and juniors, not teacher and student in the traditional sense. It's not unreasonable to be envious of your junior's figure. Charlene comforted herself. Then she realized something else. Subai showed the room card with the name of the hotel on it. JW Marriott. It should be the one not far from Zhengde University, 2 subway stops away. Any room would cost 8 or 900 yuan a night. This is the recent off-season for tourism. Prices will double during popular periods. His relatives live in hotels of the Marriott level, so they seem to be quite rich. Subai looks so simple. Is it true that his family conditions are average, or is he just a low-key person? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. That night, Xiaolin inexplicably kept thinking about Subai. I can't sleep. After a lot of effort, she fell asleep in a daze, but in her dream, she dreamed of her and Subai swimming together. Chapter 27, Only Loyal Girls Are Worth Paying For. The next day, early morning. In the graduate dormitory, the roommate woke up in a daze to go to the bathroom and found Charlene busy at the sink. After taking a closer look, I couldn't help but sigh. Xiaolin, you are so virtuous. You get up early in the morning to wash your underwear. It's okay. Charlene responded with a smile, looking a little embarrassed. The roommate didn't pay much attention to it, so he didn't notice the abnormality in Xiaolin's expression. He just kept muttering to himself, Xiaolin, you are really something. You are hardworking and capable at work. Whoever marries you in the future will really enjoy a good life. It's not that exaggerated. It's just so-so. Charlene was a little shy about her roommate's praise. After all, the reason she washed her underwear this morning was not because she was diligent, but because when she woke up from her dream in the morning, she found that it was dirty and had to be washed. How shameful. The key is that dream. After waking up, the impression left in Charlene's mind was particularly clear, making her feel extremely guilty. In fact, during the military training, Xiaolin had already noticed Subai. He was a boy with a calm and indifferent personality, and was much more mature than his peers. In terms of appearance, he is considered the most handsome in the class. Even according to Charlene's aesthetic preferences, he can be said to be the most handsome in the computer department. His facial features are regular, masculine, and manly, which is completely different from the feminine young actors who are popular in the entertainment industry nowadays. It does have the feel of an old-time Hong Kong star. During military training, sometimes a counselor is needed to watch over them. When Xiaolin watched them training, her eyes fell on Subai, who was standing at attention, as straight as a pine tree. I just didn't expect that the figure under the clothes was so. While washing clothes, Charlene's mind was wandering uncontrollably and her cheeks turned red. After hanging up the small clothes, Charlene had no mood to lie down and sleep again. She played with her cell phone out of boredom. For some unknown reason, I clicked on the private chat with Subai. The avatar of the Big White Goose emoticon package is also named Crispy Big White Goose, and it seems that he really likes geese. After a mental struggle, Charlene finally started typing. Xia Tianlin, classmate Su, please go back to school on time today. Remember to let me know when you come back. Well, it is the counselor's duty to care about students and be responsible for Subai's safety. No problem. After paralyzing herself for a while, Charlene sent the message. Unexpectedly, Subai replied immediately. Sugar Skin Goose, okay, I'll go back for my second class at around 9 o'clock, and I'll tell you when I get there. Xia Tianlin, yes. Xia Tianlin, student Su got up really early. Puff Pastry White Goose, I was tired from swimming last night, so I went to bed early. Xia Tianlin, that's good. Go to bed early and get up early to keep healthy. Xia Tianlin, you stay busy with your own things. I have to go to the research group as well. Puff Pastry White Goose waving. Crispy White Goose, Director Xia has worked hard. At this time, Subai just jumped up from the bed and stretched. Provoke. I feel refreshed and full of energy. I experienced the Marriott swimming pool last night. He also happened to meet two young ladies who tried to chat him up, but Subai rejected them. It looks quite worldly and has a bad feeling. By the way, Subai also scanned them with the system. After seeing their astonishing number of romances, he decided to wake up and realize that he had refused to approach them. After all, Subai still likes to eat fresh and clean food. Who isn't a man at heart? After swimming, Subai went to the executive floor and ordered 2 cocktails in the executive lounge. It tastes good, not too strong, just a little tipsy. After returning to the room, I just wanted to lie down and rest for a while, but I fell asleep directly. I estimated that it was just after 11 o'clock when I fell asleep, and I slept until 7:30 in the morning. The sleep quality is extremely high, it can be said to be a sound sleep like a baby. This is enough to confirm that the system has indeed improved Subai's physique through the primary body strengthening fluid. I get the standard 8 hours of sleep, but I can't fall asleep anymore. This is Subai's ideal physical state. Sleeping too much or too little indicates that there is something wrong with your body. In addition, the system said that the strengthening fluid would further enhance Subai's original strengths. Yesterday, Subai was still a little confused about what his strengths were. Now, Subai looked down. I understood it immediately. Hey, it's so early in the morning, and I can't find anyone to help me. I guess the senior is still sleeping. There was no choice, so Subai left a message for Zhou Jielu and went swimming. After swimming, have a buffet breakfast. The hotel breakfast is quite rich. There are comments online saying that eating too much will make you feel sick. Subai has not yet experienced the feeling of eating it for several days in a row. He will experience it carefully in a few days. This is also the significance of Subai's stay at Marriott for a week, to experience whether a long-term stay hotel is comfortable enough. By the way, use this period of time to spend money, get cash back, and accumulate funds, so that you will have more options when choosing a place to live later. While having breakfast, Zhou Jielu replied, saying that she planned to go directly to the 4S store to resign, and then come to the hotel to find Subai. Supped white goose, then I'll pick you up. When can you expect to reach an agreement? Lulu, it will be quick. It is not that troublesome for an intern to resign. Besides, I talked to the manager last night and the relevant procedures are actually ready. Puff pastry big white goose thumbs up. Puff pastry white goose, senior sister is very active. Lulu, oh, you're afraid that if you act too slowly, your junior will think too much. After all, it's not appropriate to do a job like luxury car sales when you're already in a relationship. Puff pastry white goose, indeed. Lulu, hee hee, I am very loyal. From now on, my tenderness will only belong to you, my junior. Not bad. There are indeed not many girls as loyal as my senior in this era. Indeed, the reason why Zhou Jielu was so loyal is Subai's wealth and the decisiveness and casualness of Subai in spending money on her. However, many girls still feel uneasy even if they hook up with rich men, and think of using this as a springboard to become a better socialite. What's worse, some women are in love with rich men, accepting material support from them, but still feel that their life is too dull and boring, and cheat with other men. Don't think that rich people will not be labeled. Some gold diggers are really cheap. To put it in vulgar terms, their service awareness is terrible. No matter how good you are to her, you can always give her a reason to convince yourself to cheat. Bottom line? Not at all. On the other hand, whether in Subai's observation or the system's judgment, the senior sister has been proven to be a genuine pure-hearted person. Subai will only give to girls who are loyal to him and continue to provide emotional value. At around 8 o'clock, Subai got ready and drove his Mercedes-Benz GLE to the 4S store he had visited yesterday. This time, my goals and mentality are completely different. Chapter 28: Buying a car for a senior sister, a frugal senior sister. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Zhou Jielu, who was about to leave his job, was surrounded by several female colleagues. While there were few customers in the store in the morning, I gossiped with her in low voices and asked her about her boyfriend's situation in all aspects. Everyone looked concerned. After all, who among the sales ladies working here has not fantasized about being picked up by a rich man and living the life of a wealthy wife without having to work? Rich people are more or less exposed to this job and will have similar tendencies. Some of these young ladies were in a naive campus romance with their boyfriends at school before graduation. After graduation, I felt the pressure of reality and my thoughts gradually changed. It's not that I really don't like my campus lover anymore, it's just that the desires in my heart have grown. I'm not just satisfied with having love and being content, but I have higher requirements for material conditions. In school, food and accommodation are subsidized by the government and don't cost much. I only realized after I started working that, apart from other things, renting a house alone is a considerable expense every month. The situation here in Jiangcheng is relatively good. If you work in a big city, renting a bedroom in the suburbs would cost at least 1,000 or 2,000 yuan a month. Not to mention buying a house, a car, and having children, each of these is a big expense. So, when the sales staff learned that Zhou Jielu's boyfriend was still in school, they were extremely envious. This means you get both youth and bread. No, sisters, what you said sounds so mysterious. Is Subai really tall and handsome? The person who said this was a salesperson wearing heavy makeup. Her name is Feng Liyun. She was on vacation yesterday and didn't come to work, so she didn't see Subai. Before Zhou Jialu joined the company, she was responsible for shooting new media promotional videos, and then Zhou Jialu took over her position. There's no way. From appearance to figure, and even temperament, she is beaten in all aspects. Zhou Jialu is simply a natural-born fairy. To be honest, Feng Liyun was very happy that Zhou Jialu successfully tricked Fu Gu into resigning. It would be a tragedy if this sister really got a permanent job in the store and continued to work there for a long time. Feng Liyun didn't know how long she would be suppressed. Feng Liyun has been looking forward to which rich man will take her away. But in her expectation, the person who won Zhou Jialu should be a middle-aged greasy uncle, so that she would feel more balanced. Sister Feng, it's true. I was on duty yesterday and I stared at that boy for a long time. Oh, I just thought he was good looking at the time, nothing else meant. Jialu, you won't be angry, right? A sales lady joked. Hee, it's okay. It's not against the law to look at handsome guys. Zhou Jialu said with a smile, go ahead and look. You can't eat them anyway. Yo, it looks like our Jialu has already eaten it. How much did you eat last night? Can I feed you? It's disgusting. Saying such weird things in public. The girls were playing around. Su Bai, who was tall and straight, strode into the 4S store. The chattering girls suddenly quieted down, suppressed by the handsome guy's aura. In fact, this is a very common thing. If a handsome and noble boy approaches, the girls who are chatting in groups of 2 or 3 will suddenly become quiet, secretly glance at him, and then talk excitedly after he walks away. Good morning, everyone. Su Bai greeted her in a general way, then approached the senior, gave her a hug, and kissed her gently on the forehead. Zhou Jialu was a little surprised and responded with a light kiss on Su Bai's face. This immediately caused the girls to start making a noise. Hey, why are there people showing off their affection so early in the morning? It's so embarrassing. Jialu, you might as well just kill me. The single guys will be so jealous. Su Bai exchanged a few pleasantries with them, then asked Zhou Jialu, Senior, have you completed your resignation procedures? Well, everything is done. I can go with you anytime. Zhou Jialu held Su Bai's hand, with a sweet expression on her face. She is so lucky to meet her junior. Su Bai nodded when he heard that, took out his cell phone and called Manager Gua. Manager Gua, I plan to pick a car for Jialu. Since she has already resigned, I have to trouble you to go through the process. No trouble. Manager Guo waved his hands. Who would find it troublesome when there are good results? Junior, do you really want to buy me a car? There's no need. I don't think I really need a car in my daily life. It would be such a waste. Zhou Jialu said. Although he said no, his expression showed he was quite surprised. Of course I have to buy one. There are times when you need to move around on your own. Jiangcheng is so big, it's more convenient to have a car. Su Bai insisted. You have already established an intimate relationship with Zhou Jialu, and you can get cash back by spending lavishly on her. Okay, then, since you think you need one, buy one, but don't buy one that's too expensive. If it's too expensive, you won't be able to use it. It should be said that Zhou Jialu has a very high EQ. If she were a greedy gold digger and had the opportunity to buy a car, she would naturally choose a more expensive one. Anyway, it's not my own money that I'm spending, so I don't feel bad about it. But Zhou Jialu didn't think so. If the car she drove was more expensive than Su Bai's, wouldn't it feel weird and seem very immature? In fact, it doesn't need to be more expensive, as long as it's similar, it won't be suitable. What's your level? Why do you drive a car of the same price as your junior? Zhou Jialu has a clear understanding of her own positioning. She is the younger woman of her junior classmate, so it is natural for her to be humble. The more you are favored by your junior classmates, the more you should be aware of this. Instead of being like the women in TV dramas or romance novels who are spoiled and arrogant. Zhou Jialu thought about it for a moment and quickly made a choice. After all, I have been working in sales for a while and I am very familiar with the product line of the Mercedes-Benz brand. The entry-level C260L is fine, and there is no need for a high-end model. It has a full range of functions. Really? Su Bai felt that the cash back on this model was not strong enough. Why not buy the E-Class? It looks better. No, the E-Class is almost $500,000 after the price cut. It's not necessary. In fact, if I wasn't afraid of losing face for my junior, I could drive a 30,000 yuan chopped pepper fish head car. It's just a means of transportation anyway. Zhou Jielu stuck out her tongue, looking playful and a little naive, appearing on this seductive face, which was extremely lethal to men. Subai couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. Senior sister, you were so frugal. Hey, of course. I'm yours now, so it's my duty to help you save money. Manager Gua maintained a professional smile but complained madly in his heart. Damn it, just pick up the car and leave. Why are you still showing off your love here? Singles are so envious. Complaints aside, the car is actually delivered very quickly, because as the classic entry-level luxury car of the Mercedes-Benz C-Class, the C260L has sufficient stock. Moreover, because Subai paid in full, there was no need to go through the loan process. That has pretty much at once the insurance is settled. As a result, it was only 9 o'clock, but Subai and Zhou Jielu were already driving on the road, one after the other, heading to the JW Marriott Hotel. Looking at the two brand new cars driving out of the 4S store in style, salesperson Feng Liyun was a little dazed. He's actually a handsome guy. The moment she saw Subai, her heart was moved and she wanted to take the opportunity to hook up with him. However, I really don't have the confidence to do this in front of Zhou Jielu. Forget it. Oh, it's because Sister Jielu is naturally beautiful and lucky. Woohoo, I'm so envious. Chapter 29. Why is Subai qualified to sit next to her? As a car salesman, Zhou Jielu was also quite skilled at driving. The two cars were parked side by side in the underground parking lot of JW Marriott. You know what, they look quite a good match. C260L is exquisite, GLE is domineering. Subai hugged Zhou Jielu and looked at the two cars, and was very satisfied. The senior sister spent a total of 280,000 yuan on this car and won an 8-fold cash back, which is 2.24 million yuan. It turns out that senior is his lucky star. It seems that whenever Subai encounters a place where large amounts of consumption are required and needs to draw cash back, he will have to bring Zhou Jielu with him. Senior, do you want to use the temporary license plate first, or will I accompany you to get the license plate in the morning? Don't you have a required class? Yes, but you can also take a leave. No, there's no rush. You go to class first. I can stay in the hotel by myself. I can play with my phone and watch TV shows. I won't be bored. Zhou Jielu began to show her cuteness again. This service awareness is many times better than those socialites who only know how to act nonsense. Subai nodded with satisfaction, and leaned close to Zhou Jielu's ear and said, then let's go up first. Senior, help me relax. I'm going to go back to school. Yeah. Zhou Jielu responded quietly, and glanced at Subai who was already eager to make a move. Wow, my junior is so talented. When my birthday comes, I'm really afraid that he will torment me so much that I won't be able to get out of bed. However, for women, this is actually a happy trouble. Especially after a while, after helping Subai relax, Zhou Jielu vaguely felt that Subai's strength was somehow stronger than yesterday. There is even more anticipation. If this goes on, even if my junior is patient, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until my birthday. I will be unable to resist taking things one step further with him. Sigh. If it really doesn't work, I'll just let it go. Zhou Jielu gradually relaxed the restrictions in his mind. Drive back to school. Subai found a parking space in the open-air public parking lot in the south area of Jiangcheng University. Many faculty and staff park here, including a few students who have their own cars, like local Shuetao. The dormitory area is on the north side, the classroom is on the west side, and both are a bit far from the parking lot, about a 10-minute walk. It doesn't matter if there are shared bicycles. With his physical fitness improved by the body-strengthening fluid, he pedaled his bicycle at full speed. Successfully arrived at the advanced mathematics classroom before class. Subai walked in and looked towards the back of the classroom. As expected, he found his 3 roommates in the last 2 rows. Unfortunately, the seat was full and his roommate did not help him save a seat. As we all know, the last 2 rows of classrooms where large classes are held in universities are considered to be feng shui treasures. The farther away from the teacher, the more comfortable you will be. Wang Haoran also saw Subai and did a classic move of a certain basketball star towards him. Spread your hands. Expressing helplessness. Messages were also sent on WeChat. Wang Haoran ate the flexible inspiration mushrooms from the mountain today. Silly son, there were only 3 seats left when we came, you're on your own. Wang Haoran ate the flexible inspiration mushroom from the mountain today. Eternal chick toffee big fool. Puff pastry big white goose middle finger. Subai scanned the entire classroom. It seems that only the first row has space left. The problem is that sitting in the first row means becoming the old professor's interaction object and accepting his criticism. Don't do this kind of thing. Suddenly, Subai was pleasantly surprised to find that there was an empty seat at the edge of the middle section of the classroom. Looking closely, hey, isn't this Chen Yusheng? A large tiered classroom with seats close together. There was a wall on the right side of Chen Yusheng and an empty seat on the left side, which seemed very unique considering that all the seats nearby were full. Subai could probably understand the cause of this phenomenon. The oppressive feeling of the cold and domineering senior sister, boy. This class is advanced mathematics for freshmen, which means that most of the students attending the class are freshmen, who are generally still in the state of having just graduated from high school and are very thin-skinned. It's normal not to dare to sit next to Chen Yusheng. Besides, Chen Yusheng doesn't have any female friends. At this time, Chen Yusheng also saw Subai, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but his face quickly turned stern again. Don't dare to be too obvious. He expressed his meaning through actions. He opened the folding chair beside him and waved to Subai. Oh no! This action aroused a suppressed discussion. Several classmates happened to be paying attention to Chen Yusheng, and when they saw that she actually took the initiative to invite the boy who had just entered the classroom to sit next to her, they immediately became uneasy. No, what's going on? Isn't Goddess Chen oblivious to the world outside and focused on reading the books of sages? Aren't you averse to men and only do scientific research? She actually took the initiative to invite boys to sit together? No, that's impossible, I must be seeing things. However, the facts gave these people a heavy blow. Subai sat down next to Chen Yusheng very naturally. Then, Chen Yusheng leaned close to his ear and whispered. From now on, you should sit with me in this advanced math class. Usually, no one sits next to me. Good idea. Subai thought it was a good idea. This way he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to get a good seat. In fact, the position in the middle of the classroom is also good. Sometimes the teacher will pay extra attention to the talented students in the last two rows, which can be considered as anti-routine. There is always a dynamic game between teachers and students. Chen Yusheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as she was afraid that Subai would refuse. But she really likes being with Subai, she feels very comfortable. You can also chat with him secretly during class. Share interesting things you see online. Chen Yusheng is basically an internet-addicted girl who lacks interpersonal interaction in the real world, or in other words, she has no interest in ordinary social interactions. Only Subai was particularly to her liking. And Subai is rich. Ever since her mother fell ill, Chen Yusheng has become more and more aware of the importance of money. In fact, she had known for a long time that money was important. After all, she was just autistic, not stupid. She had learned the meaning of currency in her middle school textbooks. However, it was easier to directly experience the warmth and coldness of the world in the hospital. If I become Subai's girlfriend, I won't have to worry about the money for my mother's medical treatment. My mother will receive proper treatment, and I won't have to struggle for a living. Chen Yusheng glanced at Subai's upright sitting posture and sunny and handsome face, and suddenly this thought came to her mind. Then I slapped myself in my heart. What are you thinking about, Chen Yusheng? It is immoral to fall in love with such a utilitarian goal, right? I feel that there will be no good results. Besides, even if she really became Subai's girlfriend, there was no reason to ask him to spend so much money to treat her mother's illness. Rationally speaking, Chen Yusheng felt that the idea that just popped up in his mind was stupid. But then again, Subai and she are really compatible, to the level of soulmates. Being in love with Subai is the level of true love, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. The girl's mind was in a tangle. At the same time, Subai reported to Counselor Xiao Lin on his mobile phone, saying that he had returned to class so that Xiao Lin could rest assured. I have to say that this counselor is quite serious and responsible, and his management is very relaxed. It is really rare to have both strict and loose management. Having a reliable counselor is definitely a major benefit for college life. At the back of the classroom, Shumingzhi stared at him with dead fish eyes. Staring closely at Subai and Chen Yusheng over there. A look of distraught. He opened his mouth in disbelief and said, "No, this is not right, why would Chen Yusheng allow Subai to sit next to her?" Chapter 30 Young couples are not allowed to whisper in class. Shumingzhi was shocked. Wang Haoren disagreed, so what? Brother Bai is not the god of plague. What's so strange about Chen Yusheng sitting next to him? Brother Howren, you may not have noticed the details. Chu Mingzhi pushed up his glasses, gleaming with wisdom. It was Chen Yusheng who took the initiative to invite him over. Moreover, after Su Bai sat down, Chen Yusheng was still talking in his ear. Su Bai. That has too much detail. Wang Haoran was speechless and could only sweat profusely. Keep your voice down and don't go crazy here. Shui Tao said awkwardly and unhappily, you don't feel ashamed, but we do. Shui Tao felt happy about other people's misfortune, but she couldn't be happy. Although it was refreshing to see Hu Yi suffer a severe blow, Su Bai and Chen Yusheng did seem a bit close. Shui Tao couldn't help but ask. When did these two people know each other? In Shui Tao's impression, Su Bai and Chen Yusheng never said a word to each other. Could it be that in some unknown corner, the two of them had some kind of intersection, some bond? But the problem is that apart from attending classes, Su Bai basically just lies in the dormitory playing games on his phone. He is not the type of person who likes to go out and hang out. It is said that Chen Yusheng's life is similar, with dormitory, classroom and laboratory as the 3 points in a straight line. So I want to ask, how did this lively atmosphere of whispering and chatting develop? To be honest, Shui Tao was really jealous. A girl as beautiful and outstanding as Chen Yusheng was actually the only child of a local demolition household in Jiangcheng and the first choice for choosing a partner. Unfortunately, Chen Yusheng was too outstanding, so Shui Tao didn't even dare to dream about it. I haven't heard that Chen Yusheng has a good relationship with that boy. It turns out that Su Bai made the fastest progress? This is really hard to accept. Shui Tao admitted that Su Bai is indeed handsome, but the problem is that there is no shortage of handsome guys among the men pursuing Chen Yusheng. Besides, his financial situation is too poor. To put it bluntly, he might even meet the conditions for receiving minimum living allowance. Shui Tao had at least tens of thousands of dollars in pocket money every month. He drove a Magotan when he was just a freshman in college and owned 4 houses in the local area. What exactly is the problem? It should be said that although Shui Tao loves to show off, she still has some brains. You can't get into Jiangcheng University without brains. After thinking for a long time, suddenly my eyes lit up and I seemed to have grasped something. Wang Haoran, did Su Bai and Chen Yusheng get to know each other through playing games? Ah. Wang Haoran, who was concentrating on playing the mobile game, looked confused. You ask me? Yes, don't you usually play with Su Bai? We don't always play together. He plays ranked games more often, while I mainly play 2D games. Wang Haoran smiled shyly, and his meaning was very clear. Don't ask me, I don't know. Hey, that's really weird. In the middle of the classroom, Chen Yusheng was completely unaware of what people were saying, or rather, he didn't care at all. Her mind was on Su Bai. I spent almost the entire math class struggling with that question. Ask yourself, Chen Yusheng is sure that she likes Su Bai, but will Su Bai like her? If she actively pursues Su Bai and asks Su Bai to give her money, Su Bai will think she is a gold digger, alas. When it comes to love, Chen Yusheng has absolutely no experience and has never even thought about falling in love. She has been very sensible since she was young. She studies, fiddles with computers, competes for a rank in solo queue, watches abstract videos on Bilibili, and does abstract things on Tieba. Maybe my hobby is too niche for a girl, so I never have anything like best friends. The boys always approached her with impure intentions, but Chen Yusheng always rejected them sternly, and gradually developed a cold and aloof image. It was not until that day in the cafe, when I had a long chat with Su Bai, that I was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a soul in this world so similar to mine. This is what is called love at first sight. But from a realistic point of view, is Chen Yusheng really worthy of dating Su Bai? Her father divorced and ran away, her mother was seriously ill and hospitalized, and her family was torn apart. Sheng, are you free this afternoon? I'll send you a playmate list. Su Bai's voice interrupted Chen Yusheng's thoughts. The latter was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his face changed. What did you call me just now? Ah, I think Sheng sounds better. If you don't want to. Nothing is wrong, you can call me whatever you want. Is it really possible? Really? Well, after all, we are not the kind of strangers who are very polite. Yeah, I think we are at the level of soulmates. Chen Yusheng felt that this definition was too ambiguous, but he didn't have the energy to refute it. Just accept it. What kind of companionship? When you accompanied me to buy a computer, we talked before. You said that you have already known all the computer malls at the south gate of the school. Not only will you not be cheated, but you can also get a lower price than the e-commerce ones. Yeah, so? Help me build a computer for playing games. As for the budget, it just needs to be more cost-effective than the eye of the loser. Speaking of this, Chen Yusheng instantly remembered that the two had spoken for the first time because she saw Subai was going to buy a different kind of computer and couldn't help but remind him. In other words, this was her opportunity to strike up a conversation with Subai. Shocked. If we don't count the online play, the two of them met because Chen Yusheng approached Subai. It's so perverted just thinking about it. She is socially phobic. Maybe this is what they call God's will. Okay, no problem. Chen Yusheng agreed readily. The salary is calculated based on playing with you, 200 per hour. Since it was a little secret conversation between Subai and Chen Yusheng and was not convenient for others to know, Chen Yusheng felt a little guilty and got very close to Subai, almost to the point of rubbing their ears together. Ahem. The teacher on the podium couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Young couple by the window on the right, please be careful and don't whisper to each other during class." The classmates looked at him with mischievous and gossipy eyes. Chen Yusheng was so embarrassed that her mind went blank. She lowered her head and played with her fingers without saying a word. From the neck to the ears, it is all bright red, delicate and beautiful. As for Subai, he grinned and apologized. "Okay teacher, I know I was wrong, red bean paste private Marseille." Not at all shameless. To put it nicely, he has a sunny personality. To put it bluntly, he is a complete jerk. Maybe it was because he was shameless that he was able to hook up with Chen Yusheng? Many students had similar ideas. Looking at this scene, it is not at all inappropriate to say that they are a couple, they are a perfect match. Moreover, after being called out by the teacher, Chen Yusheng did not distance herself from Subai. Instead, the two continued to whisper to each other after the storm had passed. At the back of the classroom, Shumingzhi suddenly struggled to stand up, holding his chest and staggering out. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Wang Haoren asked. "Go out and get some fresh air, ha, my heart aches, I can't breathe, brother, ha." Chapter 31 Chen Yusheng's favorability exceeds 80, and Subai has a bold idea. In order to prevent a murder from happening, Wang Haoren generously accompanied Shumingzhi to the infirmary. Looking at his posture, he was obviously shocked by the intimate behavior of Subai and Chen Yusheng. If he was left alone, something bad would happen. The young man is fine, but his spleen and stomach are a little weak. Try not to stay up late. School hospital. The doctor smiled and put away his stethoscope, and took his hand back from taking the pulse. Then he added, "Xiao Daoguan. Shumingzhi. To be on the safe side, let's do a blood test. If you still feel uncomfortable, I'll prescribe moxibustion therapy for you. If there's no problem, we'll withdraw." Wang Haoren didn't understand. "Doctor, is this Chinese medicine or Western medicine? I want to ask you." "It doesn't matter. Anyway, Mr. Who is fine, that's good." Sitting on the bench at the door of the emergency room, Shumingzhi's eyes were dull. Suddenly he murmured, "Why, damn, why is Chen Yusheng so enthusiastic about Subai?" "Well, who can say for sure about things like love? Don't think too much about it." Wang Haoren said something to comfort her, but he had completely different thoughts in his mind. He knew brother Bai's hidden strength. Rich, good-natured, and handsome, I think this is a good match for Chen Yusheng. South Gate of Jiangcheng University, Computer City. The computer city of this era has obviously become deserted. With the development of self-media information, everyone knows that the unscrupulous businessmen in the groves are ruthless and ruthless. I'll screw half of the strangers and get a grand slam with the acquaintances. What about i9 level CPU, military-grade motherboard, server-level memory? They are all exaggerated, but in fact they are all electronic waste collected from somewhere and assembled into high-end looking computers to deceive those who don't know the business. The computer costs 600 yuan, but I sell it to you for 5,600 yuan. I make 5,000 yuan with tears and blood. Nowadays, people who usually watch some popular science videos generally come to the computer city to get ripped off. However, Chen Yusheng is an exception. She is very familiar with the principles and market prices of software and hardware. I also helped Professor Luo with purchasing. Therefore, you can actually get cheap goods in the computer mall. To put it simply, it bypasses agents at all levels and the prices are even lower than those of e-commerce. This is also Chen Yusheng's ability. No wonder Professor Luo always praises this freshman to everyone. Isn't that amazing? He can write code and do procurement. He is also honest and never corrupt. Subai even suspects that Professor Luo is exploiting the labor force. Therefore, Subai didn't need to think at all. He just followed Chen Yusheng and watched her bargain. There is no doubt that Chen Shuebai is a socially phobic person. But it seems that when it comes to her favorite professional field, she has a decisive demeanor. Occasionally he would turn around and ask Subai about his needs, and then negotiate with the boss who sells computer accessories based on his needs. A complete set of configurations was quickly developed. The accessories were gathered together and assembled and debugged on site in a store that has long cooperated with Professor Luo's laboratory. Hey, Xiao Chun, your computer doesn't look like it's used in the laboratory. There are so many RGB light strips. Professor Luo might think you are playing games in the lab. The boss, a kind old lady, made sharp comments while eating melon seeds. It's for playing games. I gave it to him. Chen Yusheng, who was busy, looked up at Subai. The boss noticed the admiration in her eyes. The boss didn't expose it, but just laughed and looked at Subai. Well, not bad. The young man has a nice and smooth body. If he can afford a computer worth tens of thousands, I guess his family is not bad. Subai was completely unaware of his boss's gaze. He was concentrating on watching Chen Yusheng assemble the computer. Quite skilled. Anyway, he is better than Subai. Even so, she still said that she didn't have good hands-on skills. This must be pure modesty. In other words, in comparison, her skills in other areas are more powerful, and the so-called not good enough is only compared with herself. Why do you keep looking at me? It's fun to watch you assemble a computer. To be honest, before I met you, I never thought about assembling a computer with a girl. This is cool, right? Stop talking nonsense and come over here to give me a hand. The two of them worked together to dismantle and install partitions, tighten screws, etc. During this process, your fingers will inevitably rub against each other. An ambiguous atmosphere gradually brewed. Chen Yusheng kept pondering Subai's words in his head. It seems that in Subai's eyes, she is also a special existence. Soon, the computer was installed and turned on. Then install the system and related drivers. Everything is ready. It's time to run a test to test the performance of this computer. The score was higher than Subai expected. Subai was slightly puzzled by this, and Chen Yusheng explained, I have set a set of overclocking parameters for you, which will give you better performance than the standard parameters. It sounds awesome, but it won't explode, right? No, there is plenty of power and heat dissipation, so it can definitely handle it. After all, your budget is already maxed out, so I've found the best parts for you. Chen Yusheng looked very confident. At that time, the eye of the prodigal son that Subai wanted to buy cost about 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Chen Yusheng said that it was not cost-effective. As a result, the set that Chen Yusheng bought for Subai cost a full 100,000 yuan, which was quite outrageous. But it does have better performance. The appearance is also beautiful and full of technological aesthetics. It's definitely a man's dream gaming console. Subai paid the money, found a cardboard box with plastic foam, packed the computer in it, and carried it to the car. The desktop host was very heavy, but it seemed as light as a feather when Subai carried it on his shoulders. Then he carried a monitor with a top-level panel, a keyboard, headphones, a mouse, and other peripherals to complete the package. The whole package cost more than 100,000 yuan, and the cash back was about 500,000 yuan. Where are we going now? Chen Yusheng asked. It shouldn't be the dormitory. The power supply of this set can't support the limited power supply in the dormitory. Of course. I'm staying at a hotel near the school recently. I'll take it directly to the hotel. When I find a place to live permanently, I'll transport it again. Oh. Chen Yusheng immediately thought that the hotel where Subai was staying must be no ordinary one. Sure enough, the car drove to JW Marriott. Chen Yusheng knew this hotel brand and knew it was expensive. However, when I followed Subai into the Riverview suite, I didn't feel anything about the grandeur inside. This is in stark contrast to Zhou Jielu. After all, Chen Yusheng is not interested in these luxurious material desires, she cares about other aspects. If there were a bunch of computing cards used for AI research in the room, perhaps Chen Yusheng would be as excited as Zhou Jielu when he walked in. After helping Subai set up the computer, Chen Yusheng realized belatedly that she was alone with Subai in the hotel room he booked. In this regard, Chen Yusheng has always been very vigilant and would never be alone with a man in a closed space. Being with Subai was so natural, without any vigilance at all. Chen Yusheng is a person who pays attention to rigorous logic. From the analysis of this phenomenon, it is proof that Subai's position in her heart is no longer just a friend. Or as Subai said, soulmates. Well, I've fallen hopelessly in love with him. Chen Yusheng thought resentfully. Bite. Ding. It was detected that the S-level goddess Chen Yusheng's favorability towards Subai exceeded 80 points, and the intimate relationship was successfully bound. 1 bonus draw. Now, if you spend money on Chen Yusheng and satisfy her indulgent ideas, you can also get 10 times the cash back for the host. Oh? This one also broke through 80 points? In fact, Subai was not surprised by this. After all, he also felt from the bottom of his heart that he had a strong attraction with Chen Yusheng. However, when it comes to a girl like this who has a very strong self-esteem and whose family background seems to have hidden secrets, you can't be impatient and have to take your time to conquer her. As a result, I fell in love so quickly and it became an unforgettable love. So Subai patiently persuaded him. Sheng, I have a bold idea. Chapter 32. A girl's shyness is worth 1,000 words. What are you going to do? Chen Yusheng suddenly became nervous. She subconsciously took half a step back, clutching the sides of her chiffon skirt with both hands, looking very pitiful. Well, if Subai really made excessive demands on her, it's not impossible to consider it. Weird and outrageous ideas popped up in the girl's head. However, the next moment, Subai said something that was completely beyond Chen Yusheng's expectations. How about upgrading your equipment? That way you can be more comfortable when you play with me in the dormitory. Is this a bold idea? What's wrong? Fine. Chen Yusheng was inexplicably annoyed and bit her lip, looking silly. I was angry at myself for thinking in the wrong way. Subai is obviously very serious. So what do you think? Open JD.com and pick a computer. A desktop computer is definitely not suitable for the dormitory with limited electricity, and you also need portability. Well, don't say you don't need it. I'm doing it to satisfy my own emotional value. Think about it, if you lag when playing games with me, I'll be very unhappy, right? Isn't that the truth? That's true. But what Chen Yusheng was struggling with was not this aspect. Seeing that Subai was sincerely trying to choose a computer for her, Chen Yusheng couldn't hold back her thoughts and blurted out. Subai, don't you like playing games with me in the couple's room? Subai was stunned. What does this have to do with the couple's room? Then when you changed my computer, didn't that mean I should play with you in the dormitory as much as possible and you don't want to see me offline? God doesn't want to see you, what kind of top-level understanding is this? Subai was so angry that he laughed. You are not free to come to the site to play with me every day. Doesn't this mean that you can have good equipment anytime and anywhere? There is a quality control problem with your computer, and the after-sales service does not replace it. Sometimes it freezes for no reason. You told me this yourself. Wait, Sheng, what you mean is that you actually prefer to book a couple's room with me? A meaningful smile appeared on Subai's lips. Chen Yusheng felt uncomfortable all over. He said, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. And fled from the JW Marriott's Riverview suite in a panic. Oh my, not bad, Chen Shuaba's shy little look. A girl's shyness is better than any words in the world. Subai gained a very deep understanding of this sentence from Chen Yusheng. Junior, I'm back. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the graceful Zhou Jielu appeared in front of Subai again. In fact, it had not been too long since Chen Yusheng escaped. Zhou Jielu went back to school in the afternoon to attend classes in a subject that he had failed before and would have to retake in his senior year. Some teachers keep a close eye on students who are repeating their courses, so you have to go. Subai took advantage of this time difference and prevented Chen Yusheng and Zhou Jielu from meeting each other. There is timing. It seems like a superb operation, but in fact it was just a guess. Subai didn't even know that these two were roommates. Zhou Jielu never talked to Subai about who his roommate was. Subai's knowledge of the goddess dormitory is limited to Lu Yuan and Chen Yusheng. Seeing a pretty-looking computer in the Riverview suite, Zhou Jielu asked curiously, Junior, did you go buy a computer this afternoon? Well, I built one that I'm very satisfied with. Hee, playing games must be fun, but unfortunately I'm not very good at playing games. If you don't mind, you can teach me. As soon as Zhou Jielu saw Subai, he stuck to Subai like some kind of parasitic mollusk. She still seemed to like teasing Subai and like seeing Subai unable to control himself because of her charm. Subai was keenly aware of this. It seemed that the senior sister was like this in the past. She longed for her charm to be recognized, but deep down she was a very conservative and self-respecting woman. That's why some people say she is burned. But now, the object of seeking recognition is firmly locked on Subai. The feeling of happiness is self-evident. So Subai enjoyed the service of the senior schoolmate again. I lay on the sofa, feeling refreshed, and opened a bottle of drink from the refrigerator in the hotel room. Jo Jelu was studying Evian mineral water packaged in glass bottles, which always appears in various literary and artistic works that showcase luxurious lifestyles. The small gift package of 330 milliliters is priced at 200 yuan per bottle. If you want to know how it tastes, it's good, but is it worth the money? It's hard to say. After being almost bored, the two went downstairs and found a Cantonese restaurant nearby to eat. I've been eating a bit greasy food these past 2 days, so I need to change my taste. Although the system will eliminate the negative effects of indulgence for Subai, his taste buds will still tend to taste more different foods. Well, actually Subai just likes to spend money. Foodies are like this. Once they have money, they want to try everything. While eating, Chen Yusheng sent an emoji of a cat peeking out of its head. Subai didn't say much and told her directly that the fight would start at 8 o'clock in the evening. According to Subai's estimation, the senior sister would definitely go back at 8 o'clock. Sure enough, before 7:30, Jo Jelu said she wanted to go back to the dormitory to chat with her best friend and left. Mainly because I was afraid that if I stayed too late, I would get lazy and not want to leave, so I would just go with my junior. Subai took a bath and went online on time at 8 o'clock. Chen Yusheng was relatively silent in the game today. He didn't even turn on the free mic, only occasionally speaking briefly. Obviously still in a state of autism. This is normal. According to the system, Chen Yusheng has completely fallen in love with Subai. For a girl with her personality, her entire mental state will inevitably undergo a strong baptism after falling in love. Just give her some time. There is a saying that goes, good food is never too late. Subai really likes this one from Chen Yusheng. After 2 hours of playing together, Chen Yusheng said on WeChat as soon as he quit the game. Yuxia, are you angry? Puff pastry white goose, no. Yuxi, oh. Yuxia, I'm not angry either. Yuxia, well, I wasn't angry from beginning to end today. I just had a sore throat, so I didn't talk much. Puff pastry white goose, understanding, white goose cheers. Puff pastry goose, I have ordered a ROG Strix 8 Plus for you. The address I filled in is at Sinyo Station that is close to your building. It should arrive tomorrow morning. Remember to pick it up when you receive the text message. Yuxia, yes. Yuxia, thank you. It can be said that the two people's aesthetic tastes are indeed in sync. Although Chen Yusheng always claimed that the ROG brand had a high premium, this was actually the laptop that Subai bought for her. During the summer vacation, Chen Yusheng had been coveting it for a long time. But its top configuration costs more than 30,000 yuan. There is no need to spend this money. You should save it for your mother's medical treatment. Subai was really very good to her. In addition, when Subai teased her in the hotel in the afternoon, it was obvious that Subai knew Chen Yusheng's feelings. Why do I feel like this guy is a scumbag? Well, but I really like him. Chen Yusheng complained silently, then went to bed with her phone to chat with Subai. At this time, it was rare that all 4 members were present in the goddess dormitory. In addition to the 2 goddesses who have a relationship with Subai, and Lu Yuan who has a relationship with Subai's roommate, the 4th member is Jiang Qiuran from the broadcasting and hosting department. Chapter 33, the Subai you are talking about, is that the Subai? Jiang Qiuran is not tall, but has a delicate and beautiful face like a doll. It is enough to arouse any man's desire to protect. Since she has been practicing dancing since she was young, Jiang Qiuran's demeanor has become more graceful and charming. She has a petite and slender figure, and the small hill on her chest is not very big, but it matches her overall temperament and is particularly charming. So, it is not just a pure goddess, but the most popular pure desire type. First love face, white, thin and young, similar words always come up when classmates mention Jiang Qiuran. There is always a lively smile on her face, and her every frown and smile is full of girlishness, like a delicate little schoolgirl who came from an island country's anime. In fact, among the 3 goddesses in the goddess dormitory, Jiang Qiuran has the most suitors. Chen Yusheng is too cold and Jo Jelu is too hot. There is a feeling of being difficult to control. Only Jiang Qiuran, even the most ordinary boy, couldn't help but fantasize, What if the school beauty Jiang discovered the beauty in his heart and created a spark of soul? At this time, Jiang Qiuran had just finished participating in a club activity. Normally, the clubs at Jiangcheng University would only start recruiting new members after the National Day holiday, but Jiang Qiuran was an art student, and she followed her senior from the broadcasting and hosting department into the animation club, where she mainly did amateur dubbing work and was very popular. Oh, I'm so tired. Hey, what smells so good? Wearing a JK uniform pleated skirt and wedge-heeled leather shoes as she walked into the house, Jiang Qiuran was attacked by the rich aroma of food. Lu Yuanyuan said, "Senior sister brought back some food again, come and share it with us." Wow, Senior is so nice. She just brought us snacks yesterday. Yeah, this time we're frying food, and we're using a special healthy cooking oil. It won't make you gain weight easily if you eat it. Zhou Jielu was showing off a little bit. After all, just like yesterday's snacks, it was from a popular online celebrity restaurant in Jiangcheng, and the price was not affordable for ordinary students. Now she is considered rich, with a monthly pocket money of 100,000 yuan, and Su Bai buys her all kinds of expensive luxury goods. It is normal to bring some snacks to bribe roommates from time to maintain good relationships with them. After all, people are always jealous, and if jealousy brews for too long, it can easily turn into malice. People with high emotional intelligence are good at turning malice into nothingness. Then I'm welcome. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Qiuran is also greedy, but she pays great attention to maintaining her figure and usually doesn't dare to indulge herself at night. What Sister Zhou bought is just right for her. You know what, even though it's a low-fat dish, it tastes really good. In fact, she had wanted to try it for a long time, but the restaurant was a bit far from Jiangcheng University, in a more prosperous commercial district, and it was really expensive. For example, fried mushrooms, a very common ingredient, only cost a dozen yuan a bag in ordinary stores, but this store charges 58 yuan. Having said that, in Jiang Qiuran's impression since she enrolled, Senior Zhou was actually quite frugal with her money. Why did she suddenly change her style? Although he was thinking in his mind, Jiang Qiuran's face did not show any emotion. Occasionally, some girls would slander her, saying that this new school beauty is a green tea. However, most of her classmates thought she was a nice person. After all, Jiang Qiuran wasn't hanging around with any boy. In fact, it was just because Jiang Qiuran's mind was deep enough and she was too lazy to play those common green tea tricks. She is not an ordinary green tea, she has far-reaching plans. Therefore, before meeting a man who is truly worth conquering, Jiang Qiuran must maintain her personality. A pure and lustful 2D beautiful girl. At this time, Lu Yuanyuan said with a gossipy look on her face, "Junior Qiuran, let me tell you, our senior sister Zhou has found her ideal husband." Ha! Senior is in love. Jiang Qiuran said in surprise. Well, I met someone I really liked. It was love at first sight, I guess. Talk about love at first sight. Chen Yusheng, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but look over here. What a coincidence, she also fell in love at first sight. It seems that everyone in the dormitory has good luck recently. Qiuran, look, this LV bag was bought for Jialu by her boyfriend. Wow, it's so beautiful, it shouldn't be cheap, right? Jiang Qiuran looked innocent and naive, and had no idea about luxury goods. Well, it fits the personality she usually carefully builds. In fact, I started screaming inside. Ah, the Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami collaboration series Speedy Bandolier 25. Whether it is its appearance, rarity, or price, it is the dream of young women. And when Lu Yuanyuan said the price of the bag was 160,000 yuan, Jiang Qiuran showed shock appropriately. Her eyes were wide open and her eyelashes were fluttering. Oh my god, Senior, your boyfriend is so nice to you. Yeah, it's very good for me. Zhou Jielu felt a little embarrassed by the praise. If they knew that Subai bought her 3 bags of the same price at once and spent more than 500,000 yuan, they would be scared to death. To be honest, Subai's financial resources are indeed quite exaggerated. It fully satisfied Zhou Jielu's vanity. It also made her realize how correct her choice was. After only knowing each other for a few hours, he gave his first kiss to Subai. It sounds a bit too much, but for a man as outstanding as Subai, girls should be willing to pay for him. The 3 girls were chattering. Chen Yusheng watched in silence. She actually couldn't understand why a bag could be worth so much money. She felt it was a pure IQ tax. However, such outrageous consumption habits made Chen Yusheng inexplicably think of Subai. If Subai bought her a bag, she would definitely rather not have it and replace it with a graphics card. Bah, what about Su Bai buying her a bag? What they are now is, well, they are soulmates, not lovers. Thinking of this, Chen Yusheng opened JD.com and searched for the interface of the 30,000 yuan laptop. You can get it tomorrow. It's a happy thought, because she really likes all kinds of electronic products. If Chen Yusheng had money, he would definitely buy all kinds of electronic products and play around with them in his dormitory if he didn't have to pay for his mother's medical treatment. Senior, when will you take us to meet your boyfriend? Lu Yuan asked. She was really curious about what the super rich man looked like. Let's talk about it later when we have a chance. We are not stable yet. He is also relatively low-key and doesn't like to show off. Oh, I see. Senior is afraid that there are so many beauties in our dormitory and she will steal her boyfriend after seeing him. What? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Jialu said blushingly. Jiang Qiran teased, don't worry, senior sister, we are all good friends, and we will definitely not snatch it from you. That's right, you are judging others by your own standards. Lu Yuan also said with a smile, I already have a boyfriend, Xiu Ran doesn't plan to fall in love for the time being, and as for Yusheng, she is Su Bai. Ah? Me? Chen Yusheng was a little confused when he was suddenly touched by his roommate. He immediately denied it, I'm not, I don't. Su Bai and I are just ordinary friends, Hey, something happened again that I don't know about. Jiang Qiuran was a little excited. Could it be that the cold and icy academic master Chen Yusheng was also going to be single? Today, Yusheng sat with a boy during class. This is unprecedented. I heard about it from people in the computer department. Oh, it seems something is going on. There's nothing wrong. Don't listen to their nonsense. Chen Yusheng defended himself stiffly, then crawled into the quilt and shut himself in. At this time, Zhou Jialu's expression changed slightly, and he asked in a nonchalant manner, which Su Bai are you talking about? Chapter 34 The senior is jealous. Su Bai is a freshman in the same class as Yusheng. Lu Yuan said. She didn't notice anything unusual about Zhou Jialu. However, Zhou Jialu's heart suddenly skipped a beat when she heard Lu Yuan mention Su Bai's name. She only knew that Su Bai was a freshman in the computer science department, but she didn't know that Su Bai and Chen Yusheng were in the same class. What's more, they didn't know that their relationship was so good that they could sit together in class. Normally speaking, attending classes together wouldn't mean anything. They are college students, not elementary school students who would make a fuss when they see boys and girls walking together. The problem is that Chen Yusheng is not an ordinary person. She always keeps her distance from any boy. In addition, when Chen Yusheng mentioned Su Bai just now, she was visibly shy. No, not to mention the naked eye, even the blind can see it. Even a blind person can see it clearly. Logically speaking, Su Bai is very low-key in school, and perhaps some girls would approach him because of his good looks, but Chen Yusheng doesn't seem to be the kind of person who is simply and mindlessly obsessed with looks. Could it be that Chen Yusheng also discovered how rich Su Bai is? Don't do this kind of thing. Zhou Jialu's heart was in turmoil and he felt very uncomfortable. But she didn't ask anything else. It would be too obvious if she said it out loud. She didn't want to let people in the school know that her boyfriend was Su Bai for the time being. Hey, Su Bai, even though he looks like he comes from a poor family, he's really handsome. I wish my boyfriend Shui Tao was as handsome as him. Lu Yuan continued to complain, Shui Tao is not only ugly, but also has a bad personality. I just glanced at Su Bai a few more times when we were eating in the cafeteria, and he got so upset. Look how upset he is. Jiang Qiuran said uncertainly, Su Bai and Shui Tao, they seem to be in the same dormitory, right? Yes, there is another rich boy, also from the computer department, Xu Mingzhi, who is also in that dormitory. He is from Shanghai. Is Qiu Ran interested? Ha, senior sister, I have no plans to fall in love for the time being. Zhou Jialu pretended to be playing with his phone and listened to their conversation. It turns out that Lu Yuan's boyfriend is Su Bai's roommate. That's good. I can get information about Su Bai from Yuan in the future. What made Zhou Jialu laugh and cry was that Lu Yuan seemed to be a fan of Su Bai, and she kept talking about how tall and handsome Su Bai was, which was amazing. It seems that in this dormitory, except for the outsider Jiang Qiuran, the other three people all have a good impression of Su Bai. Zhou Jialu faintly smelled the scent of gunpowder. After a while, no one spoke in the goddess dormitory. Jiang Qiran climbed onto her bed and pulled the bed curtains. After entering the solitude mode, her pretty face, full of energy, was suddenly shrouded in a layer of gloom. Bye, are you really going to be with Chen Yusheng? The next day, early morning. Subai dazedly heard the sound of someone swiping the door card to enter the room, and then the familiar fragrance of the senior sister wafted into his nose. Good morning, my little brother. Opening his eyes, Subai saw Zhou Jialu's charming face close to him. Bo. After a light kiss, Subai opened his arms and lifted the quilt, and Zhou Jialu came in and lay in his arms. Today, the senior student is wearing a refreshing t-shirt and a denim A-line skirt, which is a very classic outfit for female college students in this river city in late summer. But she has such a great figure that just an ordinary slim-fit t-shirt can highlight her plump figure and her particularly slender waist in contrast, which is very exciting. It's so early in the morning. It's indeed a bit difficult to handle. Zhou Jialu was hugged by him for a while, so he naturally felt it, and said with a sly smile, Junior brother, do you want me to help you? Yes. Details omitted. Subai washed up in the spacious and luxurious bathroom, feeling refreshed. Through the reflection of the mirror, he saw Zhou Jialu leaning against the bathroom door and looking at him, so he asked, Senior, do you have anything to say to me? Hey, you are so smart, Junior. Just say whatever you want to say. You don't have to be restrained in front of me, senior sister. Well, then, let me ask you, do you know Chen Yusheng? I know her. I play games with her. Subai said frankly. She lives in the same dormitory as me. I see. It's worthy of being called the goddess dormitory. So when she was playing with Chen Yusheng last night, the senior was actually nearby? Gue, thinking this way feels inexplicably cool. Subai knew very well that he was not a loyal man. After binding to the godly rich system, his harem instinct was activated. After wiping his freshly washed face, Subai looked at Zhou Jialu with amusement, waiting for the senior to continue speaking. Zhou Jialu felt embarrassed to be looked at by Subai, but she couldn't help wanting to speak out, so she had to get into his arms again, rubbing against him, and said in a coquettish tone, If you want to play games with your sister, I can do that too. I can learn any game you like to play. Oh my god, look at this service attitude. Girls who restrict their boyfriends from playing games simply because they don't like to play, come and learn from Zhou Jialu. Subai said happily, Senior sister, I am really touched that you have this awareness, but the problem is that things are not what you think. When playing with Sheng, it's not me who takes care of my sister, it's her who takes care of me. Ah. She is really good at playing games. Oh. Zhou Jialu even saw admiration in Subai's eyes. Yes, boys all admire girls who are good at playing games, right? What's more, Chen Yusheng is so good-looking and a top student. Especially, Subai's way of addressing Chen Yusheng was actually Sheng. The roommates in the goddess dormitory didn't call her in such an intimate way. Why, are you jealous, senior? Well, a little bit. Just a little bit jealous. Zhou Jialu pressed his cheek against Subai's chest, his tone filled with a hint of melancholy. However, before Subai could say anything else, she raised her head again and looked at Subai with her beautiful eyes as gentle as water. In fact, I have been mentally prepared for this. How could a man as outstanding as my junior have only one woman? I just hope to occupy a unique place in my junior's heart. You are so unique. Senior, you are my first love. Really? Really? My first love and first kiss were all with my senior. Subai suddenly remembered something and laughed, and the first time. What is it? Subai took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin, and showed Zhou Jialu the history records. Senior was the first beauty blogger I followed on TikTok. Although her personal account was not very popular at that time, she was just sharing her daily life and occasionally taking a few dancing videos. It was not a very low level of popularity. But I was young at the time, and I don't know why I thought the senior was particularly attractive, so I made a mistake for the first time in my life while watching her video. Subai's sincerity exploded. Zhou Jialu was stunned and his face turned red. After a long while, he spoke haltingly. Junior, why are you so mean? So, the fate between me and senior sister can be said to be destined by heaven. I am senior sister's ideal type, and senior sister is also my, it seems that calling her white moonlight is not quite appropriate. Subai pondered for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he thought of a very appropriate statement. Senior sister, you are my sexy moonlight. I hate it so much. Zhou Jialu was completely amused by Subai. She laughed so hard that she was shaking with laughter, and she and Subai started to play around. When I came to my senses, Subai had already carried me to the bed. The two looked at each other closely, and then smiled sweetly at the same time. It's great to meet you. Chapter 35. Subai really gave too much. Brother, what are the plans for today? After being bored for a while, Zhou Jialu asked. Subai thought for a moment and said, I don't have any plans for today. It depends on my mood. I don't need to go back to school until tomorrow afternoon. So, what are you going to do when you go back to school next afternoon? There's a class meeting coming up, which shouldn't take long. After the meeting, we'll have dinner at school. The time in between is all yours. As he spoke, Subai pinched Zhou Jialu's nose. The latter smiled and acted coquettishly, whispering, Me too, I have nothing else to do this weekend, so I will just concentrate on accompanying you. Okay, but when I go back to school tomorrow afternoon, you should also come back to the dormitory. Don't neglect your bestie just because you're in love. If you do, people will say you value your love over your friendship. Hey, that's because you're so tempting. As he was talking, Zhou Jialu suddenly realized something. Subai asked her to go back to the dormitory tomorrow, which is Sunday afternoon. Does that mean she should stay in the hotel tonight? Suddenly, Zhou Jialu's skin began to feel hot. To be honest, she really wanted to live here, to lie in the same bed with Subai, to fall asleep in his arms, and to see Subai's handsome face immediately after waking up. Who doesn't tea like a woman who has just fallen in love? But if he really did that, Zhou Jialu was afraid that he would not be able to help but take the next step with Subai. She still prefers that her first time be on a more memorable day. After thinking about it, Zhou Jialu decided to test Subai's attitude first. Junior, do you welcome me to stay here tonight? Of course you are welcome. I would be happy if you are happy. Subai exchanged glances with her and suddenly laughed. Senior, are you worried that I will lose my temper and take you down directly? Well. Actually, I also have a little thought. Lying in Subai's arms, Zhou Jialu's eyes were hazy. If you really can't help it, you can eat me anytime you want. It's no problem. No, I have to prepare well and give you a super unforgettable first time. Subai said decisively. Zhou Jialu is a rare high-scoring goddess who was both loyal and considerate to Subai. It must be grand. Besides, when the time comes, we can create some grand scenes and add more sense of ceremony. We can choose the most expensive gameplay and get some indulgent cashback. However, looking at her confused little eyes, it was obvious that she was unable to suppress her inner emotions. So Subai suggested, the first time is equivalent to a war, and before the official war, there can actually be exercises, for example, to get familiar with the feeling of the other party's body, and to exercise both hands, not only the senior sister's hands, but also my hands. Ha! The innocent Zhou Jialu didn't quite understand what it meant. However, the next second, her body trembled violently, and she instantly understood what the exercise Subai was talking about. She showed an angry expression, but obediently let Subai play with her. Subai and Zhou Jialu stayed in the hotel all day, either watching dramas on TV or practicing. Zhou Jialu found himself a little addicted. Girls also have that need in front of a man they truly like. Subai's big hands seemed to have magical power, which benefited Zhou Jialu greatly. If a couple has a good relationship, it is actually a matter of pleasing each other. There is indeed a difference between doing it yourself and doing it for your partner. Subai has a deep understanding of this. In the past, I watched the videos of my senior classmates and made my own living. Now I am enjoying the service of my senior schoolmate at close range, and I feel the joy of having my youthful dream come true. When the two of them got bored of staying indoors, they went downstairs to stroll around and eat something nearby, feeling leisurely and comfortable. While strolling after dinner, Subai took Zhou Jialu into the Chanel counter again. Buy some clothes for senior sister. At least they should match those bags. Okay, Junior, you choose for me, and I will wear whatever you like. Zhou Jialu became excited. For her, buying clothes is more interesting than buying bags because there are more ways to match them. Subai shook his head and said, Senior sister, you choose, and I will just appreciate it. I will buy whatever you like. Hee, you're so nice to me. After listening to Subai's heroic speech, Zhou Jialu did not get carried away, but had a rough idea in his mind. The prices of clothes and bags should match. Pick out 4 or 5 sets of various styles, with each set costing tens to hundreds of thousands of yuan, so the total budget is between 500,000 and 1 million yuan. She listed the budget on the memo on her phone and showed it to Subai, who nodded with satisfaction. Let's do it this way. Okay. Zhou Jialu went to pick out clothes happily. Looking at her excited figure, Su Bai nodded with satisfaction. Senior Zhou does have good taste in spending money, which is a good thing. After all, after the binding, her indulgence is equivalent to Su Bai's indulgence, and she gets huge cash back. Don't laugh, knowing how to spend money is a quality in itself. There are so many tycoons who have become rich overnight, spending their money on all kinds of weird things. The things they buy have no aesthetic appeal at all, and some even waste their money or get cheated. Such as the extremely expensive metaphysical ornaments and health products. And Zhou Jialu has another advantage: he knows his limits. Some girls are greedy. Once a man says they can pick anyone they want to take advantage of him and make the most of him, even to the point of robbing him bald. Zhou Jialu is not like that. She will take the initiative to figure out Su Bai's intentions, which neither mistreats herself nor meets Su Bai's psychological expectations. Clever. Living with a smart woman is the real enjoyment of a rich man. Ding. It was detected that Zhou Jialu bought a suit at Chanel, with a total consumption of about 680,000 yuan, triggering a 9-fold cashback, with a reward of 6.12 million yuan. Detection that the host's deposit exceeds 10 million yuan, reward lottery number +1. Su Bai paid the money for the clothes in one lump sum. I was wondering if I could get a big cashback multiple and make a fortune. The result did not disappoint him. After this consumption, Su Bai's savings have exceeded 10 million. It can't be compared with those truly top tycoons, but for an idle freshman, the assets are enough to live a life of luxury and debauchery. After buying clothes, it was already late, so Su Bai returned to the hotel, turned on the computer, and prepared to play with Chen Yusheng. She has already received the new computer that Su Bai bought for her, and she even recorded a short video of the unboxing process in the dormitory. Judging from the chat records during the day, Chen Yusheng was very satisfied with this computer and liked it very much. I clearly advised Su Bai not to buy the Eye of Prodigal Son before. I already have it, but I treasure it so much. Sure enough, Chen Yusheng actually likes this brand, but because it is too expensive, she doesn't T-force it. Oh, why are the women around us so sensible? Is Junior going to play games with Yusheng? Well, open the mic. I know. I will definitely not say anything and will not let Yusheng know that there are other women around you, hee hee. Your awareness is too high. Of course, you've spent more than $1 million on me these past few days. It's unrealistic to ask such a powerful man to be loyal to you. Anyway, I'm yours. Well, Moonlight, I'm already very satisfied. After that, Zhou Jialu gave Su Bai a sweet kiss, and took the initiative to go into the bedroom and close the door, allowing Su Bai to concentrate on playing games with Chen Yusheng in the living room of the Riverview suite. Su Bai couldn't help but feel a little dazed. What surprised him even more than Zhou Jialu's thoughtfulness was that in just a few days, he had actually spent 1 million on his senior. After counting on my fingers, it's true. Bags, clothes, and a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. How long would it take to save 1 million based on an average person's salary? The average monthly salary for university graduates in Zhangchang is 5,000 yuan. The economic situation has been bad in recent years and salary increases have been slow. If we calculate based on an average monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, plus 2 months of year-end bonus, the annual income is 112,000 yuan, which requires 9 years of saving even without eating or drinking. Even if you are a star salesperson at a 4S store and get a high commission after becoming a regular employee, you still have to save up for at least 5 years. How many 5 years are there in a person's life? What's more, it is the most precious time of a girl's youth. With this in mind, it doesn't seem strange that Zhou Jialu has no objection to Su Bai playing games with other girls. After all, Su Bai gave too much. Chapter 36, Sleeping with a Girl for the First Time. In the bedroom. Zhou Jialu put his ear to the crack of the door and could vaguely hear the sound of Su Bai playing games outside. She was quite excited, and it was exactly the same as her impression of boys playing games. It seems that the younger brother also has similar aspects with his peers, which makes Zhou Jialu find him cute. After all, most of the time, Su Bai seems to be too mature and sophisticated, so it is good to show a little youthfulness occasionally. When it comes to gaming, Zhou Jialu admitted that she is no match for Chen Yusheng. When school started, she knew that this junior girl in her dormitory, Chen, was very good at playing games. In that case, let Su Bai play with her. Don't be too greedy. At least in terms of dressing, shopping and exercises, Zhou Jialu is confident that she can take the lead. Fuck, Shang, you're so awesome tonight. It feels like you're even better than before. After getting 2 more kills with Chen Yusheng, Subai couldn't help but praise him. Is there? Chen Yusheng was a little uncertain. She actually didn't feel anything. Yes, I feel like I have reached the threshold of a professional player. Maybe it's because I changed my device. This computer is really easy to use. There are no frame drops at all. My eyes don't get tired even if I stare at the screen for a long time. Yeah, that's what I said about buying you a good computer. Shang has such beautiful eyes. It would be a shame if she became nearsighted because of looking at the screen too much. At this time, Chen Yusheng was playing games in the study room of Building 2 of the girls' dormitory. Every building in Jiangcheng University has a study room, which is always crowded when exams are approaching at the end of the semester. But the school has just started and the exams are still a long way off, so there are very few people suitable for Chen Yusheng to play games at night. When she heard Subai praising her beautiful eyes, she felt shy. She had heard other boys say similar cheesy words before, but at the time she just felt disgusted and had a pure resistance to them. This time the situation was completely different. Not only was it not annoying, I even felt happy and proud. Subai, I like her looks. Well, then, that means Subai also has that kind of thoughts about her. Think about it carefully. Subai spent money on her, saying that he was buying emotional value, but was it really just that? Among them, there must be the intention of teasing her. Becoming a couple with Subai? That's interesting. The corners of Chen Yusheng's lips curled up into a smile that came from the heart. Although I always feel that my conditions are not worthy of Subai. But people are always lazy. Recently I've been playing as Subai's playmate, earning a lot of money, and having good food to eat and a good computer to use. No need to worry about financial problems anymore. The arrogant and cool academic masters are also human beings and have laziness. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. In addition, her personality and hobbies are very compatible with Subai. Chen Yusheng gradually began to have evil thoughts about Subai. I played with my friend for 3 hours tonight. When he was about to go offline, Chen Yusheng suddenly said in the voice, Subai, can I call you something else instead of Subai? Okay, what do you want to call me? Subai was a little confused. I call you Big White Goose. Ha, no problem. Why, do you think it doesn't sound good? That sounds good. You know I've always liked creatures like big white geese. Why? Because they are very beautiful and have strong fighting power. The geese raised in rural areas are better at guarding the gate than wolfhounds. Oh. From now on I will call you Big White Goose. After a pause, Chen Yusheng said solemnly, Good night, Big White Goose. Then he exited the voice. Subai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Yusheng, you bastard. As another me in the world, Subai could easily guess Chen Yusheng's thoughts. A unique name means increased intimacy. Since Subai called her Shangsheng, she couldn't call Subai by his ordinary name. For Chen Yusheng, this seemed to be an active hint. Well, for someone with social phobia, this is already very proactive. Subai was in a good mood. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, then walked into the bedroom wrapped in a bath towel and found Zhou Jielu sitting on the head of the bed playing with his mobile phone. She had already changed into pajamas. The purple suspender nightgown is full of charm. The translucent design, which is hazy and looming, is simply amazing with Zhou Jielu's curvy figure. What made Subai unable to take his eyes away was that Zhou Jielu seemed to have been lying in ambush. She posed in a sexy position on the bed and blinked at Subai with her watery, seductive eyes. Subai was stunned for a few seconds, and spoke frankly. Senior, you are so hot. Oh, what are you talking about? It's so embarrassing. Zhou Jielu couldn't hold it anymore and quickly got under the quilt. The seductive behavior just now had consumed a lot of her courage, and she didn't hold on for long before she started to feel shy again. The main reason was that Subai had just finished taking a shower, with his upper body naked, covered only by a bath towel around his waist, exuding a charming scent of masculine hormones. The shock this scene brought to Zhou Jielu was no less than the shock her nightgown brought to Subai. But how could Subai let her go? Subai nimbly got into the bed and launched an attack. A new round of exercises has begun. Ding! It is detected that the host has practiced too frequently. This is really too indulgent. Even if it is the first time to fall in love, such behavior that harms the body is too much. The number of bonus draws is +1. Looking at the system panel, 3 draws have been accumulated. Subai plans to save up a few more times and find an opportunity to make a series of draws to have some fun. At this time, Subai was holding Zhou Jialu, who was lying on him, and the latter's breathing sounded obviously tired. It was obvious that Subai had been tormenting him for a long time. I can't remember how many drills we have done tonight. After all, when people are particularly happy, their heads tend to feel dizzy. Now, Zhou Jialu felt dizzy and soft from head to toe. How could this happen? She had clearly defeated Subai several times in the exercises, but why did it seem like Subai's energy didn't decrease at all, while she was the one who was about to collapse? What she didn't know was that the system would automatically eliminate the negative effects of Subai's indulgence. In other words, no matter how Subai messes up, he can always maintain his best energetic state. Zhou Jialu was having trouble breathing and seemed to have completely surrendered. As a result, after only a short while, she felt Subai's fighting spirit again. At the same time as I was horrified, I also felt a strange sense of pride. Junior, I really like her. Senior, do you know about Chen Yusheng's financial situation? Subai suddenly asked. I haven't talked to her, but as a roommate, I've seen it all the time, so I have some guesses. She seems to be very short of money. Yes, only those of us who share the same dormitory have a vague feeling about this. She usually doesn't show it outwardly. Then why is she short of money? I'm not sure. We guess someone in the family may be seriously ill, or they may be in debt. I see. Basically, it also fits Subai's guess. Seeing Subai thoughtful, Zhou Jialu scolded, "Shouty, you are such a jerk. You are holding me but asking about another girl. You are such a jerk. You are her roommate. I came to you to ask for information, which means I trust you. No matter what, scumbag." Zhou Jialu stretched out her hands and gently patted Subai, looking cute and innocent. Oh, this senior sister is really good at acting like a spoiled child. Subai pretended to be angry and said, "It seems that the intensity of the exercise is not enough." No. Zhou Jialu begged for mercy. I don't have any strength left, woo-woo, junior brother, please spare me. Are you still calling me junior when you're begging for mercy? Zhou Jialu adjusted her mood and called out shyly, husband. This sound really touched Subai's bones. Ignoring the senior's pleas for mercy, Subai pulled her to practice again. Finally satisfied. This time Zhou Jialu couldn't bear it anymore. He hummed incoherently a few times, hugged Subai's arm, and fell asleep soon, entering a sweet dream. It just so happened that Subai was also a little sleepy, so he hugged his senior sister and closed his eyes. This was the first time Subai slept with a girl in his arms. Excellent experience. Chapter 37, Secretly Buying Nightgown. In the early morning, Zhou Jialu gradually woke up from his tiredness. Although I say I feel tired, it is actually a kind of comfort similar to that of having a long sleep after a vigorous exercise. I rolled around on the bed out of habit, and ended up rolling onto a warm, strong body. And the charming male hormones immediately made Zhou Jialu wake up and open his eyes. Ah! I remembered that I slept with my junior last night. Looking at Subai's face so close to him, Zhou Jialu's face showed a look of attachment. I feel so much emotion. Just a week ago, Zhou Jialu was still worried about whether he could get a permanent job after graduation, what kind of job he should find if he was laid off, and whether he should take the postgraduate entrance examination or the civil service examination. In short, it's all about survival. It is true that Jiangcheng University is a 985 university, but the employment situation for liberal arts marketing majors is actually quite miserable, especially in the past 2 years. Positions that match liberal arts majors have basically been laying off employees, let alone hiring new people. As a result, just 1 week later, I was lying on a big bed in a hotel that cost nearly 2,000 a night. The man sleeping soundly beside her was the man who had spent more than 1 million on her just a few days after they met. Before graduation, Zhou Jialu already owned limited edition bags worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, high-end and fashionable Chanel suits, and an exquisite Mercedes-Benz C260L. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Zhou Jialu suddenly became inexplicably nervous and reached out to pinch Subai's face. Call. Junior, does your face hurt? It's fine. What happened? I suddenly felt so happy that I was afraid that all this was just a dream. Subai, who had just woken up, was still slow in thinking and was stunned for a few seconds before he burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Senior, why are you so cute? Ha ha ha. Zhou Jialu was so ashamed and angry that she hid under the quilt, but Subai lifted the quilt and teased her. As they were playing around, the process naturally turned to the morning exercise session. In the past, Zhou Jialu heard some of her female friends talk about asking their husbands to pay food allowance after marriage, and some women even cheated because of unsatisfied sexual desire. At that time, Zhou Jialu felt it was incredible. Could that kind of thing really be so attractive? It was not until now that Zhou Jialu experienced the fun himself that he finally understood. Being intimate with someone you like is really addictive. For a long time, Subai patted the round buttocks of the senior sister who was resting on him, and joked, "Senior sister, this nightgown is great, but I have a question. You wear this in the dormitory, don't you feel ashamed if your roommates see you?" You know, Zhou Jialu was very pure at heart. It is hard to imagine that such a shy girl would wear something close to sexy clothing in the dormitory. Hearing this, Zhou Jialu smiled and said, "Of course not. Hey, let me tell you a secret. Actually, I bought it secretly when you weren't paying attention while we were shopping yesterday." Ah? Subai was dumbfounded. There is such a thing? When did it happen? Why didn't I notice it? You went to buy ice cream while I was at the Chanel store. The store where I bought the nightgown is nearby. Wow! Subai exclaimed in amazement, "What a scheming senior." If you think about it carefully, this setting seems reasonable. A shop selling XX underwear opened near the luxury store. The rich guy bought the girl some luxury goods and also bought her some consumables for use at night. No problem. As long as you enjoy learning, that is fine. Zhou Jialu rubbed his face against Subai, looking extremely infatuated. As they rubbed against each other, their stomachs began to growl almost at the same time. It's time to order. I didn't eat much for dinner yesterday, focusing on health. After a few exercises, I went to bed straight away because I felt sleepy, without having any midnight snack. Subai thought about it and simply ordered takeout morning tea from the Cantonese restaurant. That is, a combination of various Cantonese-style snacks. Breakfast and dinner are solved together. It just so happened that this restaurant had wolfberry leaf and pork liver soup, so Subai ordered 2 servings, as both he and his senior student needed some nourishment. Although the system will eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, on a psychological level, there is always a feeling of loss. Besides, choosing nutritious food is always good for your body. In the afternoon, Zhou Jialu was the first to drive away from the hotel. Subai is going back to attend a class meeting, so of course she needs to prepare. At least she needs to take a shower to wash off the smell on her body, right? After all, I have to meet Chen Yusheng. So Zhou Jialu was very obedient and reserved some time alone for Subai. As soon as Zhou Jialu arrived at the underground garage and got into the Mercedes-Benz C260L, his cell phone rang. It was a call from his roommate Lu Yuan. "Hey, Jialu-senpai, where are you now?" "I'm still outside. I should be back to school soon." "What happened?" Zhou Jialu felt a little anxious when hearing Lu Yuan's voice. "I'm afraid there might be an emergency." "Senior, do you still remember Zhang Kong from the finance department? He was the one who harassed you in the student union." "Yes, what happened to him?" "I don't know where he got the news last night. He knew you didn't come home all night, and then he got mad and said he wanted to meet you no matter what. I was talking to him on WeChat and I calmed him down. He originally wanted to come to our dormitory downstairs, but I said we should meet somewhere else." "Yes, we have to move to another place. It's not good to be downstairs in the dormitory." Zhou Jialu took a deep breath and arranged it very competently without any panic. Yuan, thank you for helping me. It's very helpful. So, tell him to come to the parking lot in the south area of the school. I will meet him there to explain everything." "Okay, senior, I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Jialu shook his head helplessly. Zhang Kong from the finance department was someone she had worked with in the student union, so they could be considered colleagues. This guy's family has some money and he's quite pretentious. When he first met Zhou Jialu, his shy look revealed his mean heart. He always said that he wanted Zhou Jialu to be his girlfriend. He brainwashed her by telling her that girls should cash in on their looks while they are still young, implying that he, Zhang Kong, was the perfect target for cashing in. However, Zhou Jialu had no feelings for him and rejected him harshly many times, but Zhang Kong still did not give up. This time, he probably asked the girls in the next dormitory. Knowing that she was in a relationship and didn't come home at night, I guess she must have been furious. Sure enough, it was just as Zhou Jialu guessed. When she drove to the school's south parking lot, she saw Zhang Kong standing on the side of the road, looking helpless and furious, and saying something to Lu Yuanyuan next to him. Lu Yuanyuan's expression was not good either. After all, she was not a pushover. How many times have I told you, Zhou Jielu, that she can't find anyone better than me, and asked you to help keep an eye on her? But now, she's been taken away by that trash little yellow-haired kid who popped out of nowhere. Ah! What a waste of talent! Zhang Kong rubbed his head and got angry. Lu Yuanyuan was so angry that she said, "No, buddy, are you mentally retarded? What do you mean she can't find anyone better than you? You underestimate our senior sister Jielu. Isn't it? He came from a rural area in another province, didn't study a major that could make money, and even failed a course and almost couldn't graduate. These days, an ordinary 985 graduate is nothing in Jiangcheng." Zhang Kong made no secret of his disdain. "With my conditions, I am already the best among the men who are willing to date her seriously, you know? Yes, maybe some very wealthy men would not mind being her lover for a short period of time, but the nature of that is completely different. Alas, I really want to be with her." Chapter 38, Domineering Senior Sister, Subai is her confidence. As he spoke, Zhang Kong patted the hood of the car behind him. Brilliance BMW 320. It's a bit old and was passed down to him by his father. But so what? It's a BMW after all. My father's company is worth hundreds of millions of dollars and has business throughout the province. I'll have a BMW to drive right after graduation and I can afford to buy a wedding house in full. With these conditions, what can Zhou Jielu be dissatisfied with? There's no rule that says that senior sister must like you. Lu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. This guy is too mean. It seems that his vision is not much better than Xue Tao's. Alas, I guess Zhou Jielu just met a handsome guy temporarily and was blinded by the temptation of male beauty. When she really enters society and is beaten by society for 2 or 3 years, she will realize how wrong her choice was. She shouldn't have given away her precious first time so easily. Just when Zhang Kong was chattering non-stop, a brand new Mercedes-Benz C260L parked smoothly into the parking space next to it. It stopped a little crookedly, but it was done in one go, looking very cool. Then, the car door opened, and Zhou Jielu got out in high heels, holding a pack of tissues given by the 4S store in her hand, and threw it in the direction of Zhang Kong. Bang! The tissue hit Zhang Kang's face. Because it was made of angular cardboard, Zhang Kong screamed in pain. Where is this idiot? Who I want to be with and who I want to give my first time to is none of your business. Zhou Jielu walked over domineeringly, pointed at Zhang Kang's nose and cursed, "You are just a stray dog on the roadside. Normally, I would not bother to pay attention to you if you barked twice, but you are getting too arrogant and want to affect my normal life, right? Get down from here." Zhang Kong shrank his neck because of the scolding. After all, for a woman who can remain chaste in her job as a 4S salesperson and never be taken advantage of, it is impossible for her to not have a fierce personality. Tenderness is reserved for your husband. To deal with this kind of scabby dog, you have to beat him hard. Zhang Kong was shocked by Zhou Jielu's temperament. He was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He said in disbelief, "Zhou Jielu, you dare to hit me? I'm going to hit you. I'll teach you a lesson. Get away from me from now on. If you come to harass me again, I'll hit you." "Ha, you poor bastard from another province, who gave you the confidence to act wildly? Do you believe that I can find some connections and make it difficult for you to graduate?" Seeing that Zhou Jielu didn't give him any face, Zhang Kong lost his defense, completely turned hostile, and even began to threaten him in a cold tone. Zhou Jielu was not at all timid, and sneered, "Who do you think you are? How great is it that you have a few stinky money? You drive a second-hand BMW, and your nose is about to go up to the sky. Do you really think you are someone important?" As she spoke, Zhou Jielu raised the LV handbag in her hand and waved it in front of him. "Even if you sell your car now, you can't exchange it for this bag of mine." "Ha, you are dreaming." The smile on Zhang Kang's face suddenly froze, because, after taking a closer look, he found that the bag looked a little familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that when he was flirting with girls in a bar last month, a girl from the Atmosphere group mentioned this bag. Later, Zhang Kong asked the young lady to go shopping with him, and she even took him to the LV counter. Exactly the same as what is in front of you. Zhang Kong's first reaction was, "It's a grade, definitely fake." However, look at the clothes Zhou Jielu is wearing. It's a full set of Chanel, all of which are a very nice design, not the basic ones that college girls buy to save face. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that the boyfriend Zhou Jialu was looking for is actually a very capable man? Then, Zhou Jialu pointed at the Mercedes-Benz behind him and said, "This car was also bought for me by my boyfriend." "Ha, buy you a car? I see it's a car registered under the company's name, so I'll lend it to you temporarily." Zhang Kong was still being stubborn. "You don't believe it, right? Come, let me show you how real rich guys pick up girls." Zhou Jialu took out the big green book from the car, and her name was clearly written on the property certificate. When the big green book was thrown at Zhang Kang's face, his expression became completely gloomy. "Now, I can't help but believe it." Zhang Kong was horrified and thought, "What kind of thing is this?" A car worth 300,000 yuan was bought just like that. Zhou Jialu had been single before, so she probably hadn't been dating this boyfriend for long. Cars, clothes, bags. This outfit alone costs hundreds of thousands. It's no wonder that he can pick up girls when he spends so much money. If Zhang Kong dared to steal his parents' money and do this, he would probably be beaten to death. At this moment, Zhang Kang's expression changed rapidly, with frustration and jealousy intertwined. He gnashed his teeth and said, "TSK, Zhou Jialu, I was right about you. You are a money-worshipping bitch. The reason you ignored me is because I am not rich enough. What's the matter?" What Zhang Kong never expected was that Zhou Jialu was not broken by his bad words at all, and said frankly, "I am materialistic, but I am very loyal to my husband. I don't mess around, cheat, or keep fish. But you, Zhang Kong, do you think I don't know? You flirted with your subordinates in the student union and even went to the bar to meet someone. I think you are the bitch. Don't show up in front of me again. I'm not interested in you. The BMW you're so proud of is not as good as the car my husband bought for me. If you continue to pester me, my husband won't just sit there and do nothing. You know, he has a much worse temper than me." After saying that, Zhou Jialu ignored Zhang Kong and got into the car. Zhang Kang's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to refute at all. Zhou Jialu's words reminded him. For a man with such strong capital, the power behind him should not be underestimated. Zhang Kang's family business might be affected if someone just moves their fingers. Thinking of this, Zhang Kong suddenly wilted and cold sweat broke out on his back. The thought of revenge on Zhou Jialu that had just sprouted in his mind was quickly extinguished, and he dared not do it again. "Are you kidding? It's not worth it to lose your entire family business just for a woman." Rather, it was very considerate of Zhou Jialu to choose to let him go instead of letting her man deal with Zhang Kong. Compared with the real rich people, Zhang Kong is just a little karami. Having assets exceeding 100 million sounds awesome. In fact, someone has done statistics and found that for bosses in the traditional manufacturing industry with assets of 100 million, their annual income is mostly between 1 and 3 million. It is definitely much better than ordinary workers. The problem is that Zhou Jialu's boyfriend spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on her when they just started dating. The boss's annual income also has to take into account maintaining personal relationships, living expenses, and investment in children's education. After all the deductions, there isn't that much spare money left to spend. In short, Zhou Jialu's boyfriend is someone that Zhang Kong cannot defeat even if he tries his best. Damn it, I thought I was already the best among her suitors, but who knew that I would suddenly? At the same time, Lu Yuan followed closely and got into Zhou Jialu's car. The car started and drove slowly out of the campus. Call. Zhou Jialu let out a long sigh, and after calming down, he returned to his usual enthusiastic and lively self. "I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Pick any delicious food near the school." "Thank you, senior sister," Lu Yuan said happily, and then showed an admiring expression. Senior sister was so domineering just now, so amazing. If I were harassed by a difficult guy like Zhang Kong, I don't know what I would do. Ah, this person is quite annoying. Her family has a little money, she's in the student union, and she can curry favor with teachers. If she were an ordinary girl, she would really be troubled if no one backed her up. Zhou Jialu analyzed, and then a look of happiness appeared on her face. Luckily, I have a great boyfriend. He is my confidence. Chapter 39: How to Bind Subai for Life. What Zhou Jialu said may be a bit snobbish, but it is true. When you survive in this society, money is your confidence. Why did Zhang Kong look afraid when he was leaving? Of course, it was because of the financial strength demonstrated by Zhou Jialu's boyfriend that made him feel afraid. In fact, Zhou Jialu didn't know what the background of Subai's family was. But he can definitely crush Zhang Kong and his ilk. Ever since she received Lu Yuanyuan's call, Zhou Jielu had already figured out how to deal with today's events. This time, Zhang Kong must be completely scared away to prevent him from causing trouble again in the future. Otherwise, Zhou Jielu herself would feel annoyed, and Subai would also feel annoyed, because this kind of thing would make Subai unhappy, which would correspondingly lower Subai's evaluation of her. This evaluation is mainly about how one behaves in society. Rich people are not fools. They value girls' emotional intelligence very much. Zhou Jielu wants to be bound to Subai for life, and stay by Subai's side to enjoy wealth and glory. Just imagine, if you can't even solve the harassment from Zhang Kong independently. Then what qualifications does she have to enjoy Subai's favor for a long time? Although Zhou Jielu has a beautiful face and a great figure, the problem is that she is a pure vase, which is not a scarce resource in this world. What is truly rare is someone like Subai. Young, rich, handsome, and even has the capital for that. Fortunately, this matter was resolved quickly and properly. Zhou Jielu couldn't help but feel a little proud. It turned out that he often participated in various internships during school to hone his social skills, which was very useful. He knew how to deal with others and how to deal with bad people like Zhang Kong. By the way, there was also her junior schoolmate Lu Yuanyuan, who helped her deal with the situation in time. Glancing at Lu Yuanyuan next to him, Zhou Jielu said, "Thank you, junior sister. You did a great job today." Hee, actually I didn't do anything, it's still senior sister. But, senior sister slapped Zhang Kong in the face like this, will he say bad things about senior sister behind her back, or even make up bad rumors? Lu Yuanyuan suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but worry. It doesn't matter. He doesn't dare to jump too much. At most, he will just make some groundless accusations. Zhou Jielu said lightly, I don't care about that level. My reputation has not been good since high school. I don't care about other people's opinions anymore. On the contrary, I hope Zhang Kong can help me spread the word and let everyone know that I'm being kept by a super rich man. In this respect, Zhou Jielu is completely different from ordinary girls. She worships money, and does so with a clear conscience. When Zhou Jielu thought about how everyone used bad words to describe what the rich man did to her, and how they hated her but were jealous and helpless, her face turned red and she couldn't help but hum. This is a rather strange pleasure for her. She likes the feeling of being supported by a strong man. As for becoming Subai's property, that's great. It will make Zhou Jielu feel safe. She is such a little woman at heart, strong and aggressive on the outside, but gentle and dependent on her family at home. Compared to those socialites who are both independent and spend men's money but still call themselves independent women, Zhou Jielu's character is simply a breath of fresh air. Senior, you are so strong inside. I admire you so much. Lu Yuanyuan admired from the bottom of her heart. Oh, stop talking, it's so corny. I feel embarrassed by your compliments. I quickly opened Meituan and thought about what to eat. The other side. Subai drove back to school. I bought some snacks on the way and plan to eat them in the dormitory at night. I'm going to play games with my silly son Wang Haoren tonight and plan to go back to the dormitory. Although the senior is nice, we can't always be like conjoined twins. We need to live a colorful life. I was delayed for a while, so I didn't see the senior sister versus Zhang Kong drama in the parking lot of Jiangda South District. The class meeting will be held in a teaching building. Counselor Xia Lin has reserved a classroom and the students just need to arrive at the classroom at the scheduled time. Only one class was booked in total. Xia Lin said in the class group that she would arrange everything from now until the National Day holiday, and the next class meeting would be in October. Subai likes this vigorous and efficient style. In the classroom, Charlene moved a stool and sat behind the podium, holding an old-fashioned iPad in her hand, which displayed a thesis that looked very impressive. Professor Xia, you are so hardworking. You don't forget about research even when you attend the class meeting. It seems that this year's graduate student scholarship in our department must go to you. As soon as Xuetao entered the room, he saw Xia Lin reading a paper and immediately put on a fawning smile and flattered her. Xia Lin frowned slightly and said unhappily, our department is relatively well funded. Generally speaking, graduate students can receive scholarships. They don't need to be outstanding. Oh, it seems that I don't understand the situation. Xuetao laughed awkwardly and said, then I wish you can go further and comment on that young scholar. The young scholars are teachers with teaching posts who participate in the evaluation. It has nothing to do with me. Xia Lin was speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Stop talking nonsense and go sit down." "Okay, teacher." Xuetao felt a little embarrassed after trying to flatter someone twice in a row but to no avail. But since the counselor had said so, he could only smile awkwardly and run to sit in the back row. The clever Wang Haoren had already started the second game and cleared 3 copies, which was really amazing. A game launched a new card pool yesterday. Wang Haoren told Subai about it on WeChat, and Subai immediately invested tens of thousands of yuan into it. "I really don't treat money as money." "That's awesome." It turns out that being by GE's surrogate was the right choice. Isn't this much more fun than playing with your own account? Xu Mingzhi was wearing an in-ear headset from a major international brand and was listening to some classical music, looking intoxicated and ecstatic. Xuetao glanced at his 2 roommates on both sides and couldn't help shaking his head. They are all so naive and don't understand the ways of the world at all. Now the counselor is not familiar with the people in the class yet, so he takes this opportunity to show off in front of Charlene and strives to be recommended by Charlene to work in the youth league committee next semester. This is Xuetao's plan. As a mature local, you should plan your university life early. It's not just the work of the youth league committee. Student unions, societies, various exchange associations. Life must be enriched, at least it should appear fulfilling when posted on WeChat Moments, so that it has a high-end feel. Xuetao himself admitted that he liked to be in the limelight and wanted to be a celebrity on campus so that he would have the opportunity to meet more high-end girls. Lu Yuan is not bad, but Xuetao wants better. Just as Xuetao was imagining how successful she would be in the next 4 years, Subai walked in from the front door of the classroom. Immediately, the few girls in the class all stared at him. They all vaguely felt the changes in Subai. Chapter 40 Mid-Autumn Festival Travel Plan. Girls are super sensitive about many things. Just like the change in a man's temperament. The gender ratio in the computer science department is a bit exaggerated. There are 25 people in the class, and only 6 of them are girls. Except for Chen Yusheng, who is obsessed with studying and making money, the other 5 girls have paid more or less attention to Subai in the past month since school started. After all, he is the class flower. However, through observation, everyone found that Subai's financial situation was very average, and his personality was rather introverted. He liked to stay in the dormitory alone and play. Girls' interest in him has decreased a lot. After all, female college students all yearn for a colorful life, and boys who can make their lives colorful usually come from good family backgrounds. However, in the past few days, Subai, whom I saw in class, seemed to have a more indescribable temperament. Is it self-confidence? Or perhaps a kind of calmness with a lot of confidence? Chen Yusheng looked up at Subai. She wanted to sit with Subai, but it happened that the 6 girls in the class were all sitting together. If she stood out, she would feel a little embarrassed. I didn't dare speak in public. "Hello, Director Xia." "Well, hello." Xia Lin stared at Subai, her eyes wandering over his body in a mysterious way, and she actually felt a little dry in the mouth. For 3 consecutive days, Subai lived off campus. He sent her a short video every night to prove that he was in the hotel. It's a kind of safety report. It sounds like there's nothing wrong with it, but I don't know if Subai is doing it on purpose or just being careless, but he always seems a little weird every time he posts a video. Either in the swimming pool or just after taking a shower. Or he could be in the executive lounge, wearing a bathrobe with his strong chest muscles faintly visible. In short, they are all luxurious and high-end scenes, matched with his super good figure. These few nights, Xia Lin watched Subai's short video before going to bed. At first, she couldn't fall asleep, and then she dreamed about Subai. "I actually dreamed about my students for several nights in a row. It's really wrong." At this moment, seeing Subai face to face, Xia Lin recalled those broken and absurd dream scenes, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. What's worse is that Subai was wearing a slim-fit sports t-shirt today, which made his broad shoulders and upright posture look particularly masculine. Charlene couldn't help but want to watch, but she felt guilty and conflicted. Ding! Charlene's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 51. Subai discovered the information about Counselor Xia Lin's favorability the night before yesterday. At that time, Subai had just sent a selfie video of his safety report to Xia Lin when the system message popped up. Moreover, every once in a while, the favorability level increases a little. Last night, the same thing happened again. This made Subai wonder, could it be that Director Xia was interested in him? Before going out today, Subai pondered over the chat records with Xia Lin. We can summarize a pattern. The common point of the 3 selfie videos is that they are all taken in luxury hotels, and they all happen to capture his good body that was enhanced by body strengthening fluid. So, Subai wore clothes that showed off her figure today. The result was just as he expected. After seeing Charlene, the other party obviously had strange emotional fluctuations. And the favorability has increased, it has increased by 51. I still need 9 points of favorability to be willing to fall in love with him. No, Director Xia? Looking at Charlene, who was so serious and dignified, I would never have thought that she is actually a body control freak. This is a good thing, Subai thought. I heard that Xia Lin comes from a scholarly family and has a strong background. This background is not limited to Jiangcheng, but has a higher level meaning. After all, she is from Shanghai. I guess his identity is much stronger than that of Chu Mingzhi, a little show-off from Shanghai. There's no harm in spending more time with Charlene. If the favorability can continue to rise to above 80 and be bound as a consumer object, the indulgence system will then have another way to get cash back on consumption. After all, the meaning of indulgence is to enjoy happiness from the heart, and everyone's pleasure point is different. In this way, collecting female confidants of different styles is actually beneficial to Subai's wealth accumulation. Well, there is nothing wrong with it, it's all about making money, it's not shabby. Subai pondered over it and didn't say much to Xia Lin. He quickly walked to the back row of the classroom and sat down next to Wang Haoran. Silly son, have you finished the main story for me? I'm done with the grind. I'm here to help you with the event. This event is quite difficult. Players on the forum are complaining. Is there any difficulty with this number? What a mess. There are new 6 plus 5 big CS, and the Abyss environment is a plus. Just enjoy it. That's fine. In fact, Subai doesn't care about the rewards for high difficulty levels in the game. The reward resources are used to draw cards anyway. To draw cards, just charge money. But since you are playing mobile games, you must pursue achievements with the mentality of collecting. It's like collecting confidants fun. After watching the two finish chatting about games, Shuaitao couldn't help but ask, Subai, have you been living off campus these days? Well, a relative came to see me. Oh, I see. What's wrong? Do you want to talk to me about something? It's okay, just asking. To be honest, Shuaitao felt that Subai was quite mysterious recently. He changed his iPhone to an iPhone and stayed out all night. Oh, and also became friends with Chen Yusheng. Now it seems that the whole computer department has heard that Subai and Chen Yusheng play LOL together. After all, there are more people than women in the computer science department, and they are all straight science and engineering men. It is quite depressing to secretly desire love. And a peerless beauty like Chen Yusheng, in the computer department, is as dazzling as a diamond. Countless people want to get close to her, such as Chu Mingzhi. Some people have racked their brains to come up with all kinds of ways, some are stylish, some are unexpected, and some are just pure waste of money. For example, a rich man spent a lot of money. He booked a set meal worth more than 2,000 yuan at a Western restaurant near the school and treated Chen Yusheng to a meal. In order to avoid making Chen Yusheng feel disgusted, the buddy even directly told Chen Yusheng on WeChat to bring her roommates to eat, and he himself didn't have to show up. It's really awesome. As a result, Chen Yusheng ignored him completely. On the other hand, Subai and Chen Yusheng are getting along very well. How can one not be envious? By the way, what does it feel like to play games with Goddess Chen? It must be very tiring. It seems that beautiful girls are bad at playing games and have a lot of trouble. Xue Tao inquired. I feel pretty good about her. She's not bad. Subai said honestly. At this time, Chu Mingzhi took off his headphones and said with a face full of resentment, Subai, I know you are in the silver rank, and silver rank players are all uninhibited and love freedom, but promise me that when you play with her, you will take good care of her and give in to her a little, okay? I'll try my best. Subai was sweating like soybeans. No, it turns out that no one in the class knows that Chen Yusheng is the king of the Korean server, right? Looking at Chu Mingzhi's constipated expression, Subai found it hard to comment. It seemed that this guy had been mesmerized by some sentimental literature. Fortunately, Charlene announced the start of the class meeting soon. After a few trivial matters, Director Xia began to lead everyone in discussing the most important agenda of the day. During the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday next week, the school will have an autumn outing vlog activity for freshmen. Students who stay in school during the Mid-Autumn Festival can choose to contact a few classmates to go out together around Jiangcheng, and film and edit the process into a vlog. After that, the School Youth League Committee will collect the vlogs for evaluation. Those who win the award will receive cash rewards and can also get credits for quality practice. Chapter 41. A female top student travels with you for 3 days and 2 nights. What? You can make money by traveling during the Mid-Autumn Festival and you can also get credits for it? Hearing this, the students became excited. I used to feel sleepy during the boring class meeting, but now everyone is so energetic. There are many places to play near Jiangcheng, and many people originally planned to go out and play during the holidays. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival is only a 3-day holiday followed by the weekend, and students who live far away basically don't consider going home. I just happened to shoot a vlog while I was out having fun. If I'm lucky, I might earn some money and credits. If I'm unlucky, there is no loss, because I've already had fun. Seeing the enthusiasm of the students being aroused, Xia Lin announced. I have contacted a class in the School of Art for you to organize this event together with our class. I will create a large group on WeChat later. Students can find partners in the group and form teams freely. Students who want to go to the same place can just form a team. Of course, in principle, the number of people in a team should not exceed 8. If you want to be the captain, you can take the initiative to chat with me privately. Oh my god, there is actually a social gathering? Yay! Hearing this, many boys' eyes lit up and they were eager to try. After all, the gender ratio in the computer department is extremely unbalanced. The science and engineering guy is introverted and shy, and doesn't know how to get to know strange girls. Now that there is a group travel activity, he has a good opportunity to hook up with girls in the group. I guess the class at the art academy across the street thinks the same way, except that their situation is just the opposite, with more girls than boys. Director Xia, you are so awesome. We love you so much. Shui Tao started to flatter him again. Stop talking nonsense and focus on communicating with the girls in the group. Xia Lin said with a smile. No, buddy, you already have a girlfriend, why are you so excited? I want to ask you? Xu Mingzhi complained. Shui Tao glanced at him and said confidently, who says that if you have a girlfriend, you can't hang out with girls from other classes? We're just hanging out together, and we didn't do anything dirty. Su Bai, am I right? Me? I don't care. Su Bai really doesn't care and can participate in this activity. See if there are any beauties among those art students who are worth getting to know, preferably those with an S-level charm value so that they can give him cash back. If there was no such event, he would have asked Chen Yusheng or his senior schoolmate to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with him, and he wouldn't be lonely. It is difficult for rich people to feel lonely as long as they want someone to accompany them. There is nothing wrong with Shui Tao's idea, but he doesn't know whether the girls in the social gathering will pay attention to him. Girls who study art have high material requirements, and he doesn't know whether they will be attracted to him. What's the point of girls studying art? They are all materialistic and have empty brains. Xu Mingzhi was promoting his taste again. I'm not interested. After a while, Charlene formed a large social group for the two classes. Xu Mingzhi secretly clicked into the friends circle of those girls, read through them, and changed his words. Actually, this activity is quite good to try. Oh my, aren't you not interested, master? Shui Tao said sarcastically. Wrong, I looked at some girls' friend circles and found that they actually have good taste. For example, this girl actually knows how to use Sennheiser headphones. Girls who know Sennheiser have good taste. Ordinary girls will just buy Apple without thinking. It's just a headset, what can it represent? Shui Tao muttered unconvincedly and leaned over to take a look at Xu Mingzhi's phone. Hey, this girl is also from the Goddess Dormitory, Zhang Qiran. I remember she is a freshman in the broadcasting and hosting department. I didn't expect that we would happen to be in a social gathering with her class. Yeah, I always thought Zhang Qiran was a superficial art student. Who would have thought that she actually knows so much about music? Shui Tao looked somewhat displeased. In fact, Zhang Qiran was the girl that Shui Tao fell in love with when he first entered the school and came into contact with the Goddess Dormitory. It is said that the girl had been dancing since elementary school, and switched to studying broadcasting and hosting in high school. It turned out that she was very talented, and when she took the art exam at Jiangcheng University, she was admitted with the first place in her major. In other words, she has the perfect figure of a dancer and the beautiful voice of an angel. That doll-like delicate and pure face, coupled with her slender and graceful curves, perfectly interprets the 3 words white, thin and young to the fullest. Any little boy who sees her for the first time will be fascinated by her. There was even a wealthy man whose family assets exceeded 1 billion, who confessed his love to Jiang Qiran on the first day of school. Because of this, although Shui Tao was very greedy, she did not dare to have any delusions about Jiang Qiran. It's just that the competitors are too fierce, and Shui Tao is not strong enough. It is said that the rich guy drives a Porsche. Judging from what Chu Mingzhi said, could it be that he is also interested in Jiang Qiran? Shui Tao was worried. It's not impossible. After all, Chen Yusheng has been close to Subai recently, so perhaps Chu Mingzhi gave up and changed his target. Hearing the name Jiang Qiran, Subai's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. But he did not participate in the discussion between Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi. At school, pretend that you don't know Jiang Qiran. This is the agreement between them. The class meeting had actually ended, but everyone was busy hanging out in the social group, with the boys showing off themselves one by one. So there are still quite a few people staying in the classroom. Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi became masters in the field of water groups. The battle between Shanghai master versus locals extended from the dormitory to the social group. Soon, keywords such as 4 houses in Jiangchang, driving a Magotan as a freshman in college, and born into a family of executives in Shanghai and a family of scholars were all over the screen, unsurprisingly. The group was filled with a happy atmosphere. Subai was too lazy to even change the group notes, so he just went with the flow. Yuxia, big white goose, are you going? Chen Yusheng's message came. It was very brief, but Subai understood it tacitly. This outing is voluntary, so it doesn't matter if you don't want to participate. Subai originally thought that with Chen Yusheng's autistic personality, she would definitely not go. But now he suddenly asked Subai in private, and the hidden thoughts were obvious. Puff pastry white goose, I want to go, please go with me. Puff pastry white goose, transfer 15,000 yuan. Yuxi? Yuxia, why are you transferring money to me again? Sup white goose, I think you probably don't like traveling, but I really want to go with you, so this is the cost of traveling with you, which is about the same as playing with you. Yuxia, why is it so expensive? Puff pastry white goose, I'm not lying to you, the market price is like this. If you don't believe me, go online and search for Sanya Escort Tour. This is about the price for 3 days and 2 nights. Yushi, cat is skeptical expression pack. Chen Yusheng went to search, and what she found made her eyelids twitch and her breathing quicken. What kind of escort is this? This escort is not serious at all, right? Yushi, the cat is scared. Yuxia, the kind of escort you mentioned includes that kind of service, but Puff pastry white goose, I will definitely not ask you to do that kind of thing, don't worry. Yuxia, but if the escort service does not include that kind of service, the price will not be so high, right? Yuxia, big white goose, I can't take this money, it's too much. Wow, this cute and silly academic genius is quite smart. Subai just needs to continue to use his logical sophistry skills. Supi de bai goose, but for me, the emotional value you provide is equivalent to the value provided by Sanya escorts to customers. I feel very happy to act with you. Puff pastry white goose, keep it. You know how I spend money, it's different from normal people. Yuxia, but I think, Puff pastry white goose, I don't care what you think, I only care what I think. Yushi, okay. Rain break, cat rolling. Chapter 42 Travel Team, invite Jiang Qiran. In the front row of the classroom, Chen Yusheng was holding his cell phone, looking a little conflicted. The ripples in her cold and beautiful eyes proved that she was actually feeling joyful. Subai's analogy of the Sanya tour guide aroused a strong and rich imagination in Chen Yusheng's mind. She was not disgusted. On the contrary, she was looking forward to something ambiguous happening between her and Subai during this trip. Looking at the 15,000 yuan that has just been deposited into the account, the money for my mother's medical treatment next month is settled. This means that Chen Yusheng can go to the laboratory less often and rest more. Working in a lab is actually quite exploitative, as those who understand will understand. The fees that professors pay for taking on corporate projects are very high, but only a small percentage of them is shared with students. Taking advantage of the fact that undergraduates have no other ways to make money, they arbitrarily lower prices. There are even students who are so obsessed with involution that they are willing to work for professors even if it means paying them. Due to the bootlicking behavior of these good students, students in Professor Luo's laboratory must clock in for a certain amount of time each week before they can receive subsidies. In fact, it's almost the same as going to work. Chen Yusheng was really speechless about these people. Of course, no matter how speechless she was, Chen Yusheng had no bargaining power in front of the professor. It was true that she was a genius girl, but she was only a freshman and still in the developmental stage of a genius, and was restricted everywhere. In comparison, the cost-effectiveness of working for Su Bai is simply amazing. This value for money obviously includes Su Bai's evil intentions towards her. However, Chen Yusheng also has evil intentions towards Su Bai. It's decided. I want to be working in Professor Luo's laboratory next month. If you have that free time, you might as well serve Su Bai and use the saved time to write code for your own private project. It's relaxing and fun. Therefore, during this trip, Chen Yusheng secretly decided to express her feelings to Su Bai. This was quite difficult for her who had social anxiety, but, after all, they were going out to play for 2 or 3 days. If she mustered up the courage, she would always be able to seize the right opportunity. At worst, I can just hug him and kiss him, And her long legs and black stockings, I think all men would like her, right? Chen Yusheng fell into a strange and chaotic fantasy, holding her cell phone, her slender white neck flushed with a beautiful pink color. Charlene, who was sitting on the podium, took it all in. Blinking her beautiful eyes, she became interested in gossip. She had also recently heard some gossip about Su Bai and Chen Yusheng in the student group. From Charlene's perspective, these two students are a good match. However, when Xia Lin thought of the short videos Su Bai sent her and looked at Chen Yusheng's expression, which was like a girl falling in love, she actually felt jealous. She suddenly woke up, followed by deep shame. Su Bai was just following the usual practice to give her a safety report. As a counselor, how could he have the wrong idea? Shameful Charlene had no choice but to say, "Students, please discuss freely. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Director Xia, you've worked hard. Goodbye, Director Xia." Seeing the counselor leave the classroom, Chen Yusheng became more sober. She looked around and found that there were not many people in the classroom, so she hurried to the back of the classroom and walked in front of Su Bai. Chen Yusheng reached out and tugged at Su Bai's clothes, whispering, "Let's go register." Xu Mingzhi? Xu Mingzhi's expression changed rapidly, becoming all different colors. The trembling hands reached towards the chest. Wang Haoren, who was playing the second game, noticed something and quickly looked up at Xu Mingzhi. Oh shit, this kid is going to do something stupid again. Just when Wang Haoren thought he was going to send Xu Mingzhi to the infirmary again, Su Bai asked in confusion, "What registration?" "Go find Director Xia to register for the list. You and I will be in the same group on the trip." "Oh, I'll just tell her about this, you don't have to worry about it." "Aha." Chen Yusheng paused and said with difficulty, "Traveling with you, I am looking forward to it." After saying that, she covered her face and ran away shyly. The people around, especially the boys, all showed murderous eyes. Damn it! If I had known earlier, I should have left the classroom at the same time as Director Xia. Look at this, is this reasonable? Just a few days after school started, Su Bai actually hooked up with Chen Yusheng. I originally thought it was a rumor, but it turns out that Goddess Chen was more proactive. Why? Apart from his good looks, Su Bai is ordinary and unremarkable in every other aspect. There are many people chasing after Chen Yusheng who are better looking than Su Bai. Those are genuine tall, rich and handsome men. Why on earth did they lose to Su Bai? What Chen Yusheng just said to Su Bai is bound to spread among classmates and cause an uproar. At this time, Xu Mingzhi covered his chest. At least I can breathe normally now. When he first heard Chen Yusheng talk about registration, he thought she wanted to register her marriage with Su Bai. It turns out to be registration for travel activities, haha. Brother Su Bai, I think we roommates should still maintain unity and friendship. Why don't we stay in dormitory 510 together, add Chen Yusheng, and find a few people from the School of Art? Xu Mingzhi said. I have no objection, but are you really okay? Su Bai was a little skeptical. If Xu Mingzhi saw his ambiguous behavior with Chen Yusheng, this guy would die on the spot. No problem. Xu Mingzhi said with a determined look on his face, let me see the sweet moments between you and Chen Yusheng with my own eyes, so that I can give up. Alas, in fact, I have almost accepted the reality. Now I think Jiang Qiran is my type. After all, she bought Sennheiser and she has good taste in music. No, master, can you have some backbone? Shui Tao was unhappy. What do you mean by backbone? I mean taking advantage of the situation and being flexible. Besides, Chen Yusheng already has Su Bai, and Jiang Qiran is still single, without even a romantic partner. Of course I want to pursue a pure girl like this. As expected, he is Mr. Who, such pure love. Subai sighed and said, in fact, this is a good thing. Even if young people don't have some ideals of pure love, they can't all be morally corrupt, right? By the way, Chen Yusheng and Jiang Qiuran happen to be roommates. We can ask Chen Yusheng to invite Jiang Qiuran to join the team. Shumingzhi looked at Subai with burning eyes. Brother Subai, you will help me, right? It depends on Xingxing's intention. You're so pretty. You're calling me so affectionately. How far have you progressed now? Shumingzhi held his head and acted mad. Shuetao's face was gloomy, and he thought of another level. Damn it, are they really going to let their grandson Shumingzhi hook up with Jiang Qiuran? What if it really works out? It's not impossible. It is said that Jiang Qiuran came from a poor place in the province. Maybe he would really want to get a hookup in Shanghai. In addition, Shumingzhi is a literary and pretentious person. Maybe he will get it by accident. Suddenly, Shuetao felt a strong sense of crisis. So Shuetao also decided to join this team. Wang Haoren took a look and thought, okay, then he could go too. Chapter 43. What, Subai actually bought a car? Logically speaking, as a true otaku, I would definitely choose not to go to this kind of outing where I can choose to not go. But then again, it may be used to offset the credits for quality-oriented practice. And since we are going out to play, we will have the opportunity to eat and drink with Brother Bai. Is it human not to go when you have the chance to eat for free? Anyway, it won't interfere with your mobile gaming, so just bring a few more power banks. So the tourist team instantly expanded to 5 people. A group of 4 people in room 510, male dormitory building 7, plus Chen Yusheng. About who will be the captain of this team. Shuetao and Shumingzhi had a big argument. Everyone thinks they are the most suitable. The two started debating while eating in the cafeteria and continued debating in the dormitory. Finally, at 8:30 in the evening, the winner was determined. The reason for determining the winner is quite coincidental. Shumingzhi and Shuetao were shouting in the social group, saying that their travel team already had 5 people, 4 boys and Chen Yusheng, and they would recruit a few more girls. Shumingzhi then emphasized his experience of traveling abroad many times since elementary school. He has been to more than a dozen countries and posted a lot of photos he had taken. To be honest, Shumingzhi's photography skills are pretty good. Mr. Who does have some taste. It actually attracted several girls from the art college to add him to discuss travel and photography. After all, being able to travel abroad since childhood means that your family is well off, and being able to take photos means that you know how to have fun, which can easily arouse the interest of some girls. Unfortunately, the quality of those girls is not very good. Shumingzhi looked through the photos in their circle of friends one by one, revealing an expression of old people, subway, mobile phone. Where are the art students? Why are they all like this? I thought the broadcasting and hosting major had requirements for appearance, but I didn't expect. Oh. Is it that exaggerated? Wang Haoren was bored and leaned over to take a look. Isn't this all okay? This is a photo with makeup and photoshopped, it's barely acceptable. I dare not imagine what the real person looks like without makeup. I see. I don't understand. I see all 3-dimensional women the same. I'm face blind. Wang Haoren made a dead-end statement, not as good as General Lei Dian. Shuetao also came over to watch for a while, and suddenly shouted, Master Hu, why do they all add you just to chat and don't agree to join the tour group? I don't know either. What's going on? Shumingzhi was also confused. He had talked to several sisters, but when he mentioned traveling, they all declined, saying that they had other plans. Brother Bai, what do you think? Wang Haoren asked. Subai thought about it and said lazily, maybe they think our group is too weird, 4 boys and Chen Yusheng. Chen Yusheng is a cool academic type with an aura that keeps people away from her. It's usually not easy for her to get close to other girls. Everyone agreed that Subai's analysis made sense. Although Subai is usually low-key, he sometimes looks at things quite soberly. Shuetao said unhappily, damn it, it must be you, Master, who is too bad. I'll do it. Then it was Shuetao's turn to run into the group and make some noise. Dear students, the biggest feature of our group is that we plan to travel by car. After all, it is not free to travel with a tour group to visit the scenic spots around Jiangcheng, and it is not convenient to take a car. In fact, driving by yourself is the most suitable. I am not very talented, but I own a Magotan 330 that I can use at any time. It should be said that the locals show off is a bit deliberate. It actually worked. A girl with a glutinous rice dumpling as her avatar said. Is there really a car available? That would be great. We don't want to squeeze into the subway. There will definitely be a lot of people during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. It would be best if we could travel by car. Shuetao was cheered up and immediately sent a private message to add the girl. After a brief conversation, I found out that the girl's name was Wan Xinyan, and she had an older sister named Wan Xingyue, who was also in the same class. The two are twin sisters, and they both got admitted to the broadcasting and hosting major at Jiangcheng University, which is quite rare. The two sisters were used to acting together and were thinking about which team they would feel more comfortable joining when they saw Shuetao bragging about his Magotan 330. It's quite rare to see a boy in college owning a car. I searched it and it's not a great car, but it's not bad either. Anyway, it is definitely enough as a tool for traveling. So Wan Xinyan accepted Shuetao's friend request. A brief exchange. I feel that this boy is very enthusiastic, but he does indeed seem very smart. It's good to be not smart, because it is convenient to operate and use. So the two sides hit it off. However, Wan Xinyan still thought of a question. If we are included, there will be 4 men and 3 women. 1 car 1 tea be able to accommodate us, right? Shuetao had anticipated this and replied. It's a small matter. I plan to rent another car. One of my roommates can drive. I'll let him drive. 2 cars and 7 people are very comfortable. Wan Xinyan said with satisfaction, that's good, Shuetao, you've thought it through very carefully. I feel like most boys aren't as mature as you. Shuetao was flattered by the girl's compliments. He smiled silly and said to himself, hey, do you think the twins will fall in love with me? You've seen too much of Liu Bei, haven't you? He even likes you. You take yourself too seriously. Xu Mingzhi poured a bucket of cold water on him. Anyway, our travel team has taken shape. It's no problem for the 7 of us to go. If we can add 1 or 2 more girls, that's fine. Anyway, 2 cars can seat 10 people. Looking at Shuetao showing off, Xu Mingzhi felt so uncomfortable. How come this old guy is able to install everything? Could it be that Xu Mingzhi, who has traveled to 17 countries at a young age, is knowledgeable and proficient in photography, cannot attract girls? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Xu Mingzhi has another important task. Invite Jiang Qiuran to join the team. To be honest, he was very unsure. After all, he and Jiang Qiuran had nothing in common. And she is flattered by a bunch of rich guys every day, and can be said to be the most popular goddess in the dormitory. However, precisely because this task is difficult, Xu Mingzhi has to find a way to complete it. In this way, we will definitely be able to overshadow the locals. Little bastard, let me show you how powerful I am. Just when Xu Mingzhi's ambition was about to be ignited, Su Bai, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Sheng just told me that Jiang Qiuran took the initiative to ask her if they could play together during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Did I agree on behalf of everyone? No, buddy, why the hell? Why did she come here on her own initiative? Xu Mingzhi looked uncomfortable. Oh, then I refuse? Su Bai squinted. Shuetao said quickly, why would you refuse? Come on, welcome, welcome. After saying that, he looked at Su Bai strangely. Although he didn't know why Jiang Qiuran took the initiative to join, since she came, it was a good thing, and Shuetao would definitely welcome her. After all, Jiang Qiuran was the most perfect school beauty in his mind. Chapter 44, Late Night Consultation with a Counselor. With 2 goddess dormitory members and twin beautiful girls, this trip is really exciting. Even if he couldn't hook up with Jiang Qiuran, Wan Xinyan and Wan Xingyue were still very attractive. Shuetao had just seen photos of them in Wan Xinyan's circle of friends. Both of them were fresh and cute beauties. They looked young, but their breasts were very impressive. She can be called a giant loli. After daydreaming for a while, Shuetao suddenly remembered something important and asked Su Bai, I remember you took the driving test during the summer vacation, right? I took the test. Then we can rent a car and you can drive it? You've already planned this, right? TSK, how can you call it calculation? It's clearly roommates helping each other. Look, we have 4 beauties accompanying us on this trip. It's a rare opportunity. Hearing the sarcasm in Su Bai's words, Shuetao felt a little embarrassed and defended himself. Su Bai was too lazy to argue with him, so he waved his hand and said, it's okay, I understand what you mean. But, forget about renting a car, I just bought a car recently, so it's just right for us to go out and have fun together. What, you bought a car? Shuetao scratched her ears, thinking she had heard it wrongly. How can poor Subai afford a car? The conversation between Shuetao and Subai also aroused Shumingzhi's interest. He had already put on his beloved Sennheiser headphones, but immediately took them off again and said in surprise, "Brother Subai, buying a car is not a trivial matter. Why didn't you discuss such an important purchase with everyone?" "I just happened to see one that I liked, so I bought it," Subai said calmly. "I thought to myself, you are not my father, why should I discuss this with you?" But that's how Hu Yi is. Whenever someone in the dormitory wants to buy something, he always expresses his own opinions to show his taste. As Subai expected, Shumingzhi said seriously, buying a car is something that needs to be carefully considered. New energy vehicles are very popular now, and young people should buy new energy vehicles. However, there are many tricks involved. After all, a car symbolizes a person's temperament. For example, if a young person buys a traditional joint venture gasoline car, he will look old-fashioned. Who the hell are you picking? Shuetao blew his beard and glared, "You look old-fashioned. Some of them drive well. Besides, these electric cars have only been around for 2 or 3 years. They are unstable. What if they often break down after you buy one? It has to be made with German technology and has been tested for a long time. Only mature men can drive a Magotan." After that, Shuetao turned to Subai and continued to ask, "Oh, I remember, you said before that you made a small fortune? You should have used that money to buy a car." "I guess so." "What car?" "An SUV. It's quite big." "Oh, that's good too. Now that you're in love with Goddess Chen, you need a car for convenience. But after you buy a car, you still have to spend money on maintaining it. Can your family support you?" Shuetao looked aggressive, obviously not believing that Subai could afford the cost of maintaining a car. "No problem. Anyway, I'll bring it when I travel." "That's the happy decision." Subai answered briefly, then put on his headphones and started playing duo with Wang Haoren. "I am often led by Chen Yusheng and I am a bit tired of winning too much. Tonight, I will experience the authentic real money style with Wang Haoren." Shuetao felt that he was being ignored, and he stepped back angrily, muttering to himself. It seems that Subai's small fortune might not actually be that small. Did you win the lottery? Or did you get lucky and buy a foreign financial product that increased dozens of times overnight? Shuetao doesn't know much about investment. But no matter what, Subai's financial situation seems to have improved. First, he changed to Apple's Pro Max, and then he bought a car. This made Shuetao feel a sense of crisis. After all, in the dormitory and even in the whole class, he, Shuetao, had always been the leader. Oh no, it was him and Shumingzhi who were competing against each other. He is the only student in the class who owns a car. Now that Subai also has a car, it seems that his unique attributes have been diluted. However, Shuetao changed his mind and thought that with Subai's consumption habits, he would definitely pursue cost-effectiveness when buying a car. He would probably buy a domestic SUV for less than 100,000 yuan, probably a Chery, Great Wall, Chang'an, or similar brand. The Magotan 330 he drives is a genuine joint venture B-class car. It's a completely different concept. When the girl sits on it, the feeling is completely different. Just imagine, a goddess of Chen Yusheng's level, sitting in a domestically produced Haval H6. It seems very discordant just thinking about it. Shuetao estimated that Subai and Chen Yusheng were still in an ambiguous stage and were still a long way from being in a relationship. Maybe after Chen Yusheng felt Subai's poverty, she gradually lost interest in him. After thinking about it this way, Shuetao felt much more balanced. Otherwise, if Subai really dated Chen Yusheng, he would be jealous to death. Why would such a beautiful goddess fall for Subai? This guy is just a little handsome, but other than that he is a completely low-quality man. Ding! The host threw his professional course homework aside and immersed himself in the Summoner's Rift. It was really indulgent. Reward cash plus 1,000 yuan. Subai and Wang Haoren were fighting in the real gold and silver division, and the battle was fierce. Finally, I counted on my fingers and realized that I had lost points. It doesn't matter. Shangshang will bring him back anyway. Before going to bed, Subai went to wash up, and Wang Haoren followed him, taking the opportunity to ask Subai, "Brother Bai, why did Jiang Charan want to travel with us? I remember Mr. who said that the girl and Chen Yusheng had an average relationship." "Really? I don't know. Subai really didn't know what the relationship between Zhang Qiran and Chen Yusheng was like. Before today, he didn't even know that Zhang Qiran was a member of the goddess Dormitory. As agreed, after going to college, Subai and Zhang Qiran pretended not to know each other. In order to pretend to be more realistic, I even deleted QQ and WeChat. Clean cut. They are obviously childhood sweethearts who grew up together. In fact, in their hometown, Zhang Qiran lives across the street from Subai. I don't know what Zhang Qiran was thinking at that time. However, Subai didn't have any extra thoughts about this childhood sweetheart, so he just cut her off. I was a little sad at the time, but I quickly forgot about it. Now it seems that Subai has indeed forgotten completely. I didn't even bother to ask which dormitory Zhang Qiran was in. I am not afraid of forgetting. Alas, there is no way. Subai is such a naturally heartless man. For example, recently, he was dating a senior girl while having a hot relationship with Sheng. There was no sense of shame in his heart, and it seemed like a very natural behavior for Subai. Subai thought about it and said to Wang Haoran, maybe Zhang Qiran is just average in popularity. A pure and delicate girl like her may have many superficial friends, but in fact, she is easily isolated by various small groups. Is that so? I don't understand girls at all. I feel like the relationships between them are very complicated. It's okay. It's a trip. It's good to have more people to have fun. We can eat and have fun. It won't affect anything. 2. Subai climbed onto the iron bed in the dormitory, lay down and browsed his phone for a while, and surprisingly felt quite comfortable. Even more comfortable than in the hotel. This made Subai reflect on himself. Could it be that he is the type who would feel uncomfortable if he lived in too many luxurious places? This shouldn't be the case. In fact, deep down, Subai also yearns for a life of luxury and decadence. Which man doesn't want to be awesome and show off every day? Not to mention anything else, when he was paying for his senior schoolmate in the luxury store, spending money like water and enjoying the admiring gaze of the shop assistant, Subai felt so happy at that time. But it seems that sleeping in a hotel just makes me feel inexplicably uncomfortable. This question seems a bit philosophical. After much thought, Subai decided to find someone to discuss it with. The candidate discussed was quite unconventional, and he chose Counselor Charlene. The system panel showed that Xia Lin's favorability towards Subai had exceeded 50, which was the basis for discussion. After all, if there was no favorable impression, which counselor would discuss such weird life philosophy questions with students? In addition, everyone says that Charlene is fair, rich and beautiful, and her family is very well off. According to Subai's observation, Xia Lin's words and deeds, including the things she uses in daily life, are not cheap, and the kind of cheapness that comes from a very tasteful perspective. It seems that her taste is even more sophisticated than that of Hu Yi. It is much more superior than the nouveau riche style of the locals. So, among the girls that Subai is qualified to talk to, Xia Lin is the most suitable one to discuss this issue. Sup White Goose, Director Xia, I have a question and would like to discuss it with someone. Are you free now? Xia Tianlin, if you have time, tell me what you are confused about. Supply White Goose, it stands to reason that living in a luxury hotel every day is the dream of many people, but I tried it recently, and why did I get a little bored after staying for a few days? It was a Riverview suite that cost nearly 2,000 yuan a night. Xia Tianlin? Chapter 45 Sending a Selfie to Director Xia, Luxury Serviced Apartment. Graduate Student Dormitory. Xia Lin couldn't help laughing when she saw the message from Subai on her phone. Look at what you are saying, is this human language? Tired of staying in luxury hotels? Ordinary people want to live there but can't afford it. However, considering Xia Lin's background, although Subai's question seems outrageous, it is not just a complaint without reason. When Charlene was very young, she and her parents stayed in a 5-star hotel that cost more than 1,000 yuan a night. Even more expensive ones have been experienced. One time, my mother went back to her hometown and my father was on a business trip. It was summer vacation, so he took her to stay at the Hilton for half a month. Xia Lin has a say in Subai's troubles. After all, she had been fascinated by Subai's figure recently. Xia Lin thought about it seriously, organized her words and typed. Xia Tianlin, although the hotel is luxurious, it is still a hotel after all. It lacks the atmosphere of life. If you stay there for a long time, you will easily feel empty. Puff pastry White Goose, that makes sense. Supped White Goose. So from this perspective, if you want to live in a house for a long time, you still have to rent a house in the traditional way. Soupy Dubai Goose, but the hotel has people to help take care of things, which is really convenient. This is another advantage that renting a house cannot match. Xia Tianlin, what? Student Su is planning to move off campus? Supai Dubai Goose, yes, I do have this plan, and I will report it to Director Xia first. Xia Tianlin, Student Su is very well behaved, thumbs up. Puff Pastry Big White Goose, scratch my head sorry. Soupy Dubai Goose, is it possible to have a high-end way to rent a house and enjoy the services of a hotel at the same time? Xia Tianlin, the kind you are talking about does exist on the market, but the price is quite high and most students may not be able to afford it. Supped White Goose, Director Xia, do you think I look like an ordinary student? Puff Pastry White Goose, picture. Subai took the opportunity to send Xia Lin a set of photos of his abdominal muscles. I took this photo just now when I was in the bathroom. I have to say that the body strengthening liquid given by Brother Tonzi is really awesome. The body she has sculpted is better looking than that of male models. Xia Tianlin, shy expression pack. Xia Tianlin, why do you send pictures when you have a disagreement? Save it for your girlfriend and don't get mad at the counselor. Supai Dubai Goose, I just thought you would like to see it, and you had no objection to what I posted a few days ago. Supped White Goose, if you don't like it, Director Xia, I want to post it. Xia Tianlin. Xia Tianlin, to be honest, it is indeed beautiful. Miss Su must have put a lot of effort into this figure, right? Charlene is a sports lover, so naturally she has a keen interest in maintaining a good figure. The two chatted about sports-related topics for a while before returning to the main topic. Xia Tianlin, the kind of living you are talking about, which combines the living feeling of renting a house with the services of a hotel, is called a serviced apartment. Xia Tianlin, this business model originated abroad and has been very popular in China in recent years, and is deeply loved by high-end business people. Xia Tianlin, let me ask you in advance, what is Su's budget? Subai did the math. He now has more than 10 million in savings. The system says that indulgent consumption such as renting a house can only be paid in advance for a maximum of 1 year. In other words, the monthly rent should not exceed 1 million. Puff Pastry White Goose, no more than 1 million a month. Xia Tianlin. Xia Tianlin, puppy hitting people emoticon. Xia Tianlin, with this budget, do you want to live in the palace? Supped White Goose, the palace is not good. I heard there are palaces, castles, ancient towns, and so on. The network is not good. I like playing games. Xia Tianlin, puppy smiles. Xia Tianlin, wait a minute, I'll find you some links. They are all serviced apartments of reliable big brands with branches in Zhangchang. Soon, Charlene sent a few web links. Subai took a look around and felt satisfied. A serviced apartment is a building that is contracted and independently operated by a certain brand, just like a hotel. The decoration and design inside are similar to those of high-end large-floor residential houses. Kitchen, bathroom, cloakroom, parking lot. All the settings are similar to if you bought a house and lived in it yourself. But you don't need to worry about the decoration yourself, as there is a 24-hour butler service. You can directly call the butler for help with cleaning, maintenance, or even what you want to eat. In addition, the serviced apartment also comes with an independent gym, swimming pool, Chinese and Western restaurants, leisure club, audio-visual room, bar. Some even have outrageous things like golf courses and racetracks. Of course, in terms of price, it cannot be compared with the Wanda apartments that cost only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. The starting unit size is 100 square meters, and the price for a single-day stay is higher than the Marriott Riverview suite where Subai lives. If you want to live in a larger apartment, the starting price is 3,000 per night. That works out to be 100,000 yuan a month. Of course, the actual contract is a monthly subscription. If you sign up for a few more months at one time, you can get a discount. If you pay for 1 year directly, you can get a bigger discount. But no matter how big the discount is, it is still a way of renting a house that office workers cannot imagine. For Subai, money is not a problem. The key lies in the quality of living. It should be luxurious yet also have a sense of everyday life. After reading the link Xiaolin sent him, Subai suddenly realized, isn't this a top-notch large flat property in the city center for long-term rental, with a bunch of thoughtful services included? Pick a top-notch serviced apartment and rent it for a year, and you can get at least several million in cash back. When I have more savings, I will look for a luxury house in Jiangcheng and then slowly decorate it according to my own ideas. After the decoration is completed, we will move into the mansion. Subai's thoughts raced, and he quickly finalized a plan. Supai de Baiguz, thank you Director Xia, this information is very useful. Supi de Baiguz, I think the brand Escot is good. Although it is a bit expensive, there is a branch very close to the school, next to the river, and the location and scenery are very good. Xia Tianlin, classmate Su has a good eye. If you don't care about the budget, this is indeed the most suitable place for students to live. Supai de Baiguz, I plan to go and have a look tomorrow. Is Director Xia free tomorrow? Do you want to go with me? Invite a counselor to go house hunting with you? You are quite brave, boy. Charlene felt a little awkward, but soon her mood turned into one of joy and playfulness. After all, she is a rich girl and has seen a lot of the world. It can be seen that Subai's family is very powerful, which forms a sharp contrast with Subai's simple life in food, clothing, and daily necessities. He's a low-key young master, and he has such a good figure. It's true that there are hidden talents among the college students. Xiaolin muttered to herself, and couldn't help but click on the picture that Subai had just sent her, which she had saved in her album. It made her mouth water. Oops, I'm drooling. To be honest, Charlene was really moved. She has never been in a relationship for all these years. Given her family background, she doesn't need to get anything from a man through a relationship. She can be said to be a girl who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. However, Charlene does not like to show off her wealth. She has been studying, pursuing graduate studies, and working diligently to improve herself. I don't have any big aspirations, but at least I want to be a useful person to society. She suddenly realized that Subai seemed quite similar to her. He is also the type of rich man who is low-key and lives an honest life. Besides, Subai has such a great figure, he must like sports very much, and Xiaolin also likes sports. It's a match made in heaven. Apart from the fact that she is a counselor and Subai is a freshman, it's a little awkward. Charlene shook her head and decided not to think too much about it for now. Let's just be friends first. So she immediately accepted Subai's invitation and made an appointment to go to Escot to view the house together tomorrow morning. Chapter 46 Xiaolin dresses up for Subai. The next day. There is only the second major class on Monday morning, and it is an elective course that can be skipped. Subai arrived at the cafeteria on time at 9 o'clock and met with Xiaolin. From a distance, Subai saw Xiaolin in sportswear. Although she was in an inconspicuous place in the cafeteria, she stood out among the students. As a graduate student, she has a better foundation because of her extra years of development, and she also knows how to dress herself up. The slim-fitting sports shirt and yoga pants, in dark colors, perfectly show off Charlene's toned figure. She has a fresh and natural light makeup on her face, and overall she is a very eye-catching sports beauty. Director Xia, you look so beautiful today. Su Baigang came over with a plate of breakfast and casually praised it. There was a bit of awkwardness on Xiaolin's face, and she said nonchalantly, really? I feel like every day is pretty much the same for me. That means Director Xia's makeup skills are good, so her image is very stable every day. Subai looked at Xiaolin openly, this light makeup is very clever. Hey, kid, you know how to make up with clear water? Is it strange? Few boys understand this. Before, many people thought I was wearing no makeup. Xiaolin said with a smile. As a counselor and also responsible for some work of the Youth League Committee, it is not convenient for Charlene to wear heavy makeup. But girls still love beauty, so they like fresh and everyday makeup. Sometimes when I'm busy or lazy, I just don't wear makeup. The premise is that there is no need to meet the person you care about. Today, Xiaolin was going to accompany Subai to look at a house. For some unknown reason, she got up very early and spent almost an hour carefully dressing up. In fact, Charlene herself understands the reason. By the time I was in my early 20s, I was no longer the naive girl who had just graduated from high school. Charlene's parents have also been looking for a suitable man for her. But Charlene was not satisfied with any of the ones she found. Either they are too old or have personality problems, but more often it is the hardware conditions that are problematic, which is really hard for Charlene to accept. The appearance is okay, but the main thing is the figure. Rich boys often lead indulgent lives, and very few of them can maintain a good figure. Subai just hit the point that Xiaolin cared about most. Those tall and broad shoulders, those small abdominal muscles, oh, just thinking about it makes Charlene feel hot. What is even better is that Subai is also very good in other aspects. Especially from the perspective of his consumption concept, he, like Charlene, is a low-key rich person. They don't like to show off, but they will spend money on material enjoyment. This is actually the most crucial point. When developing a long-term romantic relationship, matching economic conditions comes first. In Jiangcheng, there are very few boys who can keep up with Xia Lin's spending level. Coupled with the constraints of body shape and age, people like Su Bai are extremely rare, so they are definitely scarce resources. Xia Lin plans to seize this opportunity to see if she can attract Su Bai's favor. Such a good boy can't be let go. When Xia Lin heard Su Bai praising her makeup, she couldn't help feeling proud. He picked up a glutinous rice ball from his plate and handed it to Su Bai's mouth. Try this, it's new from the breakfast window, it has taro flavor. Su Bai was stunned for a moment. Because Xia Lin didn't use chopsticks, but instead used her index finger and thumb to pick up the glutinous rice ball and feed it to Su Bai. Su Bai understood immediately, his expression remained calm, and he opened his mouth and ate the food. By the way, I tasted Director Xia's fingertips. How does it taste? Tasty. So good. Xia Lin's fingers felt the touch of Su Bai's lips and teeth, but she did not become shy like a little girl. She just narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and smiled warmly. She has a bright and dignified appearance, the type that would make people feel that she is a perfect match for a successful man's wife. Commonly known as a face that brings good fortune to the husband. When she smiles, her eyes are curved and her eyebrows are particularly beautiful. This woman is suitable to be taken home as the principal wife. Su Bai made a silent judgment in his heart. The two chatted while finishing their breakfast and came to the school parking lot together. Student Su, will you take my car? No, I'll drive. If you decide to live there, I can also drive and move some things. Okay. Seeing Su Bai take out the key to unlock the Mercedes-Benz GLE, Xia Lin didn't find it strange, and even thought it was natural. Charlene has seen many luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. She herself drives an Audi Q7. Su Bai naturally had no intention of showing off, so he set off after Xia Lin was seated. The journey is not far, just over 10 minutes. Taking the opportunity, Xia Lin told Su Bai about the situation of the service department. Ascot is considered a relatively old high-end apartment in the country. Of course, the one we are going to see is a new branch that was built 3 years ago. It just happens to not have a decoration smell, and the facilities are not outdated. It is at its peak. That's good. I'm lucky. Su Bai said, then changed his words. No, I shouldn't say I'm lucky. It's all thanks to Director Xia's matchmaking. It's a small matter. As a counselor, it's my duty to take care of students. Soon, the two arrived at Ascot apartment Jiangcheng Xuefu. When walking into the lobby of the apartment, Su Bai saw several residents coming in and out, including some foreigners. They all look like social elites. According to Charlene, some foreign scholars who come to Jiangcheng University for exchanges and visits like to stay at Ascot. Anyway, there is reimbursement. The lady at the front desk smiled professionally and bowed to the two visitors, saying, "Welcome to Ascot. Are you here to check in for retail or to discuss long-term lease?" Xia Lin said, long-term rentals may take a long time, and the requirements for room types and services are also relatively high. Is your marketing manager here? Yes, please come this way. The receptionist led the two into an office deep inside the first floor of the apartment. At this time, the manager had just started work not long ago. When he heard that someone came to discuss the long-term rental business, he immediately perked up. What are your names? My last name is Xia, his last name is Su, he wants to rent a house, I'm here to help him look around. Okay, you look familiar. Are you Miss Xia Lin from Jiang University? Yes, it's me. Ha, I said you looked familiar. I remember you came to see the house last year. The manager said enthusiastically. It was obvious that he knew something about Charlene's background. Xia Lin politely replied, I was actually very satisfied with the house here at the time, but I felt it was too big and too empty for one person to live in, which was a bit of a waste. In the end, I decided to live in the graduate student dormitory, which was more lively with my bestie. Indeed. So, does this Mr. Su plan to live on his own? The manager turned to Su Bai. I guess so, but most of the time I bring a female companion back. Su Bai cleared his throat and stated his requirements. My requirements are to choose the largest and most luxurious room type, with the best attached benefits. I don't care about the price. The budget can be within 1 million per month. Manager. Chapter 47, Only a scumbag can arouse the desire to conquer a white, rich, and beautiful woman. You know what, this kind of request is quite rare. There are two types of people who live in Ascot. One type is the really rich people who need to stay in Jiangcheng for a few months because of personal hobbies or company matters. They tend to have strict budget control. They have money but they don't waste it. After all, they are all social elites and they are calculating. It is quite tiring to negotiate prices with such customers. The second type is those who use public funds, such as the visiting scholars from abroad that Xia Lin gave to Su Bai. Anyway, it will be reimbursed by the Scholars University or Jiangnan University, so just follow the agreed price without any further ado. This type of customer saves trouble, but they often choose the lowest grade room types and also ask for various additional benefits. In short, they don't make much money. The above two situations basically constitute 99% of the customer base for high-end service departments. But, it's obvious. Mr. Su is the remaining 1%. Commonly known as the rich guy who has so much money that he wants to experience life. Just choose the best one, fill it up all. The manager understood what he meant and flipped through the gold-stamped brochure in his hand, directly turning to the last part. Mr. Su, I recommend the Supreme Landscape Suite. It has 2 floors with a total area of 302 square meters. I listened to the manager's vivid introduction, combined with the pictures in the brochure and the 3D real-life video played on the manager's mobile phone. Su Bai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Indulgence, this is too indulgent. Originally, Su Bai's expectation was to rent the best large flat, but he didn't expect that this high-end apartment actually had the option of duplexes. From the house type to the decoration, and then to the various functional rooms, the all-round low-key luxury and comfort perfectly meet the needs of Su Bai's long-term residents. The system even pops up a prompt bar in the mind, indicating that this consumption meets the system's definition of indulgence. I guess it's really too outrageous. How can a college student live in an apartment of 300 square meters? Perhaps Xia Lin also thought it was a bit exaggerated, so she asked Su Bai with a smile, "Your parents won't be unhappy if you live like this?" "No, my family is very tolerant of me, and this is not that expensive. I saw it written above, the retail price for a single night stay is only over 5,000. Just over 5,000. The manager was secretly shocked, but with a smile on his face, he took out his computer and started typing. "Mr. Su, if you choose this Supreme Landscape residence, all the benefits you need will be given to you for free. If you pay monthly, you can get a 20% discount on the retail price of 5,299. That is 127,000 per month. Monthly payments are too troublesome. Can I pay annually? I can pay it off right away and then I don't have to worry about it anymore." "That's fine. If you're willing, we certainly welcome you." The manager thought quickly, "Wait a minute, I'll call the regional headquarters and ask what kind of discounts we can get for annual payments." In fact, this landscape duplex is very difficult to rent out. After all, there are not many rich people in Jiangcheng, not as exaggerated as in first-tier cities. Moreover, most of them are local bosses, who prefer to build a villa in the countryside and live slowly. The target audience for business-style luxury apartments in the city center like this one is relatively young, but the problem is that young people have so much money on hand. The manager ran out to make a phone call. Su Bai could have just asked for a 20% discount, since the more he paid, the more cash back he would get. But this behavior was a bit too pretentious, and Su Bai thought it would be better not to do it in front of Director Xia. Director Xia is obviously the kind of well-educated, wealthy and beautiful woman who must hate the overly ostentatious behavior of nouveau riche. To pick up girls, you have to please them. Talk about ideals with Chen Yusheng, talk about money with senior schoolmates, and act cool in front of Director Xia. "Student Su, don't you feel lonely living alone in such a big house?" Xia Lin asked casually. In fact, what he was concerned about was the female companion that Su Bai had just mentioned to the manager. Which girl will Su Bai bring? The image of Chen Yusheng suddenly appeared in Xia Lin's mind. Xia Lin's intuition told her that there must be something going on between Chen Yusheng and Su Bai. But Chen Yusheng seems to be a very conservative girl. She probably hasn't developed that level of relationship with Su Bai yet, right? Humph, this little guy, and his female companion, are quite good at playing. A normal college boy would probably just say he lives with his girlfriend. As for my female companion, I feel like I have to change her every time. She is such a scumbag. But this did not reduce Xia Lin's liking for Su Bai. It's good to be a scumbag, Because it's precisely because he is a scumbag that you feel a sense of accomplishment when you conquer him. As a beautiful, wealthy girl who loves sports, Charlene is actually very wild at heart. She herself doesn't like to mess around and is still a virgin at the age of 22, but she likes men like Subai who have the temperament of a lion. Facing Xia Lin's question, Subai replied with a smile, "If Director Xia is willing, you can come as a guest often." "Okay, if you say so, I'll take it seriously. I just hope Director Xia is serious about this. Look, this mountain water duplex has a small gym." Subai pointed at the floor plan and said, "Director Xia should be good at fitness, right? Well, when I was an undergraduate, I took a bodybuilding class for a while. I understand all the related projects, but I didn't train professionally. For a girl, being too professional is not good looking." "That's right. Too much is as bad as too little. Director Xia's current figure is the most perfect in my eyes." Subai praised sincerely. In fact, to be honest, in Subai's opinion, Director Xia, Chen Yusheng and Zhou Jialu are all beautiful and each has their own merits. But now that the topic has come to this, it is only natural to lie a little. Sure enough, Xia Lin was very pleased with Subai's words. She covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body shook. "What do you mean by perfect? It's just so-so. Classmate Su, you are exaggerating. But if you are interested in fitness, I can really give you some advice. I also want to try the best room type in Ascot and see what the private fitness room is like. Then it's happily decided. I'll ask Director Xia to work out with me when I'm free." "Yeah, sure." Ding. Charlene's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 65. The two looked at each other and smiled. There seemed to be a hint of adult understanding in their eyes. The returning manager happened to see Subai and Xia Lin looking at each other ambiguously. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Oh my, it seems that the eldest daughter of the Xia family has a special relationship with this boy. The manager didn't ask what the relationship was between her and the handsome boy that Charlene brought. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. After being in the business world for a long time, your emotional intelligence cannot be too low. "Mr. Su, I have just consulted with my boss. If you rent the Supreme Landscape residence on an annual basis, the maximum discount can be 30% off, and you will also receive a special service. We will arrange a dedicated butler for you to take care of your daily life. The butler will be on call 24 hours a day." "That's good." Subai nodded. A house of 300 square meters really needs a housekeeper to take care of it, otherwise it would be tiring just to clean up. In fact, Subai had already discovered when he was staying in a hotel recently that the Riverview suite alone was quite troublesome to clean up, and he had to call the front desk clerk for any problem. This manager is quite business savvy and even knew to ask his boss for an exclusive butler service. So, after the manager took Subai to inspect the apartment, Subai decisively swiped his card to pay. Chapter 48 Special Attribute Points, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Ding. Payment successful. The retail price of the Supreme Landscape duplex apartment was 5,299 yuan, totaling 1,335,348 yuan. The manager decided to round off the price, so the final payment was 1.33 million yuan. According to reports, the celebrities in the news who stay in hotels all year round spend only a few 100,000 yuan a year. The accommodation Subai chose was almost twice as expensive as celebrity treatment. The manager has seen the world. He has no idea how many big orders he has made from business receptions every year. Only a young and green college student like Subai spent more than 1 million in one go without blinking an eye. I've never seen that before. What touched the manager most was his calm and confident attitude. What kind of prominent family would it take to raise an 18-year-old boy to have such a demeanor? In fact, it was the system that gave Subai the confidence. Ding. The host was detected to have indulged in consumption, and rented the Ascot Supreme Landscape duplex for a long term 1 year, spending 1.33 million yuan. Trigger 10 times cashback plus 13.3 million yuan. Subai was delighted that he had won the highest cashback multiple. His deposit skyrocketed to more than 20 million. If I continue to indulge myself for a while, I'm afraid I can start looking for a big villa. If you ignore the system rebate, 1.33 million for a year's accommodation is indeed super luxurious. Of course, the living experience is also difficult to match by luxury hotels. Not only are the rooms high-end and atmospheric, but they are also close to daily life and allow people to sleep peacefully, and there are also integrated leisure and entertainment facilities in Ascot Plaza. After paying the money, Subai focused on visiting the kitchen and bathroom with overlapping landscape designs. Subai's parents died very early, and he was raised by the aunt next door. Yes, that aunt was Zheng Qiran's mother. Since her aunt was busy with work, Subai often cooked at home. The more you cook, the more skilled you become, and you even fall in love with cooking. The kitchen in this luxurious duplex apartment adopts the integrated kitchen design of an internationally renowned brand and is fully equipped with various facilities. A huge oven, a built-in dishwasher, a steamer, an air fryer, an extra-large 4-door refrigerator, an 18-piece kitchenware set from a top German luxury brand. Subai was even a little impatient to show off his skills. As for the bathroom, it naturally needs attention as well. After all, this is a place of battle. Okay, now that you're done here, I have something else to do at school, so I'll go back first. Xia Lin said goodbye to Subai. Okay, thank you, Director Xia. Subai felt a little regretful. I wanted to treat you to lunch at noon to thank you. It's okay. I'll come over after I finish my schoolwork. I won't delay your dinner. Charlene joked. This is also a kind of signal release. Generally speaking, if it is not convenient after helping, then you can accept the treat another day. The fact that she came back specially was enough to prove that Xia Lin had a closer feeling towards Subai. Subai understood this and smiled faintly. Then I will wait for Director Xia to come back. Wait. Charlene left slowly. The yoga pants on her back made Subai feel a little hot. I quickly ran to the small private gym attached to the duplex and did some exercise. Sweat and expend energy. Take a bath while you're at it. To be honest, since binding himself to the super-rich system, Subai has become more and more fond of taking baths. It feels very soothing and relaxing, which is very consistent with the theme of indulgence and enjoyment in life. Lying in a bathtub large enough for 3 people to take a bath together, Subai opened the system interface. In the past few days, I have accumulated 3 lottery opportunities. Now is the perfect time for me to be alone and have nothing to do, so I drew the prize. Draw 3 draws in a row. Drawing rewards for you. Congratulations on winning 1 million yuan in cash. Congratulations on winning the special attribute point plus 3. Congratulations on winning the watch, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Series AP15500 SC Stainless Steel King Blue Plate Automatic Mechanical Men's Watch, priced at 615,000 yuan. 1 million yuan in cash is of little use to Subai. Just spend some money and you can get this amount back. It's a consolation prize. Special attribute points plus 3, it seems to be an enhancement of a certain attribute of the body. After clicking in and reading the detailed description, Subai's expression looked a little strange. No, man. I'm already abnormal enough in that aspect, and you want to make it even better? Well, it's not a bad thing. After all, in the foreseeable future, little Subai will definitely suffer. College students have money and free time, so they will definitely go crazy picking up girls. A wave of strengthening will also allow Subai to adapt to more intense battles. The last reward is a watch. The watch is quite good, Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak series, which is said to be a high-end model that needs to be pre-ordered. It is quite troublesome to buy it by yourself. Subai originally wanted to buy a good watch for himself, and the system arranged it directly. It is really thoughtful. Subai clicked on the picture and took a look. It had an octagonal bezel made of silver stainless steel, an integrated bracelet, and was equipped with a self-made movement, giving it both a sporty and luxurious feel. A representative of top-level sports watches, suitable for users who pursue ultimate craftsmanship and unique design. With a price tag of over 600,000 yuan, it looks impressive enough to wear. The casual sporty style is also in line with Subai's daily dressing preferences. If it is a more formal style watch, it will always feel weird to wear, because Subai is not someone who wears a suit every day. After clicking extract in the system, a call came in immediately to contact Subai. Claiming to be a staff member of the Audemars Piguet flagship store in Shanghai, the man said the watch had already been shipped to Jiangcheng and would be delivered to Subai's location within 15 minutes. Subai thought that it seemed that the system's arrangement was still in line with the rules of reality. After all, he had just searched on the map on his mobile phone and found that there was no Audemars Piguet store in Jiangcheng. Many top luxury brands lack stores in second-tier cities. The region's consumption capacity is insufficient, and it is not worth it for brands to open stores here. Just like the Supreme Landscape duplex that Subai had just rented for a whole year, it is actually very difficult to rent out in Jiangcheng. This room type was originally designed perhaps to enhance the branch's status, or it could have been a mistake in management's decision. In short, Su-bai got the upper hand. 10 minutes later. Mr. Su, this is the watch you ordered. Please check it. The full set of certificates and related accessories are all here. If it is convenient for you, you can try it on now. We have brought professional tools to help you adjust the length of the watch strap to better fit the shape of your wrist. The people who came to deliver the watch were a sales manager and an after-sales watch repairman. The master looked quite old and had a kind face. He helped Su-bai measure his wrist and used professional tools to adjust the watch strap. The action was quick and deft, and it was done in a few minutes. It was the first time that Su-bai watched this process and he was quite curious. I remember in an old movie I had watched before, the protagonist bought a famous watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and had to find a special repairman in the store to adjust the watch strap. I heard that in some European countries, the adjustment process is particularly slow. In fact, it is not that complicated. It is just for show to create a very high-end atmosphere. It's still more efficient in our country. We can get it done for you in no time. Thank you for choosing Audemars Piguet. I wish you a happy life. This is my business card. You can add my phone number and WeChat ID later. You can contact me if you need anything in the future. Okay. After seeing off the Audemars Piguet service staff, Su-bai looked at himself in the mirror while wearing his watch, and was intoxicated with himself. Don't say. This type of sports watch really matches Su-bai's carefree and cynical temperament. Ding ding. The phone suddenly rang with WeChat message notification sounds. Su-bai looked curiously and found that a new group had been created. 510 and the Beauties Eating, Drinking, and Having Fun group during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 49, Shui Tao? He is just an old-fashioned person. Su-bai is the real rich man. They are the members of the tourist team that we agreed on yesterday. As Su-bai expected, the group was led by Shui Tao. He is the captain after all. I am also very concerned about this trip. Chen Yusheng and Jiang Qiuran, two campus beauties, plus twin Lolita girls with baby faces and big boobs, such a luxurious lineup is bound to arouse the locals' strong desire to show off. Of course, Mr. Hu is definitely not willing to lag behind. There's another good show to watch. The corners of Su-bai's mouth curled up in joy. The naive classmates were still condemning Shui Tao for showing off her wealth, but Su-bai and Wang Haoren had already started enjoying it. Shui Jitao, ladies, I plan to buy some supplies in advance these days for my trip. If you need anything, you can send it to me in private message. I will try my best to meet your needs, smiley face, smiley face. Shui Jitao, selfie wearing sunglasses and leaning on Magotan 330. Let us be honest. In fact, the car driven by the locals is not bad. According to national statistics, most private vehicles owned by residents are priced around 100,000 yuan. Not to mention college students who are generally so poor that they cannot even enjoy free access to the cafeteria. But every time Shui Tao showed off his wealth in the group, he gave people the feeling of a villain. How should I put it? He deserved a beating. The key point is, he really relied on his two attributes of having a car and a lot of pocket money to pick up Lu Yuan. Many boys are unhappy with him, but don't want to confront him head-on because Shui Tao will say that he is a sour guy who can't find a girlfriend. In the engineering department, I am only a freshman, so only a few of them can be single. Not long after Shui Tao spoke in the group, one of the twins, Wan Xinyan, responded. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, really? Shui Tao, you are so considerate. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, can you prepare some snacks for us? Hee hee, my sister and I are greedy and we might eat a lot on the way. Mung bean paste glutinous rice balls, shy. Mung bean paste glutinous rice balls, well, not too much. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, thank you, brother Shui Tao, put your hands together. Shui Jitao, excited, drooling. Shui Jitao, I guarantee to complete the task. Wang Haoren ate the flexible inspiration mushrooms from the mountains today. Click the link to receive the Source God Preview Live Broadcast Benefit XWS34YU. Wang Haoren ate the flexible inspiration mushrooms in the mountains today and withdrew a message. Wang Haoren ate the flexible inspiration mushrooms from the mountains today, sorry for sending it to the wrong person. Shui Jitao. Shui Jitao, playing the game of picking nose while playing the Source God. Snow in Hokkaido, Sennheiser Autumn New Product Review Part 2. Shui Jitao, Mr. Hu, you are posting your headphone review again. Why are you posting it? No one cares. Snow in Hokkaido at 25th level broadcaster and host. Zhang Qiaran level 25 broadcaster and host, what happened? Why did someone suddenly tag me? Confused. Snow in Hokkaido, hehe, it's okay. Subai dived in with great interest, watching the performances of the people in the group. Really interesting. However, as they watched, the locals seemed to suddenly remember him. Shui Jitaoet, where are you hanging out? Come back when you have time to go shopping with me in the supermarket. Good job. You want to pay for the girls out of your own pocket and make me do the hard work, right? At this time, Subai was still wrapped in a bathrobe. I stood up and took a selfie in front of the mirror. A tall figure, faintly visible muscle contours, and a high-end bathroom background. I selected another photo from the album, which was taken when I was working out just now. Both photos were posted together in the 510 and Beauty's Mid-Autumn Festival Food, Drink and Fun group. Puff Pastry White Goose, picture. Puffy White Goose, I'm busy, go by yourself. Shui Jitao. At this time, in the school parking lot. Shui Tao, who was about to leave, saw Su Baifa's photo and his face suddenly changed and he grimaced. In fact, he just asked casually, mainly to create the image of himself as the captain who gives orders. This is how you pick up girls. You have to establish an authoritative image as a leader of a small group so that you can more easily impress girls. Of course, it would be best if Subai was free to help him move things to the supermarket. After all, Shui Tao didn't plan to go to the small supermarket in the school, because that kind of small supermarket didn't have all the goods. He wanted to go to Walmart and do some shopping, buying imported snacks and drinks. Girls all liked that kind of atmosphere. Then Subai posted 2 selfies. It looks like a luxury hotel? No, this background seems to be somewhat different from a hotel. Shui Tao couldn't guess. Suddenly, this made Shui Tao anxious. This guy Subai would actually go to a place that even he couldn't guess. According to Subai himself, he started enjoying these material things only after he made a small fortune recently. As a result, he came to the group to show off. It must be because he saw several beautiful women in the group that he broke his normal low-key personality. Shui Tao sneered, childish, Subai is too childish. The 4 school beauties in the group have all seen the world. Girls nowadays are not as easy to deceive as before. They will give themselves over to you even if you take them to stay at a Hilton hotel. Such a crude method will definitely be useless. However, what Shui Tao didn't expect was, in a classroom at this time, a pair of twins with cute baby faces were sitting next to each other at the back of the classroom, pretending to listen to the class while secretly chatting in the group. The 2 look almost exactly the same, but their temperaments are completely different. One is quiet and shy, the other is lively and active. Wow, sister, look at this Subai, he actually lives in a Scot. Wan Xinyan suddenly exclaimed. Wan Xinyue next to him whispered, a Scot, what is that? It's a very expensive long-term rental apartment with a butler service. Most of the people who live there are rich, or at least high-level workers. Subai is a freshman like us, so his family must be very rich. How do you know so much? Looking at her sister's confident look, Wan Xinyue was a little confused. How can so much be analyzed from just one photo? Anyway, Wan Xinyue could only see that Subai was very tall and handsome, the kind of guy that you could not help but take a second look at if you passed by him on the street. It's very simple. There's the Ascot logo on his yukata. And in another photo, it's a workout photo. You can vaguely see the exterior in the background. It should be the Ascot on the riverside. Wan Xinyan had a wise expression on her face and accurately found the location of a Scott Shuefu store on the map on her mobile phone. My sister was stunned. Yen, I think it's a pity for you not to become a detective. Of course, I'm smart. Wan Xinyan said proudly, and look at the watch Subai is wearing. Although I don't recognize it, my intuition tells me that it must be expensive. Wait a minute, let me make an AI image recognition. Looking at my sister who is busy with work. Wan Xinyue really admires him. He murmured, so there are so many tricks. I thought Shui Tao was the rich man. Shui Tao? Well, he's just a country bumpkin, a mere tool. Chapter 50. You have to eat the state banquet and the special dishes, only then can you be considered healthy. Wan Xinyan's tone was full of undisguised contempt. This was completely different from the enthusiasm and liveliness she showed when she was talking to Shui Tao in the group. This is normal. Girls have several faces when facing people with different relationships. Wang Xinyan joined Xuetao's travel team because she could see at a glance that Xuetao was a fool who was eager to show off his material conditions and please girls. And she and her sister just needed this kind of enjoyment. Isn't it more comfortable to travel by car with someone to take care of you than to travel with a group on a bus? The experience of traveling is also completely different. Why are a large number of young people averse to traveling, especially traditional domestic travel? To put it bluntly, they are reluctant to spend so much money. Nowadays, various travel-related services are very developed. If your budget is maximized, you can fly first class, and when you land, there will be a high-end escort to take care of all the arrangements. You can return to the 5-star hotel at night and play poker with the good-looking escort. Believe me, no one will dislike traveling. However, joining Xuetao's team does not mean that the twins will be picked up by Xuetao. Maybe sister Wan Xinyue is a little dull. Wan Xinyan, however, has been well versed in the ways of the world since she was a child, and is particularly good at playing with men. Just act a little coquettishly with Xuetao and send a few nice voice messages, and Xuetao will be as excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Oh my, what a useful tool. However, what Wan Xinyan is really interested in now is Subai. I saw her operating the AI image recognition software for a while, and then the expression on her face froze. My sister came over curiously to take a look. Her beautiful eyes whitened in surprise. Watch brand, Audemars Piguet, minimum estimated value of 500,000, hiss. Wan Xinyue was shocked. They were classmates from the same school, but he was wearing such an expensive watch. Is this AI image recognition software accurate? It can't be a fake. Wan Xinyue couldn't believe it. After all, wearing fake watches to pretend to be rich is actually a very common thing. Maybe it's true, maybe it's fake. I don't know much about identifying watches. Wan Xinyan shook her head. Although she is very scheming, she and her sister are just from poor rural families. The money I used to study broadcasting and hosting was borrowed. The reason why they chose the path of art students was that their academic performance was average, and only in this way could they study at Jiangcheng University, the best university in the province. The probability of meeting outstanding boys here is much greater than in ordinary universities. That's right, the purpose of the Wan sisters going to college is to aim for a rich second generation with a wealthy family background. With their intelligence and background, it is very difficult for them to achieve a wealthy life through hard work. On the contrary, because of their naturally pretty faces and good figures, they do have an advantage in getting married. At this time, Wan Xinyan analyzed seriously. Let's not talk about whether the watch is real or not. If Subai really lives in Ascot, then he is definitely the hidden rich man of our generation. Humph, let me test his true colors first. Wan Xinyan opened WeChat. I happened to see Xuejitao apply to add you as a friend. Her beautiful brows suddenly frowned. This Xuetao is so tactless. She has ignored Xuetao's friend requests twice in a row, and here he comes? This is actually a manifestation of low emotional intelligence. In the adult world, many things are actually unspoken rules that are commonly accepted. Obviously, Xiao Shui is still a child. Ignoring Xuetao's friend request again, Wan Xinyan clicked on the cartoon White Goose avatar in the group. Actively choose to add friends. It took a while before I got through. Puff Pastry White Goose, hello, what can I do for you? Puff Pastry White Goose crooked neck ? Red Bean Paste Glutinous Rice Ball, hello Subai, from the photos you posted, I feel like you're pretty good at sports. Red Bean Paste Glutinous Rice Ball, it just so happens that our Mid-Autumn Festival travel itinerary includes mountain climbing. My sister and I want to buy some mountain climbing equipment. I would like to ask you to go shopping with us and help us choose. Red Bean Paste Glutinous Rice Ball, well, if you are free, I hope you can help us. If you are not free, forget it. We will find you online to ask some questions then. Please. Red Bean Paste Glutinous Rice Balls, Little Rabbit Expression Pack. At this time, Subai in the Shanshui duplex apartment had just changed his clothes and was about to go out to find Senior Zhou Jielu. I was a little confused when I saw the message sent by Wan Xinyan. No, ladies. I was just showing off casually. I just couldn't stand the local people showing off, so I gave him a lesson. How do you know that I'm good at sports? Subai felt that this girl was probably just using this as an excuse to ask him out shopping. Could it be that she is a senior gold digger who was able to see Subai's strength just from those two photos? Thinking of this, Subai opened Wan Xinyan's circle of friends. Ouch, not bad. It turns out that the baby-faced giant thing really exists. The second dimension is right. The second dimension is not a random thing. Although the twins' looks are not as good as those of school beauties like Zhou Jialu and Chen Yusheng, the key is that their figures are very rare. She is a little beauty with very distinctive characteristics. To use food as an analogy, the former is a state banquet, and the latter is equivalent to local specialties. You have to eat state banquets and special dishes, only then can it be considered healthy. Subai decisively accepted the invitation. Puff pastry goose, okay, I'll go shopping with you guys, is tomorrow afternoon okay? Red bean paste glutinous rice balls, sure, we have some available. Supped white goose, let us arrange a specific time later. I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving now. Puff pastry white goose running. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, yeah, you go ahead and do your thing. Thank you very much. Today, the senior sister is still lying down in the JW Marriott Hotel. Not boring at all. Zhou Jialu was a person who was easily satisfied. She will not ask her boyfriend to provide her with emotional value. As long as she is given material enjoyment, she will be well-behaved, gentle and considerate. When Subai came back, she was watching an online drama with great interest. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhou Jialu immediately became excited. She ran to Subai with her full chest trembling. Suddenly, she looked shy, lowered her head, hugged Subai's waist, and rubbed his chest with her nose. Junior, I miss you so much. Why do you miss me after just one night apart? Subai was a little amused. I just miss you, but I don't mean to blame you. I am enjoying living in such a great room by myself. Hee, I just feel like something is missing. As he spoke, Zhou Jialu's fingers moved across Subai's abdominal muscles and moved downwards. Hiss. This little vixen. After being with Subai, Zhou Jialu's charming and seductive attributes have not diminished at all. But in the past, she liked to burn it in front of everyone, making everyone jealous and thus gaining psychological pleasure. Now, all the fire was focused on Subai. For an 18-year-old boy who was new to the world, this force was too strong. Then I will give you the nutritional supplements you are lacking. Subai picked up Zhou Jialu by the waist and threw him on the big bed. It caused an exclamation and a charming and cheerful laugh. Chapter 51 The power of money makes the school beauty become a bootlicker. After a long time, Subai leaned against the window, holding the beautiful woman's shoulders in his arms. In the past, when he saw the use of descriptions like fragrant shoulders in literary works, he didn't feel any sense of empathy. After all, he had never experienced it. Now I feel that this statement is absolutely appropriate. Touching the skin as delicate and smooth as white jade, a feeling of happiness and excitement arises in my heart. Is this what it feels like to have a girl's full, first-time love? Very nice. Subai was resting when Zhou Jialu suddenly stood up. What's wrong? Subai asked, why don't you lie down for a while longer? It's still early for lunch. Student boy, you've ruined my makeup. I need to touch up my makeup before it's too late when I get hungry and rush out. Zhou Jialu glared at Subai in annoyance, very charming. Then she twisted her butt and went to the bathroom. Subai couldn't help but recall the scene just now. The two of them were training fiercely, and Su Baixing asked his senior to use her most abundant weapon to practice new tactics. After all, it would be a shame not to make good use of such good weapons and equipment. In the past, when Subai was fantasizing about Zhou Jialu's doing videos, he had imagined many similar scenes. In response, Zhou Jialu softly refused once, but after a symbolic show of reserve, she finally agreed to Subai's request. There's nothing I can do about it, since she likes her junior so much. Seeing his junior student feeling uncomfortable, Zhou Jialu felt that he had an obligation to make Subai happy. This is also her biggest advantage as Subai's woman. Perhaps it was the first time that this exercise tactic was used. Subai failed to grasp the key points during the stimulating confrontation and ended the exercise early. Zhou Jialu was caught off guard and took the attack head-on. So the makeup was ruined. After waiting for about half an hour, Zhou Jialu finally tidied himself up and sat back on the edge of the bed. Seeing that Subai's hands were about to move again, he quickly scolded, No, let's think about what to eat for lunch first, or go out for a walk now. Doing that kind of thing all the time is not good for my health. Senior, are you so considerate of me? Of course, you are my support in the future, so of course you have to be in good health. Zhou Jialu said with a smile, and her seemingly light-hearted words expressed her true feelings. She is not a gold digger who only wants to enjoy life today, but wants to stay with Subai for a long time. Subai was quite satisfied, so he gently kissed the senior sister's smooth forehead and arranged, "Then you will accompany me to move, and after moving, we will find a place to eat nearby." Moving? Have you found a place to live permanently? Zhou Jialu's eyes lit up. Yes, a serviced apartment, not far from the school. Just do it. Subai packed up his things in the hotel and called 2 waiters at the front desk to help move them to the car. There were not many things, mainly the senior sister's clothes and the 100,000 yuan computer. The rest were trivial daily necessities, which Subai basically brought from the dormitory in the past few days. After all, I will be living outside permanently in the future, and I will only go back to the dormitory occasionally to play. At times like this, the practicality of the SUV is reflected, as it is convenient for hauling goods. It can all be moved in one trip. Why is the famous Porsche Cayenne so popular among contractors and factory owners? Because its space and body carrying capacity are both great. It is completely fine to load cargo in an emergency and use it temporarily as a small pickup truck. Mercedes-Benz GLE is also good. At least for Subai, it can definitely meet the needs for traveling and camping. On the way, Zhou Jialu checked the price of the apartment and asked curiously, "Junior, this apartment should not be cheap. How much is the monthly rent?" "I rent it on an annual basis, 1.33 million all-inclusive." "Why, do you think it's weird that I'm so rich but still rent a house? What's so strange about that? The way you rent a house is completely different from the way ordinary people rent a house." Zhou Jialu stuck out his tongue. 1.33 million is enough to buy a new house for marriage in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, commonly known as a starter house. Maybe the location is not good enough, maybe the area is a bit small, but it is enough for the young couple to settle down in Jiangcheng. Even so, many young people who have just graduated are short of money and cannot even save enough for a down payment, and have to ask their parents for support. However, for Subai, this is just the cost of renting a house for 1 year. Pure enjoyment. Just in terms of living, Shuang's expenses for 1 year are equivalent to the results of an ordinary young couple saving and living frugally for more than 10 years. And he just rented it without any careful consideration at all. This couldn't help but shock Zhou Jialu's heart once again. My understanding of Subai has also become more profound. 2 floors, 300 square meters, exquisite decoration, plus many accompanying services. Zhou Jialu understood immediately. In Subai's opinion, if he wants to buy a house, he must buy a top-notch property, and he must personally take charge of the decoration. He doesn't even like ordinary houses, so it's better not to buy them. Whether it is selecting a property or decorating it, it takes time. In the short term, a Scots landscape duplex is indeed a good choice. The main point is not to worry. Zhou Jialu spent the rest of the morning with Subai cleaning up the house. This is Subai's first hideout in Jiangcheng, and it can be said to be his home. The Marriott Hotel doesn't count, it's too businesslike. It's just like Director Xia said, if you stay there for a long time you feel like your feet are not touching the ground and your whole body is empty. As for Zhou Jialu, she took the opportunity to show her hostess mentality and wandered around the space of 300 square meters on the upper and lower floors. "Senior, I'm going to have lunch with someone else. Can you order some takeout?" After everything was packed, Charlene received a message saying that she had finished her work and was driving to Ascot. So Subai asked for her senior's opinion. Zhou Jialu was stunned for a moment, but soon turned into a smile. "It's okay, I can just order takeout myself and wait for you to come back." After saying that, she hugged Subai's neck, stood on tiptoe and kissed him, with a reluctant and nostalgic look in her eyes. Subai's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. "You didn't even ask me who I was eating with. If you don't want to tell me, it's okay. I've said it before. I don't have a monopoly on your love life. As long as you have a place for me in your heart, that's enough." So good. Subai couldn't help but praise and touch Zhou Jialu's head. Is this the power of money? It can make a girl as beautiful as a school belle, like a hopeless bootlicker, openly lower her status and not interfere with Subai's contact with other women. Actually, it's okay to tell you. It was our class counselor, Xia Lin, who accompanied me to look at this house this morning. Director Xia's family seems to be quite wealthy and she knows a lot about this. Xia Lin, I know her. Zhou Jialu said with a mischievous smile. She was also a campus beauty when she was an undergraduate. Many people courted her but all failed. She actually agreed to let you treat her to a meal. It seems that she has a great affection for you, my junior. That's enough. I just want to thank her for her help. Yes, you are a good guy. You never have any bad intentions towards the girls around you. Looking at Zhou Jialu acting weird, Subai felt both angry and amused. I just praised my senior sister for being sensible, but she immediately became proud? Punishment must punish. So Subai asked her to rehearse it again before setting off to have lunch with Xiaolin. Chapter 52. Xiaolin's blind date was scared away by Subai. Xia Tianlin, wait a minute. Xia Tianlin, don't come in yet. I met an acquaintance and need to deal with him first. The agreed lunch location was a Western restaurant near Ascot. There are many high-end restaurants near this serviced apartment, which shows that the spending power of the apartment residents is recognized by the store owners. Subai had just walked to the door of the restaurant when he suddenly received a message from Xiaolin. If it was just an ordinary acquaintance, there wouldn't be any need for Subai to avoid him. So, it is probably a more troublesome type. This immediately aroused Subai's strong desire to eat melons. According to the system's identification, Charlene has never been in a relationship, so this troublesome acquaintance is either her suitor or a difficult and stupid relative. Honest students would choose to listen to the counselor at times like this, but Subai is obviously not an honest person. He simply put his phone away, pretended not to have seen the message, and walked straight into the Western restaurant. Sure enough, Charlene was sitting at a booth against the wall with a polite but slightly impatient expression on her face. A man in a suit stood a few meters away and spoke to Charlene in a flattering manner. Xiaolin, I don't know what made you so unhappy. You didn't even give me a chance to have a blind date or dinner. It's better to do it today than to wait for a better day. It just so happens that we met here today, so why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Xiaoyan, I remember I have clearly told you on WeChat that I am not interested in blind dates and have no plans in this regard recently. The middleman made random arrangements, so you can't blame me, right? The man smiled bitterly and said, don't be so absolute. Let's sit down and get to know each other first. I believe you will have a different opinion of me. In fact, I have a solid overseas education background and have been working in business for several years. I am quite good. I've already said I'm not interested. I'm not interested in blind dates. It has nothing to do with how good you are. Charlene didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was introduced to her by her aunt, and to be honest, he was a really good person. His problem was that he was too formal and had a very ordinary personality, which was totally not Charlene's type. And he is already 33 years old, 11 years older than Charlene. I don't know what my aunt is thinking. Although Charlene does look mature, she looks like a dignified, generous, white, rich and beautiful woman in her 20s. The problem is, given her family background, she doesn't need to commit herself to an old man. If you can choose, who doesn't like young people? Just when the conversation reached a stalemate, Subai came over, sat down opposite Xiaolin, and then tilted his head to look at Xia Yanchen. Director Xia, who is this uncle? Xia Yanchen's chest suddenly felt tight, and he complained, young man, I think you are an adult, why do you call everyone uncle? I don't look that old, do I? You look mature and steady. Subai said with a smile, I have an uncle who looks about the same age as you. Oh no, almost the same age, his child is already 5 years old, but he is still not as steady as you. You look like a senior executive of a large company. Hey, you kid. Xia Yanchen finally calmed down a little and asked Xiaolin, is this handsome boy your relative? He subconsciously regarded Subai as one of Xiaolin's cousins. After all, Subai is carefree and seems to be very familiar with Xiaolin. Basically, I ran over and joined their chat seamlessly. You know, strange men often feel timid in front of Charlene. After all, Charlene is a lady from a noble family and she is very bookish. Most men can't handle it. Unexpectedly, Xiaolin smiled and introduced, Subai, my student, I am here with him to do something today. Student? As I recall, you just became a counselor, so he is a freshman? Xiao Yanchen immediately became alert. Given Charlene's style, would she accompany her students out to eat at a Western restaurant with such a romantic atmosphere? Xiao Yanchen knew the prices in this store. The starting price per person was 1,500 yuan, and if he opened a bottle of better wine, it would exceed his budget. Of course, Charlene's family could easily afford it, but for students, could it be that kind of relationship? The counselors at Jiangcheng University are all part-time graduate students. They are essentially university seniors. It is very common for them to fall in love with undergraduates, and it is not unethical. Subai was tall and handsome, which instantly made Xia Yanchen wonder, could this boy be Xiaolin's gigolo? Yes, I just started school not long ago. Thanks to Director Xia for taking care of me. Today he accompanied me to the Escot to look at long-term rental houses. Oh, by the way, uncle, who are you to Director Xia? Are you in a relationship? No, I'm the blind date that Director Xia's family introduced to me. Oh, then make an appointment with Director Xia another day. I have an appointment with Director Xia today. We need to have some drinks and go to the movies after dinner. She probably doesn't have time for a blind date with you. Xiao Yanchen looked very bad. Xia Lin added, he's right. As a counselor, I have to do what I promised to do to help students. That's right. I won't bother you anymore. See you later. Xiao Yanchen fled in a panic. This Subai has a really vicious tongue, even though he looks sunny, handsome, and harmless. Knowing that he was on a blind date with Charlene, and that the result was completely untrue, she forcefully chased him away. An average pretty boy would never be so tough. After all, this would be tantamount to making decisions for Charlene, which was an overstepping of authority. However, when Subai was speaking, Xia Lin kept a faint affirmative smile and looked at him approvingly from time to time. This proves that the relationship between the two is definitely somewhat intimate. It also proves that Subai is capable. Freshman, living in Escot, wearing royal oak. There is absolutely no way he is a gigolo from a poor family. Xia Yanchen noticed the watch on Subai's left wrist. He didn't recognize which model it was, but it was an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak series, and the cheapest one cost more than 300,000. Charlene is rich, but with her personality, she would never buy such expensive luxury goods for a gigolo. It is even possible that the Subai family is stronger than Xia Lin. When Xiao Yanchen thought about Subai and Xia Lin having lunch together, drinking, and watching a movie together in the afternoon, he was filled with jealousy and resentment. His expression collapsed. No, we need to find someone to check this kid's background. No, we can't just investigate forcefully. What if we offend the big boss behind the scenes? It's better to ask someone in the circle. This way, we won't offend anyone. And in the restaurant, the young lady dressed in a wizard waitress costume opened the red wine on the spot. Xia Lin has already ordered the set meal for Subai. Subai glanced at the wine list and used the system to identify the flavor of each drink. I chose one that seemed to be more to his taste. I don't know if it will taste good. In fact, he likes the taste of red wine very much, but he didn't have the money to try it before, so he only drank ordinary red wine sold in supermarkets that cost dozens of yuan a bottle. While the waiter was operating the decanter, Charlene's beautiful eyes flickered, and she spoke in a mature and pleasant voice. Subai, you are so bold. You have arranged the counselor's afternoon schedule. Did I? I don't remember making an appointment with you. Let's go to the movies together this afternoon. Chapter 53, Smart Women Are Suitable to Be Good Wives and Mothers. The waiter poured 2 small glasses of wine and placed them next to Xia Lin and Subai respectively. Charlene picked up the goblet and shook it gently. Her posture for holding the cup was very standard, as taught by her elders at home. The elegance of her every move is definitely not comparable to that of those who come out of a socialite training class. That must have been nurtured from childhood. Moreover, Charlene's temperament is relatively more restrained than that of other socialites, no wonder her blind date is so fond of her. Nowadays, even girls from the 2nd and 3rd generation of rich people have many qualities and looks that are hard to describe. Even among the group of white, rich and beautiful women, Charlene is a standout. He is hard-working and gentle, and is definitely a perfect marriage partner. Shaking the red wine, Xia Lin looked at Subai with obvious interest in her eyes. We were watching a movie, just trying to evade the uncle's question. Subai said indifferently, it seemed that Director Xia was quite annoying with him, so I said a few more words and he got angry and left. Why are you still calling him uncle? He's only in his early 30s. He's a generation older than me, so what's wrong with calling me uncle? Nowadays, young people have a generation gap of 3 years. Even a kid who just entered the 1st year of high school calls me uncle. Who can I go to for justice? Subai spread his hands innocently. That's right. Xia Lin was amused by Subai. This boy was quite good at chatting. She saw a rare sense of relaxation from Subai. It's not the so-called relaxed feeling that the petty bourgeoisie pretends to be, but the feeling of truly loving whoever you love and not caring about anything. It will be very happy to live with such a person. The appetizer was served quickly, which was a molecular cuisine salad. The so-called molecular cuisine is to make the ingredients undergo some special physical and chemical changes during the cooking process, so that the characteristics of the ingredients can be deconstructed and reorganized. For example, potatoes are foamy and lychees look like caviar. It's quite a novelty to eat it once in a while. However, the restaurant's specialty is steak. Subai has a big appetite and loves to eat meat, so Xia Lin ordered him 1 portion of lamb chops, 1 steak, and 1 fish fillet, which, together with the side dishes, were enough for Subai to feast on. Top quality ingredients, paired with red wine, are absolutely delicious. The red wine chosen for this meal, Sassicaia, is produced in Tuscany, Italy. It has both the structure of Bordeaux and the terroir characteristics of Tuscany, with aromas of black currant, cedar, and tobacco. It becomes more complex after aging. Subaix ordered the 2015 version, and the price is also top-notch, 36,000 yuan. After all, we are thanking Director Xia for the meal, so there is nothing wrong with opening a more expensive wine. Yeah, not bad. I like the flavor of this one, but I usually can't bear to drink it. I'm here to take advantage of your wine today. Xia Lin and Subai clinked glasses. It's nothing. I happen to be craving for something. With Director Xia accompanying me, I'm in the mood to drink some good wine. Actually, if you're in a good mood, we can go to the movies together this afternoon. It's an art film that just came out recently, and I haven't had time to watch it yet. Can I assume that it was Director Xia who invited me to watch a movie? Yeah, are you coming? Charlene said it very frankly, without any shyness at all. When she smiles, she is as refreshing as a spring breeze, without any trace of worldly desire at all. However, her healthy and athletic figure and her delicate snow-white skin with a light pink tint make people feel a little excited. If we say that Zhou Jialu is a vixen who makes people want to do bad things to her at first sight, then Charlene is the natural wife type, and people can't help but imagine what she would look like in a pure white wedding dress. Subai thought for a moment and said, I can watch a movie, but I don't want to go to the cinema. By the way, Ascot's private screening room can also order theater movies on demand, right? Yes, this is a benefit for residents. Then let's go and try to see if there's the movie that Director Xia wants to see. Okay. Having made an appointment to watch a movie, they both sped up their meal. Charlene is quite looking forward to this movie. Her family was very strict, so she felt embarrassed to openly flirt with or seduce men. However, the private screening room is a great environment for 2 people to be alone. The same is true for Subai. After helping Director Xia get rid of the annoying blind date, Xia Lin's favorability towards Subai has risen to 68 points. Find a way to improve the favorability level even further. After breaking through 80 points, Xia Lin will also be bound to become one of the system's indulgence and cashback recipients. Subai was very curious whether Xia Lin would have a more powerful cashback project, such as her family business. If Subai invested money in it, would it be considered indulgence? The meal cost almost 40,000 yuan. 36,000 of that was for that bottle of wine. It must be said that high-end liquor is indeed the main factor supporting the price of a meal. Subai paid with a credit card and got a triple cashback, making a net profit of 80,000. It feels so good to eat and drink as much as you want and make money at the same time. You know, the money of many rich people is not easy to come by, and it is painful to spend it. When paying the bill, they may put on a bold look on their face, but they may not be so relaxed in their hearts. Subai's relaxation comes from the inside out. In Charlene's eyes, it was the calmness that came from family education. She couldn't help but start imagining Subai's life experience. In fact, she had read Subai's file when school started. My parents were ordinary workers in the company. They both died very early, and my guardian is a neighbor aunt. There seems to be absolutely no capacity to support this level of consumption. Xia Lin guessed that the so-called parents might not be Subai's biological parents. For wealthy families, similar bloody stories are not uncommon. But that's all in the past. Now, Xia Lin is focused on watching a movie with Subai. I had planned to play tennis with my bestie this afternoon, but I postponed it for this movie. She had to use this movie to advance their relationship to a somewhat ambiguous level. Be a little ambiguous, but don't be too forceful. A true white, rich and beautiful woman's moves are steady, accurate and ruthless. Ascot's private cinema is located within the complex where the apartment is located, in a courtyard surrounded by an artificial stream. According to Charlene, the exterior decoration of this Ascot incorporates the neo-Chinese style. What is new Chinese style? It's just that our traditional ethnic style has some weird things mixed in, which would make the garden masters vomit blood when they come here. Is that so? I don't understand at all. I just think it looks nice. Is the material for this floor not cheap? Well, it's made of marble. Judging from its appearance, it's at least better than an average 5-star hotel. Xia Lin's lips curled up slightly. The place I recommend to you is definitely high-end enough to suit your status. What is my identity? How come I don't know? Subai vaguely heard Xia Lin's tentative meaning and chose to play dumb. The so-called lies, when they are vague and obscure, can better have the effect of deceiving people. There is no need to make it too clear, Subai's consumption will naturally speak for him. When Charlene failed to test the subject, she switched to the next topic at the speed of light, very smoothly, without any embarrassment at all. She is a smart woman, Subai commented silently in his heart. It's good to be smart, because being smart makes you a good wife and mother. Chapter 54, A Virtuous Wife Like Elder Sister, Subai is actually an investment expert? The private audio-visual room reminded Subai of the classroom where music students trained in high school. The colors are all dark, and the walls are covered with sound-absorbing materials, giving you a very quiet feeling when you walk in. Of course, the decoration materials used in the high school in Subai's hometown cannot be compared with those here. After communicating with the apartment staff, they said that the movie Charlene wanted to watch was available. So a movie naturally began. Student Sue, is this your first time watching a movie with a girl? Xia Lin asked casually, playing with a strand of hair hanging from her forehead. I guess so, if childhood sweethearts are excluded. Subai smiled, I have a childhood sweetheart who lived across the street from my house. I remember being taken to the movies by my parents when I was very young. It seemed to be an American blockbuster, but I have forgotten what it was about. It doesn't seem as good as the movie Sheep on Oxygen. Children often don't have the patience to enjoy a movie. This is why you can always hear noisy children in the cinema. That definitely doesn't count. Childhood sweethearts usually don't develop into boyfriend and girlfriend, after all, they are too familiar with each other. Really? Subai recalled the many past events between him and Jian Qiuran, and couldn't help but smile slightly. I don't know what this guy was thinking, why he insisted on joining their tour group. Didn't you say that we should pretend not to know each other after we made an appointment at university? It's weird that he's moving closer to me again. Forget it. Jiang Qiuran's temper is always unpredictable and Subai is too lazy to guess. I was too lazy to guess before, but now there is no need to guess. Given the financial strength of the rich man, it should be the beautiful woman who figures out what Subai is thinking. Okay, the opening credits are over, the movie is officially starting. Xia Lin poked Subai's arm, suggesting that he should be quiet, and then began to concentrate on watching the movie. To be honest, Subai really can't appreciate art films. He prefers watching passionate battles or funny daily life. However, with Charlene by my side, and her pleasant body fragrance lingering around my nose, I felt relaxed and happy. The dimly lit private audio-visual room provides excellent privacy. Compared to ordinary movie theaters, there is no surveillance here. The usual routine for rich guys who live in luxury apartments is to bring girls here for dates. However, Charlene is completely different from those vulgar women. So Subai was not in a hurry, he just turned his head occasionally to take a look. Charlene's ladylike facial features looked extremely beautiful against the flickering light of the screen. After looking a few more times, Xia Lin finally noticed him, so she turned her head and met Subai's gaze. Why are you always looking at me? Nice. TSK. Charlene did not show any shy expression, and her bright eyes were even more charming at this moment. Student Sue, I've always wanted to have a close friend who was like a younger brother with whom I can play and talk. Unfortunately, the boys I met are too superficial. Am I very profound in Director Xia's eyes? Of course, you are not ordinary. How about it, are you willing to acknowledge me as your sister? With pleasure. Then come closer. Subai moved closer to Xia Lin, so close to her that he could even feel her sweet breath. From now on I will call you Xiaobai, and you can call me Sister Lin, or Sister. Okay, Sister Lin. Hurry up and lie down. Now let you feel my sister's tenderness. Put your head here. Xia Lin patted her thighs wrapped in yoga pants and motioned Subai to lie down. This is, the legendary knee pillow? The thighs are round and look firm because of regular exercise. In fact, when you put your head on it, you can immediately feel an indescribable wonderful elasticity. I see you just drank red wine at lunch, your face is a little red, let me rub your head for you. Is the treatment so good? Subai was a little shocked. He could actually see that Xia Lin wanted to get closer to him. After all, Charlene probably had feelings for him. Don't think that beautiful, rich and white girls are immune to money. The better off a girl's family is and the stricter her upbringing is, the more they value the financial strength of their partner. On the basis of meeting the wealth requirement, we will also consider appearance, personality, etc. It's not that Subai is narcissistic. Among the rich guys, his appearance and personality are top-notch. So it was normal for Charlene to be attracted to him. However, Subai had not expected that Xia Lin's way of getting closer to him was to use her knees as a pillow and rub his head. This wife is really full of power. As soon as Xia Lin pressed Subai a few times, the latter let out a comfortable hum. Is that a bit too strong? No, it's just right, very comfortable. Subai said honestly, Sister Lin, have you ever learned massage? Well, my mother taught me that after getting married, I should take good care of my husband and let him feel the warmth of the family. Only in this way can we have a long and happy marriage. Xia Lin said, pinching Subai's nose, this is the treatment for my future husband. You are lucky. Hey. Subai smiled foolishly for a while. Didn't say much. There is no doubt that this level of suggestion is the most explicit thing Charlene can say. After all, she is a traditional wife-type girl. In Xia Lin, Subai experienced the long-awaited feeling of being cared for by an older sister. Subai enjoyed this feeling very much. After all, his parents died early, so he lacks this feeling. Although Subai is a very independent and strong person, who doesn't like to be taken care of? Subai couldn't help but compare Xia Lin and Zhou Jialu in his mind. Come to think of it, Senior Jialu is only 1 year younger than Xia Lin, one is a senior and the other is a first-year graduate student. However, when Subai and Zhou Jialu get along, they don't feel that the other person's mental age is older than themselves. More of a feeling of a little wife. In fact, Zhou Jialu is essentially the type of girl next door, but her sexy figure conceals her inner beauty. Charlene is a very reliable older sister. Lady from a wealthy family versus beautiful girl from a humble family, do you know? No, Subai doesn't need to know. It will be mine sooner or later anyway. To be honest, Subai felt a little dizzy after drinking the red wine, and Xia Lin's head massage was very comfortable. In addition, art films are really hypnotic, so Subai fell asleep in just a few minutes. Ding! The host is detected to have fallen asleep on the thigh of the S-level goddess. This is considered a special act of indulgence. Reward cash plus 1 million yuan, and reward skill finance and finance master level. If you fall asleep while watching an art film with an arty young woman, she will definitely get furious and put you on a small book. However, Xia Lin is not a literary young woman. She and Subai came to the private cinema with a purpose. Now, the goal has been achieved. While Subai is asleep, we can do something interesting. Just as Xia Lin was about to lift the hem of Subai's t-shirt, the screen of Subai's mobile phone placed next to her lit up and a text message popped up. China Construction Bank, the amount of 1 million renminbi was deposited into your account ending with investment portfolio income settlement. Suddenly, Charlene's beautiful eyes widened. Chapter 55. Let me get the scent of my senior sister again. Xia Lin swore to God that she definitely did not look at Subai's phone on purpose. She did not have the bad habit of snooping into other people's privacy. I just saw it by chance and subconsciously. What she saw made Charlene's mind active. Investment portfolio settlement. That means this guy is usually busy with investments, and it looks like the scale is not small. Profits in the millions mean that the scale of funds must be at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. It is obviously impossible for a normal freshman boy to have such a huge amount of money. Xia Lin thought of a possibility, that is, Subai's family gave him part of the funds to manage as a means of training. Of course, it is impossible to make money all the time. Investments are subject to fluctuations. But this at least shows Subai's ability. In a truly wealthy family, those in charge are not fools and will not hand over the money to incompetent people. This also explains why Subai has so much pocket money. Big families are never stingy when it comes to outstanding younger generations, and can even be said to be very generous. As for genes, the quality of offspring is purely a lottery. No matter how powerful the family is, there is no guarantee that the children will grow up to be outstanding characters. If you finally meet someone who is capable of doing things, you will definitely spoil him or her to death. Subai, this is probably the case. Director Xia used his imagination to imagine this newly adopted brother as a little financial genius. Suddenly, her eyes turned more tenderly towards the sleeping Su-bai. In his heart, he felt that his decision to get closer to Su-bai was extremely correct. What, you asked Charlene why she wanted to play the role of godsister? You know, a young talent like Su-bai has to play in the world of pleasure for a few years before getting married. Although the traditional Charlene felt a little resentful about this, she had no choice but to accept it. Alas, who can blame good men for being so popular? It was impossible for her to ask Su-bai to marry her so soon. That would instead arouse Su-bai's rebellious psychology, and his favorable impression would gradually decrease. Born into a wealthy family, Charlene has seen many similar situations. Instead of making yourself bored, it is better to stay with Su-bai as an older sister, and then propose marriage when Su-bai is older and has settled down. During this process, Xiaolin will make Su-bai gradually accustomed to her presence, and tie Su-bai down in a silent way. Only in this way can you have the last laugh. The plan worked. After figuring it out in her head, Xiaolin stopped thinking about it and focused on enjoying Su-bai. My little brother is sleeping so soundly. Next, let me check your body and your development. In the private cinema with the door closed, a pair of evil hands stretched out to the boy's abdominal muscles. After an unknown amount of time, Su-bai slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Charlene looking down at him with a smiling expression on her face. Ah, I actually fell asleep. How long did I sleep? The movie is over. Xiaolin gently pinched Su-bai's ear and said, "Hurry up, my legs are sore from all the pillows you put on them." Sorry. It's okay. Taking care of Xiaobai is what a sister should do. As she spoke, Xiaolin also helped Su-bai straighten his collar. That feeling is so enjoyable. Su-bai was secretly happy, but unfortunately Xiaolin had to go back to school for something, so the date had to come to an end for the time being. It was only after parting with Xiaolin that Su-bai noticed the changes in the system. The first is to fall asleep on Charlene's lap for a special indulgence bonus. 1 million in cash is not important. What is important is the skills, finance, and banking master level. Su-bai's thoughts were racing. Countless profound and extensive knowledge and experience emerged in my mind. This made him feel happy. Su-bai doesn't need to rely on finance to make money. After all, finance has risks. However, indulging in cash back is zero risk, which is truly a profitable business. But if you want to be a super rich person, you can't avoid coming into contact with all kinds of people from the upper class. Su-bai didn't understand anything about the upper class areas. The skills rewarded by the system make up for this shortcoming. With master-level skills in finance, at least Su-bai can brag about business with the big guys and chat and laugh without any obstacles. Very good skills, which made Su-bai's brain revolve. Xia Tianlin, if you have any questions in or outside of school, or if you want to talk, you can tell me. When Su-bai saw the message on his phone, he immediately smiled. It's nice to have an older sister to take care of you. Supped white goose, then I want tea, be polite. If you have trouble sleeping in the future, come to see Sister Lin. I slept very comfortably just now. Xia Tianlin, really? I feel comfortable too. While chatting with Charlene, Su-bai strolled in the Escada apartment plaza, returned to the apartment from the private cinema, and returned to the mountain and water complex. As soon as she entered the door, Zhou Jialu threw herself into his arms. Apparently he heard the sound of the elevator and ran to the door in advance. This reminded Su-bai of his pet cat, which would wait at the door in advance when it heard its owner coming home. Junior, what a coincidence. You came just after I woke up from my nap. Well, what a coincidence, I took a nap too. Yeah? Zhou Jialu's expression suddenly changed. He sniffed hard, then moved closer to Su-bai and smelled his scent. A look of alertness appeared on his face. What's wrong? You smell like another woman. It's normal. Director Xia and I went to see a movie after dinner. The movie was so boring that I fell asleep while watching it. Oh, you slept leaning on your counselor's body, right? Zhou Jialu pouted, full of jealousy. Su-bai's face remained calm. I don't know, I slept soundly anyway. Maybe Director Xia did something to me while I was asleep? It's hard to say. After all, my charm is there, it's normal for him to take advantage of me. No, my dear Junior has been defiled by other women. My Junior is not clean anymore, woo-woo. Zhou Jialu whined, looking like he needed to be coaxed. Subai had an idea. That's easy, just dye it for me again and dye it back to my senior sister's style. Ah? Zhou Jielu was confused by Subai's bizarre train of thought. In fact, she was just acting coquettishly in an angry manner and asked Subai to coax her. Who could have thought that Subai would say such vicious words? Then, how should I dye it? Zhou Jielu started to feel shy and had a bad feeling. Of course I'll use it. Subai stretched out his hand and pinched it. Come, use them on all the places on my body that smell wrong. This way of playing, just imagining that scene, Zhou Jielu felt it was so perverted. You know, Zhou Jielu was actually a traditional little woman at heart and she can't stand it at all. However, Subai whispered the devilish words beside her ear. Let me feel comfortable. I'll go shopping later and buy you a necklace. Oh, you're so bad. Zhou Jielu glanced at him helplessly, full of charm. Then he began to unfasten the buckle at the back. Chapter 56, The Best Thing of the Senior Sister, Take It in Advance. 2-in-1, 4K words. New drills, unlocked. Feeling waves of soft touch on your body, coupled with the extremely explosive visual effects. Subai suddenly felt a kind of joy as if his soul was flying into the sky. The extremely charming and seductive senior sister, coupled with her shy personality, is simply too wonderful. Ding! It is detected that the host enjoys the service of the senior sister, which is too indulgent. Reward cash plus 50,000. Reminder: Zhou Jielu's current emotions have reached a critical point. Critical? Subai couldn't help but observe Zhou Jielu's condition carefully. It was seen that the senior sister was clearly serving Subai in a super seductive way, but she seemed to be more excited than Subai. The blush on her face spread, and beads of sweat appeared all over her body. It was simply the legendary sweat. Her body pressed closer and closer to Subai. Finally, she couldn't help but lean close to Subai's ear, exhaled a warm and pleasant breath, and said to Subai with a trembling voice. Junior, I can no longer suppress my emotions. I want to give myself to you in advance. Zhou Jielu's sincere eyes were mixed with confusion. This surprised Subai a little. Oh, isn't it said that there should be a sense of ceremony and romance? Subai actually knew that it was just a girl's bad habit. Anyway, Zhou Jielu had made him happy a lot in the past few days, but he just hadn't taken the last step yet. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jielu couldn't hold it in before him. The reason is actually very simple. During these few short days, Zhou Jielu and Subai were very close, and they felt Subai's money power even more deeply. And I felt how popular Subai was among girls. Not only the aloof and academic master Chen Yusheng, but even a reserved and dignified young lady like Xiao Lin is interested in Subai. In terms of appearance, Zhou Jielu is confident that she is not inferior to them. It's hard to say who is better than who, they just have their own strengths. However, when it comes to family background and talent, she is far behind. It can be said that there is none of both. So Zhou Jielu decided to seize the opportunity. I decisively abandoned the girlish fantasy about my first time and took a pragmatic approach. Seize the moment, right now, and become Subai's first woman. Any man will always have a little preference for his first woman. Although the two had only been together for less than a week, Zhou Jielu gave herself to him so quickly, which seemed a bit hasty. However, Subai is good enough, so this is not called carelessness, but decisiveness. So Zhou Jielu hooked her arms around Subai's neck, gave her a passionate kiss, and reached out to pull Subai's clothes. The atmosphere suddenly became a little crazy. Junior, please take me, please take me. I don't need to prepare any special ceremony. Your appearance in my life is the most grand and wonderful ceremony. Zhou Jielu spoke touching words of love, dragging Subai into the abyss of tenderness. Ding! Detected S-level goddess Zhou Jielu's favorability plus 4, current favorability, 95. Bonus draw times plus 4. You obtain the most precious thing of the S-level goddess for the first time, and are rewarded with a special skill, the Great Master of Technique. Technique Emperor, as the inexperienced Xiao Chunan, you will automatically gain rich experience in certain aspects, and your technique will be greatly enhanced, even surpassing the strongest male actor in history. Subai was excited about the 4 chances to win the lottery, but good news came one after another. This special skill, I can only say that it is very practical for rich people. What's more, Subai originally had extremely high special attributes, which meant that his hardware was naturally powerful. With the support of top-level software, he couldn't even imagine how strong the combat power would be. Glancing at Zhou Jialu, who was curled up in the quilt, Subai thought that it would be better to let her rest for a while before trying out Brother Tongzi's newly launched incredible skills. This senior student must be extremely exhausted. At this time, Zhou Jialu hid his head in the quilt and didn't come out for a long time. When she was in a good mood, seeing her junior enjoying himself, her passionate nature was activated, and she teased Subai in various bold ways. Successfully seized each other's treasures with Subai. Finally, after several exciting exercises, the first formal confrontation was completed. When I calm down, my shy rationality takes over again. I have to do some mental preparation before I dare to face Subai again. Another reason to shrink your bed. I'm tired too. Yes, Subai's guess was correct. The body-strengthening fluid originally enhanced Subai's ability to the top human level. Plus the special attribute points plus 3 won in the lottery. Today, Su Xiaobai is like a god of war. Even though Zhou Jialu spent a lot of effort, he finally achieved a peaceful and harmonious situation. Well, maybe it's painful and happy. Zhou Jialu hugged Subai in the bed and snuggled up to him. Suddenly I noticed that Subai moved and seemed to be leaving. She immediately said coquettishly, "Please don't leave, junior brother. Let me hold you for a while longer, okay?" "I'm not leaving. I'll go get a bottle of iced Coke." Subai reached into the bed and patted the senior sisters, but, comforting her, "Don't worry, I'll stay by your side. I just want to drink a can of iced Coke afterwards." Oh. Others were smoking cigarettes after sex, but Subai switched to ice cola. My junior is really interesting. Perhaps it is this kind of carefree and unrestrained personality that attracts Zhou Jialu. Soon, Subai came back, half lying on the head of the bed drinking Coke. The icy cold cola slides down my throat, making me feel refreshed all over. However, Subai's coolness did not last long. Because Zhou Jialu was still lying in bed, coming over and hugging his waist. The little hands are naughty. An attempt to once again provoke bilateral military conflicts. This was simply walking into trouble. Subai was worried that he had no place to put into practice the new knowledge that had emerged in his mind. Senior, girls with dirty hands will be punished. Subai lifted the quilt, changed from a sitting position to a kneeling position on the bed, straightened his back, and faced the virgin vixen. Zhou Jialu, who was in a lower position, looked up and saw the majestic existence. He immediately held his breath, closed his eyes, and began to tremble all over. "Junior, please have some mercy on me, ah." The Emperor of Techniques, start. After a long time. Zhou Jialu had been tortured by Subai to the point that he had no strength left. Lying in Subai's arms, he felt as weak as a wounded deer. On the other hand, Subai was still in high spirits. "This is the Emperor of Techniques. I would like to ask if you have such a technique?" Not only his technique, but also his waist technique is invincible. Su Xiaobai was very satisfied with the victory in the first battle. Playing with Zhou Jialu's hair lovingly, Subai glanced at the system and found that the senior's favorability had risen to 97 points. There are 2 more chances to draw, and there are 6 draws in stock. Subai decided to save up for 10 times and do 10 consecutive draws. At this moment, Zhou Jialu suddenly asked in a lazy and charming voice. "Junior, do you think I am a particularly vulgar woman?" "Where's the vulgarity? Originally I didn't want to do that for you, but when you said you wanted to buy me some jewelry, so many things happen naturally. I'm not just obsessed with money, I just think you're so good to me, so if that's the case, then it's only natural for us to do that." Zhou Jialu was talking in a rambling and sticky voice, but before she could finish her words, Subai interrupted her with a kiss. Subai kissed her cheek, stared at her and said gently, "I like seniors who love money. After all, I have the ability to make money." The other party was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. The slightly worried face suddenly blossomed. Yes, she herself does not object to being considered materialistic, but she cares about Subai's opinion. In essence, Zhou Jialu doesn't care about other men at all and has already decided on Subai. Fortunately, my junior is also a man with an open mind and clear thoughts. They are a perfect match made in heaven. Half an hour later, the two appeared on a nearby pedestrian street. They could have continued to be affectionate with each other, but Zhou Jialu was afraid that Subai would attack again, and she would definitely not be able to withstand that. So we each took a shower and went out shopping. What, you asked them why they didn't take a shower together? Just kidding, if that happens, the nature of taking a bath will change. Zhou Jialu really couldn't bear it. She was still very delicate, and Subai's martial arts was extremely powerful. Alas, I don't know why this junior is so good. It makes Zhou Jialu doubt whether it is his first time. It doesn't matter. No matter what, I must be the first woman he has ever had since he went to college, that's enough. Zhou Jialu's mentality and contentment. Subai was not satisfied. He wanted to make more money. His addiction came back. If there is a person in the LOL professional circle who corresponds to the super rich, then Subai must be Chovy. A master in the field of making money. Subai decided to buy a necklace for Zhou Jialu before dinner. For a girl with a proud bust like her, an exquisite and gorgeous necklace is the perfect match. In addition to the necklace, Subai also took a fancy to a brooch, which, also fits senior sister Xiaolu's characteristics very well. The criteria for choosing jewelry is purely based on appearance, without considering price at all. 2 necklaces and a brooch cost more than 200,000 yuan. Zhou Jialu felt a little numb. To Subai, money seemed to be just a number. What a blissful feeling of numbness. Let me be immersed in numbness for the rest of my life. Zhou Jialu hugged Subai's arm tightly and made a wish. Her steps were a little unsteady and unnatural. Well, those who understand will understand. Subai took this into consideration and slowed down his pace to make Zhou Jialu happy. It was still early, and Subai saw a high-end barber shop on the street. The barber Tony inside looked very professional. Thinking about going on a trip with the school beauties in a few days, Subai decided to upgrade his image. Although he is considered handsome, his hairstyle is rather ordinary. He gets it cut at a small shop in the school for 20 yuan per session. It is ordinary and has basically no design. The clothes he wears are a bit ordinary. Subai does not pursue brand names, but who doesn't want to make himself look more handsome and arrogant? Subai told Zhou Jialu about his idea, and the latter's eyes lit up and said, "How about I take charge of your image transformation? First, I'll give you a haircut, and then I'll go buy you clothes. Trust me, I guarantee that you'll be 2 levels more handsome, no, 3 levels more handsome." Is that so exaggerated? 3 levels, then he must have debuted as an idol directly. Subai joked. Junior brother has a good foundation. In fact, the looks of male idols in the entertainment industry nowadays are just so-so, and they rely mainly on packaging. When talking about this, Zhou Jialu looked disdainful. She is indeed not the kind of girl who is obsessed with the entertainment industry. She watches TV dramas and variety shows purely for fun. If Zhou Jialu really had to choose, she would rather revolve around her husband. This is what my little wife is like. Walking into the barbershop, Tony, the foreman at the door, glanced at Zhou Jialu's clothes and Subai's watch, and immediately smiled. "Hello, boss. Welcome to La Lavina Custom Styling. We are the most high-end and professional styling company in Jiangcheng. Sir, are you looking to create a new personal image?" "That's right." "Well, you guys communicate with her." "I don't understand." "You guys come up with a plan and I'll make the final decision," Subai said. The foreman immediately formed a portrait of Subai's personality in his mind. Afraid of trouble, very rich, but very opinionated. After working in the service industry for a long time, people become very good at understanding customers' personalities. Some rich guys are brought by women to do their hair, and are basically led by the nose by women. There are even some who are obviously being PUA'd, doing everything according to the other party's preferences. However, Subai was obviously not like that. The woman beside him is charming and seductive, with a fierce temperament, and she looks like someone who is not someone you want to mess with. But she was very obedient to him, with tender little stars in her eyes. This guy is definitely a ruthless person. So the foreman stopped trying to sell the fancy set meal and talked directly with Zhou Jialu, and quickly came to the conclusion. "Boss, you are tall and strong, so you are suitable for the tough and handsome look. We recommend the American front stab for you. It is not difficult to maintain. Just use a little hairspray when you go out. In addition, your eyebrows are also fine-tuned and trimmed to make your temperament appear sharper and more domineering. In this case, the clothing is matched with American college style, which is suitable for daily outings. The effect of matching with formal clothes is also very outstanding, with a kind of elegant and casual style of a suit thug. I have to say, this high-end Tony teacher is quite trendy." He took a tablet computer and used AI-assisted modeling to create a 3D virtual image of Subai to show Subai the expected effect of the new hairstyle. Subai looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. "Let's do it." After 40 minutes of fine editing, Standing in front of the full-length mirror, Subai felt a little dazed. Sure enough, for people with good looks, regardless of gender, the effect of changing hairstyle is comparable to plastic surgery. The senior student next to me had a look in her eyes. Teacher Tony here has really good skills and the hair he trims is very layered. Relatively speaking, the price was also outrageous. Subai was charged more than 1,300 yuan. After all, male customers have less hair and do not need much special care. If it were a female customer, the price would be sky high. Before binding to the indulgent rich system, Subai would never have gone to such a shop to get a haircut. It costs more than 1,300 yuan. According to the current average price of 20 yuan for a haircut, you can get more than 60 haircuts. If you cut your hair once a month, it will be enough for several years. Although a $20 head is not very handsome, it may even weaken your appearance. But being handsome can't make a living. That's what I thought at that time, but the situation is completely different now. With his exquisite and beautiful appearance, it is easier for Subai to pick up girls and get more objects for indulgence and cashback. Then, under the guidance of Zhou Jielu, Subai went to a trendy brand store and bought a complete American college-style outfit. Chapter 57, Xue Tao is repeatedly rejected by girls and becomes furious. It is now the turn of summer and autumn, and Jiangcheng has gradually become cooler. Now is the time to buy fall clothes. Rather than dressing like a nouveau riche wearing all those luxury items, Subai would rather look younger and more flamboyant. This niche fashion brand is really good. In terms of price, a piece of clothing or pants made of high-end materials starts at 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. In fact, it can be regarded as a light luxury brand. I easily bought several outfits and spent more than 50,000 yuan in one go. After shopping, I spent about 300,000 yuan and got 150 cash backs, which means the overall ratio is close to 5 times. Zhou Jielu is indeed a little lucky star. I always feel that the cashback rate she gets is often very high. Just as Subai was immersed in the joy of upgrading his handsome image. In the men's dormitory room 510, building 7, Xue Tao was immersed in distress. The reason is very simple. Until now, Wan Xinyan has not approved his friend request. This is very strange, because it was obviously this girl who was attracted by his charm in the group and took the initiative to ask to join the tour team. As a result, now he won't even add me as a friend. I don't know what he is thinking. Girls nowadays are so naive. The Mid-Autumn Festival is just around the corner, and there are still many details to arrange for the trip. The communication is so poor. Oh. Xu Mingzhi, who was fiddling with his headphone collection, interrupted, "That's too detailed. Let me ask you, are there any details that can't be communicated in the group and must be discussed privately?" This. You just wanted to flirt with her in private chat, but the girl isn't interested in you. I see through you. Xu Mingzhi mocked mercilessly. Xue Tao's thoughts were exposed by Master Hu. Her face turned red and white, and she said stubbornly, "What do you mean I want to flirt with her? It's just a V. What era is it now, Master Hu? Why are you so futile? As the saying goes, one more friend means one more way." Oh, so now you have a new friend named Wan Xinyan from the Art Academy. What path do you plan to take? Xu Mingzhi said sarcastically. On the contrary, as an outsider, she has a friend like me, which gives her a way out when she encounters various difficulties. After all, I am a local, my family has 4 houses, and I drive a Magotan. Xue Tao began to chant classic songs. Xu Mingzhi was stunned. The local's unique way of thinking is truly unexpected. No, man. You are too narcissistic. You really think you have top connections and are a popular commodity that everyone is fighting for. After being annoyed for a while, Xue Tao still couldn't wait for Wan Xinyan to agree to her friend request. So I changed my mind and joined Wan Xinyue. Although, among the twin sisters, Wan Xinyan seems to be more cheerful, while Wan Xinyue is very quiet and seems quite shy. But as the saying goes, everyone has 2 sides. Maybe she is actually very easy to talk to in private, the kind of sweet and charming girl. With an unrealistic fantasy, Xue Tao added Wan Xinyue as a friend. The result was that the other party rejected it almost immediately, and attached a message when rejecting it. No strangers. No, ladies. Why am I a stranger? Xue Tao was so angry that her teeth itched. She quickly added her again and explained. Classmates, I am the leader of our 510 Mid-Autumn Festival travel team, Xue Tao, and I drive a Magotan. I won't add that either. If you have anything to say, please talk to the group. When Xue Tao tried to add the other person for the 3rd time, he found that the other person had blocked him. This dealt a heavy blow to his self-esteem. He declared threateningly that he would kick the Wan sisters out of the autumn outing team. To be honest, it's a bit of impotent rage. Although one she knew as attitude was indeed a bit cold. But since they said they had discussed it in the group, it's okay, and they want to be kicked out directly. At least that's what Wang Haoren felt after watching the whole process. Seeing Xuetao jumping up and down in the dormitory, Wang Haoren was really annoyed, so he had to add fuel to the fire and said, "Really, brother? I also think that it would be easier to arrange travel if there were fewer people." Indeed. Xu Mingzhi pushed up his glasses, the lenses flashing with wisdom. "As long as we have Chen Yusheng and Jiang Qiuran, it will be enough." That won't work. On the other hand, although the twin sisters are a little bit bad at dealing with people, it is forgivable. After all, they have just graduated from high school, so it is normal for them to be immature. Xuetao frantically tried to make amends for herself. Wang Haoren retired after accomplishing his mission, smiled slightly, put on his headphones and continued playing the game. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Su Bai woke up naturally at 8 o'clock. This statement seems a bit contradictory, but since Su Bai's body has been strengthened, his daily routine has been quite regular. The senior is sleeping in. Last night, Su Bai pestered her to do it again, which completely exhausted Zhou Jialu's physical strength. Now she was completely exhausted and slept very soundly. Just be a human being, Su Bai thought. So I didn't wake up the senior, but just took a shower, changed clothes, and went out quietly. Start your journey today. There is no class in the first period in the morning, and the second period is physical education. Physical education classes are also the type where attendance is strictly enforced and you have to attend. The country attaches great importance to the physical fitness of college students, so Zhongcheng University has formulated strict attendance rules and examination standards. Su Bai is fine. Even before his physical strengthening, his sports performance was not bad. He was at an average level and should have no problem passing the exam. Now I am even less worried. The ones who should be worried are otakus like Wang Haoren who rarely exercise. I was at a trendy brand store yesterday and bought 2 sets of sportswear. Suitable for running and playing basketball. When Su Bai left Ascot, he saw his own reflection on the glass curtain wall of the building and was immediately stunned by how handsome he was. Always feel like something is missing? I immediately opened my phone and searched for sporty outfits for handsome guys on the Xiaohongshu platform. It should be said that some girls on this platform have made controversial remarks. But when it comes to consumption, sweet potatoes are definitely professional. What to buy and where to go? You can easily find guides. These girls really know how to spend money. So Su Bai saw the brightly colored headphones hanging around the neck of a male model in a promotional article by Xiaohongshu. I see. Su Bai slapped his thigh and understood it on the spot. He really needs a pair of portable Bluetooth headphones for traveling. According to netizens, the sound quality of Bluetooth headphones cannot be compared with that of wired headphones. But it doesn't need a line. It looks pretty cool when hung around the neck. When you are out and about and it is inconvenient to play the audio from your phone out loud, it is also suitable to listen to it with headphones. Moreover, high-end Bluetooth headsets also have noise reduction function. On the way back to school, Su Bai drove a corner and bought an AZ100, Panasonic in-ear Bluetooth headset, and a Sony XM5, head-mounted headset in a comprehensive hi-fi experience store. I spent less than 4,000 in total, but I was unlucky and got only twice the cash back. By the way, I added my boss WeChat. System upgrades, in addition to headphones, speakers are also within the scope of indulgent consumption. After all, Su Bai likes listening to music and watching movies, so he uses the speakers very frequently. And when it comes to audio equipment, as long as you are willing to pay the price, there will always be expensive enough equipment waiting for you. You see, those old audiophiles who play with hi-fi equipment spend much more than those who play with computers. Su Bai remembered that he had seen a personal speaker worth 1 million on Bilibili. Well, wait until he finds his own villa and build one for him. Max out all kinds of high-end customization and strive to get a cashback of tens of millions. However, the current task is still physical education class. Chapter 58. The Wan sisters went to watch Su Bai play basketball. You can choose from physical education classes, and some popular events, such as basketball, archery, and Go, need to be grabbed during the course selection stage. Go is the most exciting game. You just sit there and don't have to move. At most you can run before class. Very popular among crispy college students and lazy dogs. Subai has no interest in Go. What era is it still playing traditional Go? He prefers playing 8-player Go on the computer. Play chess and understand. So I chose basketball, which is a sport he can play. When I was in high school, I would occasionally play it with my friends in the class to relax. When we arrived at the basketball court, the teacher was organizing the team to line up and run to warm up. Subai joined the team, and next to him happened to be a boy from the same class, Zhang Jishuan, who was from Dormitory 514 and lived diagonally opposite Subai and his friends. I'm not very familiar with this guy, but I vaguely heard that he has had several romances and is known as the love saint in the class. I often share useful little knowledge about girls with my classmates. Well, not really. For many boys, the entire 4 years of college may be useless. It's so sad. Seeing Subai, Zhang Jishuan winked and said in a rather obscene manner. We had some fun on this playground where we had class today. What do you mean? There is a class of girls in the PE class, learning aerobics. They are practicing in the indoor hall on the north side of the playground today. Slurp. As he spoke, Zhang Jishuan almost swallowed his saliva and said happily, I will definitely go and have a good look when we are free later. It will be a feast for the eyes. As we all know, aerobics classes require wearing tight aerobics uniforms. There were 18 or 19-year-old freshman girls all together, and just thinking about that scene made my blood boil. Brother Bai, will you come with me? You're handsome. If we get caught peeking, people won't be angry with you around. Zhang Jishuan also called him Brother Bai, mainly because Subai was tall and strong, and had the aura of a big brother. Subai shook his head decisively and said, I'm not going. Why? What a great opportunity. We don't even know if they will come here next week. In fact, most girls look terrible in figure-revealing clothes. They are either flat all over, or short, or, well, you know, press F to enter. Ha ha ha, damn, it's true now that you put it that way. Zhang Jishuan laughed, but I've done some research, and the students who chose this class are a pair of twin sisters from the Academy of Arts, with baby faces and big. Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue? Subai asked suddenly. Hey, Brother Bai, do you know them? I guess so. Zhang Jishuan immediately nodded to show his understanding. If they were somewhat acquainted, it would feel weird and inappropriate to peek at them. It would be awkward if there was any intersection. Subai was thinking of another logic in his mind. The current situation is that Wan Xinyan took the initiative to add him on WeChat and asked him to go shopping. Maybe he saw his strength. So, just wait for her to lick you, there is no need to take the initiative to approach her. Besides, the sexy body has already been experienced on senior sister Zhou Jialu. Subai is not very greedy now. Okay, everyone's deadline has come, let me say a few words first. After the National Day holiday, the school will prepare for the sports meet. There will be various events. I hope students will sign up enthusiastically. This class is mainly about restorative physical training. Well, I believe everyone has gone through senior year in military training, and their bodies need to recover. Warm up, run 5 laps around the playground. The basketball teacher is a retired city team basketball player. He is taller than Subai, estimated to be about 1.9 meters tall, and looks like he can fight. The only thing is that he has an obvious beer belly. I guess he eats a lot when he's slacking off in the office. As soon as he opened his mouth, he had to run 5 laps, which made the students with poor physical fitness complain bitterly. In the middle of the team, Wang Haoren, Xue Tao and Xu Mingzhi were huddled together. The team was arranged according to height. These 3 people were about the same height, so they were in the middle of the team, and Subai was at the back. Wang Haoren's physical fitness was very poor and he started to pant after running a lap. Xue Tao was not much better, but in order to compete with Master Hu, she remained strong and calm. Xu Mingzhi seemed quite relaxed. This guy often went out for a run after 10 o'clock. The time was quite strange. He was dressed very flashy and had a lot of fluorescent strips on his body. He said he was going to join some fluorescent night running association. It is said that the Fluorescent Night Running Association is a club that can easily help people find a partner. It is enough to see that Mr. Hu is actually a very introverted person. He always complains that the locals are not picky about food, but in fact he is also eager to get out of being single as soon as possible. Complete 5 laps. Some students are already exhausted. Just lie down on the grass. For example, Wang Haoren was like a dead dog, gasping with his mouth open. Then he was picked up by the physical education teacher. Don't sit or lie down right after running. Take a walk first to let your body recover gradually. Shumingjer strolled leisurely, glancing sideways at those unprofessional classmates. Alas, I think these people don't understand sports at all. What a lack of taste. As he was looking, Shumingjer saw Subai, who was also strolling in the garden. Immediately the tiger's body shook. No, man. Your clothes? Because Subai was at the end of the team, Shumingjer didn't notice him just now. Now I take a closer look, damn, Subai actually changed his Uniqlo. It was changed to a very niche but trendy brand that Shumingjer was familiar with. Shumingjer actually likes this brand very much. The design aesthetic is online, it is very useful for picking up girls, and the price is not cheap, which can really satisfy Mr. who has petty bourgeois mentality. It's a pity that it is an American street style. Shumingjer is too thin, to put it bluntly, he is a skinny dog. Wearing this kind of thing is just asking for trouble. In contrast, Subai looked like a model hired by the brand. Oh my god, it seems that Subai has really made a fortune. Just the sportswear he wore for today's physical education class, including the shoes, cost over 10,000 yuan in total. Brother Subai. What? You've also started to pay attention to your outfit. Hiss, your new hairstyle is not bad either. I thought you outsiders didn't understand fashion, but I didn't expect you to be able to do a sophisticated haircut. It shouldn't be done by the school's barbershop, right? I feel like those Tony teachers are not good enough. Yes, I had it cut outside of school. Well. Why is the Prime Minister sighing? I originally thought that my aesthetic taste was unrivaled among freshmen, but I didn't expect that I now have a rival. Shumingjer gave Subai a look that sounded like both an enemy and a friend. Like Sasuke watching Naruto. It made Subai laugh. No, buddy, we don't have to. Subai patted his shoulder and comforted him. I don't know how to dress, a senior helped me. I see. This news made Shumingjer feel much more at ease. But soon doubts arose again. Wasn't he Subai having an affair with Chen Yusheng? Why did a senior schoolmate pop up? Damn, is this guy really that popular with women? Shumingjer was envious. If he knew that what the senior sister helped Subai with was far more than just dressing. I guess they must be so envious that the original geological wall is separated. After running, the physical education teacher asked the students to work in groups. If you have no basketball background, follow him and learn the basic moves of the 3-step layup. Although some basketball stars nowadays take more than 3 steps to make a layup, novices still need to learn the basics as they will be tested at the end of the semester. For those who can play ball, just let them play by themselves. This is also the reason why many boys like to choose basketball in football classes. Zhang Jishuan, who was thinking about the aerobics girls, took the opportunity to sneak into the indoor hall on the north side. The result was nothing. I scanned the crowd for a long time. There were obviously many girls training, but I couldn't see the Wan sisters. There was no choice but to find someone to ask. The other party replied, today is a free day. Wan Xinyan, Wan Xinhua, and a few others went to the basketball court to watch the boys play. Zhang Jishuan. Well, it was a wasted trip. Chapter 59. I am a local, how come I lost to Subai? Having said that, it's not strange for girls to come and watch boys play basketball. Many people have experienced similar things in high school. But the problem is that generally only when the scenes are more exciting will there be more girls watching. For example, the school team plays against other schools. At the very least it has to be a competition between classes. However, this is just an ordinary physical education class. What on earth attracted the girls who were doing aerobics in the gym to run to the basketball court to bask in the sun? You know, when girls are in physical education class, sun protection is the priority. If they can stay in the shade, who would run outside? With such doubts in mind, Zhang Jishuan retreated decisively. After a quick glance, I found that the girls in aerobics clothes in the indoor gym generally had questionable looks and figures. I wonder if the good-looking ones all went to watch the boys play basketball. On the basketball court, everyone smoothly formed several 3v3 and 4v4 games. There are exactly 3 of us. Can we play half-court together? Okay, but I'm not very good at fighting. It's okay, we don't know how to do it either, just have some fun. When the team was formed, none of them were very good at playing, but they played the ball more fiercely than each other. Subai is in a team with his 2 roommates. Don't get me wrong, there is no Wang Haoren in the team. The child was paralyzed after running 5 laps. I am learning the 3-step layup from the physical education teacher. Actually, Subai wanted to take the opportunity to get to know students from other classes, but Xuetao and Xu Mingzhi insisted on teaming up with Subai, saying that they were the 2 heroes in the backcourt and just needed a center. Subai felt that he was only 1.85 meters tall and was not considered a big center, but considering the heights of these two, in comparison, it is quite large. Moreover, Subai is quite strong, and he feels safe when he stands under the basket. So Subai agreed. He played basketball as a mixed bag and could do a little bit of everything. The main purpose is to exercise and relax. It is said that exercise can promote the secretion of endorphins in the human body, which helps to improve mood. Moreover, with the indulgence system, there is no need to worry about injuries caused by exercise. It doesn't matter, Brother Tongzi will take action. After discussing with the 3 guys on the opposite side, I threw a few balls to warm up my hands and prepared to start playing. Wait, let me take off my watch so it doesn't scratch you. Subai very politely took down his Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, and after thinking for a while, he decided to put it under the basketball hoop, together with his cell phone. After all, everyone's personal belongings were placed here, so there was no need to worry about it getting lost. At this moment, a sweet little girl's voice came from the side of the court. Subai, let me help you carry your things, if you don't mind. Turning around, he saw a giant loli trotting towards Subai with a smile on her face. That cute voice makes people want to commit a crime. In contrast, there is a granary of extraordinary strength on her chest. Subai estimated that he should be a little smaller than Zhou Jielu. The senior sister is still too capable, after all, she is Subai's moonlight. However, this girl has a petite figure and is estimated to be less than 1.6 meters tall. The figure looks exaggerated and very two-dimensional. Especially, she is wearing aerobics training clothes, which perfectly outlines her figure. Of course, if you run onto the playground wearing only training clothes, it would still be a bit too conspicuous. So she was very thoughtful and covered herself with a sun-protective jacket. The translucent style made her figure faintly visible, and the visual effect was simply unbeatable. Even if most of the female anchors who are just passing through the borderline come, they will have to admit defeat. Subai recognized her instantly. Are you Wan Xinyan? Yeah, hey, how do you know I'm Wan Xinyan and not my sister? Wan Xinyan put her hands behind her back and came in front of Subai, standing on tiptoe unconsciously and leaning forward. This action particularly highlights her grace. If it were an ordinary Xiao Chunan, his heart would probably beat faster and he would have trouble speaking clearly. Unfortunately, Subai's mentality was stable, and with the blessing of Sigma Halo, he was only slightly fluctuating in his heart. He cast a calm and admiring look at Wan Xinyan. Your sister is over there. Subai pointed to the girl next to the court who was dressed and looked the same as Wan Xinyan. I heard that she is quieter and you are more lively. So do you prefer quiet or lively? I like them all. I am more philanthropic. After Subai finished speaking, he stuffed the phone and watched into Wan Xinyan's arms and said, Please keep an eye on it for me. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Their fingers brushed lightly. Wan Xinyan's eyes seemed a little dazed, and it was unclear whether she was deliberately flirting or what. Ding! S-level goddess Wan Xinyan detected, favorability increased, current favorability, 65. The initial favorability is over 60, so terrifying. This means that her attitude towards Subai has reached the point where she wants to fall in love with him. In short, it is easy to understand that she wants to hook up with Subai. But this was the first time the two met. Why is the favorability so high? It's a bit hard to understand. Subai was too lazy to think about it. Since the meat was right in front of his mouth, would he be a human not to eat it? Just stay alert and don't get scammed, enjoy it, and enjoy yourself. An indulgent life should be like this. Under the envious gaze of the onlookers, Subai returned to the court. The 3v3 showdown begins. In just a few minutes, the 510 dormitory team was beaten 5 o'clock. To be honest, Subai really protected the rim well. However, the locals in Huyi were so stupid that their defense was easily bypassed by other students, and the students on the other side beat them as easily as doing shooting practice. What can Subai do? Does he have to defend 3 people by himself and look for his own problems? Xiaoming Sword Demon.jpg. No, buddy, are you two sleepwalking here? Subai complained, glancing at the Wan sisters and several other girls on the sidelines, or are you nervous because there are too many beautiful women watching? Yes, a little bit. Mingzhi said awkwardly. Can you be a little more ambitious? Look at the three guys on the opposite side. They got excited the moment they saw a beautiful woman watching the game. You guys should get excited too. Tao was stunned for a while, and suddenly his expression became as complicated as constipation. Subai, when did you meet Wan Xinyan? Ah. We just met, what's up? It's okay, I just feel a little weird. Oh, forget it. Just now, Tao was watching Subai and Wan Xinyan's ambiguous interaction, and she was almost jealous. No way, why? Wan Xinyan didn't even approve her friend request. She was so cold and aloof. How could she be so enthusiastic in front of Subai? What went wrong? Tao was puzzled. Well, he admitted that Subai's look today was indeed a little handsome. But his Tao is not bad either. Wearing authentic basketball equipment, James Lakers jersey with AJ. Moreover, he is a local, has 4 houses at home, and drives a Magotan when he is a freshman. How did he lose to Subai? Tao was not convinced, he was very dissatisfied. Chapter 60. Let us play together tonight. The more Tao thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Subai said that he had just met Wan Xinyan. The problem is, why would someone you just met take the initiative to ask to help keep your personal belongings, and why did Subai actually agree? There is a problem. There is definitely a problem between these two people. Tao is a person who can't hide things in his heart and is not very cunning. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask Subai, have you and Wan Xinyan chatted on WeChat before? Oh, we talked a little bit. Subai showed an ambiguous smile. Why, do I have to report to you when I chat with her? No, hey, that's not what I meant. In the previous sentence, Tao also added a hint of questioning. As a result, Subai's tone was a bit harsh, and Tao immediately backed down. Subai originally had a masculine temperament, and now with the support of brother Tonzi, he is very confident. He just smiled evilly, put his arm around Tao's shoulders and said, Taozi, play well. The girls are watching you. You don't want to perform poorly and get noticed by them, do you? Don't let Wan Xinyan and the others ignore you when you go out to travel. Look at you, what are you talking about? Tao laughed awkwardly, I didn't play well in the last round, I will definitely beat them this time. Okay, I'll keep an eye on you. After Subai finished speaking, he went to talk to Mingzhi again. Focus on one CPU. Although Tao was greatly shocked by the strange relationship between Subai and Wan Xinyan, now that things have come to this, it is time to perform well and turn the situation around. Think about it more positively. Wan Xinyan was just helping Subai get things, not arguing with Subai. Maybe because Subai is handsome, he gave him a little benefit and raised a fish. A poor and ignorant young cook like Subai would probably be fooled. Alas, I still have to be Tao, with a keen eye and sharp hearing. Know how to take the lead in relationships between men and women. Win. On the other side, Mingzhi also cheered up after being scolded by Subai. Mainly, he came to his senses. Although the Wan sisters are eye-catching, they probably don't have much taste. She is not worthy of Mingzhi, a hi-fi player, amateur host, writer, folk singer, oil painter, hand drum artist, leatherworker, silversmith, Zen Lingji disciple, such a versatile male god. Anyway, the one who is close to Subai is Wan Xinyan. It's not Jiang Qiuran or Chen Yusheng. I guess neither of them is the superficial type who would come to the basketball court to look at handsome guys. So, win, well, not quite win, but at least I haven't lost yet. The 510 trio regrouped and fought again against the 3 nameless passers-by brothers. Both the locals and Mr. Who displayed their usual strength. Because of his improved physical fitness, Subai was able to dominate the interior, grabbing rebounds and making tip-ins. I actually won with a score of 5-4. The last ball was scored by Tao. Subai helped him block the defender and made a shot in an open space. I was just enjoying my cool goal-scoring pose when I heard some girls talking. How come the boy wearing the number 23 jersey does splits when shooting? He looks like a monkey. Puff. Tao was about to vomit blood. Goddamn big monkey. This is called hovering in the air, how cool and free. Then we played 2 more games with the opponent. There are wins and losses on both sides. This situation is actually the best. The strength of both sides is similar, and the fight is fierce, but not one-sided. Anyway, Subai had a lot of fun. Although he is not very skilled, he is in good health. And after jumping around for a while, the system unexpectedly rang. Ding. The host is detected to be indulging in consumption of physical energy. Reward cash plus 1,000 yuan and restore physical energy to its peak. Oh shit, there's a cheat. Subai was shocked. How could the mechanism of this indulgence system be so wonderful? In other words, as long as he consumes his energy quickly and triggers his body's protection mechanism, he will be able to replenish it. Then wouldn't he be invincible in the sports meet? Sign up for a long-distance running race and sprint hard in the first lap. It feels good to rush hard for a while, it feels good to rush hard all the time. Subai, I bought you some iced drinks. Take a look and pick whichever one you want. Just as Subai was imagining the miraculous uses of the system mechanism, Wan Xinyan came over with a full plastic bag. It was filled with a lot of iced drinks that she bought at the convenience store next to the basketball court. Subai's cell phone and watch had now been transferred to the hands of his sister Wan Xinyue. I don't know where I got a large hard plastic bag from, the kind used to store evidence at criminal investigation scenes, and put my phone and watch in it. The transparent plastic bag allows one to see what's inside at a glance, and also shows that the two sisters will not interfere with Subai's privacy. Oh my god, this is too. Subai was secretly shocked. Could it be that, under the intimidation of money, every beautiful girl would transform into something similar to Zhou Jielu, becoming a hot-chasing creature with excellent service attitude? He casually picked up a bottle of blue Gatorade. I unscrewed it and took 2 sips. The cool and refreshing drink slides down your throat, so comfortable. Shui Tao, Zhu Mingzhi, you can also take a bottle. Wan Xinyan immediately called to the two. The two of them showed surprised expressions. They really didn't expect to be called out. Shui Tao, in particular, frowned and stammered, "Classmate, do you know me?" "I know you. You're Shui Tao, the one driving the Magotan. These drinks are treated by my sister and me. After all, you need to prepare snacks for traveling. But the drinks are still too cheap. I will treat you to lunch at noon. The spicy hot pot in the South District canteen is very good." Wan Xinyan chattered away, making arrangements. It was very reasonable, and Shui Tao had no way to refute it. But now he really wants to ask, "Why don't you accept my friend request?" But his intuition told him that if he asked this question in such a situation, he would probably become a clown. Well, never mind. Subai drank his drink quietly and observed the younger twin sister. A very active girl, less aggressive than Zhou Jielu and more innocent. But in fact, she was quite scheming. She naturally flattered Subai and shaped the relationship between them into playmates. She did not take advantage of Shui Tao by relying on her advantage as a beautiful girl. Very good. The playmate niche is indeed empty, at least for now. Subai thought so. Director Xia is the face of the group, the senior is his wife, and Chen Yusheng is his soulmate. Just as I was talking about Chen Yusheng, I saw a tall, graceful, and thin figure walking towards me from a distance. The iconic black stockings, a knee-length sweater on the upper body, and a small jacket. She has a Japanese ladylike feel. However, with Chen Yusheng's cold and intellectual face and her super smooth and beautiful black long straight hair, she has a bit of the flavor of a genius girl scientist in anime. Chen Yusheng walked towards them quickly, staring at Wan Xinyan. This made Wan Xinyan feel a chill on her back and her body tremble. Eh? How scary. The onlookers were also very surprised. Who would have thought that Chen Yusheng, who usually stayed in the laboratory, would come to watch the boys play basketball? Then they saw Chen Yusheng walk straight to Subai, take out a tissue from his pocket and wipe the sweat off his face. A little stiffly but firmly said, "Let's play together tonight."